Chapter 104 The Dragon Meteor Shower. A crimson halo swept across the sky, expanding outward. Yet, this radiance seemed to have no effect on Dragonite, whose expression of vigilance morphed into one of bewilderment. Whoa! Dragonite tilted its head, seemingly pondering why nothing had transpired. The look of confusion was utterly adorable, captivating even several female members of Team Rocket who were present. Had it not been for the terrifying display of destruction Dragonite had previously exhibited, they might have rushed to embrace it. What on earth is happening? Luo Yuan narrowed his eyes. He did not believe Team Rocket would engage in futile endeavors at such a critical moment. Since they had activated that machine, it must serve a significant purpose. Regardless of what it is, as long as it doesn't affect Dragonite, let's simply have Dragonite destroy it. With this thought in mind, Luo Yuan called out to Dragonite. Dragonite, unleash Hyper Beam on that machine, to preempt any protective measures the machine might possess. He specifically commanded Dragonite to execute Hyper Beam. Quickly, prevent it from destroying that machine. The rocket scientist, who had initially worn a smile upon witnessing the successful activation of the machine, suddenly turned pale at the command. As one of the researchers of this machine, he was acutely aware of its purpose. The consequences of its destruction were unfathomable. Within Team Rocket, researchers held considerable authority, wielding absolute dominion over the lower-tier trainers. Despite their reluctance at being ordered to thwart the attack, the Rocket members had no choice but to grit their teeth and direct their Pokémon to intervene. However, Dragonite had already charged Hyper Beam. The might of Hyper Beam was formidable. As Dragonite opened its mouth, a robust white beam surged forth, engulfing the Pokémon that stood in its path. Geodude cracked under the assault, while Nidoking fell unconscious. Yet at a critical moment, a Kadabra stepped forward, conjuring a barrier of light to deflect the trajectory of the Hyper Beam. With a resounding explosion, the Hyper Beam, once aimed at the gathering of Team Rocket, veered off course, resulting in a sudden eruption of a mushroom cloud. TSK, it missed. Luo Yuan observed the Hyper Beam narrowly escape Team Rocket's vicinity with dissatisfaction, his gaze fixating on the suddenly appearing Kadabra. Where did this Kadabra come from? Luo Yuan muttered, vexed. Had it not been for this unexpected interference, Dragonite would have easily dispatched the entire Team Rocket contingent with a single strike, but now he would have to exert extra effort. As Luo Yuan pondered the Kadabra's affiliation with Team Rocket. Phew, that was close. The rocket scientist, witnessing the Hyper Beam miss the machine, exhaled with relief, his face reflecting lingering fear. He gazed gratefully at the spoon-wielding Kadabra, momentarily forgetting his terror of Luo Yuan, and shouted, Do you have any idea what you just did? What did I do? Luo Yuan shifted his gaze from Kadabra to the scientist, casting a sidelong glance at him. The scientist shivered at the weight of Luo Yuan's stare. What a terrifying gaze. The researcher felt as though his very soul had been laid bare under Luo Yuan's scrutiny. Dragonite, use Meteor Shower. Let's see how you can obstruct this. Luo Yuan commanded. He firmly believed that Kadabra could not possibly defend against such a vast area move. If it could, he promised he would turn and leave, never to trouble Team Rocket again. As expected, the expression of the rocket trainer transformed upon hearing Luo Yuan's command. He turned to Kadabra, stop it. However, as a Pokémon endowed with an astonishing intelligence of 4,000, Kadabra rapidly deduced that it could not withstand the meteor shower. Should the meteor shower descend, it would likely inflict catastrophic damage upon Team Rocket. Thus, Kadabra took the initiative, charging toward Dragonite in an attempt to interrupt the attack. Yet Luo Yuan was not without precautions. He tossed out a second Pokeball. Metagross materialized on the battlefield. Metagross, it's Luo Yuan. The faces of Team Rocket turned ashen in unison. While there were trainers in Kanto who used Metagross, only Luo Yuan possessed such formidable prowess. Moreover, he was notorious for engaging without inquiry upon encountering them. Damn it, had I known it was Luo Yuan, I would have retreated immediately. Among Team Rocket, grumbles echoed to them. Luo Yuan loomed like an insurmountable mountain. With such strength, how could he not reveal his identity when facing mere grunts? Wasn't that bullying? Yet at this juncture, complaints and regrets were futile. They needed to devise a means to escape Luo Yuan's grasp. As Team Rocket hastened their retreat, the sky ahead suddenly darkened, shrouded in ominous, thick clouds that radiated a foreboding red glow. This cloud swiftly descended upon them. Luo Yuan, blessed with keen eyesight, quickly discerned that what approached was not mere cloud, but an immense throng of ghost-type Pokémon. Ghastly, Haunter, and Jengar swirled together, numbering in the hundreds, charging toward them with palpable ferocity. Did this machine attract them? Luo Yuan glanced at the device, noting the similarity between its red glow and that emanating from the machine. He surmised that the machine's function was to lure or even control the surrounding ghost-type Pokémon. Presumably, Team Rocket aimed to incite a riot among the ghost types in the Pokémon Tower during this ghost-catching event, although Luo Yuan remained uncertain whether their intentions were to seize the ghost types or to perpetrate mischief in Ziyuan Town, that we cannot be surrounded by these ghost types. Otherwise, we'll be in serious trouble. We must destroy this machine first. He quickly clarified his thoughts. The machine must be dealt with first. Metagross, intercept that Kadabra. Dragonite, continue using Meteor Shower. Buzz. Metagross flashed into action, positioning itself before Kadabra. Dragonite let out a roar, unleashing the Meteor Shower it had been charging. Boom! Whoosh! With a piercing howl, the Meteor Shower plummeted from the sky. Faced with a deluge of falling stars, Team Rocket had no thought of resistance, scrambling to evade the onslaught. Seeing this, Kadabra's eyes flickered with a hint of human-like contemplation. After a deep gaze at Luo Yuan, it swiftly evaded Metagross and vanished in a distortion of space, employing teleport to escape. Chapter 105, Mega Metagross. Is this truly real? Luo Yuan found himself momentarily stunned as he witnessed Hoodie, who had just appeared resolute in his defiance against Team Rocket, abruptly teleport away without a hint of hesitation. He had not anticipated that Hoodie, seemingly prepared to protect Team Rocket at all costs, would so swiftly utilize its teleportation ability to evade. While this reaction was typical for Pokémon faced with such circumstances, the stark contrast in Hoodie's demeanor left Luo Yuan slightly taken aback. However, since Hoodie had chosen to depart, Luo Yuan refrained from dwelling excessively on the fleeing Pokémon. Suddenly, a dragon meteor descended from the heavens, trailing a long tail of flame as it struck the ground with a thunderous impact. Earth and stone erupted, trees toppled, and Team Rocket scattered in disarray, transforming the forest into a scene reminiscent of hell itself. Yet, Luo Yuan felt no pangs of compassion. Inheriting the memories of a Pokémon inspector, he was acutely aware that no one within Team Rocket was innocent. Furthermore, were they not still alive? While severed limbs were commonplace, humans in the Pokémon world possessed a resilience unlike that of Earth, making it exceedingly difficult for these Team Rocket members to perish. Of course, Luo Yuan had not forgotten the device controlling the ghost-type Pokémon. Under the command of Dragonite, a meteor aimed directly at the machine plummeted. Boom! The device exploded, scattering parts across the ground. The incessant red light that had been emanating abruptly ceased, and simultaneously, the vast expanse of red light enveloping the ghostly Pokémon in the distance quietly dissipated. In an instant, a horde of ghost-type Pokémon, previously under the influence of the crimson light, regained consciousness. The newly awakened ghost types became chaotic, drifting aimlessly through the sky, resembling a parade of malevolent spirits. This is disastrous. The Team Rocket researcher responsible for controlling the machine collapsed to the ground, a look of utter despair etched upon his face. What do you mean disastrous? Luo Yuan asked as he directed his Venusaur to restrain the severely injured Team Rocket members and their Pokémon. Upon hearing Luo Yuan's question, the researcher glared at him, his expression morphing from despair to fury. Damn it, it's all your fault. If it weren't for you. Luo Yuan was left perplexed. Had he not simply thwarted their scheme? Why such animosity? If one were unaware, they might assume a deep-seated vendetta existed between them. You have no idea of the consequences of your actions. The researcher rasped, eyes wide with panic. You think you've done a good deed? You are gravely mistaken. According to our research, the ghost-type Pokémon freed from the machine's control will enter a frenzied state after a brief period of calm, attacking anything alive in sight. Now that these ghost types are so close to us, we are doomed. Is this what you fear? Luo Yuan glanced at the multitude of ghost-type Pokémon in the distance, feeling no sense of regret. As an adult in the truest sense, he had made his choice and would not waver. Summoning Metagross and Dragonite to his side, he caressed the evolution keystone on his wrist. At this juncture, the ghost-type Pokémon had begun to succumb to their frenzied state. The formerly white eyes of Ghastly and Haunter gradually turned crimson, while the already red eyes of Jengar glowed even more vibrantly. They began to unleash their wrath upon all nearby Pokémon, with slower beings like Kakuna and Metapod falling victim to their assault. Even the Beedrill, tasked with protecting the Kakuna, fled after discovering its futile attempts at retaliation. The Pokémon, gripped by fear, scattered in all directions, and soon the vast forest fell into an eerie silence, resembling a graveyard. They have arrived. Before long, the aimless ghost types detected the remaining living beings in the forest, Luo Yuan and his companions. "I'm sorry, but I cannot allow you to harm my captives," Luo Yuan declared as he faced the encroaching swarm of ghost types, which loomed like a dark cloud blotting out the sun. He then raised his wrist. "Metagross," he called out. Metagross, attuned to Luo Yuan's thoughts, began to glow brilliantly in tandem with the evolution keystone on his wrist. Mega Evolution. The dazzling light nearly blinded the nearby Team Rocket members. "What is that? Evolution? Metagross can evolve again. What is happening?" As the Team Rocket members gasped in astonishment. Metagross was enveloped in a sphere of white light. The brilliance arrived swiftly and departed just as quickly, exploding outward to reveal a Metagross that bore a strikingly different appearance. The spikes that had vanished upon its evolution from beldam re-emerged on its chin, and its four metallic arms transformed, with the stunted claws shifting to the rear and giving rise to massive alloy claws at the front, poised as if ready to pounce. It bore the semblance of a super Metagross, a combination of two Metagross united into one formidable entity. Metagross had undergone a transformation. It appeared even more magnificent than before. What on earth has Luo Yuan done? The members of Team Rocket, unaware of the existence of mega evolution in this world, struggled to comprehend the peculiar transformation of Metagross. However, Luo Yuan had no time to indulge their bewilderment. He turned to Metagross and inquired, "Metagross, are you confident in defeating these ghost-type Pokémon?" Luo Yuan remained clear-headed. Despite the significant power boost that came with Metagross's mega evolution, he did not abandon his inherent caution. With over 100 ghost-type Pokémon, he lacked absolute certainty in resolving this predicament. If Super Metagross could eliminate the threat, he would seize the opportunity to eradicate it. However, if Super Metagross proved incapable, retreating and re-strategizing would not be a source of shame. Super Metagross regarded Luo Yuan's question, its eyes flickering as if weighing the combat capabilities of both sides. Soon, it concluded with a nod of its massive head, indicating confidence in its ability to prevail. "Excellent." With Metagross's assurance, Luo Yuan felt a surge of confidence as he patted Dragonite's belly, signaling it to remain vigilant. Together, they charged toward the horde of ghost-type Pokémon. Chapter 106. Jengar. The leader. As Metagross prepared to strike, its actions were perceived by the ghost-type Pokémon as an outright provocation. The ghost types became even more frenzied, accelerating their assault toward Luo Yuan and his team. He noticed several Team Rocket members, pale with despair, kneeling on the ground, some with hands clasped in prayer, beseeching Ho-Oh or Rayquaza for protection from the impending onslaught. Although they prayed, they knew deep down that such invocations bore no weight, given their nefarious deeds. Even if Rayquaza or Ho-Oh were to hear their pleas, they would likely regard them with disdain, relishing the sight of their demise at the hands of the ghost types. In stark contrast to these desperate, trembling Team Rocket members, Luo Yuan remained calm, even contemplating his next tactical move. After undergoing Mega Evolution, Metagross exhibited a remarkable surge in power. Its base stats, originally 600, skyrocketed to 700. Except for its stamina, every attribute saw significant enhancement. What moves should he employ? Luo Yuan pondered, realizing that against ghost-type Pokémon, moves like Hyper Beam and Tackle would be utterly futile. Martial skills such as tile breaking are similarly ineffective. After much contemplation, Luo Yuan tentatively devised a strategy. Metagross, unleash Psychic. With a resonant hum, Metagross's special attack stats surged, propelling the power of Psychic to unprecedented heights. The move is nearly instantaneous, proving exceptionally effective against the Ghost Poison type Ghastly family. As Psychic struck Ghastly, Haunter, and Jengar, a substantial number of ghostly Pokémon fell, collapsing in droves as if they were dumplings plummeting from the sky. Ah, what a magnificent sight! Luo Yuan gazed at the multitude of descending ghostly Pokémon, his spirits lifted considerably. Yet, while he relished the moment, the assault must not waver. Metagross, charge forward. Luo Yuan commanded. The Mega Metagross tightened its limbs, its rear end seemingly equipped with an invisible flamethrower, propelling it forcefully ahead. Boom! A thunderous sound shattered the air as Mega Metagross plunged into the throng of ghostly Pokémon. If one were to identify the most significant changes upon Metagross's evolution into Mega Metagross, they would be the enhancements in speed and defense, alongside a transformation of its ability. Originally endowed with Clear Body, which rendered it immune to any adverse effects from opponents' abilities or moves, this ability is indeed advantageous in formal battles. However, in a 1 vs N scenario, it proves less effective. Upon evolving into Mega Metagross, its ability shifted to Strong Jaw. This ability amplifies the damage of contact moves, significantly boosting the power of all melee attacks launched by the Pokémon. Luo Yuan's intention in allowing Metagross to cleave through the crowd of ghostly Pokémon with Psychic was aligned with this strategy. Metagross, Hammer Arm. The Mega Metagross, now amidst the ghostly Pokémon, received an enthusiastic welcome from the spectral beings. In their frenzied state, the typically intelligent Ghastly, Haunter, and Gengar transformed into mindless brutes, rushing en masse toward Metagross. Surrounded, the Mega Metagross resembled a solitary silver vessel adrift in a purple ocean, as if a single wave could capsize it. Yet, appearances were deceiving. The Mega Metagross's predicament was not as dire as it seemed. The Ghastly family, being ghost poison-type Pokémon, found their poison-type moves ineffective against the steel-type Metagross. Moreover, the ghost-type move Shadow Ball lacked tracking capabilities, meaning that in such a congested environment, a Shadow Ball aimed from behind would require the elimination of several Ghastly or Haunter to have a chance of hitting Metagross. Those Ghastly attempting to use Curse to torment Metagross had long been detected by Metagross's psychic perception. With a single Hammer Arm, these fragile Pokémon, possessing low physical defense, were effortlessly dispatched. Mega Metagross rampaged through the ranks of ghostly Pokémon, an unstoppable force against which none could stand. Well done, Metagross. Maintain this momentum. Witnessing the substantial reduction of ghostly Pokémon, Luo Yuan felt increasingly vindicated in his choice to utilize the Mega Evolution Stone for Metagross. Indeed, it proved to be his stalwart ally. While controlling Dragonite from a distance to assist Metagross in eliminating stragglers, the ghostly Pokémon dwindled visibly in number. As their ranks thinned, the remaining specters gradually regained their wits. Caw! A sharp cry erupted from a colossal Gengar that appeared to be their leader. The ghostly Pokémon abruptly halted their movements, retreating from Metagross. Awakening, are we? Luo Yuan observed the retreating ghostly Pokémon. At this moment, only half of the original number remained. In a mere 10 minutes, the ground was strewn with fallen Ghastly and Haunter. Caw-caw. The imposing Gengar stepped forward, signaling to Luo Yuan. Luo Yuan deciphered its gestures, understanding it to imply a call for a truce. He was taken aback. Gengar was notorious for its irascibility among Pokémon, with instances of Gengar attacking their trainers. Yet, here was a Gengar proactively seeking peace. Luo Yuan glanced at the Ghastly and Haunter overhead, noting their fearful expressions as they regarded Metagross. He surmised that they were likely intimidated by the prior onslaught, prompting this request for a truce. However, given his advantageous position, merely calling for a ceasefire would render his efforts in vain, yielding no benefits. Communicating his thoughts telepathically to Gengar, the latter bared its teeth in a threatening manner. Yet, upon observing Luo Yuan's nonchalance and the imposing form of Metagross nearby, Gengar ultimately relented. It reached into its shadow, rummaging for a moment, before producing an object. Chapter 107, Golden City. Possessing the ability to conceal treasures within its shadow, Gengar often stashed rare artifacts there. The Gengar leader twisted its head, rummaging through its shadow, eventually retrieving a deep purple orb and extending it toward Luo Yuan. The orb emanated a strange aura, with violet mist seeping forth. Is this the toxic orb? Luo Yuan recognized the object immediately. The toxic orb is an item in the Pokémon world that releases potent toxins upon contact, inducing a poison state in the handler. Moreover, it is a highly coveted treasure for poison-type Pokémon, according to the Pokémon breeding manual in Luo Yuan's mind. Prolonged contact with the toxic orb would enhance the power of poison-type moves by 20 to 30%, intensifying their virulence. Initially, he had only hoped to see if the ghostly Pokémon possessed any valuable items. If not, he would simply apologize and forgive them. To his surprise, he had indeed uncovered something worthwhile. Using telekinesis, Luo Yuan grasped the toxic orb from a distance, scrutinizing it closely. Its surface was encased in a translucent shell of indeterminate material, with a mesmerizing glow shifting within. The Gengar leader, witnessing Luo Yuan seize the toxic orb, wore a pained expression. As an ancient specter, Gengar's intelligence was formidable. Its considerable size and position as leader of the Ghastly and Haunter were largely attributed to this toxic orb. Yet, there was no alternative. If it refused to relinquish it, this demon would undoubtedly wreak havoc upon them. Unbeknownst to Luo Yuan, he had been perceived as a demon by Gengar, yet he felt quite satisfied. All right, take your companions and depart. Also, remember that those controlling you are these individuals. In the future, when encountering anyone clad in such attire, do not hesitate. Launch a Shadow Ball at once. As he spoke, Luo Yuan kicked a Team Rocket member bound by ropes nearby. The kicked Team Rocket agent dared not express anger, fearing that Luo Yuan might throw him directly into the fray of ghostly Pokémon. Hearing Luo Yuan's words, the Jengar leader scrutinized the Team Rocket uniforms, seemingly committing them to memory. Meanwhile, the other Team Rocket members turned pale upon hearing Luo Yuan's remarks. This is an audacious attempt to provoke the Rocket Team. One can easily envision that henceforth, whenever a member of the Rocket Team appears in Ziyuan Town and encounters ghost-type Pokémon, the aftermath of today's brutal skirmish with these spectral creatures will surely escalate into a relentless vendetta. They wished to convey this intelligence to Boss Sakaki, but it was evident that Luo Yuan would not grant them such an opportunity. They could only fervently hope that their comrades, upon visiting Ziyuan Town, would not encounter an overwhelming number of ghost-type Pokémon. With the departure of the ghost-type Pokémon, it seems this year's ghost-catching event in Ziyuan Town will be rendered impossible. Following this fierce confrontation, Luo Yuan had thoroughly vanquished the ghostly Pokémon in the vicinity, ensuring that they would remain dormant for the foreseeable future. Those eager trainers, brimming with anticipation, would undoubtedly be met with disappointment. After contacting Kona to arrange for the local Junsha to come and retrieve the captured Pokémon, Luo Yuan set his course towards Golden City. Situated to the south of Ziyuan Town, the distance between the two locales is not particularly great. Historical records indicate that while Golden City stands as the largest modern metropolis in the Kanto region and serves as an economic hub, its existence dates back significantly longer than that of Ziyuan Town. There are even numerous rumors suggesting that the Pokémon Tower came into being due to the many citizens of Golden City who interred their deceased Pokémon there. In a previous life, Luo Yuan had visited Golden City several times for official duties, though these visits were brief. Thus, this journey marks his genuine arrival in Golden City. To his surprise, the city buzzed with an unexpected vibrancy. Strolling down the streets and surveying the buildings flanking either side, Luo Yuan felt that Golden City's grandeur far exceeded his expectations. In truth, he had been misled by his experiences from his previous life's gaming adventures. The authentic Golden City encompasses far more than the mere dozen structures and scattered NPCs depicted in the game. As the economic nexus of Kanto, Golden City spans tens of thousands of square kilometers and is home to nearly 10 million residents, cohabitating with a myriad of Pokémon, truly a colossal entity. However, the world is indeed small, for even amidst such vastness, Luo Yuan's gaze fell upon familiar figures. What are these three miscreants doing here instead of pursuing Ash's Pikachu? A casual glance down the street revealed the trio of Musashi, Kojiro, and Nyarth, who were busy distributing flyers. The fact that these individuals, whose life goal revolves around capturing Pikachu, had abandoned their pursuit to come to Golden City piqued Luo Yuan's curiosity. Could it be that Ash and his companions had also arrived in Golden City? Luo Yuan mused. Yet he quickly dismissed this notion. It was not that he looked down upon Ash, but given Ash's pace, Luo Yuan surmised he was likely still basking in the sun by the shores of Blue Pool. Disguising himself with a passerby's appearance via a mask, Luo Yuan summoned Dremora to perch upon his head, shielding him from the sun and obscuring his hairstyle as he approached Kojiro, Musashi, and Nyarth. May I have a flyer, please? Certainly. Our Galaxy Game Hall has just opened. We welcome your patronage, Kojiro exclaimed, his spirits lifted upon noticing someone showing interest after distributing flyers all morning. Oh, the Galaxy Game Hall. Does it have any affiliation with the Galaxy team from the Sinnoh region? Luo Yuan inquired while examining the flyer. Upon hearing this question, a sheen of sweat broke out on the foreheads of Kojiro, Musashi, and Nyarth. Although their Galaxy Game Hall was not a direct enterprise of the Galaxy team, it was indeed a front for the Rocket team. The more such connections were implied, the more they feared being associated with the nefarious organization. How could we possibly be related to the Galaxy team? This is a small business, Nyarth hastily proclaimed. Luo Yuan chuckled at Nyarth's words. A talking Nyarth? How rare. Thinking Luo Yuan was astonished by its ability to speak, Nyarth puffed up with pride, reminiscing about the struggles it endured to learn human language. A source of pride for it. Chapter 108, The Rocket Team's Grand Scheme. Nyarth took great pride in its ability to converse, but before it could speak further, Luo Yuan continued. Is this talking Nyarth yours? I am a researcher from the Alliance's Pokémon Anomaly Research Institute, and I would like to study this Nyarth. Name your price. Luo Yuan's statement sent Nyarth into a panic. Concepts such as Research Institute, dissection, and slicing echoed in its mind, causing it to fluff up in terror and hide behind Kojiro and Musashi. Hey, what do you take Nyarth for? Musashi declared indignantly. Although we are in dire need of money, we would never betray our companion. Absolutely, Kojiro chimed in. Musashi, Kojiro. And Nyarth's eyes shimmered with tears of emotion. Are you really not considering it? I could offer a handsome sum, say, 10 million yen. Luo Yuan smiled. 10 million. Musashi, who had been resolute, felt his eyes gleam with gold at Luo Yuan's offer. Kojiro's face mirrored a look of longing. After all, this was 10 million yen. Even though his family was affluent, ever since he joined the rocket team, he had never seen such a sum. It was a fortune that could fund their activities for several years, provided they simply relinquished Nyarth. Kojiro and Musashi eyed Nyarth, who trembled at the prospect. Surely they would not truly consider selling it to this so-called research institute? Let us discuss this, Musashi remarked hastily, pulling Kojiro and Nyarth into a corner. Luo Yuan observed the trio, their conversation clear to him through telepathy. Nyarth, just make a sacrifice. I refuse, Meow. Fear not, we will rescue you. But there are no buts. Do you not trust us? Besides, this so-called Anomaly Research Institute is bound to be filled with rare Pokémon. Together, we can secure a substantial sum and capture numerous precious Pokémon, which we can then present to Boss Sakaki, as they collectively fantasized about such splendid prospects. Nyarth was ultimately persuaded. Very well. At long last, Nyarth resolved to accept Musashi's plan. However, just as the trio prepared to seek out the researcher from the Pokémon Anomaly Research Institute to negotiate a deal, they discovered that the self-proclaimed researcher had vanished without a trace. Left standing with the flyers in hand, the three deluded individuals faced the street, their expressions one of dismay. Luo Yuan had discreetly departed, having merely been toying with them. He was not an actual researcher and had no intention of handing over 10 million yen to the trio, thus opting to leave early. As for this game hall, Luo Yuan had since reverted to his original appearance. Glancing at the flyer's details, he discerned that this establishment bore a striking resemblance to the Rocket Team's game hall in Rainbow City, serving as a mere facade. Sakaki truly is impatient. Having just acquired Mutuo, he is already eager to expand his influence? Luo Yuan pondered, stroking his chin, based on information he had encountered during his tenure as a prosecutor. It was apparent that the Alliance had maintained a reasonable grip over Golden City, given its status as Kanto's economic cornerstone. The Alliance would not allow the Rocket Team to run rampant here. Originally, Golden City lacked a Rocket Team base, with only a few small outposts on the periphery. Sakaki had previously refrained from excessively pressuring the Alliance to avoid provoking a backlash, thus maintaining a balance that favored the Alliance. However, with Sakaki now in possession of Mutuo, the dynamics had shifted, placing the once dominant Alliance in a position of vulnerability. Currently, Sakaki, possessing the formidable Mutuo, finds himself in an unequivocal position of strength. Should he choose to exploit this opportunity to allow Team Rocket's incursion into Goldenrod City, the League would indeed face considerable challenges. The response of the Goldenrod Gym is now of paramount significance. The crux of the conflict between the League and Team Rocket hinges upon the Goldenrod Gym. As a local establishment deeply rooted in Goldenrod City, the gym wields substantial influence. Should it resolve to aid Team Rocket, the League would likely crumble at the first strike. Conversely, if the gym decides to align itself with the League to thwart Team Rocket, the latter's ambitions to seize the gym would undoubtedly encounter formidable resistance. Luo Yuan remains uncertain whether Naji, the gym leader of Goldenrod, mirrors her portrayal in the special edition manga as a member of Team Rocket alongside Mars. If Naji is indeed part of Team Rocket, the League's disadvantage in this confrontation would be insurmountable. To ascertain this, an investigation into the Goldenrod Gym is imperative, yet Naji, as a powerful psychic, complicates the endeavor far beyond the simplicity of probing the Leaf Gym. As Luo Yuan grapples with his dilemma, the mechanical voice of the system resonates. Random task. Investigate Goldenrod Gym. Task reward. 1 silver lottery draw. The system's assignment aids Luo Yuan in his decision-making. Investigating the Goldenrod Gym is not akin to entering a den of lions. There is little to fear. As an idealistic and principled trainer of the new era, how could he possibly turn a blind eye? Luo Yuan would never admit that his desire to draw again and possibly acquire another Mega Evolution Stone also motivates him. He dials Kana's number. Kana, there is something I wish to discuss with you. He proceeds to relay the situation regarding Team Rocket's arcade and their intentions. Upon hearing Luo Yuan's account, Kana does not exhibit surprise, but rather a moment of clarity. So that is how it is? This leaves Luo Yuan perplexed. What do you mean by that? I've received word that Team Rocket seems to be reallocating personnel from Johto City, Hualan City, and Nibi City. The League suspects Team Rocket is planning a significant operation soon, and their target appears to be Goldenrod City. Has Team Rocket indeed withdrawn many of their operatives? Luo Yuan inquires. Based on intelligence, it seems that at least a third of the operatives from these 3 cities have been reassigned. Since the day before yesterday, Team Rocket has completely ceased their attacks in these areas, resulting in a dramatic drop in crime rates. Thus, it is nearly confirmed that Team Rocket intends to strike Goldenrod City. I must ask for your assistance in verifying the situation at the Goldenrod Gym, Luo Yuan implores. I will head to Goldenrod City immediately to prepare for Team Rocket's assault, Kana replies. Chapter 109, Goldenrod Gym. This marks the second collaboration between Luo Yuan and Kana. Both are well acquainted with each other's methods, allowing for seamless cooperation. Luo Yuan takes on the role of a gym challenger, venturing to the Goldenrod Gym to gather intelligence, while Kana mobilizes league personnel to support Luo Yuan, ever ready for a confrontation with Team Rocket. At the entrance of the Goldenrod Gym, Luo Yuan, with a dream demon perched on his shoulder, surveys the establishment. The Goldenrod Gym, located in Goldenrod City, boasts substantial financial resources, evident from its impressive facade. Even the splendid Hualan Gym pales in comparison, and the stone-constructed Nibi Gym is no match at all. Greetings, I am a trainer here to challenge the gym. Luo Yuan states directly to the receptionist upon entering. A challenger? The staff member glances at Luo Yuan, bypassing the inquiry of his name to pose a more curious question. Do you believe in the existence of human psychics? Indeed, Luo Yuan replies without hesitation. Should you not believe, you would be responsible for the reception, the young man begins, only to realize halfway through that Luo Yuan had claimed to believe. This revelation leaves him incredulous. The young man has encountered countless trainers seeking to challenge the gym, and many hesitate when posed with such a question. Luo Yuan's unwavering belief in psychics is a rarity among them. Do you truly believe in the existence of psychics? The young man queries. I genuinely do, Luo Yuan affirms. For I am a psychic myself. The young man is left speechless, thinking this boast to be rather far-fetched. Do not jest. Becoming a psychic is no trivial feat. Do you think everyone possesses the innate talent of someone like Lady Naji? I have been a trainee at the Goldenrod Gym for 3 years, and I have only barely scratched the surface of psychic abilities. He had come to the renowned psychic gym in Kanto out of admiration for psychics, and after 3 years of relentless effort, he has only just managed to grasp the basics. Thus, he finds it implausible that someone would suddenly claim mastery over psychic abilities. As he speaks, he retrieves a spoon, focusing intently on it. After a considerable duration, the spoon bends slightly. Behold, this is true psychic power, the young man declares proudly, displaying the spoon as a testament to his hard-earned skills. Oh, Luo Yuan glances at the inexplicably pompous young man, unable to comprehend the merit of bending a spoon, even slightly. Noticing Luo Yuan's apparent skepticism, the young man becomes increasingly convinced that Luo Yuan cannot be a psychic. In the realm of Kanto's psychics, bending a spoon is a significant demonstration of one's abilities. A genuine psychic would surely be aware of this. This is a hallmark of psychic prowess. According to statistics, those capable of wielding psychic abilities constitute merely 0.001 of the global population. Thus, it is said that 1 in every 10,000 individuals may possess such a gift. He then hands the spoon to Luo Yuan. Try it yourself, and you will understand how challenging it is. The young man contemplates the difficulty awaiting Luo Yuan. I do not find this particularly challenging, Luo Yuan remarks casually, taking the spoon and activating his psychic powers. To the astonishment of the young man, the spoon bends a full 90 degrees as if it were made of pliable clay. Is this real? The young man stares in disbelief, unable to fathom the scene before him. The very person he had dismissed as a braggart turns out to be a formidable psychic. Observing the spoon twisted into a spiral, the young man swallows hard. To bend the spoon with such ease and composure is a feat even their gym's strongest psychic, Lady Naji, cannot accomplish. Are you truly a psychic? Why would I deceive you? Luo Yuan retorts, tossing the spoon back to the young man. He had previously encountered posts online claiming that the Goldenrod Gym was quite insular, and that non-psychics wishing to challenge the gym must first defeat a series of trainees within. Luo Yuan, disinterested in battling these weaker opponents, has chosen to reveal his psychic abilities instead. Clearly, this has had a favorable effect. The young man now envisions Luo Yuan as a prodigious talent akin to Lady Naji, filled with admiration and envy. If you wish to challenge the gym, please follow me, he says, eagerly leading the way. Luo Yuan cannot fathom the young man's reasoning. Is it truly such a big deal to possess psychic abilities? To Luo Yuan, such powers are merely tools to facilitate his daily endeavors, and he finds it incomprehensible that the young man elevates it to the level of veneration. Nonetheless, Luo Yuan chooses not to correct him, as being admired will undoubtedly assist him in gathering intelligence about the Goldenrod Gym. Upon entering the dojo and traversing the hall, the two encountered numerous aspiring psychics diligently honing their extraordinary abilities. Upon sighting Luo Yuan, many of them instinctively attempted to impede his passage. However, once informed of Luo Yuan's formidable powers, their expressions transformed into admiration and envy, mirroring one another's reverence for him. As Luo Yuan proceeded, he pondered the nature of the students at the Golden Yellow Dojo. These individuals were fervent enthusiasts of superpowers, idolizing them and exhibiting unwavering obedience to those endowed with great abilities. This revelation did not bode well for Luo Yuan. It implied that should Nashi choose to ally with Team Rocket, these dojo trainees would blindly follow her lead, standing against the League alongside her. Given the unique nature of psychic Pokémon, if these individuals truly resolved to oppose the League, matters could become exceedingly complicated. It was imperative to ascertain Nashi's stance. If necessary, she would have to be subdued. Luo Yuan's mind conjured the worst-case scenario. "Here we are, Mr. Luo Yuan," the young guide announced, halting at the entrance. "Lady Nashi awaits you inside. I can escort you no further." Chapter 110, Nashi. With a creak, Luo Yuan pushed open the door. He had envisioned countless scenarios, such as being confronted by a throng of Team Rocket operatives ready to ambush him, or encountering a battle arena where Nashi stood poised for combat with her Pokémon. However, he never anticipated the scene that greeted him. What is this? Upon opening the door, he beheld a space reminiscent of a living room, adorned with a fireplace, a sofa, and a luxuriously soft carpet underfoot. The sight was so surreal that, were it not for the pokeball he clutched in his hand, he might have believed he had traversed dimensions once more. His gaze fell upon a figure seated on the sofa before the fireplace. "Nashi?" Luo Yuan inquired. The long, flowing black hair appeared reminiscent of Nashi's. Yet given his experiences since his arrival, which had diverged significantly from the original narrative, he resolved to temper his confidence. "We meet again." Nashi turned her head, her exquisite features betraying no emotion as she uttered a perplexing statement. "We meet again. Have we encountered each other previously?" Luo Yuan was bewildered. He had no recollection of ever having met Nashi, nor did any memories from his predecessor suggest such an encounter. "Apparently, you did not notice," Nashi said, a hint of disappointment in her expression. Suddenly, a spark of realization ignited within Luo Yuan's mind. "Wait, that hypno was you?" "No, more accurately. Was it under your control?" He recalled the hypno they had faced during the confrontation with Team Rocket in Ziyuan Town. Initially, he had assumed it was merely a Pokémon belonging to a Team Rocket officer, sent to protect the researchers. Now, it seemed evident that the creature had indeed been manipulated by Nashi. If that were the case, a troubling truth emerged. Nashi was entangled with Team Rocket. Maintaining a facade of calm, Luo Yuan tightened his grip on the Pokeball containing Metagross. "So, were you the one who intended to rescue Team Rocket yesterday?" he probed, seeking confirmation. Nashi tilted her head thoughtfully at his inquiry, nodding. "You are not entirely incorrect, but what? Perhaps you may find it hard to believe. But I never intended to join Team Rocket," Nashi proclaimed earnestly. "You must be joking," Luo Yuan retorted incredulously. "You intervened to assist Team Rocket and openly acknowledged your involvement. Yet you do not plan to join them? Believe it or not, this is merely a transaction," Nashi elucidated. "Team Rocket has offered me an irresistible incentive." Typically, Nashi was not one to engage in lengthy discussions. However, she possessed her own network of information. Aware of Luo Yuan's ties to the League and his connections with one of the Elite Four, Kina, she sought to avoid being misinterpreted as a defector to Team Rocket, which prompted her lengthy explanation. "What incentive?" Luo Yuan queried, unable to gauge the authenticity of her words. Were Nashi not a psychic herself, he might have employed his abilities to monitor her heartbeat for deceit, but given her own powers, such measures were futile. "Mutuo," Nashi stated calmly, "a powerful psychic Pokémon. I am no match for Mutuo, and Sakaki is willing to allow me to study its abilities in exchange for my assistance in Team Rocket's forthcoming operations. You understand? For a psychic, this is an irresistible temptation." At this juncture, Luo Yuan comprehended her motives. Psychics relentlessly pursued formidable psychic Pokémon. A symbiotic relationship where powerful psychics could nurture the growth of their Pokémon, and vice versa. The ease with which Nashi controlled Hypno indicated that the creature could no longer satisfy her escalating psychic prowess, which explained her agreement to Sakaki's proposal. "Since you have already struck a deal with Team Rocket, why disclose this to me?" Luo Yuan inquired. "I witnessed your battle the other day," Nashi replied, her eyes sparkling with an enthusiasm that starkly contrasted her composed exterior. "When your Metagross transformed into that form, it struck me as being on par with Mutuo." "You intend to?" Luo Yuan's astonishment rendered him nearly speechless. "I have never held Team Rocket in high esteem, and Sakaki is rather stingy. He only agreed to lend me Mutuo for 3 days. Thus, I wish to ally with you against Sakaki and seize Mutuo. Afterward, you may borrow Mutuo for research." Just for a month will suffice. Luo Yuan stared in disbelief. You truly dare to entertain such thoughts? Even as the owner of Metagross, I wouldn't presume to snatch Mutuo from Sakaki. Where does your confidence originate? Interpreting his astonished expression as fear, Nashi reassured him, do not fret. During my previous encounter with Mutuo, I sensed its discontent with Sakaki through its psychic energy. Though faint, it was indeed present. It seeks the meaning of existence. And should you defeat it, I believe it would not reject a new master. Luo Yuan felt a whirlwind of confusion. What was the purpose of his visit to the Golden Yellow Dojo? How had he been swayed into contemplating the capture of Mutuo? Yet, he could not deny that Nashi's words had resonated with him. If what she said was true, there was indeed a chance to wrest Mutuo from Sakaki's grasp. However, one final obstacle loomed. A standard Pokeball would be utterly incapable of containing Mutuo's immense power. Just as the thought crossed his mind, Nashi snapped her fingers, and a silver briefcase soared toward him. With a click, the case opened automatically, revealing a single Pokeball nestled within. I understand your concerns, Nashi assured him. This is the latest Pokeball developed by the Sylph Company, theoretically capable of capturing any Pokémon, including legendary ones. While there may not yet be a proven success story, if you can defeat Mutuo, this Pokeball should adequately contain its power. At that moment, Luo Yuan felt an uncanny sensation. Nashi resembled a system more than any system he had encountered. She had even prepared a Master Ball for him. Sakaki must have encountered an unprecedented stroke of misfortune in seeking her collaboration. Yet, for Luo Yuan, he had no grounds to refuse. Deal. Chapter 111, The Golden Yellow Dojo Match. Luo Yuan and Nashi reached a consensus. She would assist him in seizing Mutuo from Sakaki, after which he would lend Mutuo to her for research. In such a brief span of time, the plan to seize Mutuo had been established, leaving Luo Yuan with an uncanny sense of unreality. Could this possibly be a trap, he pondered. Yet, he swiftly shook his head. If it were indeed a trap, the adversaries would never have presented a Master Ball as bait. Luo Yuan had already verified that this Master Ball was authentic. Thus the likelihood of it being a ruse was exceedingly slim. Nevertheless, despite the logical reasoning, a trace of vigilance lingered in Luo Yuan's heart. Once their discussion concluded, Luo Yuan inquired, shall we not address matters of substance? What matters? Naji replied, somewhat perplexed. Was there anything more pressing than confronting Sakaki and Mutuo? Shouldn't their immediate priority be strategizing against Sakaki? Certainly, it pertains to the gym challenge, Luo Yuan stated while tossing the Pokeball in his hand. You cannot be serious, Naji exclaimed, her expression one of astonishment. From her perspective, given Luo Yuan's demonstrated prowess in Ziyuan Town, he was more than capable of challenging the Elite Four directly. Yet he was now speaking of challenging the gym. I assure you, I am not jesting. My primary objective in coming here is to obtain the Golden Badge. As for the affairs concerning Team Rocket, they are of lesser importance, Luo Yuan asserted. Is it not the duty of gym trainers to accept challengers? Naji, having observed Luo Yuan closely and ascertained that he was indeed serious about challenging the gym, fell silent for a moment, her expression gradually shifting to one of gravity. Follow me, she commanded. This was a fortuitous opportunity for her to engage Luo Yuan in battle and discern what other Pokémon he possessed, aside from the Dragonite and Metagross. With a wave of her hand, a door revealed itself within the wall, leading to the battlefield of the Golden Gym. The young man who had previously attended to Luo Yuan now stood at the edge of the arena, flag in hand, serving as the referee for the match. He first glanced at Lady Nazi, then swiftly redirected his gaze towards Luo Yuan, curiosity gleaming in his eyes. What transpired between Lady Naji and Mr. Luo Yuan during their prolonged conversation? It was no wonder his imagination ran wild. He had never encountered anyone, regardless of gender, who could linger in Lady Naji's presence for over 10 minutes. Yet, Luo Yuan and Lady Naji had spent nearly an hour together, which certainly fueled his musings. However, he was soon jolted back to reality by the chilling glare from Nazi, prompting him to recall her formidable nature. He quickly suppressed his wandering thoughts and adopted a serious demeanor. The match officially commences. Go Gengar. Luo Yuan's first Pokemon was Gengar, while Naji sent forth her first Pokemon, Alakazam. It was evident that Nazi retained a spark of competitive spirit. Having previously only observed Luo Yuan's abilities from a distance, she was now eager to engage him directly, curious about the extent of his strength. Moreover, her prior observations had primarily focused on Luo Yuan's capabilities in group battles. She wished to experience his prowess firsthand to determine whether her plan to wrest Mutuo from Sakaki was indeed sound. Both Pokemon were brimming with determination, as the Gengar family and the Kadabra family were perennial rivals. At this moment, upon seeing each other in the arena, Their competitive fervor intensified. Taking a deep breath to clear her mind of distractions, Nazi's eyes shimmered with a blue light. Alakazam, use confusion. Alakazam's eyes mirrored the blue glow, and its spoon began to warp as an invisible wave of psychic energy surged toward Gengar. Gengar, evade to the right, then counter with Shadow Ball. Psychic energy was intangible, and it was typically challenging for trainers to direct their Pokémon to dodge such attacks. Most relied on their Pokémon's instincts. However, Luo Yuan was different. As a psychic himself, he perceived Alakazam's psychic wave as conspicuous as fireflies in the night. Following Luo Yuan's command, Gengar deftly evaded Alakazam's probing attack, launching a Shadow Ball toward it. Naji, unwilling to let Alakazam absorb the hit, ordered it to teleport to the opposite side of the arena to regroup. Yet, Luo Yuan was not inclined to let Alakazam escape so easily. Both Gengar and Alakazam were first-stage evolutions, with their strengths relatively comparable. Thus, winning this match would not solely hinge on raw power. Instead, the outcome would rely heavily on the trainer's ability to control the battle's rhythm and their synergy with their Pokémon. In terms of synergy, Luo Yuan could not rival Naji, who was able to synchronize her thoughts with Alakazam through psychic connection. Therefore, to secure victory, Luo Yuan needed to seize the initiative in the battle's tempo. If he could dominate the rhythm of the match, victory would be within his grasp. At this moment, the advantage lay with Luo Yuan, as he had taken control. Naji's attempt to test Gengar inadvertently handed the initiative to him. As long as he maintained this lead, triumph would not prove difficult. Gengar, do not grant it a moment's respite. Once more, unleash Shadow Ball. Another Shadow Ball shot toward Alakazam, which narrowly dodged, creating a large crater upon impact with the ground. As a proficient gym trainer, Naji understood the significance of controlling the battle's tempo. Alakazam, use Psybeam. A dazzling, swirling beam of colors surged toward Gengar, aiming to induce confusion. Caught off guard, Gengar was struck squarely by the Psybeam, staggering and appearing as though it might topple at any moment. Now, use Psychic on Gengar, Naji commanded, directing Alakazam to unleash its psychic attack. A vibrant beam of psychic energy surged toward Gengar, which seemed unable to evade, making a direct hit highly likely. A smile graced Naji's face. As it appeared she was on the verge of securing a victory. She was aware that this was not Luo Yuan's primary lineup, yet regardless, defeating a trainer of superior strength was undoubtedly a matter of pride. The clash of psychic energy reverberated through the arena as it struck the disoriented Gengar. The overwhelming force sent tremors through the ground, displacing soil and raising clouds of dust. Naji's expression reflected satisfaction. Her Alakazam was not an ordinary specimen. It was one she had meticulously trained, possessing naturally potent psychic abilities. The power of its psychic was more than double that of a typical Alakazam. Of course, there were drawbacks. The charge time for such a powerful attack was proportionate to its strength. However, against a Pokémon like Gengar, already ensnared in chaos, the duration of the charge became inconsequential. Truly, Lady Naji was formidable. The young man officiating the match thought to himself. In his experience, once Lady Naji was serious, no one could withstand her onslaught. As Gengar succumbed to its incapacitation, the young man prepared to announce Nazi's victory in the first match. Suddenly, Luo Yuan interjected. Wait a moment. Both Naji and the referee turned to him simultaneously. Did he have an objection? Your Gengar should not be able to survive such an attack. Naji inquired. No matter how gifted a Pokémon may be, it must adhere to fundamental principles. That psychic attack was sufficient to defeat even powerful Gengars, let alone a mere Gengar. While the words were indeed correct, Luo Yuan lifted his gaze to meet Nazi's eyes directly. Are you certain that your psychic attack struck my Ghastly? It did. I witnessed it with my own eyes. Sometimes, your eyes can deceive you. As Luo Yuan's voice trailed off, a phantom-like Ghastly suddenly emerged from the shadows behind Yangjila. Yangjila sensed the anomaly almost instantaneously, but by then, it was already too late to respond. A shadow ball coalesced in Ghastly's grasp, and in the blink of an eye, it descended upon Yangjila. Boom. The violent explosion generated a shockwave that propelled Ghastly backward by several meters. However, Yangjila, caught in the epicenter of the blast, was far less fortunate. As it was hurled violently to the ground, the sequence of events nearly left Nazi speechless. Only when Yangjila collapsed did she regain her composure. When did this happen? When did Ghastly get behind Yangjila? It was clearly disoriented just moments ago. Disoriented? That was merely a decoy, Luo Yuan explained. The decoy, achieved by sacrificing a quarter of its energy, creates an exact replica. This replica can be manipulated by Ghastly, which is how I orchestrated this maneuver. Even with the decoy in play, Young Hyla should have sensed Ghastly's approach. Nasi remained perplexed. Psychic-type Pokémon are known for their acute perception. No slight movement goes unnoticed by their telepathy, let alone something as substantial as Ghastly. Why couldn't it? Luo Yuan continued. Your psychic force is indeed formidable, and the mental energy released during the explosion was substantial as well. Ghastly was concealed beneath the decoy's form, and in that moment of chaotic psychic energy, it was ample opportunity for Ghastly to slip behind Young Hyla. Nasi fell silent for a considerable time before recalling the fallen Young Hyla. You won the first battle. The referee, a young man nearby, had been left in awe upon overhearing the exchange between Luo Yuan and Nasi. This was the first time he had witnessed such an exhilarating battle. Typically, trainers challenging the gym relied on type advantages and straightforward strategies, with only a few who grasped tactics and attempted to showcase their skills in front of Nasi, all of whom ultimately learned their place. Over time, this had led him to form a rather mundane notion of gym challenges. But today, the duel between Luo Yuan and Nasi shattered that preconception. He silently vowed never to underestimate trainers challenging the gym again, and he raised his flag. The second match begins. Bang! Nasi's next Pokémon was a Hippowdon. Luo Yuan, however, chose not to continue with Ghastly, opting instead to summon another Pokémon. This battle is yours, Night Giant. Don't let me down. Luo Yuan released the newly captured Night Giant. Although its proficiency was not yet on par with his own. Having previously endured a beating from a Metagross, it wouldn't dare act recklessly. Additionally, it held a type advantage. The pure Ghost type was not as vulnerable as Ghastly, which possessed both Ghost and Poison types that could be countered by Psychic types. Another Ghost-type Pokémon, Nasi felt a wave of discomfort. Previous challengers who had utilized Ghost types against her had only brought one, yet Luo Yuan was already on his second. And to make matters more complicated, he had chosen the Night Giant from the Hoenn region. Fortunately, while Psychic-type moves did not gain any advantage against Ghost types, they also did not suffer any detriment. So the match was still viable. Nasi recognized that the Night Giant was a Pokémon recently captured by Luo Yuan, and if she remained cautious, victory was still within her grasp. Hippowdon, be careful, Nasi cautioned. Roar. Hippowdon nodded, exuding a fierce determination. Compared to the adorably clumsy Snorlax and the lethargic Hippowdon, it appeared exceptionally astute. This wasn't Luo Yuan's first encounter with Hippowdon. He had previously battled the Team Rocket Hippowdon in the city of Tokiwa, so he had some experience. As Night Giant entered the fray, he commanded, Shadow Sneak. The shadow of Night Giant elongated suddenly, stretching toward Hippowdon's rear, before rising up and launching an assault from behind. In Luo Yuan's past gaming experience, Shadow Sneak was a priority move, ensuring it would strike first. While reality did not adhere to such strict mechanics, the speed at which Night Giant executed its attack was beyond the ordinary person's response time. Just as Nasi began to react, the attack from Shadow Sneak struck Hippowdon. Caught off guard, Hippowdon let out a pained cry, its expression contorted in agony. However, Hippowdon clearly demonstrated greater resilience than Young Hyla, as it quickly retaliated despite the surprise attack. A radiant beam of multicolored light shot forth from the gem on Hippowdon's forehead. Illusion Beam. Chapter 113. How to Win Without Filth. As Hippowdon faced the assault, it showcased its battle prowess. Compared to Young Hyla, Hippowdon's strength was markedly superior. The illusion beam surged forth, but Night Giant remained unfazed. Although it had lost to Metagross, that did not imply it feared Psychic-type Pokémon. In its eyes, this Hippowdon was far from the level of Metagross. With a powerful thrust of its legs, Night Giant appeared remarkably nimble despite its large form, gliding to the side as if unburdened. Though Night Giant seemed hefty, its hollow interior meant its average weight was merely 30 kilograms, significantly lighter than Hippowdon, which weighed nearly 80 kilograms. Having followed Nasi across the Kanto region, Hippowdon had little experience battling Night Giant. Its reaction time faltered as it observed Night Giant's agility, allowing the illusion beam to strike the ground nearby. Hippowdon's counterattack failed. Night Giant, don't give Hippowdon a moment to breathe. Use Shadow Ball. Against Psychic-type Pokémon, the best move was undoubtedly Shadow Ball. Mastery of this formidable Ghost-type attack served as a hallmark of a Ghost-type Pokémon's strength. Night Giant's singular eye opened wide, seemingly locking onto a target. Two hands, suspended in the air, began to form a Shadow Ball, which was hurled toward Hippowdon. A perfect opportunity for an attack. Hippowdon, use Protect. A blue light flared to life before Hippowdon. The Shadow Ball crashed against the barrier with a resounding explosion, leaving Hippowdon unscathed behind it. Luo Yuan, unfazed by the thwarted attack, understood that Protect could not be employed consecutively. Curse it! A red light ignited in Night Giant's eyes. Hippowdon, just recovering from the explosion of the shadow ball, was utterly defenseless and fell instantly into a cursed state, emanating an ominous aura. Seeing Hippowdon cursed, Nazi's brow furrowed. The curse was not favorable news. Hippowdon's speed was comparable to Night Giant's, making it easy for both to become locked in a tug-of-war. Once such a stalemate began, the curse would undoubtedly play a decisive role in determining the victor of the battle. After much contemplation, Nazi found herself at a loss. If it were Alakazam, she could leverage speed to quickly end the fight. But Hippowdon was too slow. There was no chance for a rapid resolution. In resignation, she commanded, "Use Psychic." Now, we can only hope to eliminate the Night Giant before the Hippowdon's strength, cursed and waning, is entirely depleted. It has become evident that if a Ghost-type Pokémon is determined to survive, no one can swiftly vanquish it. The Night Giant demonstrated extraordinary resilience against Hippowdon's assaults. With its elusive form, bizarre maneuvers, and formidable special defense, no matter the tactics Hippowdon employed, it was unable to inflict significant damage upon the Night Giant. Instead, the Night Giant incessantly unleashed moves such as Will-O-Wisp, Dazzling Gleam, and Scare, inflicting various negative statuses upon Hippowdon, thereby disrupting its attack rhythm in the most exasperating manner. Luo Yuan sought not to harm the Night Giant, but merely to interrupt Hippowdon's flow. Given that the game mechanics do not allow for two negative statuses to coexist on a Pokémon, it was not long before Hippowdon was afflicted with Burn, Confusion, Curse, and Intimidation. Gradually, its vitality diminished under the curse, ultimately leading to its downfall at the hands of Luo Yuan's insidious strategy. Nazi, witnessing her fallen Hippowdon, felt her face flush with indignation, unsure whether it was anger or embarrassment that consumed her. Amidst the fearful yet cautious gaze of the referee, she took a deep breath, her eyes igniting with sparks of fury. Though she managed to retain her composure, she understood that now was not the time for grievances. Internally, she reminded herself to suppress her anger, as she needed Luo Yuan to capture Mutuo, which helped her subdue her mounting frustration. "Shall we continue to the third round?" Luo Yuan inquired, marveling at Nazi's remarkable restraint. His previous tactics with the Night Giant had been a deliberate ploy to test her. From the intelligence he had gathered, he knew Nazi was not one to easily endure provocation. Her ability to maintain composure now indicated her genuine need for his assistance. "No need. I have already grasped your capabilities," Nazi replied, though her suppressed anger was evident. Up to this point, Luo Yuan had only deployed 2 Ghost-type Pokémon. Neither his mainstay Dragonite nor Metagross had made an appearance, rendering any further testing pointless. Then, the Golden Badge. "Here you go." Nazi tossed the badge to Luo Yuan, commanding him to follow her as she strode away from the battlefield, disregarding him entirely. Acknowledging his own culpability, Luo Yuan paid little mind to Nazi's tantrum, finding her current demeanor more reflective of a typical 17 or 18-year-old girl. As he pocketed the badge, he ignored the system notification indicating a chance for a lottery draw and trailed after Nazi. "Mr. Luo Yuan, you are truly impressive," the young referee remarked, gazing at him with admiration. He had never seen anyone provoke Nazi to such a degree without being turned into a doll. In the past, anyone who dared upset her would inevitably find themselves transformed into a plush toy to cool off. "From now on, Mr. Luo Yuan shall be my idol," the youth declared, though he seemed to forget he was in the presence of a formidable individual. No sooner had he spoken than a Jengar appeared before him, brandishing a spoon in each hand. The young man's expression shifted to one of sheer terror. "No, I was wrong," he stammered. But his apology was cut short as a cascade of colorful light enveloped him, lifting him into the air, and with a swift motion, he was transformed into a doll, landing in Jengar's grasp. A glimmer of delight flickered in Jengar's eyes as it placed the doll in a nearby display case, then vanished into thin air. Chapter 114, Sakaki's Ambition. Time flew by, and before long, 3 days had elapsed, arriving at the appointed time for Sakaki and Nazi. "Are you truly prepared?" Nazi inquired with a serious expression directed at Luo Yuan. "You've already asked me this 10 times. I am ready. All my Pokémon are primed," Luo Yuan replied with exasperation. During his stay at the Golden Gym over the past few days, Nazi had entirely reshaped his perception of her. Previously, he had gathered that Nazi was a cold, unyielding figure, devoid of empathy. However, upon closer acquaintance, he discovered that she resembled a spoiled young lady, impatient, vengeful, and somewhat obsessive. This stark contrast was so striking that, had Luo Yuan not witnessed her bewildering powers firsthand, he might have questioned her authenticity. "Are you truly prepared?" Sakaki is a notably cautious individual. Given that Team Rocket was planning an incursion into Golden City, he undoubtedly had a considerable force at his disposal. Yet, No matter the number of personnel Sakaki brought, they could not obstruct the might of the Elite Four, Dato and Kanna, who now commanded Golden City in the name of the Pokémon League. Even if Sakaki were to summon the entirety of Team Rocket, they would still stand a fighting chance. While the League's authority had certainly been challenged by Team Rocket over the years, it still wielded significant dominion and mobilization capability. Upon receiving credible intel regarding Sakaki's intentions towards Golden City, the League swiftly dispatched Dato and Kanna from the Hoenn region to join the battle against Team Rocket. Reports indicated that the Hoenn champion, Zvok Daigo, was also en route to Kanto on a private plane to assist in the League's efforts against Team Rocket. Upon hearing Luo Yuan's words, Natsu seemed to realize her own excessive anxiety and allowed her taut nerves to relax slightly. Then, follow me. Sakaki just sent word. We are to meet at an abandoned manor on the outskirts of Golden City, she stated, regaining her usual icy demeanor, exuding an air of haughty superiority. Finally, some news. Luo Yuan felt as though he might go mad if he did not receive any updates soon. After checking his attire and the mask on his face to ensure everything was in order, he prepared to assume the role of a Golden Gym trainee, accompanying Natsu as her assistant. He also made a quick call to Kanna and Dato, instructing them to await his signal before proceeding. Together, he followed Natsu towards the outskirts of Golden City. Adjacent to the Shirafuf Company, a towering building that should have been bustling with activity now stood silent, starkly contrasting the lively Golden City. This building had been rented by a company under Team Rocket's control a month prior and was currently under their dominion. If one could peer through the one-way glass windows, they would witness countless Team Rocket members bustling about. On the top floor, Sakaki was absorbed in contemplation over a map of Kanto. No one would suspect that the leader of Team Rocket, who had recently attacked the Quartz Plateau, was still lingering in Golden City. Sakaki, all personnel are ready and can mobilize at any moment, his secretary, Masera, reported as she entered the room. Typically composed, a glint of excitement shone in Masera's eyes. As a member of Team Rocket, she was thrilled by its expansion and growth. I see, Sakaki replied, absent of discernible emotion as he stroked the head of his Persian. What of Natsu? Has she agreed to collaborate with us? His tone was unusually grave, for this was a crucial element of his strategy. If Natsu consented to join forces, the likelihood of success in his plans would significantly increase. She has just replied. She is en route to the meeting location, Masera responded. Excellent. Then we have cleared the last obstacle to our entry into Golden City, Sakaki affirmed. As he spoke, he gazed out the window, his gaze landing upon the towering Shirafuf building. Masera followed his line of sight. The Shirafuf Company. Once we seize control of Golden City, we can take over Shirafuf and acquire the technology to manufacture Master Balls. When the time comes, we shall harness the power of Mewtwo, and all legendary Pokémon will fall under the dominion of Team Rocket. At that point, nothing in this world will stand in our way. Sakaki's ambition knows no bounds. As a formidable leader, he is not content with merely acquiring Mewtwo. His aspirations have swelled after the assault on the Quartz Plateau, and his appetite extends beyond the Kanto and Chengdu regions. With his sights set on global domination, he recognizes that relying solely on one legendary Pokémon is precarious. Although legendary Pokémon are powerful, they are not invincible. Champions from various regions possess the capability to rival or even defeat them, provided they utilize the advantage of type matchups. To confront the vast Pokémon League, a solitary, somewhat obstinate Mewtwo is far from sufficient. He has now turned his attention towards the Master Ball technology of the Sylph Company. With Mewtwo as his foundational asset, he yearns to capture even more legendary Pokémon. Only by commanding a substantial number will he achieve true dominance. I too eagerly await that day. Jin Yao is equally exhilarated. Let us go. Gather the team to meet Naji, Sakaki declared, rising to his feet. The first step towards realizing his ambitions is to secure Goldenrod City, and the assistance of the local Goldenrod Gym leader will undoubtedly yield significant advantages. He has meticulously devised a strategy. Once Goldenrod City is under his control, he plans to utilize Mewtwo alongside the Psychic-type Pokémon from the Goldenrod Gym to construct a light wall above the city, effectively sealing it off until he acquires the Master Ball manufacturing technology from Sylph Company. With the capture of an additional legendary Pokémon, he could eliminate the League's threat, no longer needing to skulk like a rat in the shadows, but instead walking boldly in the light. How many personnel shall we bring? Jin Yao inquired. Sakaki pondered for a few moments before decisively responding. Athena, Apollo will secure the building. Chakra and Oka, accompany me. This time, he has truly invested heavily. Not only have 2 of the 3 beasts been summoned, but even the 4 generals from the far-off Chengdu region have been recalled. Is it really necessary? Jin Yao questioned. Somewhat perplexed, In her view, with Mutuo present, no one could possibly defeat Sakaki. To ensure absolute certainty, Sakaki replied, exhibiting his prudence. Understood. Chapter 115. Farewell, Gungue. Is this the designated meeting place? Luo Yuan and Naji arrived at the location agreed upon with Sakaki, and Luo Yuan surveyed the surroundings. It was an abandoned estate, situated between Goldenrod City and Ziyuan Town. The area was desolate and tranquil, devoid of human presence for miles, making it an ideal battleground. Naji, as the gym leader of Goldenrod, was acutely aware of this. She had a responsibility to the residents of Goldenrod City. If the confrontation with Team Rocket were to occur within the city, she would have reservations, but in this secluded setting, she felt a sense of relief. She scanned the interior of the estate with her psychic abilities and turned to Luo Yuan. Are there any ghost-type Pokémon we need to deal with inside? As she spoke, a horde of Ghastly and Haunter, sensing the psychic disturbance, erupted from the estate, flailing their claws. Luo Yuan cast a glance over, momentarily taken aback, then smirked as he recognized some familiar faces. He halted Naji, who was about to unleash Udi, and waved at the Haunter and the leading Gungue. Greetings. My friends, we meet again. Attracted by Luo Yuan's voice, the multitude of ghost-type Pokémon turned their attention to him. Upon realizing who it was that greeted them, their expressions shifted dramatically. They came to a sudden halt midair, with some timid, ghastly, even turning tail and fleeing. The foremost Gungue wore a look of sheer terror, internally lamenting, "Damn it, how did we encounter this bane once more?" They had relocated from the Pokémon Tower in Ziyuan Town to this abandoned estate specifically to evade him. Yet he still seemed intent on pursuing them. Naji recognized the group as well. Aren't these the same ghost-type Pokémon that were previously under control? A peculiar expression crossed her face. What a coincidence. This must be fate. Luo Yuan waved to the leading Gungue. Though reluctant, Gungue, fearing Luo Yuan's formidable presence, gradually approached, its characteristic grin replaced by a look of despair. Don't wear such a grimace. I have no plans to harm you. Just smile a little, Luo Yuan urged. Gungue thought to itself, I'll believe it when I see it. But the painful memory of the toxic orb still lingered, making it imperative not to provoke this formidable adversary. Thus, it forced a smile that was more painful than tears. That Gungue's smile is quite the sight. Naji chuckled. Gungue, filled with resentment, thought, what am I supposed to do? If I frown, it's wrong. If I smile, it's also wrong. Enough. Luo Yuan interjected, shifting his gaze to Gungue. Why have you relocated here? Isn't the Pokémon Tower a more suitable refuge? Jia. Gungue gestured animatedly. Luo Yuan grasped its meaning. Part of the reason was indeed to evade him, while another was that the Ghost Capture Festival was currently taking place in Ziyuan Town, prompting them to vacate the Pokémon Tower annually at this time to avoid human capture. So this is the survival strategy of these ghost-type Pokémon? Luo Yuan felt he had uncovered the secret behind the unending capture of ghost-type Pokémon at the Pokémon Tower. It turns out that these powerful beings consciously avoid human hunters each year. Of course, Luo Yuan had no intention of causing them any harm. While he was no saint, he would not strip any Pokémon of their right to freedom. He even advised, if possible, it would be wise to steer clear of this area. Jia? Gungue tilted its head, puzzled by Luo Yuan's suggestion. There will be a large-scale battle here shortly. Remaining in this vicinity may put you at risk, Luo Yuan explained. Having previously collected Gungue's toxic orb, he felt it was only fair to return the favor with a warning. Jia. Gungue shook its head and gestured again. You claim this is your last sanctuary and that you intend to protect it? Luo Yuan replied, exasperated. Don't be foolish. The upcoming battle is beyond your capacity to withstand. The adversaries you will face are exponentially stronger than any trainers you have previously encountered. Jia. Gungue persisted. Luo Yuan, listening to its insistence, wore a bemused expression. You wish to assist me? He regarded Gungue, incredulous that this Pokémon, which had suffered at his hands, would now offer to help him. In response to Luo Yuan's skepticism, Gungue nodded. It was not a case of Stockholm Syndrome. It simply did not want to lose its home. As an ancient Gungue, it possessed considerable intelligence, having witnessed Luo Yuan's formidable prowess before. And with an inevitable battle looming, it realized that unless it chose to abandon its habitat, its only option was to aid Luo Yuan. Over time, all Pokémon territories had been delineated. Forests belonged to bug and bird-type Pokémon, while grasslands were inhabited by the Nido family and the Abra. Every locale had been claimed by various Pokémon species. Departing its habitat would leave them nowhere to go. Wishing to preserve their home, they could only opt to assist Luo Yuan. Very well, if you are resolute, Luo Yuan acquiesced, having no further objections. Since they were adamant about helping him, he would not be so petty as to refuse. These Pokémon were no weaklings. They would serve as competent allies against Team Rocket. Sakaki has yet to arrive. What should we do now? Naji inquired, her concern evident. Has he caught wind of something? Fear not. We shall simply wait. Wait. Just moments ago, I received word that Kanna has confirmed the location of Team Rocket's base in Golden City and is currently mobilizing personnel for an ambush. Duz is en route. And the later Sakaki arrives, the more advantageous it is for us. Chapter 116, The Arrival of Sakaki. Luo Yuan settled Gingue and numerous Guis and Gistong amidst the ruins of the abandoned mansion, allowing them to conceal themselves within the shadows. Ghost-type Pokémon are natural adversaries to psychic types. If they merely hid, it is likely that when Mutwo approached, it would detect the presence of the ghost types. However, by lurking in the shadows, as long as Mutwo does not conduct a meticulous search, it will undoubtedly fail to uncover those Guis and Gistong hidden in the darkness. Having arranged everything, Luo Yuan and Naji quietly awaited the arrival of Team Rocket. They have arrived, just as Luo Yuan and Naji prepared themselves. The distant horizon resonated with the throaty roar of rotors. A black helicopter emblazoned with the red R insignia sped towards the abandoned mansion. Team Rocket's audacity was becoming increasingly brazen. Once, they were notably cautious, but now, with Sakaki having acquired Mutwo, Team Rocket had begun to transition from the shadows to the forefront. Naji nodded, her demeanor far less relaxed than Luo Yuan's. The pressure from Sakaki weighed heavily upon her. Luo Yuan noticed her hands clenched into tight fists behind her, clearly betraying her anxiety. There's no need to be nervous. Leave Sakaki to me. And you focus on holding off the others, Luo Yuan reassured her. Before Naji could respond, the helicopter had already landed on the overgrown lawn of the mansion. With a thud, Sakaki disembarked in polished black shoes, sporting a slicked-back hairstyle and a tailored black suit, accompanied by Meowth, exuding the air of a crime lord. Following closely were Chakra, whom he had recently extricated from the League's prison, and Uka, a figure reminiscent of a small giant. 2 executives? This could prove troublesome. While Naji remained in the dark, Luo Yuan had already noted 2 of the 3 beasts of the team following Sakaki. Chakra he had faced before, and his strength was certainly formidable, while Uka, though untested against Luo Yuan, likely possessed comparable power, given his association with Chakra. With this in mind, the original plan became untenable. The strategy had been for Luo Yuan to confront Sakaki directly, while Naji held off Sakaki's subordinates. But with the presence of 2 executives, it was clear Naji could not contend with them. Thus, Luo Yuan quickly communicated telepathically to Naji, be cautious of the 2 behind Sakaki. They are high-ranking executives of Team Rocket, Chakra, and Uka, and they are not weak. Upon hearing this, Naji's expression froze. Facing even one of Team Rocket's high-ranking officers was already a challenge for her, let alone 2. Even with Gingue hidden within the mansion, they would still be at a disadvantage. What should we do? Naji replied through their mental link, her own anxiety palpable. Initially believing Sakaki would invade Golden City with minimal backup, she had anticipated a relatively straightforward confrontation. The unexpected turn of events left her somewhat flustered. Do not worry. I am prepared. I have already signaled Duz, but due to the need for stealth, his position is somewhat distant, and he will require a bit of time to arrive. For now, you must do your best to delay Sakaki, Luo Yuan said, exhibiting a meticulous caution. He had already devised several contingency plans for various scenarios before their arrival. This minor setback, he believed, would not significantly impact their overall strategy. Reassured by Luo Yuan's confidence, Naji's heart steadied slightly. She raised her gaze to the approaching Sakaki. We meet again. Sakaki first scrutinized Naji, then turned his attention to Luo Yuan at her side, ultimately returning his gaze to Naji. Who is he? Originally, it had been agreed that Naji would come alone to the meeting to prevent any leaks of their plan, and the presence of an additional individual raised Sakaki's suspicions, casting a serious expression across his face. Chakra and Uka shifted their gazes around, hands poised over their pokeballs. He is my subordinate, a capable assistant, Naji stated, deliberately emphasizing the word capable to mask her growing unease. Sakaki scrutinized Naji, and after ensuring from Chakra and Uka's expressions that no League personnel were lurking nearby, a smile returned to his face. A subordinate, is it? I hope such misunderstandings do not arise in our future collaborations. Indeed not, Naji replied with an icy demeanor, as if nothing could affect her. Coldness had always been the simplest and most effective means of concealing one's emotions. Sakaki, too, was momentarily deceived by Naji's facade. Since you have come here, it signifies your agreement to our transaction with Team Rocket. As he spoke, Mutwo's form gradually materialized from the air. Its body, adorned with a mix of pearly white and purple armor, long tail, and an overwhelming aura of pressure emanating from within, captivated everyone's attention the moment it appeared. Naji nodded. No one could refuse Mutuo. Sakaki remained non-committal, turning to Mutuo. The reason for summoning Mutuo at this moment was to employ its powers to discern the veracity of Naji's statements. Although such an action might seem excessive for a legendary Pokémon, given the stakes involved, Sakaki felt it prudent to exercise caution. Mutuo's eyes glimmered with blue light as it nodded. She is not lying. Hearing this, Naji exhaled a sigh of relief. The pressure of being scrutinized by a psychic legendary was indeed formidable. This statement was not false. She truly could not refuse Mutuo, yet she was slightly more avaricious. Wishing for more, then let us enjoy a pleasant cooperation. Sakaki extended his hand toward Naji, with Mutuo affirming that Naji was truthful. It indicated that she indeed intended to collaborate with him. Naji regarded Sakaki, pondering how to further delay the proceedings when Mutuo spoke once more. Wait. Sakaki turned to Mutuo. Is there an issue? As he spoke, he had already grasped the Pokeball at his waist, prepared to unleash his Pokemon should the situation turn dire. Why are you wearing a mask? Mutuo pointed at Luo Yuan. At this declaration, Naji's expression shifted dramatically, and Sakaki instantly became alert, with Chakra and Uka entering a battle-ready stance. Who are you? Sakaki demanded of Luo Yuan, his gaze dangerously scrutinizing, his suspicion towards Naji momentarily subsiding, given Mutuo's prior confirmation of her honesty. However, the notion of the League placing an operative beside Naji to uncover Team Rocket's schemes rapidly formed in his mind. Chapter 117, The Dream Begins. As a shrewd leader, Sakaki was remarkably decisive. The moment he reached a conclusion, he acted. Eliminate him, Beedrill. Buzz. A flash of white light surged forth as the hum of rapidly vibrating wings filled the air, and a yellow-bodied, black-striped Beedrill materialized, its stingers glinting menacingly. Beedrill exhibited a high level of synergy with Sakaki, immediately transforming into a yellow blur as it lunged toward Luo Yuan, its twin stingers aimed directly at his throat, displaying Sakaki's ruthless intent. Luo Yuan sensed something amiss the moment Mutuo spoke. Having anticipated such a turn of events, he was not caught off guard by Beedrill's assault. He raised a hand and tossed forth a Pokeball. The imposing figure of Dragonite emerged before him. The bond between Dragonite and Luo Yuan was equally strong, if not stronger than that with Beedrill, and upon its arrival, one rounded claw lunged towards Beedrill. Meteor Fist. Boom. The formidable Beedrill was forcefully pinned to the ground, creating a deep crater in the earth beneath it. Its wings flapped vigorously, yet to no avail. Before the Dragonite, Beedrill appeared as fragile as an infant. Without waiting for Luo Yuan's command, Dragonite unleashed a thick arc of electricity from the two feelers atop its head. 100,000 volts. ZZZZ. The Beedrill, trapped beneath Dragonite, was instantly overwhelmed by a surge of electric shock. Damn it. That Beedrill was one of his most powerful trump cards, and he never anticipated such a swift defeat upon its entrance. This misfortune was primarily due to his own negligence. He had failed to foresee the sudden appearance of a Dragonite. The advantage of Sakaki's Beedrill lay in its speed and agility, but it collided headfirst with the robust and immensely powerful Dragonite. Its fate was sealed. By the time Sakaki realized the gravity of the situation, it was already too late. Dragonite. DUI? Sakaki inquired of Luo Yuan. According to the intelligence he had gathered, there was only one trainer in the entire Kanto region capable of training a Dragonite to such an extent. DUI. I'm afraid you've made a mistake, Luo Yuan replied. As he spoke, Chakra felt a familiar resonance in that voice, as if he had heard it somewhere before. A flash of inspiration struck Chakra, who promptly exclaimed, Boss Sakaki. He's Luo. Before Chakra could finish, a streak of blue light suddenly surged from beside him, leaving him dizzy and then engulfed in searing pain. The agony felt as though a red-hot iron skewer had been thrust into his brain, twisting relentlessly. He yearned to retaliate with his Pokeball, but the soul-wrenching pain rendered him paralyzed, his body contorting like a shrimp. Uka, help me, Chakra cried, summoning every ounce of strength. Uka, noticing the turmoil afflicting Chakra, turned to Naza and demanded, What have you done to Chakra? As you can see, Naza replied, commanding his Garde of War to deliver a final psychic blow to the incapacitated Chakra, ensuring his complete unconsciousness. Of course, I have eliminated him. However, Uka, who was known for his eloquence, wanted to ask Naza why she had suddenly turned against them, given that they had previously agreed to collaborate. But Naza had no intention of engaging in further dialogue. She directed Garde of War to unleash a phantom light, which was thwarted by the Kecleon perched atop Uka's head. You despicable woman! Uka exclaimed, throwing out his pokeball, summoning two Lurantis to confront Gardevoir and Naza. Naza, undeterred by the failed strike, remained committed to the plan laid out by Luo Yuan. Her mission was simply to entangle these two rocket executives. Having successfully eliminated one, she only needed to delay the giant to prevent him from interfering with Luo Yuan's battle. With that in mind, Naza engaged Gardevoir in a strategic dance with Uka. In this regard, Gardevoir had a natural advantage with its ability to teleport. Everything transpired in the blink of an eye. The person across from him had unleashed a Dragonite that swiftly vanquished his Beedrill, while Naza, who was supposed to be an ally, had suddenly betrayed him, dispatching one of his subordinates, Chakra. If Sakaki still did not recognize this as a trap, then his tenure as the leader of Team Rocket would be for naught. Who on earth was Luo? Could it be Luo Yuan? Sakaki turned his gaze toward Luo Yuan. He had clearly heard Chakra's last word, Luo, and in all of Kanto, there was only one trainer of such formidable strength bearing that name, Luo Yuan. Yet, one thing puzzled Sakaki. Luo Yuan was not known to have a Dragonite. None of the intelligence he had gathered or the reports from Chakra and others indicated that Luo Yuan possessed a Dragonite. However, there was no need for Sakaki to dwell on this, as Luo Yuan himself removed his mask. Indeed, it is I. So, Sakaki, we finally meet, Luo Yuan declared. Addressing Sakaki, Luo Yuan. Upon confirming that the individual before him was indeed Luo Yuan, Sakaki's expression darkened ominously. How dare you show your face here? Sakaki had long harbored a desire to eliminate Luo Yuan. Since the incident in Shirjima City, Team Rocket had suffered nearly 1,000 casualties at Luo Yuan's hands, including one high-ranking officer, 4 mid-level officers, and over 10 squad leaders, not to mention countless ordinary members. And now, this audacious individual had the gall to appear before him. Why shouldn't I? Luo Yuan retorted, standing behind Dragonite, and with a resounding crash, he summoned his Metagross to stand before him. It seems the situation is more dire for you now. Humph. Sakaki responded with a low, sinister chuckle, regarding Luo Yuan with confidence. Clearly, you remain oblivious to the power I wield. Sakaki's gaze was filled with self-assurance, convinced that he could easily subdue Luo Yuan. Oh, Luo Yuan glanced at the watching Mutuo. Sakaki followed suit, and upon meeting Sakaki's gaze, Mutuo raised its head, inquiring, what do you require of me? To Mutuo, it mattered little whom it assisted in vanquishing. It had chosen to ally with Sakaki because he had promised to help it seek the meaning of existence. Eliminate this pest, Sakaki commanded, pointing at Luo Yuan and the 2 Pokémon standing before him. Just these 2 Pokémon. Mutuo's tone remained cold, devoid of any emotional fluctuation. Chapter 118, Mutuo vs. Mega Metagross. Indeed, Sakaki affirmed with a nod. Afterward, he turned his attention back to Luo Yuan, though the heart of a tyrant prevented him from gloating triumphantly. A cold smile graced his lips. As the creator of Mutuo and its current temporary master, Sakaki possessed profound knowledge of Mutuo's strength. Mutuo was extraordinarily powerful, capable of effortlessly defeating the Elite Four even with its restraining devices. To Sakaki, dealing with Luo Yuan was a mere formality. Clank. The sound of armor clashing echoed as Mutuo took 2 steps forward, its aura surging dramatically. A powerful presence descended, enveloping Luo Yuan in a sensation akin to being shackled. Is this the feeling of oppression? Luo Yuan, well-versed in Mutuo's abilities, recognized the force and immediately associated it with Mutuo's characteristic of pressure. However, he swiftly shook his head. It was more than mere pressure. Such overwhelming force could not stem solely from that ability. There must be a mental component at play. Mutuo was exerting its psychic powers to impose pressure. Metagross and Dragonite braced themselves, their gazes fixated on Mutuo, clearly sensing its formidable strength. The disparity between a god and a mere Pokémon was not as trivial as it appeared in games. The gap was far more profound than the mere 680 base stats. Upon feeling Mutuo's might, Luo Yuan silently acknowledged that his previous caution had been justified. Although Mega Metagross boasted a base stat of 700, surpassing Mutuo's 680. Witnessing the true power of Mutuo left Luo Yuan uncertain of his Mega Metagross's ability to secure victory. Yet whether he could triumph remained to be seen in battle. Under Sakaki's bewildered gaze, Luo Yuan raised his arm and called out to Metagross. Metagross. Buzz. Metagross responded with its characteristic hum. Whoosh. In that instant, vibrant colors erupted simultaneously from Luo Yuan's wrist and Metagross, as if in harmonious response. What is that? Uka, observing from a distance, was drawn to the spectacle unfolding on Luo Yuan's side. It has begun. Nazi's lips curled into a smile as she observed Oka's expression of utter bewilderment. Although the Metagross belonged to Luo Yuan, she felt an inexplicable sense of pride at that moment. What is this? Sakamoto furrowed his brow, directing a questioning gaze towards Luo Yuan. He was completely unaware of Luo Yuan's intentions, yet a sense of foreboding gripped him. He contemplated issuing an order to Mutuo to interrupt this unfolding scenario, but Mutuo was evidently captivated by the events before it. Their alliance was merely temporary, and it was not inclined to follow Sakamoto's commands blindly. With keen interest, Mutuo observed the scene, its mind filled with the countless pieces of knowledge that humanity had instilled since its inception. However, this particular occurrence was not something it had learned about, evoking a sense of novelty within it. In the face of its own curiosity, what weight did Sakamoto's orders carry? Amidst the dazzling interplay of light, a radiant glow enveloped the Metagross. With a roar, the immense sphere of light surrounding it shattered, revealing the Mega Metagross before the astonished onlookers. An aura, though devoid of oppression, exuded from the Mega Metagross, rivaling even that of Mutuo. This is... Sakamoto's pupils constricted sharply upon witnessing the Mega Metagross. He had neither seen nor heard of such a form before. It appeared as though it had undergone another evolution. Was this a new technology or a type of item? Sakamoto mused, simultaneously commanding Mutuo, dispose of it. In truth, Mutuo had already surged forward without needing Sakamoto's instruction. This Pokémon was the strongest adversary it had encountered since its creation, entirely distinct from the foes it had easily dispatched before. Its curiosity regarding the strength of this oddly transformed Pokémon surpassed even that of Sakamoto. Go, Metagross, Iron Fist. Upon hearing Luo Yuan's command, the Mega Metagross lunged at the approaching Mutuo. With its 4 iron arms swinging, it launched a powerful punch towards Mutuo's head. In a flash, Mutuo conjured a massive spoon out of thin air, using it to deflect the Metagross's assault. The clash of metal produced a shower of sparks as both Pokémon, suspended in midair, retreated simultaneously. Yet, Mutuo's offensive was far from over. While it fell back, it concentrated a shadowy sphere of energy in its grasp, extending its arm to hurl the Shadow Ball at the Metagross. The Metagross remained unfazed, having already summoned a wall of light to intercept the Shadow Ball. Mutuo's Shadow Ball was formidable, shattering the light barrier, yet it provided the Metagross with ample time to sidestep the incoming attack. Simultaneously, the Metagross opened its mouth, unleashing a beam of energy tinged with silver light towards Mutuo. Caught in the act of throwing the Shadow Ball, Mutuo found itself unable to evade the sudden onslaught. However, a flash of blue light enveloped it, forming a protective sphere of energy. This blue orb appeared almost tangible. From a distance, Luo Yuan perceived this sphere as akin to a light wall, albeit seemingly more intricate. The Metagross's light cannon struck the blue sphere just as it solidified, colliding with a force reminiscent of crashing waves, while Mutuo's blue orb stood resilient against the onslaught. Both forces remained locked in a stalemate. Yet, it was evident that Mutuo's blue sphere was not an impenetrable defense. As the light cannon continued to batter against it, fine cracks began to form on its surface. The subtle sound of fissures emerging amidst the chaos of battle not lost on Luo Yuan, who possessed telepathic abilities. Put in more effort, Luo Yuan urged the Metagross. Due to habitual training, the Metagross had not been exerting its full power, as Luo Yuan had always instructed it to reserve some strength in case of a counterattack. Upon hearing Luo Yuan's command, the Metagross complied immediately, intensifying its effort and significantly enlarging the output of its light cannon. Mutuo, already straining to withstand the impact of the light cannon, found itself on the brink of faltering as the Mega Metagross amplified its assault. Mutuo, teleport. Evade. Sakamoto cleverly interjected, guiding Mutuo's actions. Sakamoto's mind was clear. He recognized that while Mutuo outwardly obeyed him, it harbored deep-seated distrust. Therefore, he refrained from issuing direct commands initially, understanding that Mutuo's pride would prevent it from heeding his orders and would only lead to humiliation. Thus, he waited until Mutuo found itself at a disadvantage before offering guidance. If Mutuo managed to escape the perils of battle by following his advice, it would foster a sense of trust in him. Conversely, if it disregarded his instructions and faced setbacks, it would likely feel remorse, equally beneficial for nurturing their rapport. This was Sakamoto's strategic acumen. At this juncture, Mutuo found itself cornered, with the Metagross's light cannon threatening to breach its defenses when Sakamoto's voice reached its ears. True to Sakamoto's expectation, Mutuo instinctively chose to follow his command, employing its teleportation ability to evade the impending threat. The silver glowing beam of energy streaked past, striking the helicopter position behind Sakamoto. With a resounding explosion, The helicopter erupted into a fiery ball, a small mushroom cloud rising from where it had once stood. Well done, Metagross. Luo Yuan beamed with satisfaction at the sight before him. He had never anticipated defeating Mutuo in a single blow. His initial objective had been to incapacitate the helicopter carrying Sakamoto and his companions. By destroying it, he intended to trap them, and once reinforcements arrived, Sakamoto would be ensnared. Unbeknownst to Sakamoto, he could easily surmise Luo Yuan's intentions regarding the helicopter's destruction. Are you attempting to cut off my escape route? Sakamoto's expression darkened. He felt thoroughly outmaneuvered. Since ascending to the role of Team Rocket's leader and expanding their influence throughout the Kanto region, he had not encountered such a predicament in a long time. Mutuo, use Shadow Ball, Sakamoto commanded, his voice tinged with suppressed fury. Although Mutuo was reluctant to follow Sakamoto's orders, it recognized the formidable strength of its opponent. Encumbered by its restraining device, it was uncertain of its ability to overcome the threat. Reluctant to concede defeat, Mutuo raised its hand and unleashed a Shadow Ball, choosing to comply with Sakamoto's command. Had it truly set aside its pride? While the Metagross effortlessly dismantled the Shadow Ball, Luo Yuan's smile faded, his gaze sharpened. For him, Mutuo was not a significant concern. Despite its power, it lacked extensive battle experience due to its recent creation. With the Mega Metagross at his disposal, he had numerous strategies to vanquish Mutuo. However, the situation grew increasingly precarious now that Mutuo had acquiesced to Sakamoto's guidance. As the leader of Team Rocket and a former gym leader of the Tokyo Gym, Sakamoto was undoubtedly one of the most skilled trainers in the Kanto region. Metagross, be cautious, Luo Yuan cautioned. With a determined stance, the Metagross spread its limbs wide, its eyes glowing red in response to Luo Yuan's directive. We'll take the initiative. Mega Metagross, use Meteor Fist. The true strength of the Mega Metagross lay in close combat. To best Mutuo, they would need to rely on melee prowess. Although Sakaki was unaware of the formidable strengths possessed by the Mega Metagross, he understood one fundamental principle: thwart the opponent's intentions at all costs. Mutuo, evade and continue using Shadow Ball, he promptly commanded, instructing Mutuo to avoid direct confrontation with the Mega Metagross. Given Mutuo's agility, he was confident that as long as they persistently utilized Shadow Ball to wear down the Mega Metagross, victory would ultimately belong to him and Mutuo. Metagross, use agility and then spin around. Luo Yuan's command left Sakaki perplexed. What did it mean to spin around? Was there even such a technique? However, upon witnessing the Metagross's movements, he grasped Luo Yuan's intention. The Metagross began to rotate rapidly around its own axis, its entire body resembling a metallic-colored top. Its sharp, glistening claws spun at the periphery, reminiscent of a chainsaw's teeth whirring at high speed. The rapidly rotating form sliced through the air, producing a piercing sound. Before arcing through the sky and charging fiercely at Mutuo, its speed nearly doubled compared to before. Taken by surprise, Mutuo could not evade in time and had no choice but to raise its enormous Psyche spoon to defend. Clang, clang, clang. The cacophony of claws clashing with the spoon resounded, as the Mega Metagross's claws collided with Mutuo's spoon dozens, if not hundreds, of times each second due to its high-speed rotation. The relentless vibration left Mutuo's arms numb. Moreover, where the spoon's handle met the Metagross's claws, deep grooves were etched into the spoon, the claws cutting into it by half. Realizing the precarious situation, Mutuo knew that if this continued, the spoon would undoubtedly shatter. However, with such proximity, it could not devise a better means of evasion, and thus immediately attempted to teleport away. Yet, it discovered that two psychic forces had already locked onto it. At that moment, it was too late to evade. Mutuo had no intention of testing just how sharp the Mega Metagross's claws were against its own body. With no time to ponder, Mutuo executed another teleportation. Whoosh! Mutuo vanished before the Mega Metagross. As it reappeared in a new location, it heard Luo Yuan's shout, Dragonite, use Dragon Pulse. Looking up, Mutuo was taken aback to find that Dragonite had already targeted it. Dragonite had opened its mouth wide, gathering energy to unleash a Dragon Pulse in its direction. It turned out that Luo Yuan had anticipated Mutuo's teleportation from the very beginning. As the Mega Metagross initiated its assault, he had locked onto it with psychic force and directed Dragonite to prepare an attack. At this point, attempting to teleport again was futile. Mutuo could only muster a thin layer of energy around its body, hoping it would suffice to withstand the Dragon Pulse. Boom! The Dragon Pulse struck Mutuo, its aggressive dragon-type energy infiltrating and rendering the energy layer riddled with holes. Nevertheless, Dragonite was not as powerful as the Mega Metagross, and the Dragon Pulse lacked the destructive force of a Hyper Beam. It could do no more than this. just as Mutwo was about to counterattack. A force capable of tearing everything apart surged from behind it. Crack, crack, crack. The already damaged energy layer shattered instantly as the sharp metallic claws of the Mega Metagross landed upon Mutwo's armor. The claws were incredibly sharp, even before Mega Evolution. The Metagross's claws could slice through stone like tofu. Although Mutwo's armor was crafted from alloys, it could only withstand so much damage. Sakaki's expression darkened as he witnessed the Mega Metagross's ability to dismantle Mutwo's armor. This armor had been custom-made by Sakaki for Mutwo, as the newly born Mutwo struggled to control its own powers, often causing collateral damage or harming nearby Pokémon. Thus, Sakaki had invested heavily in creating this armor to aid Mutwo in mastering and controlling its strength. Additionally, this armor possessed formidable defensive capabilities, allowing the relatively frail Mutwo to endure some damage. Most crucially, this armor also served a significant function akin to that of a Pokeball, not for capture, but to prevent it. The armor was designed to effectively hinder being sucked into a Pokeball, a precaution Sakaki took to prevent his creation from being intercepted by unknown entities. It was precisely this feature that allowed Mutwo to permit Sakaki to don such cumbersome armor. Yet now, under the onslaught of the Mega Metagross, this very armor was shattering. Clang! A piece of the chest armor fell to the ground before Mutwo. A profound silence enveloped the arena. Sakaki's face was as dark as thunder. Luo Yuan wore a calm smile. Mutwo's eyes burned with fury, and Dragonite squinted in delight. In the next instant, an aura far more powerful than before erupted from Mutwo, the remnants of the shattered armor scattering, forcing the charging Mega Metagross back slightly and halting its onslaught. Still, Sakaki remained far from pleased, for he had begun to suspect that Luo Yuan's objective had been Mutwo's armor all along. The initial Hyper Beam, followed by the Meteor Mash, and now the spinning maneuver. What exactly was Luo Yuan trying to achieve? An ominous premonition stirred within Sakaki, a feeling that not even Mutwo's surge in power could quell. While the battle between Luo Yuan and Sakaki hung in suspense, the clash between Naza and Oka had devolved into a stalemate. Oka, adept in utilizing Bug-type and Grass-type Pokémon, faced off against Naza, who specialized in Psychic-type Pokémon. Logically, Oka should have held the advantage, and indeed, he did possess the upper hand in their confrontation. Oka's strength surpassed Naza's significantly. Even with her mastery over potent psychic powers, the disparity remained insurmountable. However, Naza had her own approach to combat. Rather than engage Oka directly, she relied on Alakazam to execute hit-and-run tactics while simultaneously exploiting the unconscious Chakra. As fellow members of the three warriors, Oka had a good rapport with Chakra and could not idly stand by as Naza attacked Chakra. Thus, the battle oscillated back and forth, leading them to this moment. Alakazam. Psychic. Alakazam, wielding 2 spoons, unleashed a massive surge of psychic energy. Kuhoku, use Protect. Oka commanded his Kolka to shield against Alakazam's psychic attack, then seized a Whimsicott, hurling it towards Alakazam. Whimsicott, use Poison Powder. Oka aimed to inflict poison on Alakazam before gradually neutralizing it. However, at that very moment, a tremendous aura emanated from Mutwo. The Whimsicott suspended in midair was instantly swept away, and Alakazam had to raise its hands defensively to protect its frail body from the overwhelming energy. Such a powerful aura. The battle is exceedingly intense. Naza observed the tumultuous battlefield surrounding Mutwo. Both Mutwo's invincible form and the Mega Metagross's rock-solid physique stirred a tempest of emotions within her, transcending mere personality. Although she generally presents herself with an air of aloofness, witnessing a battle of such magnitude stirs the hearts of all who behold it. However, the emotions of Oka, standing opposite her, were far less favorable. As a senior member of Team Rocket who understood the function of the armor adorning Mutwo, Oka could not help but feel a surge of anxiety upon witnessing its destruction. His foremost concern was whether Mutwo would spiral out of control. Should Mutwo become unhinged at this moment, it would not need to retaliate against Team Rocket. Simply departing from them would spell disaster for an organization currently expanding due to Mutwo's prowess. Fortunately, Mutwo did not betray his expectations by turning against or abandoning them. Instead, it stood before Metagross, its pale purple eyes ablaze with fury and determination. You have successfully roused my ire. Mutwo's voice resonated in the minds of all present through telepathy. In response, Metagross launched a powerful hammer arm. If one were to translate Metagross's action into words, it would roughly convey, "What are you trying to prove? Is it merely the lifting of restrictions?" As if victory were already assured, Metagross struck with ruthless intent. The hammer arm descended with a piercing whistle, crashing down towards Mutwo's head. Mutwo raised a hand in defense, only to be sent flying several meters back before regaining its footing. What? Mutwo was utterly blindsided. Failing to subdue the formidable Metagross even after shedding its limitations, leading it to question its very existence. Not just Mutwo, but also Sakamoto, who had been observing the battle, found himself questioning the reality before him. Have I inadvertently created a counterfeit Mutwo? Sakamoto pondered. Yet, Mutwo had previously exhibited remarkable strength, effortlessly defeating Shiba. It should not be this weak, unable to contend with even a quasi-divine being. Before either could fathom the situation, Metagross charged once more, delivering a comet punch aimed at Mutwo. Mutwo shielded its head with both hands, erecting an energy barrier to absorb the impact. However, a voice from behind called out, "Dragonite. Use Dragon Dive." Dragonite roared as it soared into the sky, its robust form transforming into a radiant golden light, hurtling towards Mutwo. Boom. Despite Mutwo's divine status, it was driven into the ground, its protective energy sphere shattering upon impact. "You shall all perish." Mutwo's furious voice echoed in the minds of everyone present. Witnessing Mutwo's predicament, Sakamoto immediately sought to deploy his Pokémon to intercept Dragonite. However, before he could act, a swarm of dark figures rapidly approached from the horizon. Leading the charge was a Dragonite of similar size to the one belonging to Ryo, launching itself straight at Sakamoto. Following closely were a fossilized pterodactyl, a Gyarados, and a Charizard carrying a cloaked figure on its back. The four Pokémon encircled Sakamoto and his Tyranitar, effectively trapping them. Chapter 121. Sakamoto vs. Ryu. Charizard, Dragonite, Gyarados, and fossil pterodactyl surrounded Sakamoto completely. Observing this scenario, Sakamoto's expression darkened to an extreme. He surveyed the four Pokémon encircling him, and even without glancing at the man on Charizard's back, he recognized his adversary. The leader of the Elite Four, a quasi-champion, and the vanguard of the younger generation of trainers in Kanto, Ryu. Sakamoto's knuckles turned white from the force of his grip, after years of leading Team Rocket. He had clashed with Ryu from afar numerous times, acutely aware of Ryu's formidable strength. He could hardly believe that Ryu had appeared at this moment. Sakamoto's mind raced as he realized that this was not merely a trap aimed at him, but a conspiracy targeting the entire Team Rocket. "Sakamoto, surrender. You have no hope of victory," Ryu declared, confronting Sakamoto. Perched atop Charizard, Ryu donned a crimson cloak that billowed in the wind, resonating with the might of the four powerful Pokémon at his command, enough to intimidate any trainer. A man of Sakamoto's resolute disposition would never yield to Ryu's words. He promptly released 3 Pokeballs, a Roserade from the Hoenn region, a Nidoking, and a Dragonite, alongside his earlier Tyranitar, forming a protective barrier around himself. An expression of defiance adorned Sakamoto's face. "It is far too early to declare such things. Surrendering is simply out of the question. I shall never concede." Having ascended to the helm of Team Rocket for so many years, he had painstakingly developed the organization to its current stature. To surrender would mean the instantaneous dissolution of Team Rocket's influence. He could never allow himself to capitulate. Moreover, he was not devoid of hope for a turnaround. He cast his gaze towards Mutwo, who was gradually acclimating to Ryo's relentless assault. As long as Mutwo could eliminate Ryu would pose no threat. "Is that so?" Ryu, noticing Sakamoto's focus, recognized that the Mutwo battling Ryo was the same one that had previously vanquished Shiba. A sense of urgency welled within him. He needed to subdue Sakamoto and then assist Ryo. In an instant, he resolved to act. He gestured for Fossil Pterodactyl and Gyarados to charge at Sakamoto. Then, he called out to his most powerful ally, Dragonite. "Dragonite, use Dragon Dance." Dragonite's rotund form gracefully twirled in the air, an amusing sight from a distance. Yet any trainer aware of Dragonite's formidable prowess would find no humor in it. Dragonite was already immensely powerful, and when combined with Dragon Dance, an ability that enhances a Pokémon's attack and speed, Sakamoto could scarcely fathom the extent of Dragonite's augmentation. "Dragonite, Mega Punch." Sakamoto commanded his Dragonite, aiming to intercept Gyarados' Dragon Tail. Beside him, Nidoking positioned itself to shield Sakamoto from Fossil Pterodactyl's Rock Slide. "Tyranitar, Horn Drill. Disrupt Dragonite." Sakamoto shouted to his stalwart Tyranitar at the forefront. The silver-gray Tyranitar charged forth like an armored tank, causing the ground to tremble, its horns spinning rapidly as it lunged towards Dragonite. As Tyranitar's trainer, Sakamoto was acutely aware of its capabilities. Although Tyranitar might not prevail in a direct confrontation with Dragonite, the latter was currently under the influence of Dragon Dance. If Dragonite could evade Tyranitar's Horn Drill, Sakamoto would achieve his goal of interrupting Dragon Dance. If not, He had confidence that his Tyranitar could create a hole in Dragonite's defenses. However, Sakamoto's thoughts were clouded as he overlooked Ryu and the Charizard beneath him. Charizard Dragon Rage. Ryu commanded as he leapt from Charizard's back. Roaring, Charizard unfurled its wings and launched itself like a projectile, unleashing a torrent of chaotic energy that struck Tyranitar from the side. Tyranitar, focused solely on Dragonite, was taken by surprise by Charizard's sudden attack. Thus, it stumbled, losing its balance, and was subsequently toppled by Charizard's Dragon Rage. The rapidly spinning horn embedded itself in the ground, creating a massive crater. Tyranitar hastily scrambled to its feet. Yet Dragonite had completed its dragon dance, now exuding an even more formidable aura. Tyranitar appeared hesitant, turning to engage Charizard in combat. Roserade Headbutt. Sakamoto felt a twinge of frustration at Tyranitar's cowardice, but there was no time for such thoughts. He quickly commanded Roserade to advance, lest Dragonite continue its dragon dance unopposed. Ryu and Dragonite were only too pleased to see Roserade charge forward, allowing Dragonite to take a more leisurely approach. Dragonite, hold your ground. Duke commanded his Dragonite to hold its ground, effortlessly receiving the powerful headbutt from Boshikadora, which had charged forward with momentum. In a swift motion, he retaliated with a colossal punch that struck Boshikadora squarely on the head. The impact caused Boshikadora to stagger back a couple of steps. Yet retreat was not an option at this moment. With renewed vigor, Boshikadora lunged forward once more, extending its metallic claws to clash against Dragonite's equally formidable Dragon Claw. The battle between Duke and Sakaki was a spectacle, with each side deploying 4 Pokémon, totaling 8, engaging in a delightful exchange of blows. Meanwhile, the confrontation between Luoyuan and Mutuo was also escalating in intensity. Over on Luoyuan's side, his Metagross had just been repelled by Mutuo's Shadow Ball. As Mutuo prepared to catch its breath, Dragonite unleashed a Dragon Pulse to assist, just as Metagross regained its footing with a formidable psychic attack. It followed up with a Meteor Mash that sent the unsuspecting Mutuo careening through the air. The synergy between Luoyuan's 2 primary Pokémon, Metagross and Dragonite, was seamless, akin to a telepathic bond, a level of coordination that even seasoned champions struggled to achieve. This remarkable connection stemmed partly from Luoyuan's telepathic guidance, but more significantly, it was due to the unwavering trust these Pokémon had in his commands, having been drawn from the system's lottery. With such synergy and the overwhelming strength of Mega Metagross, even Mutuo found itself continuously on the defensive against the duo. Not far away, Luoyuan was skillfully orchestrating the assault on Mutuo while gauging the battlefield dynamics. At the moment Mutuo was struck back by Metagross, staggering, Luoyuan's eyes gleamed with determination. It was time. Now Ivysaur, he called out, seizing the opportunity presented by Mutuo's moment of vulnerability. Chamo, Ivysaur acknowledged, rising from its crouched position. The butt on its back, having absorbed ample nutrients, erupted with a blinding radiance. Solar Beam. The scorching rays shot towards Mutuo. As Mutuo retreated, it dismissed the incoming Solar Beam as inconsequential, viewing the attack from such a seemingly feeble Pokémon as utterly trivial. In its mind, this feeble assault could hardly breach its defenses, and even if it did connect, the pain inflicted would pale in comparison to a single blow from Mega Metagross. Burdened by the frustration of being overwhelmed by both Mega Metagross and Dragonite, Mutuo swiftly completed its disdainful assessment of Ivysaur, both physically and mentally. The arrogant Mutuo, naturally, deemed it beneath itself to evade such a minor attack, redirecting all its focus toward the encroaching Mega Metagross. However, it failed to notice the subtle smile curling at the corner of Luoyuan's lips. Was Luoyuan the type to engage in futile endeavors? Clearly not. As a strategist who meticulously considered every detail in battle, Luoyuan would not allow Ivysaur to unleash a Solar Beam without purpose. Yet, he had indeed orchestrated this seemingly inconsequential act for a crucial reason, one veiled within the Solar Beam itself. Thud. Mutuo felt a sudden impact within the radiant beam, a sensation reminiscent of something colliding with its form. Click. A familiar sound echoed in Mutuo's mind, one it had encountered countless times before. It was the sound of Pokeballs being tossed after Team Rocket had captured numerous wild Pokémon. At that precise moment, the Solar Beam began to dissipate, revealing a Pokeball with a purple top and white bottom, adorned with 2 red arcs on its purple shell, landing upon Mutuo. A Pokeball. Mutuo was momentarily taken aback, its mind momentarily stalling in disbelief. It had never anticipated a Pokeball would be concealed within the Solar Beam. This fleeting thought was Mutuo's last conscious consideration before it was ensnared within the Pokeball, following a crushing blow from Mega Metagross. Thud. The Master Ball hit the ground with a crisp sound, immediately beginning to shake violently. Meanwhile, Sakaki, engaged in battle with Duke, sensed something amiss and turned to witness the scene of Mutuo being drawn into the Master Ball. Mutuo, upon recognizing the Master Ball, he grasped the gravity of the situation. His emotions were too complex to articulate. Sakaki's expression shifted rapidly from shock to confusion, then to rage, and finally to fear, as he underwent a rapid transformation before Lu Yuan's eyes, demonstrating the remarkable range of human emotion in a fleeting moment. Sakaki had come to Golden City specifically for the Master Ball, so he recognized it immediately. Unlike in video games, the Master Ball in reality does not guarantee a 100 capture rate for legendary Pokémon, while it does ensure a 100 capture of ordinary Pokémon. Sakaki understood that the likelihood of capturing a legendary Pokémon was only 50, contingent on the creature's health and condition. The more injured and weakened the legendary, the easier it became to capture. Thus, he did not yet despair. Although the Master Ball had indeed targeted Mutuo, it had not yet guaranteed success. Holding on to this hope, Sakaki fixated on the Master Ball, praying it had not successfully captured Mutuo. However, reality often defies expectation, as Sakaki wished for the Master Ball to fail. The wobbling gradually diminished until, with a final thud, the white button at the center of the Master Ball glowed red. The Master Ball ceased its tumultuous shaking, lying still on the ground. I have successfully captured Mutuo. Even Luo Yuan, known for his composure, could not help but raise his fist in triumph. This was Mutuo, a first-tier legendary Pokémon with a base stat total of 680, one of the most popular and powerful Pokémon of his previous life. Dragonite picked up the Pokeball containing Mutuo and handed it to Luo Yuan. Luo Yuan peered through the translucent purple shell of the Master Ball, meeting Mutuo's unfriendly gaze. Yet, he felt no anger. He had not anticipated any immediate closeness with Mutuo following its capture. He tucked the Master Ball containing Mutuo into his pocket. Disregarding the system notification regarding capturing his first legendary Pokémon and earning a golden lottery chance, Luo Yuan turned to observe Sakaki, who appeared lost, and smiled slightly. Sakaki, how about surrendering? I can arrange for a private cell for you in the League's prison. Upon hearing this, Sakaki lifted his gaze, scrutinizing Luo Yuan intently before suddenly bursting into laughter. I never expected that a mere child I once overlooked would unravel all my plans. Truly a miscalculation. Upon hearing Sakaki's words, Duke furrowed his brow, instantly becoming vigilant. The fact that Sakaki could still laugh led him to suspect that there might still be hidden strategies at play. However, Luo Yuan was not concerned about any hidden tricks from Sakaki, for nothing could rival the might of his Mega Metagross. Yet, he intended to probe Sakaki further. Before Luo Yuan could speak, Sakaki continued, "This time, you have triumphed, but next time may not be the same. You think you can escape now? My helicopter has already been destroyed." Luo Yuan squinted at Sakaki, observing the latter's furtive glance towards the ground, and suddenly realized a crucial matter. Wataru, block him. Do not let him burrow underground. However, Luo Yuan's warning came too late. In an instant, Sakaki withdrew his Bag Dragon and Nidoking, commanding his Steel Tyrannosaurus to impede Wataru's 4 Pokémon, while he himself seized the protrusion on the back of his Boshicator. With a powerful thrust, Boshicator burrowed deep into the earth, escaping underground. Chapter 123, Total Collapse. Boshicator unleashed Dig, plunging Sakaki into the depths below. Taken aback, Wataru urgently directed his Dragonite to ensnare the Steel Tyrannosaurus, while his Fossil Pterodactyl and Gyarados swiftly advanced towards Sakaki and Boshicator. Fossil Pterodactyl, Gyarados, use Earthquake. If he could eliminate Sakaki now, the downfall of Team Rocket would be imminent. Even for him, the champion of the Kanto Elite Four. Such a feat would be monumental enough to elevate him to the status of Kanto champion. Therefore, at this moment, Sakaki could not be allowed to escape. The earth trembled as Fossil Pterodactyl and Gyarados followed Wataru's command, unleashing an earthquake, with Boshicator nearly submerged in the ground. A hit from the earthquake would undoubtedly inflict significant damage. However, the primary concern was that should Fossil Pterodactyl and Gyarados execute the earthquake now, Sakaki's chances of escape would be virtually obliterated. Thus, it was imperative to thwart Fossil Pterodactyl and Gyarados. In a flash, thoughts raced through Sakaki's mind. Reaching into his pocket, he retrieved a Pokeball, casting it towards the direction of Fossil Pterodactyl and Gyarados without a second glance. With a resounding thud, the Pokeball burst open, revealing a spherical Pokémon composed of numerous rocks. Lunatone. Explosion, Lunatone. Sakaki commanded, leading his newly summoned Lunatone into a devastating explosion. He felt a pang of regret at issuing this command. His Pokémon were not mere disposable assets, but cherished companions. cultivated through dedication and care. To relinquish both Steel Tyrannosaurus and Lunatone in one battle was a heavy toll, as it would take considerable time to raise two such key Pokémon again. Duck quickly. Hearing Sakake's command, Wataru's heart raced. He forsook the pursuit of Sakaki, swiftly taking cover behind his Dragonite. Luo Yuan instructed his Metagross and Dragonite to shield him. Naza had inexplicably teleported elsewhere. The sky reverberated with the explosive sound of Lunatone's eruption. The shockwave from the explosion surged outward, flattening all structures and trees within a 100-meter radius of the blast point. Gyarados and fossil pterodactyl were tossed about like leaves in a storm. Wataru's Dragonite shielded its eyes with its claws, steadfastly protecting Wataru. As for Luo Yuan and Metagross, being farther away and possessing considerable strength, they were less affected by the chaos. The entire expanse of the abandoned estate's lawn was uprooted, and the lurking Jengar and Jengar, who had yet to make their move, scrambled away in disarray. The estate's dilapidated buildings suffered further damage, becoming even more decrepit. Once the residual chaos subsided, Luo Yuan and Wataru scanned the area where Sakaki had stood. Was there even a trace of him? Luo Yuan even utilized psychic powers to probe underground. But no sign of Sakaki emerged. TSK, he really is quite the escape artist. Luo Yuan couldn't help but admire Sakaki's skill in evading capture. Wataru's expression darkened. Luo Yuan had already captured Mutuo, and theoretically, it should have been his duty to apprehend Sakaki. Yet now, Sakaki had slipped through their fingers, marking a significant lapse in his responsibilities. Observing Wataru's dismal demeanor, Luo Yuan chuckled. It's no great loss. It's merely Sakaki who has escaped. Our achievements are already substantial. For him, capturing Mutuo was satisfaction enough. With Mutuo in hand, Team Rocket was as good as dismantled. Moreover, while Sakaki might elude them, the base of Team Rocket and his minions remained vulnerable. Sakaki was feared primarily due to his position as the leader of Team Rocket. Once his wings were clipped, he would pose little threat. As he spoke, Luo Yuan's gaze drifted to the defeated Oka, who had surrendered, and the unconscious Chikura. Such victories were commendable. Wataru nodded in agreement. As Luo Yuan had stated, their spoils were indeed considerable. The capture of two Team Rocket executives would undoubtedly cripple the organization. Even without apprehending Sakaki, Team Rocket would need to lay low for a while. After adjusting his disheveled hair, ruffled by the explosion's aftermath, Luo Yuan addressed Wataru and Naza, saying, "Let us proceed to support Kona. After all, we are still within the urban confines of Goldenrod City, and I fear unforeseen events may transpire." Wataru nodded, retrieving a communicator to summon a team of inspectors waiting at a distance, handing over the handcuffed Oka and Chikura to them. "Let us depart." Luo Yuan and Naza mounted a Dragonite, while Wataru took flight on another, soaring swiftly towards the direction of Goldenrod City. Damn it, how did Kona learn of our hideout? Within the confines of Team Rocket's stronghold, a fierce battle raged between Team Rocket and the Alliance's Inspector forces, led by one of the Elite Four, Kona. 2 hours prior, shortly after Sakaki and his entourage had departed, the Alliance launched a surprise assault on their position. Caught off guard, Team Rocket lost control of the building from the 1st to the 5th floors, suffering significant casualties. Fortunately, Athena and Apollo, who remained at the base, were not mere incompetents. They quickly organized a defense, rallying forces to withstand the Alliance's onslaught, engaging in a fierce contest on the 5th and 6th floors. They even had to personally confront Kona to stabilize the situation. "Have we contacted Boss Sakaki?" A concerned Jinri, observing the battle via surveillance, inquired coldly of a nearby Team Rocket member. "We're unable to reach him. His communicator is turned off," the member replied, holding the device. "Damn it," Jinri fretted. Without Boss Sakaki, she was uncertain whether to continue fighting or to retreat. If they failed to establish contact soon, the Alliance would undoubtedly overwhelm them. Unbeknownst to her, Boss Sakaki was currently fleeing underground, entirely unaware of their plight. Jinri's gaze drifted back to the surveillance feed, watching as more trainers joined the Alliance's cause against Team Rocket, their forces beginning to falter. "Retreat. All personnel, withdraw in an orderly manner." With no word from Boss Sakaki, Jinri was compelled to make the decision herself, opting for a strategic retreat. Chapter 124, Aftermath of War. Jinri's choice to retreat was not made lightly. Under normal circumstances, Boss Sakaki's communicator would not be switched off. Its silence indicated something had gone awry. Although she could not ascertain the nature of the incident, the lack of contact meant relying on Sakaki's return was unrealistic. The Alliance was on the verge of breaking through their defenses, and with each passing second, the risks facing Team Rocket multiplied exponentially. "Yes, Lady Jinri." With Sakaki absent and Athena and Apollo engaged in combat, Jinri's orders bore the weight of Sakiki's command. Swiftly, the order to retreat was disseminated, and Team Rocket's trainers began to consolidate their defenses. A contingent of Team Rocket trainers escorted the organization's researchers through the building's interior, utilizing flying-type Pokémon to facilitate their escape from the skies. Meanwhile, another group of trainers hastily destroyed incriminating documents and equipment within the building, ensuring that the Alliance could not glean any secrets from their findings. From outside the structure, one could observe numerous Team Rocket trainers bursting through windows, either carrying individuals or vital equipment, as they soared away from the defensive perimeter established by the Alliance's enforcers. The aerial Alliance trainers found themselves utterly powerless to thwart the escape of these elite members of Team Rocket. Those remaining without an escape route, having received assurances from their superiors, summoned their resolve and commanded their Pokémon to engage in desperate, sacrificial battles to delay the Alliance's advance. Although Apollo and Athena lacked the individual prowess of Coda, together they found it relatively manageable to contend with her. In this escalating situation, Team Rocket executed a swift withdrawal. Coda, deprived of sufficient manpower, could only watch helplessly as the Team Rocket members fled, her only recourse being to direct her Pokémon to breach their defenses with fervor. The icy beams of Ice Beam cascaded through the fray, entombing countless Team Rocket Pokémon in a frigid prison. Athena and Apollo, unwilling to linger in conflict, retreated strategically, tipping the scales of victory in favor of the Alliance. By the time Royo, Dato, and Nagi arrived, the battle had already reached its conclusion. Most of Team Rocket's operatives had been apprehended under Coda's command, yet the crucial leaders and scientists had managed to escape prior to Royo and his companion's arrival. If only we had arrived a bit earlier, Dato lamented. This operation against Team Rocket had the potential to become a textbook example of a successful siege. Regrettably, due to a miscalculation on his part and Coda's manpower shortages, the endeavor could merely be classified as a victory. Although it had severely weakened Team Rocket, it had not eradicated them entirely, a reality that was undeniably disheartening. It's nothing. There will be ample time in the future, and besides, the fruits of our labor are quite commendable, aren't they? Royo remarked with a smile, sharing a knowing glance with Coda. Nagi, keenly observant, detected the subtle interaction between Royo and Coda. Her gaze flitted between them, a peculiar expression forming as an unusual emotion blossomed within her. Unaware of Nagi's internal musings, Coda adjusted her demeanor and stated, based on the urgent interrogations conducted with Team Rocket, we have confirmed their target is the Shurruff Corporation. The Shurruff Corporation? Dato gasped, taken aback. This entity was a titan in Kanto, renowned globally, and the notion that Team Rocket would set their sights on it was startling. I was equally astonished upon hearing it. Thankfully, we had foreknowledge of Team Rocket's scheme and acted to capture them. Otherwise, we could have faced a significant disaster. Coda explained. Dato nodded in agreement, turning to Royo and Nagi. We owe you our gratitude, Royo and Nagi. Without your intervention, the Alliance would have suffered considerable disgrace. He could scarcely fathom the chaos that would have ensued had Sakiki, with his Mutuo, launched an assault on the Shurruff Corporation. The previous incident at the Quartz Plateau had already tarnished the Alliance's reputation. Should the Shurruff Corporation, a Kanto-based technological giant, fall victim to Team Rocket's attack, how would the outside world perceive the Kanto Alliance? As the foremost member of the Kanto Elite Four, he too would face humiliation. Fortunately, Royo had discerned Team Rocket's plot in advance and managed to thwart Sakiki. As a member of Kanto, he could not simply stand by while Team Rocket wreaked havoc. Royo's words were eloquently crafted. Of course, the primary benefit of thwarting Team Rocket's conspiracy is not only the opportunity for a reward from the system, but also the substantial accolades from the Alliance. Coda, now familiar with Royo, recognized his diplomatic rhetoric and took it in stride. After a moment of reflection, she suddenly recalled something. There is one more thing. The president of Shurruff wishes to meet you. Why would he want to see me? Surely he means to meet Dato, Royo replied. Dato coughed lightly. Ahem. I have a bit of a disagreement with the president of Shurruff. Royo's curiosity piqued. Dato had a conflict with the Shurruff president? I share a good rapport with Daigo from Hoenn. You should be aware of his full name, Zivik Daigo. Their family's Devon Manufacturing competes with Shurruff Corporation. And I had helped Daigo with a few minor issues, Dato succinctly explained. Royo quickly grasped the situation. As a member of the Kanto elite, Dato wielded considerable influence, and it was evident that his assistance to his friend Daigo had inadvertently offended the local tech giant, Shurruff Corporation. All right, when shall I meet him? I don't mind at all, Royo stated, welcoming the opportunity to forge new connections. Meeting the Shurruff president could yield advantageous benefits. Should he wish to procure certain products from the corporation in the future, it would undoubtedly facilitate matters. Just as Naji had been able to secure a Master Ball from Shurov Corporation, it was hard to believe that her proximity to the corporation, being neighbors in Goldenrod City, didn't play a role in her acquisition. Tomorrow afternoon. That works perfectly. Having just endured a fierce battle, I could use some rest, Royo stretched, his body aching from the exertion. The encounter with Mutwo had kept him on high alert throughout, and now, both his body and mind were weary. Which hotel are you staying at? I'll come find you once I finish my business, Koda inquired. Upon hearing this, Dato cast a glance at the two, suddenly realizing that Royo and Koda shared a unique bond. Arroyo was about to instinctively mention that he was residing at the Goldenrod Gym, but an acute sense of danger flared in his mind, prompting him to retract the statement. To admit in front of a woman that he was staying at another woman's residence was tantamount to courting disaster. Let us meet at the Goldenrod Mall tonight, Royo suggested, deftly redirecting the conversation. The Goldenrod Mall was the largest shopping center in Goldenrod City, an ideal rendezvous point for a date with a lady. Koda did not dwell on it further, nodding in agreement and smiling. Then, see you tonight. Upon returning to the Goldenrod Gym, Royo did not rush to rest. Instead, he and Naji headed to the training grounds. After dismissing the gym's trainees, Royo, under Naji's expectant gaze, produced the Master Ball containing Mutwo. Is this truly Mutwo? Naji inquired, gazing at the Master Ball in Royo's hand. Even through the confines of the Master Ball, she could sense the immense psychic energy emanating from Mutwo, a sensation vastly different from the restrained Mutwo she had previously encountered. Royo summoned his Metagross, mega-evolving it, and cautioned Naji, be careful. I am about to open the Master Ball. As the first to utilize the Master Ball, Royo was uncertain of its control over Mutwo. To an outsider, he might seem overly cautious, yet he understood that numerous aggressive Pokémon attack their trainers annually. Thus, being prudent in the face of a legendary Pokémon such as Mutwo was indeed wise. Naji nodded, though still somewhat apprehensive. She asked, Mutwo 1T demolish my gym? Will it? Perhaps not, Royo speculated. While her concerns seemed exaggerated, when contemplating the possibility of Mutwo suddenly going berserk without his timely intervention, he couldn't dismiss her worry entirely. Nevertheless, Royo was not one to shy away from challenges. Signaling to his Mega Metagross, and with its watchful eyes upon him, Royo activated the Master Ball. Boom. The Master Ball opened, and Mutwo emerged as a soft lavender light, materializing in the training arena. As it entered, an overwhelming sense of pressure enveloped the entire Golden Gym. The overhead fluorescent lights flickered erratically, the glass windows trembled, and all the trainees practicing their psychic abilities in various corners of the gym felt a sudden palpitation, abruptly interrupted from their meditative states. What was happening? Was it Miss Naza exerting her psychic powers over there? The crowd buzzed with speculation. Yet they were oblivious to the fact that Naza herself was currently grappling with this very pressure. Clenching her teeth, her eyes flickering with a blue glow, a psychic aura swirled around her, standing defiantly against the immense pressure emanating from Mutwo. Luo Yuan, she managed to squeeze out through gritted teeth, enduring the tremendous strain. However, Luo Yuan did not respond, for he was occupied with a more intense situation. He was locked in a gaze with Mutwo. The two, a human and a Pokémon, exchanged stares across the expanse. The scene appeared somewhat surreal, yet Luo Yuan speculated that Mutwo was likely trying to understand him. The eyes are the windows to the soul. Through one's gaze, much can be discerned about an individual. Perhaps Mutwo was scrutinizing him to ascertain whether he possessed the worthiness to become its master, Luo Yuan mused inwardly. Maintaining an outward facade of calm, he silently met Mutwo's gaze. If one were to identify Lu Yuan's virtues, his humility would be paramount, closely followed by his sincerity. He had no intention of feigning friendliness towards Mutwo. He merely intended to present his authentic self. As long as Mutwo did not immediately resort to violence, Luo Yuan felt he could accept whatever unfolded. They maintained their silent exchange for an extended period until Mutwo was the first to divert its gaze. Human, you are quite peculiar. Mutwo's voice resonated in Lu Yuan's mind as it shifted its focus. Peculiar? Luo Yuan pondered, touching his own face, uncertain of what Mutwo meant by peculiar. I have encountered many humans, including Sakaki, yet they all seem to instinctively conceal their true selves in my presence. Mutwo continued. Only you exhibit such candor. Can you elucidate why this is? In that moment, Mutwo seemed to embody a philosopher. Luo Yuan found the peculiar demeanor of this newly born Mutwo rather amusing. However, he dismissed any further contemplation. Recognizing that for a Pokémon that had been pondering the ultimate philosophical question of its existence since its inception, Mutwo's unusual demeanor was entirely reasonable. He replied directly, "Because I am confident I can defeat you." Luo Yuan spoke the truth. Although it could be construed as an instance of overpowering through numbers, there was no hint of exaggeration. Should he deploy his Metagross, Dragonite, and Steelix to assault Mutwo, the newly emerged Pokémon, still in its developmental stage and yet to fully master its powers, would indeed find itself at a disadvantage. Faced with Luo Yuan's unshakable confidence, Mutwo fell silent. It could not quite grasp the source of this human's boldness. Yet Luo Yuan had already demonstrated his equal strength in their previous battle, and now, with such a self-assured demeanor, Mutwo instinctively chose to place its trust in him. "What do you intend to do now?" Mutwo inquired, its purple tail unconsciously swaying, a sign of its unease. The Mutwo before him was not the same as the one it would become in the future. As a freshly birthed Pokémon, naive to the world, it felt quite anxious when confronted with a foe it perceived as stronger. "Will you be my child? Become my Pokémon?" Luo Yuan offered. A grandfatherly smile spreading across his face as he extended his hand towards Mutwo. Upon witnessing his outstretched hand, Mutwo fell into an unusual silence. Having been born from humans, it had long been ensnared in the anguish of proving its own worth. In its quest for meaning, it had once pinned its hopes on Sakaki, only to discover that Sakaki merely sought to utilize it as a tool to fulfill his own ambitions. Even without Luo Yuan's intervention, Mutwo had already resolved to part ways with Sakaki in the near future. Now, it gazed at this human, who, much like Sakaki, desired to capture it, and found itself in deep contemplation, weighing its options. Yet before it could reach a conclusion, Luo Yuan interjected. "I have heard you are in search of the meaning of your existence. Perhaps I can assist you with that." A captivating smile remained on Luo Yuan's face. At that moment, while Luo Yuan conversed with Mutwo, Naza was quietly listening nearby. However, she could not comprehend the dialogue between the human and the Pokémon. The concept of existential meaning, the assertion that Luo Yuan was the most candid individual it had encountered, these notions left her perplexed. She understood each word individually, yet when woven together, they eluded her comprehension. But upon hearing Luo Yuan's words, a spark of excitement flashed in Mutwo's eyes, a manifestation of its psychic energy surging forth. "Are you speaking the truth?" it asked. "Of course. You know I am an honest person. I, Luo Yuan, never deceive," he asserted, thumping his chest with pride, as if the words "believe me quickly" were inscribed on his face. Mutwo pondered for a moment and seemed to agree, recalling Luo's sincere gaze from before. It nodded in acknowledgement. Witnessing Mutwo's affirmation, Luo Yuan couldn't help but feel a sense of wonder. Indeed, Mutwo was still quite young. It was apparent that Mutwo had never encountered the adage that humans are exceedingly fickle. For instance, Luo Yuan himself never easily trusted anyone, including himself, as he was acutely aware that the individual from one moment to the next could differ significantly. Nevertheless, Luo Yuan had no intention of deceiving Mutwo. He looked at it and asked, "In what manner do you wish to seek the meaning of life?" "In what manner?" Mutwo echoed, seeming somewhat perplexed by the concept of methods to discover life's meaning. "Well, there are more intense approaches and more soothing ones. Which do you prefer?" "What constitutes an intense approach, and what defines a soothing one?" Mutwo inquired, its curiosity piqued. Unbeknownst to it, it was being subtly guided along Luo Yuan's line of thought. "The intense approach involves combat," Luo Yuan explained, adopting the role of a life mentor. "Finding the meaning of your existence through battle is the most straightforward and primitive method. Often, amidst the chaos of fighting, or when you're on the verge of defeat, a sudden epiphany may strike you. The advantage of this method lies in its simplicity, yet it has its drawbacks." "What drawbacks?" Mutwo questioned, eager for further understanding. "Firstly, high-quality opponents are hard to come by. However, you are fortunate. There are formidable foes like Ho-Oh, Lugia, Groudon, Kyogre, and Rayquaza, enough for you to engage in a series of battles. By the end, you might just grasp the meaning of existence." "And the second?" Naza interjected on behalf of Mutwo, voicing its unspoken curiosity. "The second pertains to danger. You are still in your developmental phase. While your strength is not weak, it is not yet at a level where you can contend with those beings. You likely wouldn't stand a chance against them. Moreover, these creatures are notoriously temperamental. When they engage in battle, they do not hold back. If, by chance, they were to reduce you to a state of near collapse, or worse, end your life, it would be quite unfortunate." Upon hearing this, Mutwo felt a shiver run through its body. "However, there's no need for excessive worry. Once you become my Pokémon, I can train you and even teach you Mega Evolution, like the transformation of Metagross," Luo Yuan added enticingly, gesturing towards the Metagross. Metagross, showcasing its prowess, brandished its 4 metallic arms, demonstrating the might of mega evolution to Mutwo. Mutwo instinctively nodded at the stark disparity in strength before and after the transformation into Metagross. However, it quickly regained its composure and turned to Luo Yuan, inquiring, "What, then, is the method of alleviation?" "The method of alleviation is rather intricate," Luo Yuan explained. "To comprehend the essence of life, one must first understand the origin of one's existence." "I am aware of this. I was created by human scientists," Mutwo replied, a palpable disdain for the scientists evident in its tone. "No, your perspective is rather superficial," Luo Yuan countered, dismissing Mutwo's assertion. Mutwo, taken aback, fixed its gaze on Luo Yuan, evidently skeptical of his words. If it were not for those scientists, how could it possibly have come into being? Disregarding Mutwo's incredulity, Luo Yuan continued, "The notion of being created by human scientists is merely a broad concept. Understanding this alone will not suffice for you to grasp the meaning of life. What do you propose?" Mutwo awaited Luo Yuan's elucidation, resolute in its refusal to concede unless convinced. Luo Yuan elaborated with meticulous care. "First, you must ascertain the inspiration behind those scientists who created you. How did they conceive the idea of your creation? Moreover, you should examine the entire process of your existence. From the design concepts to the raw materials utilized in your construction, the technological means employed, the numerous experiments conducted, the myriad challenges encountered, and how they were resolved. Additionally, one must consider the emotional journey of the scientists involved, the sentiments with which they brought you into existence. Only by understanding these facets can you begin to qualify for the exploration of your life's significance. These are merely preliminary qualifications?" Naza, listening intently, exclaimed, her eyes wide with astonishment. Mutwo mirrored her expression of existential doubt. "Indeed, the method of alleviation is rather convoluted," Luo Yuan affirmed. "However, it is not as daunting as it appears. In truth, it can be simplified significantly. Merely summon the scientists who created you and conduct interviews with each of them. It can be accomplished with relative ease." Upon hearing this, Luo Yuan feigned ignorance and turned to Mutwo. "Would you not agree, Mutwo?" Mutwo opened its mouth, regretting for the first time since its inception the annihilation of the very scientists who birthed it. After a prolonged silence, Mutwo finally divulged the fact that it had eliminated those scientists. Naza, unaware of the circumstances, covered her face in sorrow for Mutwo. As Mutwo succumbed to a sense of despair, Luo Yuan spoke again, lifting Mutwo from its despondency to a state of hope. "Of course, there are alternative methods." "What methods?" Mutwo's thoughts had been entirely led by Luo Yuan. Despite its formidable power, its emotional intelligence was akin to that of a 3-year-old, leaving it defenseless against Luo Yuan's persuasive rhetoric. "Your immense strength implies that your creation could not have occurred in a vacuum. There must be a prototype," Luo Yuan posited earnestly, using a tone of speculation about information he already possessed. "Thus, locating that prototype may indeed illuminate the meaning of your existence." At the mention of this prototype, a pink figure, eternally elusive in Mutwo's dreams, materialized in its mind. Chapter 127, The First Date with Kinna. Through telepathy, Mutwo shared with Luo Yuan its dream encounter with the pink figure. "It is her," Mutwo stated, gazing at Luo Yuan. "The figure I have long sought, Mew." "What did you say?" Mutwo suddenly froze. "I said, this individual is called Mew, and coincidentally, I know where she resides," Luo Yuan replied with a smile directed at Mutwo. This was precisely the outcome Luo Yuan had hoped for. "Is that creature called Mew?" Mutwo was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained its composure, looking to Luo Yuan. "Can you truly lead me to her?" "Certainly, but as I have mentioned, you must become my Pokémon, and I shall assist you in understanding your significance in this world." Luo Yuan smiled. He felt confident about the prospect of capturing Mutwo. If Mutwo were devoid of desires, convincing it would be a formidable challenge. However, since it yearned to comprehend its existence, Luo Yuan resolved to aid it in this quest. He presented the facts and reasoned accordingly. Having articulated all that needed to be said and done, Luo Yuan was certain that as long as Mutwo possessed the slightest semblance of wisdom, it would not reject his offer. As expected, after a brief moment of hesitation, Mutwo ultimately nodded in agreement. "I accept." Mutwo decided to embrace Luo Yuan's proposal, motivated by the overwhelming allure of understanding its existence and the absence of a better alternative. During its time with Sakaki, it had come to recognize its identity as a legendary Pokémon, and wherever it roamed, it drew covetous gazes. Mutwo wished to avoid the relentless challengers that pursued it daily. Thus following Luo Yuan seemed a prudent choice. "Then let us look out for one another henceforth." Luo Yuan extended his hand toward Mutuo. Mutuo glanced at Luo Yuan's hand before gently clasping it with its three-fingered palm, officially marking its status as Luo Yuan's Pokémon. While their bond would require nurturing over time, Luo Yuan could at least command Mutuo in simple battles, significantly enhancing his combat capabilities. Now that you are my companion, allow me to introduce you to my other Pokémon. Luo Yuan released all his Pokeballs: Dragonite, Leafeon, Venusaur, Steelix, Jengar, Drowsy, Gyarados, and the Metagross that had been present in the arena. All 9 Pokémon appeared together, crowding the space. 9 Pokémon. Did you not activate the teleportation function of your Pokeballs? Naza inquired, observing Luo Yuan with curiosity. Typically, a trainer would carry only 6 Pokémon, both to prepare for league competitions and because research indicates this to be the most scientifically sound number. A person's capacity for attention is limited, and carrying too many Pokémon would require excessive time for feeding alone, hindering effective training. I have merely been busy lately and have not had the opportunity to teleport them, Luo Yuan explained. He was well aware of this rationale. Yet due to the flurry of events in recent times, he had not found the spare time to send his Pokémon to Professor Oak. He had no intention of raising such a multitude of Pokémon. For instance, he planned to keep only one of the 3 Ghost-type Pokémon close, while Steelix, being sufficiently powerful, could temporarily remain with Professor Oak. As Luo Yuan conversed with Naza, Mutuo had already exchanged glances with his Pokémon. Although Mutuo's aloof demeanor prevented it from displaying excessive enthusiasm, it greeted them nonetheless, including the lively Gyarados bouncing about. From an external perspective, it appeared that Mutuo was integrating well with Luo Yuan's Pokémon. After sequentially recalling his Pokémon into their respective balls, Mutuo voluntarily entered the Master Ball. Through the semi-transparent shell of the Master Ball, Mutuo could be seen meditating peacefully. Securing the Master Ball with a rope around his neck, Luo Yuan addressed Naza. Until we meet again at the Indigo Conference. According to their previous agreement, Luo Yuan was to lend Mutuo to Naza following the conclusion of the Indigo Conference. See you at the Indigo Conference, Naza nodded, her heart brimming with anticipation. It was uncertain whether she was more eager for Mutuo or for her next encounter with Luo Yuan, or perhaps it was a blend of both. Goldenrod Mall. After bidding farewell to Naza, Luo Yuan arrived at Goldenrod Mall and immediately spotted Kina, who was seated on a bench, preening herself with a small mirror. Kina. Luo Yuan approached and waved a hand in front of her. Kina looked up, momentarily startled, then lifted her hand to signal, "You are late." Luo Yuan glanced at the clock and realized he was nearly 10 minutes late. He immediately coughed awkwardly and said, "Ahem, my apologies, I was held up by some matters." Kona scrutinized Luo Yuan with a hint of suspicion, her nose twitching slightly, as if she were sniffing something. Although Luo Yuan had not engaged in anything with Naz, he felt a peculiar tension and swiftly shifted the topic. So, have the issues on the Alliance's side been resolved? He recalled that earlier, in that towering building, they had apprehended nearly 1,000 members of Team Rocket, which should not have been resolved so swiftly. Of course, it hasn't been fully resolved. However, this isn't my jurisdiction, so it's naturally up to Dudu to handle, Kona replied with a smile. Clearly, she had come to shop with Luo Yuan and had offloaded all the work onto Dudu. Poor Dudu. The mere thought of him having to manage the detention of nearly 1,000 Team Rocket members, along with the various aftermaths and compensation issues, made Luo Yuan silently mourn for him. This workload was certainly not something that could be completed in just a day or two. Luo Yuan estimated that Dudu would need at least the next half-month to deal with the apprehended members and the subsequent repercussions of the conflict with Team Rocket. Enough about that. I haven't even had lunch yet, and it's nearly evening. Let's go eat, Kona suggested. Upon hearing her, Luo Yuan felt a pang of hunger and nodded. I saw online that there's a renowned barbecue restaurant in Golden City. Let us go have some barbecue. Barbecue? That sounds delightful, Kona smiled slightly. It's settled then. We'll have barbecue first and then go shopping, Luo Yuan declared. This was, after all, his first official date with Kona, and he felt a flutter of excitement at the thought. As they walked side by side, their voices harmonized beautifully under the glow of the lights. Chapter 128, The Sheriff Company. The night passed quietly. The next morning, when Luo Yuan awoke, he found that Kona had vanished, leaving behind a note stating that she had matters to attend to at 7 Islands and would temporarily return there. Luo Yuan felt a strange sense of abandonment wash over him. Shaking his head, he dismissed the pointless thought. Kona had simply gone back to 7 Islands, not vanished without a trace. After dressing and freshening up, he prepared to head to Sheriff Company. He had an appointment with the president of Sheriff that afternoon, and as the time drew near, he knew it would be unwise to leave a tardy impression on such an important meeting. The Shurruff Company headquarters, Shurruff Building, stood at the heart of Golden City, soaring into the clouds. Just standing there, one could not help but feel diminutive in comparison. The surrounding towering structures paled in significance beside the Shurruff Building, akin to the disparity between hobbits and ordinary folk. Indeed, they are quite affluent, Luo Yuan mused, reflecting on Shurruff Company's immense wealth. In the world of Pokémon, constructing high-rise buildings posed challenges that were incomparable to those on Earth. On Earth, with sufficient technology, one could build a skyscraper as high as desired. However, in the Pokémon realm, the construction of tall edifices involved considerations beyond mere technological capability, particularly concerning the Pokémon that inhabit the skies. According to studies by the Alliance's Flying Pokémon Research Association, over 50% of the high-rises constructed throughout the Alliance faced more than 10 attacks from flying-type Pokémon annually. Among the remaining structures, 70% experienced 5 or more attacks each year, and not a single building had escaped such assaults entirely. Scholars theorized that the existence of skyscrapers encroached upon the living spaces of flying-type Pokémon, which possess a strong territorial instinct, thus prompting them to retaliate. The frequency of attacks correlated positively with the height of the buildings. Hence, Luo Yuan remarked on Shurruff Company's considerable financial prowess, surmising that the annual maintenance costs for this building must amount to astronomical figures. "Good day, sir. How may I assist you?" Upon entering Shurruff Building, a receptionist greeted him with a warm smile, her gentle tone providing a most pleasant atmosphere. "I'm here to see the president of Shurruff. I have an appointment," Luo Yuan replied. "May I have your name, please?" "Luo Yuan." "Mr. Luo Yuan, is it?" The receptionist's smile broadened as she evidently found his name on the appointment list. "Please, follow me." She led the way to the elevator, taking it up to the top floor. Upon entering the president's office, Luo Yuan immediately spotted the amiable-looking elderly gentleman seated on the sofa, President Shurruff. Luo Yuan recognized him largely due to the frequent articles he had seen in the newspapers regarding Shurruff Company. As Luo Yuan entered, President Shurruff promptly stood to greet him. "Mr. Luo Yuan, welcome to Shurruff Company." The president displayed an exceptionally warm demeanor. Luo Yuan wasn't surprised that President Shurruff could recognize him. He had never gone to great lengths to conceal his identity, and anyone determined to find his image would find it easily. However, he was somewhat taken aback by the president's fervent hospitality, which struck him as peculiar. Nevertheless, having traversed this world for some time, he had cultivated a knack for maintaining composure. He smiled in return. "Hello, President Shurruff. It's an honor to finally meet you." "Too kind. Please have a seat." They exchanged pleasantries before settling down. As the invited guest, Luo Yuan took the initiative. "I wonder what prompted your invitation, President Shurruff." Initially, Luo Yuan assumed that President Shurruff's intent was to express gratitude for his role in dismantling Team Rocket and alleviating the crisis it posed to Shurruff Company, while also wishing to forge a connection with him. However, upon meeting the president, he began to doubt the accuracy of his assumption. If the sole purpose was to express thanks, the warmth seemed excessive, leading Luo Yuan to harbor a few suspicions. Unbeknownst to him, President Shurruff was oblivious to Luo Yuan's thoughts. Upon hearing the question, he replied, "The main reason for inviting you here is to express our gratitude for your assistance to Shurruff Company. Fortunately, you defeated Sakaki. Otherwise, we would have been in dire straits." At this juncture, President Shurruff wore a look of relief. He recalled the shock he felt when he learned from Kona that Team Rocket had rented a building adjacent to Shurruff Company. The idea that Team Rocket had established such a significant base nearby was daunting. To claim they were not eyeing Shurruff Company would have been self-deception. While Shurruff Company was considered one of the top companies in the Kanto region and Chengdu area, facing off against the nefarious Team Rocket, which had no rivals in Kanto, would have posed a serious threat. Thus, it could be said that Luo Yuan had saved Shurruff Company. Had he not vanquished Sakaki, leading to Team Rocket's downfall, they would undoubtedly have faced calamity. "It was my duty. Dealing with Sakaki was something I was destined to do," Luo Yuan humbly replied, though he spoke modestly. President Shurruff did not take his words at face value. Regardless of Luo Yuan's self-effacing remarks, it was evident that without his intervention, Shurruff Company would have been hard-pressed to escape disaster. Relying on the alliance to repel Team Rocket was uncertain, and even if they succeeded eventually, the company would have certainly suffered substantial losses. However, since Luo Yuan had already made his stance clear, President Shurruff opted not to dwell on the topic further. He retrieved an envelope from his assistant and presented it with both hands. "This is a small token of appreciation from our Shurlu Company. The envelope is thin, containing either a bank card or a check, and Luo Yuan does not feel the need to be overly formal with the president of Shurlu. Given the vast wealth of Shurlu Company, This modest sum is but a drop in the ocean. If Luo Yuan were to refuse it, he would appear somewhat pretentious. Upon accepting the envelope, the smile on the president's face radiates even more brightly. Chapter 129, The Invitation to Endorse. Once Luo Yuan received the envelope handed to him by the president of Shirlu, the atmosphere of their conversation relaxed significantly, shedding the earlier gravity. Luo Yuan turned his gaze upward toward the president, contemplating that his invitation must extend beyond mere monetary gratitude. As Luo Yuan had previously surmised, the president's invitation could not be solely about this single matter. With a smile, the president began, "Of course, it is not merely for this amount of money. For someone like the president of Shirlu, who oversees an extensive enterprise across the Kanto region, money is merely a sequence of digits. If his intention were simply to express gratitude to Luo Yuan, he could have easily instructed his assistant, Tokuna, to directly deliver the check. To be candid, there are two very important matters I wish to discuss with you regarding this invitation." "Please, go ahead," Luo Yuan responded, eager to engage. "The first matter is that I would like to invite you, Mr. Luo Yuan, to be the brand ambassador for our latest model of Pokeballs," the president announced. Luo Yuan was momentarily taken aback, not expecting this particular request. He had anticipated a more serious discussion, yet here was an invitation to represent Shirlu Company as their ambassador. "Are you certain?" he inquired, casting a peculiar glance at the president. "Absolutely certain," the president affirmed, his demeanor earnest and unwavering. "May I ask why?" Luo Yuan's curiosity was piqued as he scrutinized the president's expression. Did he possess some virtue he himself had not yet recognized? "You may consider this an investment," the president replied. "If I am not mistaken, you are a rookie trainer who just embarked on your journey this year, correct?" "Indeed, that is accurate," Luo Yuan confirmed. His status as a novice trainer was not a secret. With a bit of inquiry, it was easy to discern. "You must be preparing to participate in this year's Indigo Conference," the president continued. Luo Yuan grasped the president's intent, based on his current prowess. Securing the championship title at this year's conference seemed a foregone conclusion. As a newly initiated trainer, achieving such a victory would undoubtedly generate considerable buzz. If Shirlu Company were to choose Luo Yuan as their spokesperson, it could propel them into the limelight. As the pieces fell into place, Luo Yuan understood the rationale behind the president's proposal. Sure enough, the president elaborated. "The reason I wish to appoint you as our brand ambassador is primarily because I firmly believe you have the potential to become the champion of this year's Indigo Conference." The president spoke with candor. In recent years, products manufactured by Devon Corporation have been infiltrating our Kanto and Chengdu regions, and due to the influence of Zavoki Daigo, many young trainers have gravitated towards them, resulting in a detrimental impact on our sales figures, which have been in steady decline. His expression grew serious, revealing the weight of this matter. "I see," Luo Yuan nodded. He was aware of the rivalry between Devon Corporation and Shirlu. Over recent years, the sales of Pokeballs produced by Devon had been gradually increasing, and although their market share remained modest, it was imperative to note that this was Kanto, the very stronghold of Shirlu Company. The emergence of such a trend posed a significant threat. "What about the compensation?" Luo Yuan inquired. He was not opposed to endorsing the Pokeballs. Having tested the Master Ball produced by Shirlu on his Mutuo, he could attest to its exceptional quality, and he felt no trepidation about representing Shirlu Company. "The endorsement fee is 200 million, and should you secure the championship title at the Indigo Conference, there will be an additional 100 million bonus," the president declared boldly. With purchasing power equivalency, this amounted to a staggering 20 million. A substantial sum for someone like Luo Yuan, whose reputation was still in its infancy. "Additionally, Shirlu Company will custom-tailor the latest model of Pokeballs for you," the president added. This offer was incredibly generous, and Luo Yuan found himself quite satisfied. "Is there anything you require me to cooperate with?" "As I understand it, this year a trainer sponsored by Devon will be challenging the Indigo Conference in Kanto. All you need to do is defeat him," the president detailed. Luo Yuan nodded. This was hardly a daunting task. However, a sudden thought crossed his mind. What if he aimed for the Elite Four? "Are you planning to challenge the Elite Four?" Luo Yuan remained silent, but nodded. The president was taken aback. Although he had gathered intelligence indicating Luo Yuan was formidable, he had not anticipated his ambition to challenge the Elite Four. What was the Elite Four? In the current context of the Kanto League, with the championship title vacant, the Elite Four represented the pinnacle of strength in the region. As the embodiment of Kanto's might, they were undeniably formidable, and challenging them was no trivial endeavor. Yet, it was rumored that this year, Dato would ascend to the championship. Perhaps there was hope after all? With these thoughts swirling in his mind, the president stated, 1 billion. If you can become one of the Elite Four, Shirlu Company is willing to offer an annual endorsement fee of 1 billion. The president laid out this astronomical figure without hesitation. Luo Yuan extended his hand toward the president. Then, let us have a fruitful collaboration. Faced with the prospect of 1 billion in endorsement fees, Luo Yuan began to contemplate the possibility of challenging the Elite Four. The president, too, smiled and reciprocated the handshake. Feeling confident that with Luo Yuan as their ambassador, this year's sales of Pokeballs would be secure. Furthermore, if Luo Yuan succeeded in challenging the Elite Four, as the youngest champion in Kanto's recent history, he could potentially leverage this opportunity to reclaim market dominance from Devon in the Hoenn region, much to Zavoki's dismay. As both parties harbored their thoughts, Luo Yuan recalled the president's earlier mention of 2 matters to discuss. He inquired, since we have concluded the discussion regarding the endorsement, what is the remaining matter? Oh, you mean that, the president of Shirlu replied, regaining his focus. Chapter 130, Ancient Pokémon. The president continued. The second matter is not particularly significant. I mainly wish to ask for your assistance. Please, go ahead, Luo Yuan responded, in high spirits after securing a lucrative endorsement deal. He was inclined to help if it were merely a small favor. Allow me to introduce, the president gestured to his assistant beside him. As the leader of a large corporation, it was impractical for him to handle every matter personally. Otherwise, he would be overwhelmed managing the entire company. The assistant nodded and placed a document before Luo Yuan. The situation is as follows. 1 week ago, during a scientific expedition, our research facility discovered traces of ancient Pokémon. Consequently, we promptly investigated the site of the findings, and as our inquiry deepened, along with the results from our instruments, we uncovered a substantial number of ancient Pokémon fossils beneath the ground. Following further analysis by our research facility, we suspect that there may still be living ancient Pokémon residing underground. I apologize. Luo Yuan raised his hand to interrupt, inquiring, where exactly is that place you mentioned? The narrative recounted by the assistant struck him as strikingly familiar. The assistant replied, it's in the Great Fool Valley. Seated in the helicopter en route to the Great Fool Valley, Luo Yuan's thoughts were tumultuous. He had never anticipated that the ancient Pokémon, which were originally destined to appear only in the storyline, had been discovered and speculated upon in advance by the Zillafu Corporation, who had invited him to partake in the exploration. The Great Fool Valley is a setting featured in the original Pokémon anime series, depicting a tale where Ash and his companions, including Gary, excavate fossils, only to have Team Rocket detonate explosives that open the ground, causing them to fall into an underground cavern where they discover ancient Pokémon in slumber. Luo Yuan was perplexed as to why Zillafu Corporation failed to locate these sleeping ancient Pokémon in the original narrative. He speculated that perhaps Team Rocket's intrusion had left the corporation overwhelmed, or for some other reasons, they had aborted the project, resulting in their missed opportunity with the ancient Pokémon of the Great Fool Valley. However, now that he had traversed into this world, it was evident that Zillafu Corporation had no intention of halting this scientific expedition. In the distance, a camp came into view. The helicopter descended and landed on the pre-prepared helipad. There were individuals waiting nearby, and upon seeing Luo Yuan's arrival, they hurriedly approached. Greetings, Mr. Luo Yuan. We welcome your presence. I am Yal, the project leader for this scientific endeavor, said a middle-aged man clad in a lab coat, embodying the persona of a scientist. He displayed considerable respect, as it had been communicated to him that Luo Yuan, responsible for their protection, was an individual of great significance, deserving of personal reception, and he dared not display any arrogance in front of him. Luo Yuan appraised him briefly. It was apparent that Yal was not from the Kanto region, a fact discernible merely by his name. Hello, Yal. I am Luo Yuan. How are things progressing? Luo Yuan bypassed any superfluous pleasantries and got straight to the point. Taken aback by Luo Yuan's directness, Yal momentarily faltered, swallowing the courteous remarks he had meticulously prepared. He had intended to foster rapport before proceeding, but Luo Yuan's straightforwardness was unexpected. Nevertheless, he harbored no aversion to such decisiveness. On the contrary, he felt relieved, for as a researcher, he was not particularly adept at small talk. We have completed the preliminary scans, and at a depth of 30 meters, there exists a vast cavern. Although faint, we have already confirmed the presence of life signs within, Yal exclaimed, his excitement palpable. This is a monumental discovery. Although the scientific community had developed machines capable of resurrecting ancient Pokémon, provided they possessed fossils containing complete genes, the revival process differed significantly from encountering living ancient Pokémon. The resurrected Pokémon lacked behavioral traits, hunting methods, and other characteristics essential for research. In contrast, These living ancient Pokémon could serve as invaluable references for studying their kind. According to their hypotheses, these ancient Pokémon were merely in a state of slumber. Awakening them would enable insights into their lifestyles, significantly aiding their research endeavors. Unbeknownst to them, Luo Yuan's mission, for which he had been invited, was solely to ensure the safety of these scientists, rendering their research intentions irrelevant to him. As a form of recompense for protecting them, Luo Yuan was entitled to select any ancient Pokémon or fossils he desired from their discoveries. Shall we commence? Luo Yuan inquired. Well aware of the ancient Pokémon's existence below, eager to avoid wasting precious time. Right now, we can, but some preparatory measures are not entirely complete. For safety and prudence, it would be best to wait a few more days, Yal replied, maintaining the meticulousness expected of a scientist despite his excitement. That is unnecessary. With me present, you shall remain unharmed. Below are merely some ancient Pokémon. It is not as if we are dealing with a slumbering Rayquaza, Luo Yuan reassured them. Unperturbed by the prospect of safeguarding the scientists, Yal hesitated at Luo Yuan's confidence, yet considering the information he had received about Luo Yuan from his superiors, he ultimately resolved to trust him. After all, even if Luo Yuan were exaggerating, his supervisors would not deceive him. Very well, let us prepare to descend underground, Yal stated, turning to the nearby researchers who were making preparations. Everyone, ensure you are ready to enter the depths. Understood. The researchers promptly sprang into action. Luo Yuan approached the massive hole created by the drilling machinery and peered down. The dark underground cavern emitted strange, ominous growls, which justified the reason for the president of Zillafu inviting him to safeguard the scientists. After all, no one could ascertain what peculiar Pokémon lurked beneath. Chapter 131. The underground cavern. A group of researchers, led by Yal, descended through a makeshift ladder into the depths of the cavern. Advance one by one, do not crowd. Once we reach the bottom, follow Mr. Luo Yuan's instructions, Yal admonished as he descended. As the designated safety officer for this expedition, Luo Yuan naturally took the lead. Upon entering the cavern, he found himself enveloped in darkness, the contours of the surroundings indiscernible. However, this posed no challenge for Luo Yuan. Through his telepathy, he had already grasped the entire layout of the cavern with clarity. Within his psychic perception, the scene unfolded before him. 1, 2, 3. Luo Yuan sensed numerous faint presences. These must be the ancient Pokémon, he surmised. Shortly thereafter, the researchers followed suit, descending from the ladder. Mr. Luo Yuan, what is the situation? Yal inquired. You are fortunate. There indeed exist ancient Pokémon below, Luo Yuan replied. Upon hearing this, Yal and the researchers behind him beamed with joy, as this was undoubtedly exhilarating news confirming their hypotheses. However, the situation here diverges somewhat from your expectations, Luo Yuan added. In what way? The number of ancient Pokémon present may be considerably greater than anticipated. As Luo Yuan's words echoed, the ancient Pokémon, previously in slumber within the cavern, sensed the intrusion and began to awaken. Pairs of glowing red eyes flickered to life in the darkness. 1 pair, 2 pairs, 3 pairs, so numerous they were beyond counting. This is. A nearby researcher instinctively retreated a couple of steps. The researchers seemed to embody the adage of desiring something until it is seen, having longed to encounter ancient Pokémon, but now feeling trepidation in their presence. Indeed, these are the ones. Luo Yuan gestured toward the ancient Pokémon ahead. Isn't this number excessive? Yal felt a twinge of fear, yet he maintained a composed facade befitting a leader. I assumed you were aware of the multitude of ancient Pokémon below. Don't jest. How could we possibly know such a thing? A pale-faced researcher interjected. Mr. Luo Yuan remains calm. He must possess some method to handle this, another piped up. Yar gazed anxiously at the approaching ancient Pokémon, hastily seeking assistance from Luo Yuan, as their hopes rested solely upon him. In the brief span of their conversation, these ancient creatures had traversed several dozen meters, drawing closer with menacing visages that instilled considerable fear in the researchers. As a scholar dedicated to the study of ancient Pokémon, Yer was acutely aware of their formidable nature. These were not adversaries to be trifled with. Nevertheless, having accepted this mission, Luo Yuan vowed to ensure their safety. As he spoke, Luo Yuan tossed out 2 Pokeballs. With a resounding roar and a fierce growl, Steelix and Metagross materialized within the cavern. Go forth, Luo Yuan commanded, gesturing towards the duo. Unfazed, the 2 Pokemon charged towards the throng of ancient Pokemon. The assailants primarily consisted of Kabuto and Omanite, interspersed with a few Scyther and Kabutops. Though they appeared intimidating, their strength was not particularly formidable, at least not in Liu Yuan's eyes. Steelix, use Iron Tail. Metagross, employ Meteor Mash. Steelix swung its tail, sweeping a multitude of ancient Pokémon off their feet, while Metagross plunged into the fray, its forearms flailing, toppling ancient creatures in its path. The Steel-type moves proved exceptionally effective against the Rock-type Kabuto and Omanite, as the two Pokémon decimated the ranks of their ancient counterparts. The researchers behind Luoyuan displayed expressions of relief, as though they had narrowly escaped disaster. "Mr. Luoyuan, we are profoundly grateful," one researcher exclaimed, stepping forward. However, Luoyuan interrupted. "Hold on, there's more to come." His gaze shifted towards the dark recesses of the cave, where a piercing cry echoed ominously. Yar, well-versed in ancient Pokémon lore, recognized the sound immediately, his complexion shifting dramatically. "This is dire, it's Aerodactyl." As a researcher, he understood that Aerodactyl was the apex predator among ancient Pokémon. Compared to it, the likes of Kabuto and Omanite were mere minnows. The ancient Pokémon that had previously surrounded them had already fled, sensing the impending threat. "Mr. Luoyuan, should we take cover?" Yar implored, fully aware of Aerodactyl's ferocity. Despite his confidence in Luoyuan, he felt compelled to retreat. "Fear not, I can handle this," Luoyuan replied with a slight smile, though Yar felt his resolve wavering. He wished to express his own lack of confidence, but was interrupted as a shadow lunged toward them. "Quick dodge!" Yar cried, throwing himself aside, with the other researchers following suit. Yet Luoyuan remained steadfast, simply waving his hand. Metagross positioned itself before him, crossing its arms to block Aerodactyl's path. The cavern resonated with a tremendous crash. Metagross did not budge an inch, while Aerodactyl was forced back by the recoil of the impact. With a fierce glare, Aerodactyl charged again, its wings shimmering with white light. "Is that Steel Wing?" Luoyuan noted, observing Aerodactyl's technique. Metagross, counter with Meteor Mash. Luoyuan harbored no doubts about Metagross's victory. Indeed, with a swift punch, Metagross sent Aerodactyl careening backward, crashing violently into a nearby stalagmite. It actually won. The researchers gasped, their astonishment palpable. Their perceptions of Luoyuan shifted dramatically. How could someone so formidable, capable of besting an ancient overlord like Aerodactyl, be associated with their company? Chapter 132, The Role of Ancient Pokémon. As the researchers speculated about Luoyuan's identity, he regarded the fallen Aerodactyl. This creature bore a striking resemblance to the Aerodactyl he had encountered previously, though this specimen appeared larger, with a wilder, more ferocious glint in its eyes. "What an intriguing gaze," Luoyuan mused aloud. However, his words seemed to provoke Aerodactyl, the proud ancient monarch, who had never been subjected to such indignity. Struggling to rise, Aerodactyl flapped its wings and ascended once more. With a furious roar, it unleashed a low glow that enveloped its body. "What is this?" Luoyuan squinted, rapidly recalling the details of Aerodactyl from his Pokémon training manual. He quickly deduced that it was preparing to execute Hyper Beam. Hyper Beam harnesses the full might of the user in a single strike, but it comes with a significant drawback. The user becomes temporarily exhausted after the attack. Clearly, this Aerodactyl was consumed by rage, resorting to such a desperate maneuver. Yet, what of Hyper Beam? With a decisive wave of his hand, Luoyuan commanded, "Metagross, use Protect." There was nothing that could not be thwarted by a well-timed defense. Metagross crossed its arms once more, and just as Aerodactyl charged toward it, a blue shield enveloped Metagross's form. The ensuing collision echoed far louder than the previous encounters. Standing behind Metagross, Luoyuan felt the rush of wind against his face, devoid of any anger. Instead, he found himself increasingly impressed by Aerodactyl's ferocity. Without granting Aerodactyl a moment's respite, Luoyuan directed, "Metagross, unleash Psychic." The metallic adornment on Metagross's forehead glowed with azure light as it thrust its head forward, striking Aerodactyl square in the chest. With their proximity and the residual effects of Hyper Beam, Aerodactyl was utterly defenseless against the psychic assault. With a resounding thud, Aerodactyl was struck, emitting a pained cry as it spiraled through the air before crashing to the ground, unconscious. Having sustained prior injuries, this Aerodactyl could no longer withstand the forceful blow from Metagross. Luoyuan retrieved a high-grade Pokeball from his bag and tossed it, capturing Aerodactyl in a flash of red light. The ball shook violently, but, lacking the strength to struggle, the unconscious Aerodactyl soon ceased its movements. When Luoyuan reclaimed the Pokeball and turned to face the researchers, he was met with expressions of respect and gratitude. "I mean, even if I defeated those ancient Pokémon, you needn't regard me so," Luoyuan remarked, bemused. To him, it was merely a casual display of skill. Yet, he had substantially underestimated the impact of his actions and the allure of a powerful Pokémon trainer in this world. To single-handedly confront a horde of ancient Pokémon and effortlessly vanquish an ancient sovereign like Aerodactyl. These feats were more than enough to inspire admiration among the researchers, who had rarely encountered such might. Among them, a female researcher gazed at Luo Yuan with the starry-eyed admiration of a fan for her idol, causing him to feel a shiver run down his spine. He hastily sought to change the subject. Do you not engage in scientific research? Upon hearing Luo Yuan's reminder, the researchers suddenly came to their senses and promptly resumed their tasks. A group of researchers hurriedly captured several fossils of the armored fossil and ammonite beast, which had previously been subdued by Luo Yuan, and secured them in specialized Pokeballs designed for research. According to Yal's introduction, these Pokeballs were specifically manufactured for research purposes at a considerable cost. They could monitor the physiological states and even inadvertent behaviors of the Pokémon contained within, subsequently transmitting the data to a computer for study. After sampling the rocks inside the cave and measuring the air humidity, they strategically placed cameras in various corners of the cave to observe the living habits of ancient Pokémon. The team then swiftly exited the cave and sealed it off to preserve the internal ecological environment. Is that all? Luo Yuan inquired. Indeed. Thank you for your assistance. Yal nodded. The ancient Pokémon we have captured are sufficient for our research. However, I am curious how you intend to derive profit solely from studying these ancient Pokémon? Luo Yuan asked inquisitively. Of course, if this is confidential information, you need not disclose it to me. Actually, this is not a secret at all, Yal explained. On one hand, we aim to analyze the genes and evolutionary methods of these ancient Pokémon to enrich the company's database. On the other hand, with the advancements in the technology for reviving ancient Pokémon over the years, more families are acquiring them. Our company is preparing to launch specially tailored Pokémon food and training equipment aimed at ancient Pokémon to capture this emerging market. Luo Yuan was momentarily speechless, realizing that a scientific expedition had been organized solely to seize the market for ancient Pokémon food and training equipment. Although he now considered himself somewhat affluent, he could not help but feel that such a lavish approach to market capture was merely a display of wealth. Now that the necessary tasks were complete, Luo Yuan had no intention of lingering any longer. Boarding a helicopter, he departed the camp and headed directly for Rainbow City. He had already spent ample time in Golden City, and it was time to challenge the Rainbow Gym. Otherwise, he would soon be overtaken by the likes of Xiao Mao and Xiao Ji. He recalled that there was a Team Rocket arcade in Rainbow City as well. Perhaps I shall take the opportunity to dismantle their base in Rainbow City, he mused, feeling a surge of elation. Chapter 133, Rainbow City. Rainbow City is located to the southwest of Golden City, in stark contrast to the bustling and frenetic atmosphere of Golden City. Rainbow City is filled with an abundance of greenery, boasting an impressive 30 vegetation coverage, rendering it remarkably tranquil and serene. Oh, breathing in the air of Rainbow City feels as though I have been rejuvenated, Luo Yuan remarked, inhaling deeply. The air from Ziyuan Town to Golden City, and then from Golden City to Deshagu, regardless of the deep ambience of Ziyuan Town or the towering skyscrapers of Golden City, had never been particularly fresh. Thus, he now felt a sense of revival. First, I need to find a place to stay, Luo Yuan stated. Though he was unfamiliar with Rainbow City, such information could easily be obtained at the Pokémon Center. Good morning, Nurse Joy, Luo Yuan greeted upon arriving at the Pokémon Center. Good morning. How may I assist you? Please take care of my Pokémon. And also, could you inform me of any good hotels in Rainbow City? Nurse Joy pondered for a moment as she accepted the Pokeball. The best hotel in Rainbow City would be the Rainbow Grand Hotel, located directly across from the Rainbow Mall. Thank you, Luo Yuan replied gratefully. No need for thanks. Assisting trainers is our duty, Nurse Joy smiled. Once his Pokemon had fully recovered, Nurse Joy returned the Pokeball to Luo Yuan. Just as he was about to leave, she called out, Please wait a moment. Is there anything else? Luo Yuan inquired. If you happen to see any children wandering alone on the streets or any suspicious individuals, please contact us. Why? Has something happened? Luo Yuan furrowed his brow, sensing that the situation was not simple. Recently, there have been several cases of missing children in Rainbow City, Nurse Joy explained. The local police have issued a reward, hoping that passing trainers can assist in locating the missing children. I am merely relaying this message. I see, I understand. I will be vigilant, Luo Yuan nodded. Hearing Nurse Joy's words, he recalled that there was indeed a subplot in the original storyline concerning missing children in Rainbow City. However, his memory of it was rather vague, only faintly recalling that it was caused by the abuse of psychic-type Pokémon, although the specifics eluded him. If time permits, I shall investigate, for I am now somewhat of a public servant within the League, he thought as he made his way towards the Rainbow Grand Hotel. After completing the check-in process and leaving his luggage in the room, he ventured alone toward the Rainbow Gym. Welcome. The staff at the Rainbow Gym. Unlike most gyms where the staff are predominantly male, were all female. Each attendant was fair-skinned and beautiful, exuding an air of elegance, enhanced by the subtle fragrance of perfume that made them quite endearing. Upon seeing these charming ladies, Luo Yuan couldn't help but reflect on the original storyline, where Xiaoji disparaged the perfumes produced by the Rainbow Gym while in the perfume shop. Ah, truly. Xiaoji is a man of steel. This must be what they refer to as a straight man, Luo Yuan mused. Hello, I am here to challenge the Rainbow Gym. Luo Yuan stated politely. I am sorry, but we cannot accept challenges at the moment, the receptionist replied, looking quite troubled. Is there an issue? Luo Yuan asked. The gym leader is currently at the perfume shop, and according to the schedule, she won't be available to accept challenges until the afternoon. Luo Yuan frowned, clearly displeased at the prospect of having to wait until afternoon to challenge the gym. However, given that the gym trainer was absent, he could not forcibly drag Elika to accept his challenge, so he had no choice but to return later. Surely, there won't be a line of trainers waiting to challenge in the afternoon? Luo Yuan inquired. No, Mr. Luo Yuan, you are the first trainer to come to challenge today, the receptionist quickly assured him. It is quite disrespectful for the absence of our gym leader to hinder challengers. May I ask if the gym leader is not here? Where exactly is she? Luo Yuan questioned. In the narrative, Elika was first introduced as the manager of the perfume shop adjacent to the Rainbow Gym. However, having passed by the perfume shop earlier, Luo Yuan noted it was right next to the gym. If Elika were indeed at the perfume shop, a simple notification would suffice. Clearly, however, she was not there. I am not sure. I only know that Miss Jun Xia invited the gym leader to investigate the recent cases of missing children in Rainbow City, the receptionist replied candidly. Another case of missing children. Luo Yuan felt that every time he attempted to challenge a gym, some convoluted incident ensued. At the Nebi Gym, Team Rocket's interference led to a swarm of trainers rushing to challenge the gym. At the Hualan Gym, he stood in line for an entire day, only to be told he would have to wait until the following day to face the challenge. At the CureTake Gym, he encountered Ma Jishir, a spy planted by Team Rocket within the league, and after the King Gold Gym, he even had a direct confrontation with Sakaki. It seems that fortune has not favored me. Luo Yuan felt as though all his luck had been spent on the lottery. Fine, I understand now. I shall return in the afternoon. With no opportunity to challenge the Rainbow Gym, Luo Yuan did not intend to linger, bidding farewell and planning to return to his hotel, where he could redeem the rewards accumulated from his previous victory over Sakaki, including the investigation into the secrets of the King Gold Gym, obtaining the King Gold badge, and the rewards for vanquishing Team Rocket. Luo Yuan now possessed 2 silver lottery chances and 1 gold lottery opportunity. The golden lottery was a reward for defeating Team Rocket, while the silver chances came from acquiring the King Gold badge and uncovering secrets. Regrettably, he had failed to capture Sakaki. Luo Yuan felt a twinge of regret. Had he captured the Team Rocket leader, he mused, wouldn't the system grant him a platinum lottery chance? Of course, with Mutuo in his possession, he did not have a pressing need for platinum opportunities. Upon returning to the hotel and seated on the sofa, he initiated the System S lottery. Please wait while the lottery is being conducted. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a stinky flower. Lottery completed. Congratulations, host, you have acquired 1 body enhancement opportunity. What on earth is a body enhancement opportunity? Luo Yuan listened to the System S announcement, utterly oblivious to what he had drawn. Not understanding, he inquired. What exactly is the use of this? Body enhancement, as the name implies, strengthens the host's physique, increasing endurance and resistance to impact. Is that all? After waiting a considerable time for further elaboration, he asked, is that the entirety of the explanation? That is the complete description. The system responded to Luo Yuan. Luo Yuan, you truly are remarkable, system. Body enhancement merely augments endurance and impact resistance. Initially, he had anticipated that this enhancement would comprehensively bolster his speed, strength, and other metrics. To his surprise, it merely focused on endurance and resistance. I require an explanation. Pokémon trainers do not require strength and speed. Then why enhance endurance and resistance? To improve the host's survival capabilities in the wild. Ultimately, Luo Yuan felt somewhat persuaded by the system's reasoning. Indeed, what need did a Pokémon trainer have for brute strength? It was not as though he would be stepping into the ring to battle Pokémon himself. Enhancing resilience would suffice to ensure he was not easily overcome by Pokémon attacks in the wild. Having claimed his prize, Luo Yuan felt his already abundant energy swell even further, yet he noted no significant changes in other aspects. Naturally, with his psychic foresight, he was nearly impervious to being struck down by Pokémon moves. In summary, the first prize drawn from the lottery proved to be of little utility. He decided to continue with the lottery, confident that the system operated on scientific principles, dismissing notions of bad luck or fortune. After washing his hands, he settled back onto the sofa. Lottery in progress. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a universal skill learning machine. What distinguishes a universal skill learning machine from a standard skill machine? Luo Yuan inquired. The universal skill learning machine can record multiple skills and accelerate the speed at which Pokémon learn these skills. What a marvelous item. Indeed, after washing my hands, my luck seems to have improved. Luo Yuan gazed at the oddly shaped learning machine in his hands, feeling quite satisfied. While skill learning machines might appear unassuming, they were incredibly practical, particularly when nurturing weaker Pokémon, significantly saving time in his endeavors. If Luo Yuan wished to become a league champion, aside from Mewtwo, he recognized that his current Pokémon were somewhat lacking. His Pokémon types were overly homogeneous, and he had yet to establish a cohesive battle strategy, rendering him vulnerable to counters. With this universal skill learning machine, he could swiftly cultivate Pokémon to fortify his roster. As for the final golden lottery, he placed the learning machine into his backpack and eagerly anticipated the remaining golden draw. He had drawn a Dragonite in the last golden lottery. He wondered what he might receive this time. Lottery in progress. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the Mewtwo Mega Evolution Stone XY. Luo Yuan gazed at the two Mega Evolution Stones before him, his expression complex. I have just acquired Mewtwo, and now you present me with its Mega Evolution Stone? Surely, there must be some bias at play here. System, I suspect you are engaging in underhanded practices, he thought to himself. Moreover, wasn't the Mega Evolution Stone a reward for the silver lottery? What does it mean for the golden lottery to yield a Mega Evolution Stone? System self-check complete. No underhanded practices detected. In response to your second query, the Mega Evolution Stones for legendary Pokémon can only be obtained through the golden lottery. The system clarified. Alright. Upon hearing the system's explanation, Luo Yuan reluctantly accepted. If one disregarded everything else, he was indeed pleased with the Mega Evolution Stones for Mewtwo. However, he currently lacked the intimacy level required to utilize them. It seemed it was time to prioritize enhancing his bond with Mewtwo. He tucked away the two evolution stones in his heart, then left the hotel, intending to find a restaurant for lunch. In the afternoon, Luo Yuan returned to the Rainbow Gym. Is Miss Elika available? Hello. Yes, she is. Please follow me. It was the same receptionist who had attended to him that morning. Following her, he entered the Rainbow Gym, where various trees and flowers adorned the space, creating a beautifully layered and exquisite layout, with numerous grass-type Pokémon flitting about, making it feel akin to being in a forest. The gym was beautifully arranged. Thank you for the compliment. Miss Elika has meticulously arranged everything. Luo Yuan nodded. Gaining a deeper appreciation for Elika, she was a trainer of great taste. Soon, he arrived at the battle arena. The arena of the Rainbow Gym was similarly enveloped in lush vegetation, but with keen eyes, Luo Yuan noticed a fire break made from special materials along the edges, seemingly a precaution against fires. Was this due to the many challengers utilizing fire-type Pokémon? As this thought crossed his mind, Elika, standing opposite him, had already noticed Luo Yuan. Hello, are you the trainer here to challenge the gym? Elika inquired, evidently not recognizing Luo Yuan. He felt no disappointment, although he had gained some notoriety. His fame within the broader league was still limited. To become widely known in Kanto, he would likely need to first achieve victory at the Quartz Conference. I am Luo Yuan from the Shallow Red City, here to challenge the gym today. Elika wasted no time. The Rainbow Gym follows the 3v3 standard challenge rules. Do you have any objections? Hearing Elika's words, Luo Yuan shook his head. Then, let the match begin. As the gym leader, I shall send out my Pokémon first. With that, Elika tossed out a Pokeball. A stinky flower appeared on the field. Stinky. The stinky flower drooled. A foul odor wafted from it. Upon catching a whiff of the scent, Luo Yuan wrinkled his brow slightly, though he did not display overt disgust. While the odor was indeed unpleasant, he maintained his composure. He would not easily dismiss any Pokémon. Chapter 135, Leafeon vs. Weepinbell. Weepinbell. The creature stood on the ground, its face displaying a drowsy expression that appeared somewhat adorably foolish. If the opponent is Weepinbell, then it's your turn, Leafeon. Luo Yuan contemplated before sending out Leafeon. It had been a considerable time since Leafeon had participated in battle. It was indeed time for it to stretch its limbs. As Luo Yuan tossed the Pokeball, Leafeon leaped gracefully into the arena, moving with elegance while swaying its leaf-shaped ears and tail. However, Leafeon's grace was short-lived as it soon detected the unpleasant odor emanating from Weepinbell. Its delicate nose wrinkled in distaste. Having evolved from Eevee, Leafeon was quite fastidious about cleanliness and naturally found such an offensive scent intolerable. Yet, its resolute fighting spirit allowed it to endure. "What a beautiful Pokémon," remarked one of the onlookers at the gym challenge, their faces illuminated with admiration. "Is that Leafeon?" Elika questioned, casting a glance at Leafeon, her voice tinged with uncertainty. "Oh, you actually recognize Leafeon?" Luo Yuan replied, slightly surprised that Elika could identify it. "I once encountered a Leafeon," Elika explained, "but I must admit, seeing one here in Kanto astonishes me." Luo Yuan smiled faintly, saying nothing. The true surprises were yet to come. "Enough chit-chat, let the battle commence," Elika declared, waving her hand towards Weepinbell. "Weepinbell, use Leaf Blade." Weepinbell shook its body, unleashing several green blades that shot towards Leafeon from seemingly nowhere. Observing this, a glimmer sparked in Leafeon's eyes as it leaped nimbly to the side, effortlessly evading the attack. "It dodged so easily," Elika exclaimed, her eyes widening in surprise. Although she did not believe that Leaf Blade alone could defeat Leafeon, she was taken aback that it caused no trouble whatsoever. "Leafeon, let's counter with Leaf Blade," Luo Yuan commanded. In a tit-for-tat manner, Leafeon executed its own Leaf Blade. Without comparison, there is no harm. Though both were Leaf Blades, Leafeon's attack far surpassed Weepinbell's in both speed and power. "What an impressive Leafeon," Elika mused. If the previous attack showcased Leafeon's agility, this time it perfectly demonstrated its formidable strength. At this moment, Leafeon felt no weaker than her main Pokémon. Nevertheless, Elika was not about to concede defeat. "Weepinbell, quickly dodge," she instructed. The prowess of a Pokémon does not necessarily reflect the trainer's skill. As a gym trainer who had witnessed countless challengers, she understood this well. The battles between Pokémon tested more than mere strength. Just as Elika basked in her self-assured command, Leafeon's Leaf Blade seemed to possess a will of its own, curving midair to strike Weepinbell just as it was about to evade. Hit by the Leaf Blade, Weepinbell tumbled from the air, several scratches marring its surface. "Weepinbell," Elika shouted. However, Luo Yuan showed no mercy, calling out to Leafeon, "Leafeon, use Quick Attack." In an instant, Leafeon transformed into a streak of lightning, a bright white trail flashing before them, sending the still recovering Weepinbell flying. Immediately after, Leafeon followed up with a steel tail, leaving Weepinbell incapacitated on the ground. "Weepinbell is unable to battle," announced the referee at the edge of the arena, raising a flag to declare the outcome. Leafeon stood eloquently before the fallen Weepinbell, gracefully lifting its head, only to inhale the foul odor emanating from its opponent, turning its expression green with distaste. Fortunately, Elika did not intend to leave Weepinbell on the field as a biochemical weapon. She recalled it into its Pokeball. "I underestimated you. Out of respect, I will now unleash my true strength," Elika proclaimed, striking a serious pose. Luo Yuan rolled his eyes at her. "If you wanted to reclaim your honor after losing the first match, you could have just said so. No need to talk about unleashing your true strength." Clearly, the rumors of Elika from the Rainbow Gym being cunning were far from unfounded. They were rooted in truth. "Go, Victreebel." Elika tossed out her main Pokemon, Victreebel. Victreebel, resembling a pocket-shaped creature, was a stark contrast to the adorably daft Weepinbell. Its fierce gaze exuded aggression, presenting an aura of danger. "Return, Leafeon." Upon seeing Elika summon Victreebel, Luo Yuan understood he could not continue with Leafeon. From his observation, Victreebel's strength far surpassed that of Leafeon, and sending Leafeon into battle would likely result in defeat. Not wishing to waste time, Luo Yuan opted to send out Dragonite directly. "Since you have brought forth your main Pokemon, it is only fair that I do the same." With a thud, the Ultra Ball burst open. Roar! A resounding roar echoed throughout the Rainbow Gym as the large, adorable Dragonite emerged. "My second Pokemon, Dragonite. Pleased to make your acquaintance." Luo Yuan smiled at Elika. Elika, however, did not respond. She was too busy staring at Dragonite, her mouth agape. "This is too much." After much contemplation, Elika found herself at a loss for words to express her feelings. She had merely wished to win a match. Yet her opponent had unleashed a Dragonite. At the same time, a question arose in her mind. Could this person truly be a novice trainer? Elika scrutinized Luo Yuan carefully. Although she had confirmed his details during registration, his performance was anything but that of a newcomer. At the very least, she had never encountered a trainer with such a powerful Pokemon as Dragonite. But now that the die was cast, she had no choice but to steel herself for the battle. "Pleased to meet you," she managed to say with difficulty. "Pleased to meet you." Luo Yuan returned the gesture. Then, Dragonite surged forward, aiming straight for Victreebel. "Victreebel, use Acid." Under Elika's command, A stream of purple venom shot forth from Victorybell's mouth, arcing towards the airborne Dragonite. Dragonite. Evade, then use Dragon Pulse. The massive Dragonite dodged with remarkable agility, sidestepping the acid while unleashing a Dragon Pulse. Chapter 136. Disappearance. Dragonite, Dragon Pulse. Dragonite expelled a wave of energy, and even from a distance, Elika felt a surge of trepidation. Just how powerful was this opponent? She had never encountered a Pokémon that evoked such a feeling in her before. Dodge, Victorybell. Elika urged. Victorybell extended its two vines to brace against the ground and, with a powerful push, shifted several meters to the side, narrowly avoiding Dragonite's Dragon Pulse. The attack exploded beside Victorybell, creating a large crater in the ground, leaving Elika breathless with fear. Had Victorybell failed to evade that strike, it would have surely been rendered incapable of battle. Victorybell, use Leaf Blade. Elika commanded. Swish, swish, swish. 3 blades shot forth, yet Dragonite made no attempt to evade. It puffed out its belly, effortlessly deflecting all 3 leaf blades to the ground. The blades left only 3 faint white marks on Dragonite's belly. It seems I must resort to a stronger move, Elika thought, realizing that Leaf Blade could not even breach Dragonite's defenses. The recent Leaf Storm has unequivocally demonstrated a fact. Conventional techniques are utterly ineffectual against Dragonite. Thus, Elika resolved to command her Victorybell to unleash Leaf Storm. Although this move would ultimately inflict a recoil effect, diminishing Victorybell's attack power, she recognized that failing to employ it now would eliminate any future opportunity to do so. With a swift motion, a myriad of leaves erupted from around Victorybell, swirling violently toward Dragonite. The foliage surged forth like an unstoppable tide, obscuring the sun and suffocating nearly every possible escape route for Dragonite. It found itself in a precarious predicament. Advancing would subject it to the brunt of Leaf Storm, while retreating would only delay the inevitable impact. Do not fear, Dragonite. Use Hurricane. Upon hearing this, Dragonite immediately beat its wings, creating a powerful gust that met the oncoming Leaf Storm. Leaf Storm, relying on leaves as its weapon, possesses a notable vulnerability. The sheer surface area of the leaves renders them susceptible to strong winds. Coupled with Hurricane's inherent advantage over grass-type Pokémon, a significant portion of the Leaf Storm was dispersed by Dragonite's fierce winds. The remaining leaves, however, were swiftly obliterated by Dragonite's Dragon Pulse. Just as Dragonite prepared to charge forward and deliver a decisive ice punch to the unprepared Victorybell, Elika unexpectedly recalled her Pokémon. I concede this round. Both Luo Yuan and Dragonite wore expressions of disbelief. This was rather unscrupulous, particularly for Dragonite, which was primed to claim victory only to be abruptly denied by Elika's sudden withdrawal. Such an experience was undeniably disheartening. Now, for the third match, Luo Yuan began. But Elika immediately shook her head. No more. I am not your match. As a trainer of the Rainbow Gym, Elika recognized her limitations. Despite her prowess, she understood that even her strongest Pokémon would struggle against Luo Yuan's Dragonite. Rather than sending her Pokémon to face inevitable defeat, she resolved to surrender her badge. Challenger victorious, the referee declared, echoing Elika's thoughts. Here, the Rainbow Badge. Hurriedly, Elika extended the badge to Luo Yuan, anxious that he might insist on a third match. Luo Yuan stroked his chin, perplexed by her fear. Why was she so intimidated? He placed the badge into his pocket. Ahem, Miss Elika, I have a question. Luo Yuan coughed lightly. Please proceed. After handing over the badge, Elika regained her earlier composure. I heard this morning that you were investigating the case of the missing children. Have there been any developments? Why do you inquire? Elika asked, her curiosity piqued. She had anticipated Luo Yuan's interest in the matter. I heard about it from Joy and became a bit curious, he replied. Currently, we've only managed to locate a portion of the missing children. Many remain unaccounted for. And even those we've found are in poor mental condition, seemingly affected by psychic-type Pokémon. I was preparing to contact Naza from the Goldenrod Gym for assistance, but it would take her at least 2 days to arrive. A frown creased Elika's brow. If you need the help of a psychic, perhaps I could be of assistance? Luo Yuan smiled slightly as he extended his hand. As he raised his palm, a Pokeball detached from his waist and hovered above his hand. I am a psychic myself. Elika's eyes widened in astonishment. A novice trainer with such a powerful Pokémon, coupled with psychic abilities, what could he possibly lack? Yet, this was not the moment for such musings. She grasped Luo Yuan's arm urgently. Please, help us find those children, she implored. Could you let go first? I'm already in a relationship, Luo Yuan said, slightly flustered. Apologies, Elika replied, her cheeks flushed, as she quickly released her grip. Can you tell me how to assist you? Follow me. We can discuss it as we walk, Eliga beckoned, guiding Luo Yuan forward. As they walked, she elaborated on the situation. 3 days ago, the Rainbow City Police Department detected anomalous psychic fluctuations. Initially, they dismissed it due to its faintness, but within a mere 3 days, they received numerous reports of missing children. 3 days? Numerous reports? Luo Yuan was taken aback by the staggering figures. The disappearance of dozens of children was indeed a grave matter. After 3 days of effort, we've managed to locate most of the missing children, but 6 remain unaccounted for. I'll take responsibility for that, Luo Yuan stated. The objective of seeking out a psychic is to trace the source of the psychic fluctuations that led to the children's disappearance. We must address the root of this issue to prevent further incidents. I understand, Luo Yuan replied, piecing together the vague narrative in his mind, grasping the case's essence. To him, it did not seem particularly daunting. Chapter 137, Surilup, Rainbow City Police Department. Luo Yuan had lost count of how many times he had interacted with Junsha. Was it the 3rd or 4th? However, now was not the time for such trivialities. He approached Junsha with a greeting. Hello, Miss Junsha. Eliga chimed in. This is Luo Yuan, a psychic. With his assistance, I believe we can uncover the source of the children's disappearances. To Luo Yuan's surprise, Junsha seemed to recognize him. Eliga, puzzled, inquired, what? Do you two know each other? Miss Eliga, you are unaware of Luo Yuan? Junsha's expression reflected her astonishment. Luo Yuan is quite renowned in Kanto. I didn't know, Eliga admitted, feeling somewhat out of the loop. Very well, Junsha began, recognizing Eliga's lack of awareness. Luo Yuan is well known in our law enforcement community, having successfully apprehended several notable members of Team Rocket. Recently, in Goldenrod City, he collaborated with NASA from the Elite Four to orchestrate a raid against Team Rocket, resulting in the capture of hundreds of their members, including 2 high-ranking officials. Eliga's jaw dropped in disbelief. This was the 3rd time today that Luo Yuan had astonished her. She hadn't realized he possessed such a significant background. No wonder he had a formidable Pokémon like Dragonite, and was also a psychic, when viewed through the lens of his identity. Everything made sense. Miss Junsha, you flatter me. I merely played a minor role, Luo Yuan replied modestly. Mr. Luo Yuan, do not be so humble. The Elite Four members have publicly acknowledged your substantial contributions to the previous operation, Junsha insisted. Luo Yuan opened his mouth, unsure of how to respond. It was one thing for DUI to throw him under the bus, but why was Kina following suit? However, considering the sponsorship deal he had with the Sheriff Company, which stated that his rising fame would lead to increased endorsement fees, he ultimately chose to remain silent on the matter. Let's set aside this discussion for now and focus on the case of the missing children, Luo Yuan suggested, redirecting the conversation. Junsha nodded, fully aware that time was of the essence. The longer the children remained missing, the greater the likelihood of harm befalling them. Please follow me, Mr. Luo Yuan. We have preliminarily identified several locations where psychic fluctuations are notably frequent. However, we are unable to pinpoint the exact sites, and we require your assistance, Junsha stated, gesturing towards the map of Rainbow City that hung on the wall, which marked a total of 7 points. Leave it to me. Accompanied by Junsha and Eligia, Luo Yuan hastened to the designated locations to conduct a swift assessment using his psychic abilities. Not here. This is not the next one either. This one is somewhat similar. Yet still not it. There are no psychic fluctuations here at all. After a thorough investigation of 5 locations, Luo Yuan detected psychic waves at 4 of them. Yet none exhibited the hypnotic force associated with the symptoms displayed by the missing children. This is the 6th location, Junsha remarked, pointing at a building before them. Her expression weary, not from physical fatigue, but rather from psychological strain. The failure to uncover the source behind the children's disappearances at 5 consecutive sites left her feeling disheartened. Upon inspecting the surroundings, Luo Yuan felt a sense of familiarity. Closing his eyes, he attuned himself to the psychic energy, and indeed, he sensed significant psychic fluctuations in the air. The range of this psychic radiation was extensive, and its frequency closely mirrored that of a psychic-type Pokémon utilizing hypnosis. This must be the place. Follow me, Luo Yuan declared, opening his eyes and leading the visibly intrigued Junsha and Eligia towards the building ahead. He recalled the details of the unfolding narrative. Children had gone missing due to the formation of a club that exploited the hypnotic powers of psychic-type Pokémon to treat insomnia. Is anyone home? As a police officer, Junsha took the lead and knocked on the door. Good day, Miss Junsha. Who might you be looking for? A butler-like figure answered the door, gazing at Junsha and the 2 individuals behind her, appearing somewhat perplexed. I am here to investigate a case of missing children, Junsha responded. Missing children? We haven't seen any such cases here, the middle-aged butler replied, shaking his head. No, We are not searching for the missing children. We are here to investigate the cause of their disappearances. May we come in? Oh, please, do enter. Upon entering the hall, Luo Yuan, Junsha, and Eligio were greeted by the sight of a Solgaleo, surrounded by a throng of people atop a pedestal, its six-fingered hands rhythmically swaying. Is that a Solgaleo? Eligia inquired. Indeed, this Solgaleo is our club's prized possession. A nearby middle-aged gentleman approached, saying, "Welcome to our club. How may we assist you? We are investigating the case of missing children, and evidence suggests that this Solgaleo is the culprit behind their disappearances," Junsha asserted candidly. "How could that be?" The gentleman replied incredulously. "The Solgaleo has remained indoors, merely using its hypnotic abilities to aid club members with insomnia. How could it be responsible for the children's disappearances?" "It is due to the psychic fluctuations," Luo Yuan interjected. "This Solgaleo possesses an immense psychic force, likely reaching the threshold of evolution. Its energy has overflowed, and during the use of hypnosis, it may have inadvertently radiated its power, affecting the still-developing brains of children, thus causing them to fall under its spell." After hearing Luo Yuan's explanation, the middle-aged gentleman remained skeptical, having heard of the missing children cases in Rainbow City, but never considering the possibility of Solgaleo's involvement. Seeing the gentleman's lingering doubt, Luo Yuan proposed, "Why not try allowing Solgaleo to use hypnosis on you at full strength?" The gentleman hesitated momentarily, appearing reluctant. "If you don't give it a try, how can you be certain?" Luo Yuan urged. "If it turns out otherwise, I shall apologize." After some contemplation, the gentleman resolved to personally attempt this in order to validate his and Solgaleo's innocence regarding the missing children. "Come forth, Solgaleo," he commanded, positioning himself before the Pokémon. Solgaleo emitted a cry, its fingers accelerating their rhythmic movements, swiftly enveloping the gentleman's mind in a wave of psychic energy. In an instant, the gentleman's pupils lost focus, and he succumbed to an unconscious state, collapsing to the ground and moving forward like a caterpillar. Everyone in the club observed the scene in astonishment. "This is precisely the symptom exhibited by the children who have been found," Eligia remarked. "Let us follow him," Junsha urged. Although the gentleman moved in a caterpillar-like manner, he was remarkably swift, soon crawling out of the door. Luo Yuan, Junsha, Eligia, and numerous onlookers from the club trailed behind him, a throng of individuals exiting the building. Following the gentleman, they swiftly arrived at the central park of Rainbow City. After navigating through countless trees, they emerged into a clearing. "So it's here," Junsha exclaimed, her expression one of realization. "What? You didn't investigate this place earlier?" Luo Yuan inquired curiously. "We didn't discover this area during our prior investigations," Junsha admitted. "It was an oversight on our part." Soon, as they followed the gentleman's lead, they witnessed a group of children frolicking in the clearing, resembling Pokémon. Some flopped about like Magikarp, others crouched like Bulbasaur, while a few brandished their arms like Mankey. The scene was a cornucopia of peculiarities. The middle-aged gentleman also joined in, wriggling his body like a green caterpillar. Those who were club members stood in awe at this spectacle. Initially skeptical of Junsha's claims, they were now astounded to discover this bizarre behavior was indeed linked to the recent cases of missing children in Rainbow City. 17, 18. All the missing children are right here. Junsha quickly counted, letting out a sigh of relief. She had been deeply concerned about the case, and now she could finally set her worries aside. "Luo Yuan, can you help these children return to normal?" Eligia asked from beside her. "Of course, that is quite simple," Luo Yuan replied, snapping his fingers to sever the psychic waves emanating from Solgaleo. With a sharp crack, all the children returned to their senses. Though due to the prolonged duration of their hypnosis, they were utterly exhausted and promptly fell into a deep slumber. The middle-aged gentleman, meanwhile, regained consciousness. He gazed at the slumbering children beside him, astonished. So it was indeed Solgaleo. The gentleman found himself at a loss for words. "Mr. Luo Yuan, what shall we do about Solgaleo?" Junsha inquired, looking towards him. Given the circumstances, it was evident that Solgaleo required attention. As an expert in psychic phenomena, Luo Yuan was well equipped to address the situation. The middle-aged gentleman cast a nervous glance at Luo Yuan. Solgaleo was his only Pokémon, and if the League decided to impose restrictions on it, he would face a heartbreaking separation. "There is no need for special measures regarding Solgaleo," Luo Yuan reassured him. At that time, Solgaleo was likely in a state of psychic turmoil before evolution, a common occurrence for psychic-type Pokémon during the transitional phase surrounding their evolution. Once this tumultuous period is overcome, the Pokémon will be able to control its psychic powers, and such incidents will cease. Hearing Luo Yuan's explanation, the middle-aged gentleman was overwhelmed with relief. However, as its trainer, You must compensate for the related damages, including emotional distress for the families of the missing children, as well as the costs incurred by the Rainbow City Police Department due to the strain on their resources. Luo Yuan turned to him and said, during this time, it would be prudent for you to send your Solgaleo to the Pokémon Center for a while and refrain from allowing it to utilize its psychic abilities. Rest assured, I will cover any necessary compensation. The middle-aged gentleman replied. That is reassuring. Luo Yuan nodded, choosing not to elaborate further. With the incident of the missing children resolved, and having received gratitude from numerous parents, Luo Yuan bid farewell to Junsha and Elygia. He exhaled deeply. Although he had spent the day running around with Junsha, he still felt an overwhelming sense of joy. Helping others can sometimes be an incredibly fulfilling endeavor, especially when one is met with the warmth of gratitude. It is a satisfaction that is truly comforting, akin to soaking in a hot spring. Now, it was time to seek out the misfortunes of Team Rocket. Ever since he had utilized the reward for physical enhancement, Luo Yuan felt an invigorating surge of energy. Normally, he would be too fatigued to move after such a day. But now he felt no hint of exhaustion. It seems this reward is not as ineffective as I had imagined, he mused. He made his way to the arcade. As the sole arcade in Rainbow City, it remained brightly lit and bustling even as evening approached. Occasionally, one could see excited patrons entering, while others emerged dejected, having lost all their coins. One could only wonder how much profit Team Rocket amassed from this arcade. In any world, gambling houses are known for their exorbitant profits. Although this arcade may not appear to be a casino, the machines within were essentially akin to slot machines, rendering it fundamentally no different. The only difference was the absence of overt monetary transactions, cleverly circumventing the League's regulations. Pushing through the door, Luo Yuan surveyed the lively arcade and proceeded directly to the front desk. Good sir, how may I assist you? Inquired the attendant politely. However, upon recognizing Luo Yuan's visage, her pupils dilated in shock. Though she endeavored to maintain a calm facade, the smile on her face twisted unnaturally in Luo Yuan's eyes. Pretending not to notice her change in expression, he produced his bank card. I would like 10,000 yen in coins, please. Your coins, she said, handing over the prepared coins along with Luo Yuan's bank card, relief washing over her. As a low-ranking member of Team Rocket, she had never encountered Luo Yuan. Yet she was well aware of his repeated disruptions to their plans. Even their leader, Sakaki, had previously fallen to Luo Yuan, resulting in the loss of 2 senior officers. Such accomplishments instilled a sense of dread in her. Fortunately, Luo Yuan seemed oblivious to the fact that he was in a Team Rocket stronghold. Luo Yuan flashed her a smile before making his way to a gaming machine. That single glance and smile sent the attendant's heart racing, her legs nearly buckling beneath her. Could he have noticed? No, that's impossible. I should have left no traces. But what was that smile about? In a state of panic, she opted to send a message to the underground base through her computer. Unbeknownst to Luo Yuan, his mere glance had instigated such turmoil within her. He sat before a machine resembling a slot machine, equipped with a joystick. The machine featured 3 rows with 9 slots. When the joystick was pulled, the internal reels spun, and upon pulling it again, they would come to a halt. A winning combination of 3 identical symbols aligned in a row would yield a prize, with the ultimate jackpot being 777. Let us give this a try, Luo Yuan said as he inserted a coin and pulled the joystick. Simultaneously, he released his psychic energy to observe the mechanism of the machine's operation. As the 3 reels sequentially ceased spinning, they displayed an array of different symbols, no one this time. Interesting, he mused, a subtle smirk gracing his lips as he discerned the machine's hidden trickery. Prior to his arrival in this world, he had heard rumors of such machines being rigged, and it seemed the same held true here. On the surface, it appeared that one could win simply by having keen eyesight. However, each time he pulled the joystick, a mechanism within adjusted the speed of the reels ever so slightly. When a potentially winning symbol appeared, its speed would imperceptibly increase, creating a chaotic rhythm that made winning exceedingly difficult. I knew Team Rocket would not conduct business honestly. Luo Yuan chuckled inwardly. Yet, he was not overly surprised. After all, Team Rocket had committed numerous nefarious deeds, and this was mere standard procedure for them. Now it's my turn, he declared, inserting another coin into the machine while locking his psychic focus onto the internal reels. With a swift pull of the joystick, he engaged the machine once more. With each pull, the reels spun and stopped, landing on 3 sevens. The triumphant sound of bells rang out, and a cascade of coins erupted from the machine. Patrons around him turned their gazes, envy shimmering in their eyes. Incredible! A 777. What luck! I've never won before. They exclaimed, their voices mingling in awe. Ignoring the chatter, Luo Yuan continued to feed the machine coins. Pulling the joystick once more, the triumphant music played again, drawing the eyes of those who had just settled back down. How is this possible? Are we truly playing the same machine? Is it broken? They murmured, bewildered. With his third coin inserted, the jubilant music echoed once more. In mere minutes, what typically took days or even weeks to witness had occurred thrice on this one machine. Some speculated it was malfunctioning, while others believed Luo Yuan had mastered some secret technique. Regardless, the crowd gathered, captivated by his prowess. "Boss, what should we do now?" The receptionist inquired, her eyes fixated on the mesmerizing scene as she sought guidance from her superior via phone. In the surveillance room of the underground base, the Team Rocket Squad leader's expression darkened upon hearing her plea. "This guy is cheating," one of the Team Rocket members pointed out, indicating a flashing red light from a nearby machine. As a well-established arcade, various measures were in place to deter cheating, including devices capable of detecting psychic abilities. They had already discerned Luo Yuan's psychic manipulation. So what if he is cheating? The squad leader shot back at his subordinate, irritation evident in his tone. "Even if we know he is cheating, do you dare confront him?" Of course, he wanted to confront Luo Yuan. As the overseer of the arcade's operations, he would be held accountable for any discrepancies in performance. However, the reality was that he lacked the courage to approach Luo Yuan. What if his identity as a Team Rocket member was exposed during a confrontation? To understand the illustrious achievements and formidable reputation of Luo Yuan, one must acknowledge that they were all built upon the foundation of the Rocket Team. Should unforeseen circumstances arise, the entire base of Rainbow City would be at stake. A burden he neither desires nor can afford to bear. Yet, should he merely stand by and watch him continue his string of victories? The members of the Rocket Team beside him were filled with discontent. Once he has amassed sufficient wins, surely he will depart, mused the captain of the Rocket Team. He found himself utterly powerless against Luo Yuan, his only hope resting on the notion that Luo Yuan would win enough and simply take his leave. After exchanging a glance, both men discerned a shared sense of frustration reflected in each other's eyes. When had the Rocket Team ever endured such humiliation? However, recognizing the precariousness of their situation, it was prudent to exercise caution before Luo Yuan's overwhelming prowess, capable of defeating Boss Sakaki. Better to endure a minor loss than to risk the obliteration of their entire base. Returning to Luo Yuan. During the brief interlude when the captain and his subordinate were strategizing, coins had already accumulated in heaps beside him. The incessant barrage of 777s rendered the onlookers somewhat numb. Chapter 140, Exposing the Truth. Ding ding ding. Another 777 jackpot. How many times has it been? I've lost count. Have you been tallying? One onlooker inquired of his companion. Was it 130 times or 140? His companion pondered but could not ascertain. 153 times. No, wait, it should be 154. A boy with a buzz cut remarked, observing Luo Yuan pull the lever once more. 154 times, with each win yielding 100 coins. Meaning within this brief span of just over half an hour, Luo Yuan had amassed a staggering 15,400 coins. At 100 yuan per coin, that translates to an astonishing sum of 1,540,000 yuan. Such a rapid accumulation of wealth rivals that of a money-printing machine, causing the surrounding spectators to exclaim in awe. As the main character in this spectacle, Luo Yuan felt a pang of confusion. The Rocket Team's demeanor was remarkably placid. He had won such a substantial amount, yet they hardly made an appearance. He had initially intended to draw out the Rocket Team by amassing a fortune at the arcade, thereby facilitating the elimination of their base. But to his bewilderment, his hands were weary from pulling the lever, and the Rocket Team remained conspicuously absent. Had they truly become so timid? Previously, the Rocket Team members he encountered had exuded an air of defiance, dismissing all with a disdainful attitude. While lost in thought, he pulled the lever again. Clatter. Another cascade of coins fell, though this time in lesser quantity. Oh no, not again. Time to switch machines. Amidst the gazes of admiration from the crowd, Luo Yuan moved to another slot machine, pulling the lever once more. This marked the fourth machine he had changed to, having depleted the coins from the previous three. If the Rocket Team doesn't show up soon, I might just have to take matters into my own hands. Luo Yuan contemplated, his brow furrowed. He was not inclined to continue this charade. However, such a course of action, while straightforward, would be difficult to justify afterward. How could he explain his discovery of their base? Perhaps by intuition? Having a record of dismantling the Rocket Team and thwarting Sakaki's schemes, he was under scrutiny from many within the league. Thus it was advisable to avoid any actions that might appear unreasonable. Just as Luo Yuan was deliberating his next move, a commotion erupted among the crowd surrounding him. The VE arrived. The arcade staff is here. Finally, I knew this fellow was up to no good. Some reveled in schadenfreude, while others merely observed, their jealousy towards Luo Yuan palpable. Ignoring the ruckus, Luo Yuan observed 2 staff members approaching, their expressions resolute. May I assist you? Luo Yuan maintained his facade of ignorance regarding the arcade's connection to the rocket team. The rocket team's captain and his subordinate sighed in relief upon reaching him. As the crowd anticipated a confrontation, the 2 staff members surprised everyone with their politeness. Good day, sir. We sincerely apologize. Your skills are so exceptional that our humble establishment may not withstand your winning streak. As a token of our regret, please accept this, the rocket team captain offered, presenting a check with an earnest demeanor. This unexpected gesture left the onlookers in bewilderment, their expressions reflecting sheer disbelief. How fantastical! To have won so many game tokens, and yet have the arcade staff apologize? Such horror. The crowd stood frozen, mouths agape, unable to fathom the reality before them. Was this truly the same arcade staff known for their haughty demeanor? Had they not come to the wrong place? Some doubted their own senses, pinching themselves to ascertain they were indeed awake, as the sharp pain confirmed the truth. At that moment, the crowd directed envious glances towards Luo Yuan. This fellow was incredibly fortunate. He had not only won a vast number of tokens, but now received a check as well. What extraordinary luck had he encountered today? Luo Yuan accepted the check, glancing at it. 1 million. Considerable, yet for someone who had just secured a 200 million yuan endorsement deal with the Shira company. This amount was hardly noteworthy. I am genuinely curious, Luo Yuan remarked, retrieving a lighter from his pocket. What piques your curiosity, sir? The rocket team members, anxious to expedite Luo Yuan's departure, inquired. I'm curious as to when your rocket team became so cowardly, Luo Yuan said, igniting the lighter, flames flickering to life. Ah, you jest, sir. We are a legitimate business. How could we possibly be associated with the rocket team? They responded with forced smiles, though their expressions betrayed their unease. Sensing the tension, the onlookers began to retreat. With a swift motion, Luo Yuan ignited the check and tossed it to the ground. Fixing his gaze upon the 2 men before him. The scent of the rocket team emanates from you even from blocks away, Luo Yuan declared, snapping his fingers, his telekinetic powers immobilizing the 2 rocket team members in midair. Mr. Luo, we don't quite understand your words, the captain stammered, desperately attempting to wriggle free. Yet, the moment he spoke, he unwittingly exposed their identities further. You see, you already know my name is Luo Yuan, and yet you claim not to understand. Also, if you truly wish to conceal your identity, it would be wise to refrain from wearing such identifiable uniforms. As Luo Yuan's words fell, the staff attire of the 2 men suddenly tore away, revealing bright red uniforms emblazoned with the letter R. The realization of their exposure painted their faces with despair. The crowd gasped as they recognized the 2 staff members as members of the rocket team. In Rainbow City, notorious for rocket team activity, numerous cases of Pokémon theft had transpired each year. Recently, the rocket team had even orchestrated an assault on Rainbow Tower, resulting in significant casualties. The populace had always believed the rocket team to be hidden in secret bases, never imagining they lurked right beneath their noses. Chapter 141, A Sweep. Upon realizing the arcade was indeed the rocket team's base, the crowd's gazes towards the 2 members transformed entirely. Initially, they approached the situation with a detached curiosity, as they had no vested interests. Whether Luo Yuan profited or the rocket team suffered losses did not affect them. However, the circumstances have drastically changed. The rocket team now poses a tangible threat to their personal safety and infringes upon their rights. Consequently, the onlookers have united in support of Luo Yuan. Eliminate these rocket team members. Hurry, call the authorities. We must not let them escape. The crowd, fueled by indignation, rallied behind Luo Yuan. Observing this, Luo Yuan nodded. Despite the earlier annoyance these individuals caused, they demonstrated clarity in the face of justice. He retrieved 2 ropes from his backpack, binding the 2 rocket team members before confiscating their pokeballs, discarding them to the side. Now please keep an eye on these 2 and give Junshao a call. I will investigate the situation at the rocket team's base. Luo Yuan instructed. Leave it to us. You can trust us. The crowd replied, thumping their chests with determination. Luo Yuan nodded, unconcerned. Even if they failed to monitor the captives or contact Junshao, he was confident that with his presence, the rocket team could not stir up any significant trouble. Damn it, erase all data immediately. The researchers must evacuate with the critical Pokémon at once. We cannot let Luo Yuan capture any of it. Deep within their underground base, the rocket team was scrambling to relocate. As soon as Luo Yuan apprehended their associates, They sensed impending doom and quickly arranged for the evacuation of key personnel. However, time was of the essence, and their preparations were insufficient, rendering their escape efforts quite pitiful. All combat personnel, move out. We must ensure that Luo Yuan is kept at bay until the data is destroyed. The commanding officer of the base shouted to his subordinates. Understood. The rocket team members present were elite fighters and staunch loyalists. Thus, they wasted no time, charging forward with their Pokémon to confront Luo Yuan, determined to thwart him. Desperate resistance, Luo Yuan mused, standing on the first underground level, observing the relentless tide of rocket team members surging up the staircase. He felt a sense of helplessness. They need only surrender, yet they chose to resist, which he had hoped to avoid to minimize casualties. Metagross, light screen, he commanded, deploying Metagross to shield against the onslaught of the rocket team's attacks. It was evident that the rocket team had some skill. Dozens of Pokémon attacking simultaneously generated an overwhelming force. Unless he sent out Mutwo or Mega Metagross, even Luo Yuan would find it challenging to withstand such fierce onslaught. However, Luo Yuan had another strategy in mind. Steelix. He threw a second Pokeball, summoning the colossal Steelix, which filled the underground level to capacity upon its arrival. The sight tightened the hearts of the rocket team members. If one Metagross could withstand their assault. The arrival of Steelix indicated that Luo Yuan intended to go on the offensive. The terror of a proactive Luo Yuan was apparent, given his history of triumphs over the rocket team's countless failures. Yet, Luo Yuan's intentions were inscrutable to them. Let us tunnel down, he ordered, grasping Steelix. At his command, Steelix roared and slammed its head against the ground, burrowing downward. Metagross followed closely behind, creating a massive hole in the ground, leaving the rocket team members dumbfounded. What? They exchanged bewildered glances, utterly unprepared for Luo Yuan's unconventional approach of using Steelix to tunnel directly downwards. Shouldn't he have taken the stairs and fought his way down? Why is he not following the norm? The rocket team members felt a surge of panic and turned to flee downstairs, desperate to prevent Luo Yuan from reaching the data before it was destroyed. As they formed a united front, their hopes were destined for disappointment. On the second underground level, they found only a large hole. On the third level, the scene was the same. It wasn't until the fourth level that they finally encountered Luo Yuan, who stood with Steelix beneath him, flanked by Metagross and Dragonite. While their commander dangled helplessly in midair, suspended by psychic power. Luo Yuan smiled as he held a briefcase, looking at the incoming rocket team members. You're a bit slow. I've already dealt with your superior. He casually tossed the captured mid-level officer aside, addressing the crowd of rocket team members. Gulping nervously, they exchanged fearful glances, realizing their commander was gone, and the precious items they sought to protect were now in Luo Yuan's possession. Instantly, their morale plummeted, fear gripping their hearts. Run! Someone shouted, and the once determined rocket team members scrambled upstairs like frightened animals. Even if I let you start 49 meters ahead, where do you think you can escape? Luo Yuan shook his head at their retreating figures. He turned to Metagross and Dragonite. You two, go up and intercept them. We cannot allow them to escape. Otherwise, chaos will ensue in Rainbow City. Luo Yuan instructed. With a roar, Metagross and Dragonite nodded, retracing their steps through the tunnel. Moments later, piercing screams echoed from above, the nature of which was unknown to Luo Yuan. He smiled slightly, then turned his attention to the incapacitated mid-level officer of the rocket team. Since you are considered a cadre within the rocket team, I presume you are familiar with me and aware of my psychic abilities. Now, I wish to ask you a few questions, and I hope for your cooperation. However, should you choose not to comply, I cannot guarantee that I will refrain from employing certain unconventional methods. You will answer my questions clearly, understood? Understood, understood. The rocket team officer had no intention of resisting. Having witnessed the defeat of numerous high-ranking officials, including Boss Sakaki, he harbored no thoughts of defiance upon falling into Luo Yuan's hands. Excellent. Now, for my first question, what is the password for this briefcase? Chapter 142, The Unfortunate Sakaki. Firstly, the password for this briefcase is, the rocket team officer divulged the information without hesitation, utterly devoid of any inclination to conceal the truth. Luo Yuan opened the case to reveal a Pokeball and a hard drive. What Pokemon is contained within? He inquired, eyeing the black Pokeball emblazoned with the letter R, indicating it was specifically designed for the rocket team. This is a Pokeball containing Deoxys, originally intended for Boss Sakaki. The officer replied, Deoxys is a Pokemon from the Chengdu region, with its final evolution being the highly esteemed Banjira, boasting an impressive base stat total of 600. For Sakaki? What does he intend to do with it? Luo Yuan queried, intrigued. Boss Sakaki suffered losses in the recent battle at Jinhuang City and required replacements. This Deoxys was specifically selected to replenish his roster, the officer explained, casting a glance at Luo Yuan, knowing all too well that the latter was responsible for Sakaki's losses. Ah, I see. Luo Yuan understood now. During the previous confrontation in Jinhuang City, Sakaki had lost 2 Pokémon. One was a golem, the other a Tyranitar. It seemed that Deoxys was meant to fill the gap in Sakaki's lineup. The choice to evolve a Bagon into a quasi-legendary Salamence likely stemmed from Sakaki's recognition of the formidable strength of his Dragonite and Metagross. Understanding the advantages that a quasi-legendary Pokémon holds over ordinary ones. Regrettably, before this Pokeball could be delivered, it ended up in his own hands. Reflecting on it, one might feel a tinge of sympathy for Sakaki. Not only were his subordinates unjustly captured, but his plans repeatedly thwarted. And now the prospect of obtaining a Pokémon was snatched away from him. It seems Sakaki could easily compete for the title of the most unfortunate in Kanto, undoubtedly claiming victory. Yet, despite this sympathy, Luo Yuan had no intention of returning the Bagon to Sakaki. They were adversaries. And while some might entertain the folly of aiding their enemy, that would certainly not be the case for Luo Yuan. As for the hard drive, what secrets did it hold? Merely some data. The rocket executive's eyes flickered as he spoke, clearly reluctant to divulge the truth. In response, Luo Yuan levitated him effortlessly, flashing a smile as he inquired, "Are you certain you wish to conceal this information?" The executive shuddered at Luo Yuan's smile, memories of his terrifying presence flooding his mind. And he hastily shook his head. There was no point in withholding information. Even if he remained silent, it would only take time for the contents to be decrypted anyway. It was better to confess than risk falling victim to hypnosis later. The contents of this hard drive are ledgers. Ledgers? What kind of ledgers? Luo Yuan's curiosity was piqued. What could the rocket's ledgers possibly document? The transactions of Pokémon sales? The income from robbing and extorting trainers? Such matters hardly seem like secrets. These ledgers detail the financial interactions between companies, institutions, and organizations associated with Team Rocket. Upon finishing, the executive's face turned ashen. He understood well that if this ledger fell into the League's hands, returning to Team Rocket would be impossible. With such a grave blunder, he could already envision Sakaki's wrath. Luo Yuan hadn't anticipated such revelations. "TSK, you actually neglected to destroy this?" He regarded the executive with incredulity. Despite the imminent threat, he had chosen not to dispose of this incriminating evidence, leading Luo Yuan to wonder if this individual was not a member of Team Rocket, but rather an undercover agent for the League. Hearing Luo Yuan's words, the executive felt a surge of frustration. Did he not wish to destroy it? Just as he was about to do so, the Steelix had come barreling in, forcing him to hastily stow the evidence into a briefcase and shove it out of sight. He had hoped to evade scrutiny, only to be discovered by Luo Yuan. After pocketing the Pokeball and returning the hard drive to its case, Luo Yuan patted the despondent executive on the shoulder. "Do not despair, given your cooperation. I shall advocate for leniency on your behalf with the League." He felt rather benevolent. This individual was so compliant that securing a lighter punishment would surely align with the League's protocols. The executive nodded, recognizing this as his last consolation. By the time Junsha arrived to handle the aftermath of the Rainbow Arcade incident, it was already evening. "Mr. Luo Yuan, I cannot thank you enough. Without your intervention, we would have never discovered the hidden rocket base beneath the Rainbow Arcade," Junsha expressed sincerely. Her gratitude was palpable. Previously, Luo Yuan had assisted them in locating missing children, and now he had directly uncovered a rocket stronghold in Rainbow City. With the entire base dismantled, the crime rate in Rainbow City would likely plummet dramatically, transforming from a high-crime area to a much safer locale. All of this was thanks to Luo Yuan. "It was nothing. I merely made a modest contribution," Luo Yuan replied humbly. Junsha glanced at the gaping hole that ran through the underground base, feeling a twinge of unease. If this was merely a trifling contribution, then what had the Rainbow City Police Department accomplished over the years? According to the suspect's confession, there is evidence. Junsha continued, clearly having gleaned information about the ledger from the rocket executive. "I will personally handle this matter," Luo Yuan stated firmly. Given its significance, he could not trust anyone else. There were only a few individuals, Professor Oak, Kona, and Dato, whom he currently deemed reliable. Junsha nodded, feeling relieved. Thankfully, she was spared the burden of this task. Contending with the companies and institutions that had dealings with Team Rocket was no trivial matter. She was merely an ordinary Junsha, despite the backing of the Junsha family. She felt immense pressure facing such adversaries. "Are you planning to continue your journey, Mr. Luo Yuan?" Junsha inquired casually after addressing the pressing matters. "Of course. But not just yet. After a long day, I need to return to the hotel to rest, Luo Yuan replied with a yawn. Even with his remarkable stamina, he felt a bit fatigued and intended to take a break, while also making use of the rewards accrued from dismantling the rocket base. Chapter 143, Black Cloud City. Lottery in progress. Congratulations, host. You've received a Everstone. The first draw was the reward for successfully challenging the Rainbow Gym. However, this prize was undeniably lackluster. Everstone. Are you certain this is a silver-tier lottery reward? Luo Yuan questioned, bemused, as he examined the stone in his hand, feeling a wave of exasperation wash over him. Although Everstones were rare in this world, they were hardly scarce, as any large city selling Pokémon items would stock at least one or two. Essentially, they were purchasable with money. For someone like Luo Yuan, who was not financially constrained, winning an Everstone felt like a colossal loss. Have I truly exhausted my luck? Luo Yuan mused, reflecting on the absence of any fortunate streaks. Indeed, the notion of a lucky streak was but a myth. Perhaps he was merely repaying debts from prior good fortune. With his spirits waning, Luo Yuan decided to embrace the situation. System, shall I continue the lottery? Host has one remaining silver lottery draw. Do you wish to proceed? Less chatter, just draw. Luo Yuan commanded in his mind. Lottery in progress. Draw complete. Congratulations, host. You've received a Light of Affection 1. A Light of Affection? What is this? Another unfamiliar reward appeared, seemingly related to affection. Light of Affection, a consumable item that can enhance the bond between a trainer and their Pokémon to a certain degree. This seemed quite useful. Luo Yuan felt a spark of excitement. The moment he laid eyes on this item, he thought of Mutwo. Although he had devised preliminary strategies to enhance his bond with Mutwo, the complexities involved were daunting. Now, with this convenient method to boost their relationship, how could he not be pleased? Regardless of the extent of the enhancement, any improvement would foster a positive beginning between Luo Yuan and Mutwo, paving the way for smoother future interactions. With this in mind, Luo Yuan queried the system. Is the Light of Affection effective on Mutwo? The Light of Affection is effective on legendary Pokémon. That is good to know. Luo Yuan felt reassured. This item would only be applicable to Mutwo, as he could easily persuade his other Pokémon through physical means. Releasing Mutwo from its Master Ball, Luo Yuan said, Mutwo, let me show you something special. As Mutwo looked on with a puzzled expression, Luo Yuan commanded the system in his mind. System, activate the Light of Affection. In an instant, a beam of white light enveloped Mutwo. The Pokémon appeared momentarily bewildered, unsure of Luo Yuan's intentions. Where was the promised enhancement of affection? After observing Mutwo for a while, Luo Yuan noted no visible changes in the Pokémon's demeanor. Ultimately, it was Mutwo who, growing impatient and regarding Luo Yuan as if he were a fool, retreated back into the Master Ball. System, you claimed that this would also work on legendary Pokémon. Yet, I see no discernible effect whatsoever. The Light of Affection does indeed enhance the bond with legendary Pokémon, albeit to a lesser extent than with ordinary Pokémon. Additionally, the bond between the host and Mutwo has elevated from indifferent to amicable. Has it truly become amicable? Luo Yuan felt no such change. He attributed this to Mutwo's stoic demeanor. Upon reflection, if their relationship had remained cold, his prior antics would surely have led to a confrontation. Recognizing this, Luo Yuan's spirits lifted. It seemed fortune still favored him. While not as bountiful as before, he found himself quite content. Luo Yuan did not linger long in Rainbow City. After a brief respite, he set his sights on the next city. His destination was the Vermilion Gym in the city of Vermilion. According to his route, he had two options. One was to traverse through Black Cloud City directly to Vermilion City. The advantage of this route lay in its brevity and efficiency, while the downside was the abysmal air quality of Black Cloud City, which was far from pleasant. The alternative was to circumvent Black Cloud City, taking a lengthy detour through the adjacent Vermilion Forest to reach Vermilion City. This route would take significantly longer and was largely devoid of human presence, though it offered the benefits of cleaner air and the chance to encounter more wild Pokémon. Gazing at the map and contemplating for a brief moment, Luo Yuan decided to proceed through Black Cloud City en route to Vermilion City. His rationale was simple: speed. Circumventing Black Cloud City would nearly double his travel time, an intolerable prospect for someone like Luo Yuan, who prioritized efficiency. As for the dismal conditions of Black Cloud City, he had never given them much thought. Despite reports online claiming that the environment had deteriorated to a point unfit for human habitation, he remained unfazed. After all, he would not be residing there long. No matter how dire the conditions, they would only affect him for a day or two, a duration he deemed bearable. He maintained this mindset until he arrived in Black Cloud City, donning a thick mask and inhaling the filtered air, which still bore a peculiar odor. Observing the sky above, brightly lit yet devoid of sunlight, he finally grasped the grim reality of the infamous Black Cloud City, a place supposedly uninhabitable for humans. Did this city truly harbor any living souls? With this thought in mind, Luo Yuan entered the Pokémon Center of Black Cloud City. Upon encountering Nurse Joy, he preemptively remarked, "Enduring life in such a city must be quite arduous for you." Once an essential industrial hub of the Kanto region, Black Cloud City once housed over 70% of the region's large factories. Almost every item used by the Kanto populace bore the mark of Black Cloud manufacture. However, that was all in the past. With the advent of more efficient and cleaner energy sources, coupled with a newfound emphasis on environmental preservation, Black Cloud City had fallen into decline. What was once a thriving industrial stronghold had now become a shadow of its former self. The reckless industrial development of the past had severely damaged the environment, making pollution an unavoidable affliction for the city. Consequently, Black Cloud City had been designated as uninhabitable. Presently, apart from the longtime residents, only Pokémon trainers traveling between Vermilion City and Rainbow City occasionally pass through. Chapter 144. Nurse Joy of the Black Cloud City Pokémon Center was momentarily taken aback by Luo Yuan's comment, but quickly donned a resigned smile. It was inevitable. The Pokémon Center was a necessity in Black Cloud City. Clearly, Nurse Joy shared in the sentiment. Like any girl, she would prefer not to spend her days in a place shrouded in perpetual darkness. Yet, as she stated, Black Cloud City required its Pokémon Center, and she had her reasons for remaining there. Luo Yuan held her in high regard. Her resolve to stay in such a place was commendable. "Well then, how may I assist you today?" Nurse Joy inquired with a warm smile. "Could you please restore my Pokémon? And by the way, does Team Rocket operate in Black Cloud City?" Luo Yuan casually asked. Nurse Joy paused, taken aback by the question. Why would he inquire about such a thing? Having encountered numerous trainers in Black Cloud City, she prided herself on her capacity to handle even the most eccentric individuals. Yet a trainer who led with a question about Team Rocket was a first. Perhaps it's a residual effect of the recent Team Rocket activities, Luo Yuan chuckled, scratching his head. After each base he dismantled and every gym badge he acquired, he had grown accustomed to asking about Team Rocket's presence in every locale. If there were none, he would simply move on. If there were, he would pursue them, hoping to dismantle their operations for the chance at a reward. Nurse Joy responded with a hint of exasperation. While Team Rocket occasionally operates here, I can't recall ever seeing them in significant numbers. I suppose even they cannot endure the environment of Black Cloud City. Her tone carried a teasing lilt. Luo Yuan pondered this, finding her reasoning sound. Black Cloud City was predominantly industrial, filled with factories and workers, making it a less than lucrative locale for an organization like Team Rocket, which thrived on entertainment and raiding trainers' Pokémon. If he were Giovanni, he would never establish a base in Black Cloud City. It would be far more prudent to allocate resources to Rainbow City or Goldenrod City, maximizing profit. What a pity, Luo Yuan sighed, a look of regret crossing his face. It appeared that rewards would be scarce in Black Cloud City, just as a look of disappointment settled on Luo Yuan's features. The lights in the Pokémon Center began to flicker erratically. The overhead fluorescent lights pulsed ominously, creating an impression that they might extinguish at any moment. Luo Yuan glanced upward, muttering, "Surely they won't go out." No sooner had he spoken than the lights flickered violently twice before plunging the entire Pokémon Center into darkness. Luo Yuan was left speechless. Could it be this fortuitous? Yet, as the power outage occurred, a thought struck him. Was he experiencing a similar scenario to the one depicted in the original story, where Ash and his companions arrived in Black Cloud City only to find that Grimer had clogged the power plant's intake, causing a blackout? As he pondered this, Nurse Joy had already activated the backup power for the Pokémon Center, her expression marked by concern. Power outages have been occurring with increasing frequency. If this continues, even the backup power won't hold out much longer. As she posed this concern, a notification pinged in Luo Yuan's mind. Resolve the power plant's outage threat. Complete the task to receive 1 silver lottery chance. Can this trigger a task? Luo Yuan mused, and then inquired, Nurse Joy, has Black Cloud City been experiencing frequent power outages lately? Since the system had issued a task, he felt compelled to give it due consideration. The allure of a silver lottery opportunity is quite enticing, especially since it holds the potential to yield a Mega Evolution Stone. Upon hearing Luo Yuan's inquiry, Joy's expression darkened with concern. Things had been fine until recently, but power outages had only begun to occur. According to information from the power plant, it appeared that a Grimer had clogged the seawater intake, causing the generator to cease operation, which resulted in the outages. Will the League send someone to handle this situation? Luo Yuan furrowed his brow. Normally, in instances where Pokémon pose a threat to humans, the League should intervene promptly. It has been reported, but currently, all of the League's trainers are mobilized to deal with Team Rocket in Goldenrod City, leaving no one to attend to such minor issues, Joy lamented. Her heart filled with frustration. Luo Yuan cleared his throat, acknowledging that the responsibility for this matter fell upon him. It was indeed his suggestion to divert most of the League's forces to Goldenrod City to confront Team Rocket. And now he felt slightly embarrassed to be the subject of complaints. Let me head to the power plant and see if I can resolve the Grimer issue, he proposed. Given that the root of the problem lay with him, he had even less reason to remain idle. Accepting the Pokeball Joy handed him, Luo Yuan turned towards the power plant. Joy watched as he walked away, realizing after a moment, there are many Grimers. You stand no chance against them. Many trainers had previously volunteered to tackle Grimer, only to return defeated. She did not believe Luo Yuan could succeed. Without uttering a word, Luo Yuan simply waved his hand over his shoulder in farewell. Alarmed, Joy contemplated pursuing him. But his swift pace had already taken him out of sight at the end of the street. Resigned, she dialed Miss Juncha's number. Miss Junsha. A trainer just headed towards the power plant, claiming he would resolve the Grimer issue there. Could you please check on him? I fear he may encounter trouble. Joy was not overreacting. She had witnessed numerous trainers emerge battered and bruised after encounters with Grimer. A trainer, you say? Understood. The sound of tires screeching against pavement echoed through the line before the call ended. I hope nothing goes awry, Joy mused. She held a favorable impression of this trainer and sincerely wished for Luo Yuan's safety. Chapter 145, The Grimer's Desire. Unaware of Joy's concern and her call for Miss Juncha's assistance, Luo Yuan strolled through the streets of Black Cloud City. The thoroughfare was shrouded in gloom, with streetlights that should have illuminated the path now engulfed in darkness due to the power outage at the plant. His psychic abilities allowed him to sense a gaze lurking in the shadows, though he could not discern whether it belonged to a human or a Pokémon. I wonder if it will leap out at me, he speculated as he walked. Whether the observer was human or Pokémon, Luo Yuan hoped for it to reveal itself, as an encounter could provide him with some amusement. However, he was ultimately disappointed, as no attack came. As he neared the entrance of the power plant, the source of the gaze emerged from the darkness, revealing itself to be a coughing. I can't believe I've been outsmarted by a coughing all this time, he thought, shaking his head in bemusement. Ignoring the coughing lingering at the street corner, he pushed open the power plant's gates and stepped inside. Once Luo Yuan vanished into the depths of the plant, a figure cloaked in shadows emerged, their expression grim. Damn it, I thought I had evaded him by hiding here. The figure, known as Sakaki, scowled as he recalled the coughing to its pokeball. He had retreated to Black Cloud City, only to find that Luo Yuan had followed him there. It seemed he could no longer remain in Kanto. This thought crossed his mind as he resolved to leave the Kanto region immediately. He had recently received news about the destruction of Team Rocket's base in Rainbow City and realized that the situation for Team Rocket in Kanto was dire. He had already ordered the Kanto Team Rocket members to go into complete hiding, ceasing all operations to avoid the fallout. Prepare the plane. We're heading to Chengdu. Sakaki instructed his companion, Zhen Yao. Yes, Master Sakaki, she replied, adhering to his commands, confident that even if Team Rocket was currently down, they would one day rise again to dominate the Kanto region. Unbeknownst to Luo Yuan, Sakaki had been tailing him. As he traversed the deserted corridors of the power plant, he searched for any signs of Grimer. Where are all the Grimers? I haven't encountered a single one. Luo Yuan felt deceived. For apart from two Magnemite huddling together for warmth, he had found no trace of Grimer. This line of thought persisted until he reached the heart of the power plant. An overwhelming stench assaulted him, nearly overwhelming his senses, as he beheld a vast, writhing mass of Grimer enveloping the generator, with several plant workers trembling in a corner. Finally, the whereabouts of the Grimer became clear. A large swarm of them had completely encased the generator, while more continued to pour in through the ventilation ducts and sewers. Metagross. Rescue those workers. Donned with a gas mask to fend off the noxious odor, Luo Yuan dispatched his odorless Metagross to carry out the rescue mission. The prowess of Metagross was undeniable. Despite the Grimer's desperate attempts to impede its progress, they could not halt its advance. The poison-type Grimer and Mook were inherently at a disadvantage against the psychic-type Metagross, which easily dispatched the mass of Grimer before it. Thank you so much. We were almost done for. I cannot express my gratitude enough. The rescued workers expressed their heartfelt appreciation to Luo Yuan, who had saved them from the clutches of despair. They had faced both physical and psychological torment while surrounded by those Grimer and Mook. There's no need for thanks. I'm more interested in understanding what transpired here, Luo Yuan said, gesturing toward the Grimer. We're not quite sure ourselves. Suddenly, these Grimer attacked the power plant. Breaking through the protective net at the seaside entrance and crowding into this room, one of the workers replied, bewildered and distressed. He could not comprehend why the Grimer had gone berserk that day. Was this behavior typical for Grimer? Luo Yuan inquired. Not at all. While Grimer has attacked the power plant in the past, it usually only obstructed the underwater intake. Never before have they surged into the plant like this. The worker shook his head emphatically. Even when they did block the intake, as long as the protective net was electrified, the Grimer would naturally retreat when harmed. That's peculiar, Luo Yuan mused, frowning as he observed the Grimer continuing to swarm toward the generator. Could there be something here that attracts them? However, that didn't quite add up. Grimer was a poison-type Pokémon, and even if the power plant had a source of attraction for Pokémon, it should have drawn electric types. Not Grimer. Luo Yuan attempted to establish a psychic connection with the Grimer, hoping to glean their intentions. Yet, the poison-type Grimer was naturally incompatible with psychic communication, and despite his efforts, he could only sense a profound feeling of desire emanating from them. As for what they yearned for, Luo Yuan was left in the dark. However, it was at least evident that their intrusion was motivated by a yearning for something within. Luo Yuan mused silently. He turned his gaze towards the two workers at the power plant. Have there been any unusual occurrences at the plant recently? He inquired, knowing that such matters would need to be addressed by the staff. Strange occurrences? Not at all. This is an unmanned power plant. The machinery operates entirely autonomously. We are merely responsible for maintenance, and we haven't noticed anything out of the ordinary, one of the workers replied, stroking his chin thoughtfully. To them, the plant had indeed seemed perfectly normal over the past few days. Finding no leads from the two staff members, Luo Yuan felt a sense of helplessness and decided to turn his attention to Mutuo. Mutuo, do you discern anything extraordinary about this place? Luo Yuan asked through the Master Ball. Releasing Mutuo was out of the question. He surmised that doing so would instantly cause their bond to plummet into negative numbers. Chapter 146, The Legendary M Pokémon. Despite the barrier of the Master Ball, Luo Yuan and Mutuo were still able to communicate. While the Master Ball restricted Mutuo's offensive capabilities to prevent harm to its trainer, it did not entirely suppress its power. I do not perceive anything unusual at the power plant, Mutuo replied to Luo Yuan's query. Luo Yuan felt a tinge of disappointment as his confusion deepened. If there was nothing special, then what could possibly explain the presence of these Grimer? Just as this thought crossed his mind, Mutuo continued, however, I can comprehend the utterances of these Grimer. They all seem to be clamoring for the same thing. Luo Yuan quickly inquired, what is it? Without withholding, Mutuo declared, electricity. What? Luo Yuan was momentarily taken aback. Electricity. Mutuo reiterated impatiently. Luo Yuan fell silent for a moment. Feeling it was rather peculiar. Was it really electricity that attracted this group of Grimer? Although electric-type moves do not inherently counter poison types, one would expect Grimer to be averse to electricity. Had anyone else suggested this, Luo Yuan would have been skeptical. However, since it was Mutuo speaking, he decided to entertain the notion. He addressed the two power plant workers. Do you possess any electric-type Pokémon? Luo Yuan himself did not own any electric types, but it was reasonable to assume that workers at a power plant would have at least a couple in their possession. Although the workers were unsure of Luo Yuan's intentions with the electric types, they nodded readily. Yes, we do, and proceeded to release two Pokémon, one Electrode and one Magnemite. I would like to conduct an experiment with your Magnemite, Luo Yuan said to its trainer. Please use Thundershock on the Grimer below. Since these Grimer craved electricity, Luo Yuan decided to provide it and observe the outcome. Are you certain this is wise? The trainer of Magnemite asked, his legs trembling slightly. Using Thundershock on such a multitude of Grimer required considerable courage, as they could potentially retaliate. In his view, should they anger the Grimer, the odds of survival would be exceedingly slim. Rest assured, I am here, Luo Yuan reassured him, patting the nearby Metagross. Even if you doubt me, surely you trust the Metagross that rescued you? After a moment's contemplation, the trainer realized the validity of Luo Yuan's words and set aside his apprehensions. Magnemite. Unleash Thundershock on the Grimer below. Beep. The Magnemite hesitated momentarily before boldly discharging Thundershock at the Grimer, exuding an air of ignorance and fearlessness. Crackling. The electricity surged through the air, striking the Grimer. Zap. As the current coursed through the Grimer's form, its expression momentarily contorted, yet Luo Yuan observed something peculiar. It did not resemble pain. Rather, it appeared to be pleasure. Could it be that I am mistaken? Luo Yuan questioned his own perceptions, continuing to observe the Grimer that had been electrocuted. Indeed, the expression on the Grimer's face was one of delight. He was not seeing things. Moreover, not just this Grimer, but others nearby were also drawn towards the electric sparks, seemingly seeking to share in the current. The anticipated chaos and anger never materialized. Luo Yuan stood agape, marveling at the bizarre nature of this world. At last, he comprehended why these Grimer had rushed into the power plant. They relished the sensation of being electrocuted. Their intrusion was a quest for electricity. As this realization dawned upon him, Luo Yuan felt as though his worldview had been profoundly shaken. Indeed, he found it fitting to define these Grimer as peculiar. Have you ever encountered Grimer that enjoy electricity? I have. With the conclusion that Grimer craved electricity, a myriad of their actions suddenly made sense. As for why they developed this affinity for electricity, Luo Yuan speculated that it was due to the electrified protective net originally installed at the water intake. These Grimer, dwelling underwater, must have inevitably brushed against the protective net. Perhaps one Grimer first became addicted to the electric sensation, subsequently enticing the others to join in. As their numbers swelled, a blockage at the power plant's water intake occurred, leading to a power outage. The blackout resulted in the protective net losing power, prompting the unsatisfied Grimer to breach the barrier and infiltrate the power plant in search of electric therapy. After formulating this theory, Luo Yuan was astounded by his own imagination. He felt a latent talent for storytelling burgeoning within him. Mr. Luo Yuan, what shall we do next? The two power plant workers asked, noticing his prolonged silence. As employees of the power plant, they naturally wished for operations to resume swiftly to mitigate the economic losses stemming from the outage. Restoring power to the plant is precisely why I am here, Luo Yuan replied to the two workers. Then do you have a plan? Indeed, I have an approach. But it requires a substantial number of electric-type Pokémon. Do you know where I might find a large quantity of them? Upon hearing Luo Yuan's question, the two workers exchanged glances. There are plenty at the power plant, they exclaimed. Mr. Luo Yuan, please follow us. They then led Luo Yuan to a room brimming with Pokeballs. These are wild electric-type Pokémon that previously wandered the power plant. To prevent them from damaging the equipment, the company dispatches personnel monthly to capture them. The captured Pokémon are stored here. Luo Yuan surveyed the thousands of Pokeballs before him, a wry smile tugging at his lips. No need for such an abundance. If I were to release them all, I would be unable to manage the chaos, and I suspect the ensuing destruction would far exceed that caused by the Grimer. From the multitude of Pokeballs, Luo Yuan selected 20 Magnemite and 30 Pikachu. These 50 Pokémon will suffice. Let us prepare and resolve the Grimer predicament. Chapter 147. After having instructed the Pikachu and Magnemite, Luo Yuan, along with the two power plant staff, set forth towards the location they had previously visited. However, the two workers remained skeptical about Luo Yuan's ability to address the Grimer situation. Their doubt was not rooted in disbelief of Luo Yuan himself, but rather in the overwhelming number of Grimer they faced. However, they currently possess no superior alternatives. Thus they can only choose to place their trust in Luo Yuan. You all wait here. We are almost there, Luo Yuan instructed the two staff members behind him as he entered the factory with a large bag of Pokeballs. The two exchanged glances and nodded. Given their existing doubts about Luo Yuan's methods, it was a relief for them to remain outside rather than venture in. With the two arranged, Luo Yuan stepped into the factory, bearing a substantial load of Pokeballs. Come forth, Magnemite and Pikachu. Utilizing telekinesis, he opened all the Pokeballs. And soon Pikachu and Magnemite occupied a significant portion of the area, clustering around Luo Yuan. Observing these Pokémon, Luo Yuan spoke. Now, I shall rely on you all. Thanks to his prior training, the Pikachu and Magnemite were exceedingly obedient to commands. Pikachu, Thundershock. Electric currents erupted from the Pikachu and Magnemite, striking the Grimer. Many Grimer were rendered unconscious by the excessive voltage. However, Grimer, lacking a strong sense of camaraderie, showed little concern for their fallen companions. Rather, they were more captivated by the sparks emanating from Pikachu and Magnemite. With glimmering red eyes, the Grimer resembled famished Snorlax encountering a feast. They swiftly abandoned the now-defunct generators and lunged toward Pikachu and Magnemite. It's time. We must retreat, Luo Yuan commanded as he directed Pikachu and Magnemite to withdraw. His plan was to lure the Grimer out of the power plant, and so far, the first step had proceeded well. Naturally, Pikachu and Magnemite dared not linger. Faced with such a multitude of Grimer, both the plant staff and the Pokémon felt a tinge of fear. Thus, a curious scene unfolded within the power plant. 3 humans sprinted ahead, accompanied by Pikachu and Magnemite, while a throng of Grimer surged behind them, jostling one another in pursuit. Although the power plant covered a vast area, Luo Yuan and his companions swiftly reached its exterior. They collided with Miss Junsha, who was hurrying towards them. "What are you all doing?" Miss Junsha paused, startled by their appearance. "Run!" The two plant staff shouted urgently. Before Miss Junsha could pose further questions, Luo Yuan seized her arm and propelled her forward. "Wait, what are you doing? Let go!" she protested, struggling against the grasp of the unfamiliar man. Yet, Luo Yuan's enhanced physique, bolstered by the system, and his telekinesis rendered her efforts futile. "Stay still, look behind you," Luo Yuan shouted, as Junsha's squirming caused him considerable inconvenience. She glanced back, falling silent in astonishment. From the entrance of the power plant, Grimer poured forth in a relentless cascade, reminiscent of a mudslide. "My motorcycle!" Junsha gasped in horror as she watched her prized possession being engulfed by Grimer, a mournful cry rising within her. She nearly wept. It had taken her ages to save enough to purchase it. "Mr. Luo Yuan, where are we headed?" The two staff members inquired amidst their frantic escape. "To the seaside," Luo Yuan replied. Continuing forward would lead them into the city, where many residents of Black Cloud City resided. He had never intended for the Grimer to flood into the urban area. It would be utterly counterproductive to endanger the citizens in an attempt to salvage an abandoned power plant. "Everyone, follow my command. Turn right." Under Luo Yuan's direction, Pikachu and Magnemite pivoted, leading a great throng of Grimer toward the coast. "You two may leave now," Luo Yuan called to the staff, as the ensuing events were beyond their capacity to partake in. "Yes." The two staff members exhaled in relief, feeling liberated. The stimuli they had experienced in such a short time far surpassed anything they had encountered in over 2 decades of life. "Hold on tight." Luo Yuan released a pokeball containing Metagross, urging Junsha to grasp onto its back. "Return," he commanded, recalling all the Pikachu and Magnemite into their pokeballs. As they vanished, the Grimer, bereft of a target, grew agitated. One particularly large Grimer stepped forward, glaring at Luo Yuan and unleashing a furious roar. "Psychic," Luo Yuan ordered. And with a swift motion, he threw out the Master Ball containing Mutuo. Bang! Mutuo materialized in midair, surveying its surroundings, its brow furrowing upon noticing the audacity of a swarm of Grimer attacking it. With a flick of its wrist, Mutuo unleashed a psychic wave. Buzz! A wave of telekinetic energy radiated from Mutuo, incapacitating every Grimer it touched. In a single move, Mutuo neutralized the entire horde, leaving Junsha awestruck. Alongside the Grimer, the coastal road and surrounding streetlights also fell victim to the overwhelming pressure. The asphalt cracked under Mutuo's immense force, and the streetlights shattered into fragments. Fortunately, Luo Yuan had wisely refrained from unleashing Mutuo's power within the confines of the power plant. He visualized the catastrophic scene that would have unfolded, machines exploding, the plant in ruins, and himself facing legal repercussions, burdened with exorbitant debts. Just the thought of it sent shivers down his spine. Chapter 148, by Kyra. Just as Luo Yuan felt a surge of relief for his prudent decision, a massive Grimer among the fallen began to struggle back to its feet. "Roar!" The Grimer leader bellowed at Luo Yuan and Mutuo. "Mutuo, what is it saying?" Luo Yuan inquired of his living translator. "It expresses its fury and seeks to teach us a lesson," Mutuo communicated telepathically to Luo Yuan. Before he could respond, Mutuo raised its hand and hurled a shadow ball at the Grimer. Whoosh! Boom! The Grimer leader was sent flying, crashing to the ground, utterly incapacitated. With that, all Grimer were thoroughly defeated. Displeased by the stench emanating from the Grimer, Mutuo retreated back into its Master Ball, leaving Luo Yuan and Junsha atop Metagross. At last, Junsha seized the opportunity to speak. "Are you Mr. Luo Yuan?" "Indeed, that is I." Unlike Nurse Joy, Miss Junsha of Black Cloud City clearly recognized Luo Yuan. "I never expected to meet you in person," she exclaimed, somewhat taken aback. She had heard much about him in recent days. First, his triumph over Team Rocket's leader, Giovanni, in Goldenrod City, followed by his unraveling of a child abduction case in Rainbow City, uncovering a deeply concealed Team Rocket hideout. She never anticipated encountering him here. Luo Yuan, however, remained largely indifferent to Junsha's words. As his deeds accumulated, so too did his renown, and he anticipated that more individuals would recognize him in the future. Thus, he maintained a calm demeanor towards such recognition, turning his gaze towards the vast expanse of incapacitated Grimer sprawled across the ground. Luo Yuan was suddenly enveloped by an unsettling sense of guilt. Was he, perchance, a villain? He stroked his chin, muttering to himself. This assembly of Grimer merely sought a modicum of amusement, yet they were met with a merciless thrashing from Mutuo, rendering them all unconscious. In retrospect, these Grimer appeared rather pitiable. However, he quickly shook his head, dismissing any notions of sympathy. Since the Grimer had attacked the power plant, they had placed themselves in opposition to the entirety of human civilization. It was not a matter of justice, but rather one of conflicting positions. Resolutely, he decided to capture these Grimer. Contemplating his course of action, Luo Yuan produced a plethora of Pokeballs. Although Mutuo had rendered them unconscious, given a brief respite, they would surely regain their vitality. If he were to cast them into the ocean, it would not be long before they revived and launched another assault on the power plant. Thus, it was far more prudent to capture them all. The daunting task was now entrusted to Junsha. Luo Yuan handed her a hefty bag of Pokeballs. Junsha, still in a daze, wore an expression of bewilderment. Aren't you responsible for maintaining public order? These Grimers surely fall within your jurisdiction. Now that I have incapacitated them all, the remaining cleanup is yours. With a faint smile, Luo Yuan mounted his Gyarados and departed, leaving Junsha in a state of confusion, staring blankly at the sea of Grimer before her. After a prolonged moment, she finally grasped the nature of the task she had unwittingly accepted. Overwhelmed by the foul stench, she felt tears welling up in her eyes. Having dealt with the Grimer that had attacked the unguarded power plant, Luo Yuan did not linger in Heiyun City, for the environment was appallingly dire. He had no intention of assisting in the environmental remediation of Heiyun City, as such an endeavor was utterly unrealistic. After more than a decade of pollution, the city had devolved into its current state. Restoring its ecological environment would require a prolonged period of diligent effort, allowing time to gradually heal the scars of contamination. At last, he arrived at the entrance of the Qianhong Gym. After traversing the Qianhong Forest, Luo Yuan found himself before the entrance of the Qianhong Gym. Nestled deep within the forest, this gym was remarkably secluded. Due to its geographical location, few trainers ever chose to challenge the Qianhong Gym. Thus, upon Luo Yuan's arrival, he encountered not a single challenger. The absence of a queue was indeed refreshing. He pushed open the wooden door, which creaked ominously. Unlike other modern gyms, the Qianhong Gym retained an ancient architectural style, resembling a grand estate with its intricately arranged structures within. Is anyone here? Luo Yuan called out, having noticed the lack of reception staff. Bang! Just as his voice faded, a plume of smoke erupted before him. From the smoke emerged a figure. Welcome to the Qianhong Gym. I am Aixing. Are you here to challenge the gym? A masked female ninja materialized before Luo Yuan. While he was aware that gym leader Aiju and his daughter Aixing were both ninjas, the theatricality of her appearance and dialogue left him feeling somewhat awkward. Nevertheless, as this was her territory, he refrained from voicing any objections and nodded in acknowledgement. Indeed, I am the challenger. Upon seeing Luo Yuan's affirmation, Aixing's eyes sparkled with excitement. Finally, we have a challenger. It has been many days since the Qianhong Gym has seen a trainer. Aixing appeared thoroughly invigorated. May I challenge Aiju now? Luo Yuan inquired, eager to obtain the Qianhong badge. Regrettably, that is not permissible. Aixing stood firm. To challenge my father, you must first surpass me. Only by defeating me do you earn the right to face him. Aixing's demeanor was exceedingly serious regarding this matter. Luo Yuan's lips twitched. It seemed that challenges at gyms were seldom straightforward. However, he refrained from declining her challenge. After all, his opponent was a young girl. Refusing would only make him appear cowardly. A one-on-one battle will suffice, he resolved, aiming to minimize any unnecessary time spent. Absolutely, Aixing declared, swiftly retrieving a Pokeball from behind her. Go, Mew. Simultaneously, Luo Yuan summoned his own Pokemon. Come forth, Ujira. This was the Ujira he had discovered during his escapade at the Rocket Team base. After a persuasive session, Ujira had ultimately become part of Luo Yuan's team. He intended to utilize this battle to enhance their synergy. Chapter 149. Aiju, what Pokemon is that? Aixing's expression shifted to one of surprise upon seeing Ujira. Clearly unfamiliar with the creature, Ujira belonged to the Chengdu region, and had Aiju been present, he would undoubtedly have recognized it. However, Aixing seemed to lack her father's breadth of knowledge. Luo Yuan glanced at her, but chose not to elaborate on Ujira's details. For trainers, the ability to identify an opponent's Pokemon during battle is a crucial indicator of their prowess. After all, no rules in the league mandated that trainers disclose information about Pokemon. Nevertheless, Aixing did not falter in the face of this encounter. Mew, defeat your opponent. With its large, red compound eyes, Mew let out a cry and launched itself towards Ujira with its little legs propelling it forward. Ujira evaded the attack and executed a sand attack. Ujira! It roared menacingly, turning its back on Mew and swiftly kicking up sand and gravel towards it. Mew, initially intent on using tackle against Ujira, Mew was suddenly blinded by the sand attack, its expression shifting to one of distress. Hang in there, Mew. Don't panic. Use poison powder. With a swift shake of its body, Mew regained its composure under Aishing's guidance and unleashed the poison powder towards Ujira. Ujira, dodge. Luo Yuan commanded. The poison powder posed little threat to Ujira. Its lengthy preparation and overt execution made it challenging to hit unless unleashed at close range. Moreover, Luo Yuan had a superior strategy in mind. Ujira, unleash Sandstorm. The petite Ujira extended its arms and let out a fierce cry towards Mew, then stomped its foot, summoning a miniature sandstorm that engulfed the battlefield. For Ujira, who would later evolve into the Desert Tyrant, controlling sandstorms was merely a fundamental skill. Mew, unaccustomed to such weather phenomena, became visibly agitated by the sandstorm. Having lived in the Qianhong forest, it had never encountered such a tempest. Its fear became apparent as it struggled to maintain composure, regardless of Aishing's shouts of encouragement. In its state of panic, Mew launched an attack against Ujira. However, even under normal circumstances, its attacks would struggle to inflict meaningful damage on Ujira, let alone in its current frenzied state. Without a moment's hesitation, Ujira executed its only offensive move aside from tackle, Rock Slide. A barrage of stones was hurled towards Mew, crashing down upon it with devastating force. Before Mew could fully comprehend the situation, Ujira charged forward, seizing Mew by its fur and lifting it effortlessly into the air. Mew squirmed helplessly, but Ujira, despite its diminutive size, remained unyielding, and with a powerful motion, slammed Mew back down to the ground. Mew. Aishing let out a startled gasp and hurried to the side of Mao Qiao, cradling the creature in her arms. Are you all right, Mao Qiao? She asked, stroking it with concern. There should be no significant issues. My Carrara has only recently come into existence and cannot inflict substantial harm on Mao Qiao, Luo Yuan reassured Aishing. Upon hearing his words, and after inspecting Mao Qiao's injuries once more, Aishing finally sighed in relief. She lifted her gaze to Luo Yuan and declared, I concede that you possess the qualifications to challenge my father. Follow me. With that, she took the lead into the interior of the gym. Father, this is today's challenger, Aishing announced as they entered a room, addressing a middle-aged man clad in a purple ninja outfit, who was kneeling with his back to them. A challenger? Are you prepared to experience the intricacies of ninjutsu? As he spoke what sounded like an impressive line, Eiju turned to face them. However, upon seeing Luo Yuan, his body stiffened, and he suddenly felt uneasy. You are Luo Yuan, Eiju exclaimed, staring at him. It seems Mr. Eiju knows me, Luo Yuan replied, somewhat taken aback. Previously, he had assumed that Eiju, living in seclusion deep in the mountains, would not recognize him, especially since Elika had failed to do so in Rainbow City. To his surprise, Eiju had indeed recognized him, which he found rather intriguing. Of course I recognize you. Although I reside in the shallow red forest, I am still aware of the recent happenings within the Alliance. If I were unaware of the one who has defeated Team Rocket's leader, Sakaki, and thwarted their numerous schemes, I would indeed be woefully ignorant, Eiju chuckled. Indeed, Luo Yuan mused inwardly. Elika is not quite right. It turned out she was the only one oblivious to his identity, leading Luo Yuan to believe that many others were similarly unaware. By the way, the challenger mentioned earlier. Eiju turned his attention back to Luo Yuan. Indeed, your assumption is correct. I have come to challenge the shallow red gym, Luo Yuan stated. Hearing this, Eiju's expression transformed into one of disbelief. Luo Yuan, you cannot be serious. Everyone knows your illustrious record against Team Rocket. Do you truly require a gym challenge? Regrettably, as a rookie trainer this year, I must challenge gyms if I wish to compete in the Indigo Conference, Luo Yuan replied, raising his hands in a gesture of resignation. Eiju fell silent, seemingly recalling a news article he had seen online about Luo Yuan being a rookie trainer this year. However, he had dismissed it as mere sensationalism, never imagining it to be true. But if it is true, how could a rookie trainer have achieved such strength? It defies logic. Luo Yuan offered no explanation for this puzzlement, merely smiling at Eiju. So, Mr. Eiju, are you unwilling to accept my challenge? Very well, if you insist, Eiju conceded. As a gym leader, he could not refuse a challenger, especially one as esteemed as Luo Yuan, who had good relations with both Kina and Dato, the Elite Four members. Eiju reached behind him and produced a pokeball, foregoing any elaborate ninjutsu, and promptly announced the rules of the match. This gym challenge will be a 1v1 battle. The outcome will be decided in a single match. He preferred not to prolong the battle. A straightforward 1v1 would suffice to resolve the contest. 1v1. That seems acceptable. Luo Yuan responded with a smile as he retrieved a pokeball of his own. Chapter 150, Zubat. A one-on-one battle is simple and direct, primarily saving time. However, He harbored no intention of underestimating his opponent simply because it was Luo Yuan or because the battle was limited to 1v1. Recognizing Luo Yuan's formidable strength, Aju's integrity as a gym leader compelled him to give his all in this encounter. Go, Zubat! Aju hurled the Pokeball. With a flash, Zubat appeared in the sky above the arena, its slender purple body flitting gracefully, its four wings beating rapidly, exuding an aura of power. Is that Zubat? In Luo Yuan's memory, Aju's ace Pokemon was indeed Zubat, indicating he was genuinely putting forth his full strength. Go, Dragonite! This battle is entrusted to you, Luo Yuan declared, choosing Dragonite as his Pokemon. Given that Aju utilized his mainstay Zubat, it was only proper for him to show due respect. Roar! Dragonite let out a thunderous roar that echoed throughout the shallow red gym. The entrance of Dragonite was undeniably more spectacular than that of Zubat. As evident from Aixing's gaping expression, she had not anticipated that the Luo Yuan who had just engaged her would summon a Dragonite. Go! Luo Yuan commanded, gesturing for Dragonite to launch itself at Zubat. As it charged forward, Dragonite raised its arm, claws poised to strike. Dragon Claw. The speed of Dragonite's swipe was astonishing, its sharp claws gleaming ominously. Should Zubat be caught, it would undoubtedly suffer severe injuries. Yet Aju remained unfazed. Zubat, use Quick Attack to evade. Zubat, already swifter than Dragonite, nimbly dodged the ferocious strike with ease, its small frame allowing for agile movements. Such speed, Luo Yuan mused, noting the unexpected agility of Aju's Zubat. While Zubat was inherently a fast Pokemon, Aju seemed to possess an extraordinary talent for speed, resulting in the remarkable display before him. Nevertheless, Luo Yuan remained composed, smiling as he commanded, Dragonite, use Thunderbolt. He was confident that Zubat could not dodge every single attack from Dragonite. With that, Dragonite's antennae crackled with electricity, and a golden electric sphere coalesced at their tips. Zap! A powerful stream of electricity surged forth, aimed directly at Zubat. Zubat, continue to evade. Aju, favoring a calculated approach, refrained from allowing Zubat to recklessly engage Dragonite head-on. Instead, he opted to observe Dragonite's fighting style before making a decision. Zubat darted through the air, skillfully avoiding the arcs of electricity as they swept past. This exchange continued for several minutes. As time passed, Zubat's movements began to falter. Aju sensed trouble. The continuous evasion was taking a toll, depleting Zubat's stamina significantly. He needed to devise a strategy, for if this continued, Zubat would inevitably be struck by Dragonite's assault. At that point, the circumstances would drastically change. Aju's mind raced as he sought a way to halt Dragonite's onslaught. The most effective approach would be to counterattack. Without hesitation, he commanded, Zubat, use Poison Sting. With a flap of its wings, Zubat unleashed a barrage of poisonous needles towards Dragonite. Dragonite responded by unleashing a Dragon Pulse, swallowing the incoming needles whole, successfully defending against the assault. However, this interruption also disrupted Dragonite's Thunderbolt, granting Zubat a precious moment to recover. Having endured the burden of evasion, Aju resolved to take the initiative. Zubat, use Supersonic, he ordered, unleashing a wave of invisible sound towards Dragonite. The high frequency of the sound waves caused considerable agitation for Dragonite. Steady yourself, Dragonite. Use Hurricane. A vortex of wind swept forth, lifting dirt and debris from the battleground, obscuring the incoming sound waves. Seizing the opportunity afforded by the distraction, Dragonite flapped its wings powerfully, executing a quick attack to pounce on Zubat. The colossal body of Dragonite produced a resounding sonic boom, yet its speed far surpassed that of sound. Before the sound could reach the mind of Zubat, Dragonite had already traversed the not-so-distant battlefield and appeared beside it. Thunder Punch. Dragonite clenched its plump arm, the round, soft fist shimmering with golden arcs of electricity, and then struck Zubat with a powerful blow. Zubat. At that moment, Aju had just realized he needed to warn Zubat. However, it was already too late. The distance between Dragonite and Zubat was far too short. Instinctively, Zubat attempted to evade the impending Thunder Punch, yet it was equally powerless. Bang! Dragonite's fist collided with Zubat, sending it hurtling more than 10 meters away, spinning through the air. Is it resolved? Luo Yuan inquired, glancing at Zubat. Given Dragonite's inherent strength, compounded by the type advantage of Thunder Punch against Zubat, he believed this attack was virtually guaranteed to succeed. However, the situation did not unfold as Luo Yuan anticipated. Instead, it took an unexpected turn. Zubat, while spinning in midair, suddenly managed to flap its wings with great difficulty and reascend into the air just before crashing to the ground. Although Zubat appeared disheveled, Luo Yuan could perceive its indomitable spirit. "Well done, Zubat!" Luo Yuan exclaimed earnestly. He then issued an attack command to Dragonite. "Dragonite, use Dragon Pulse." With a mighty roar, Dragonite unleashed a wave of energy directed at Zubat. The speed of Dragonite's Dragon Pulse was not particularly swift, and while Zubat intended to evade, its body was no longer capable of such maneuvers. The Thunder Punch not only inflicted damage but also imparted a lingering paralysis that hindered Zubat's movements. With every flap of its wings, Zubat exerted tremendous effort, let alone dodging Dragonite's attack. Boom! Zubat crashed into the ceiling of the light red gym, resulting in a tremendous explosion that tore a gaping hole in the roof, allowing sunlight to stream through. Thud! The incapacitated Zubat fell to the ground, losing its fighting capability. Chapter 151. Encountering Shigeru again. Aju did not display any signs of distress upon Zubat's defeat. He seemed to have anticipated this outcome and had mentally prepared himself. "It seems you were not surprised by the battle's result," Luo Yuan remarked, gazing at Aju. Aju smiled. "As a ninja, the most crucial abilities are information gathering and assessing the opponent's strength. Although I have not witnessed your battles firsthand, merely hearing of your achievements, such as defeating Team Rocket's leader, is proof enough that your strength is not something I could easily overcome." Aju exhibited a commendable level of self-awareness. While his own skills were formidable, they were relative to his competition. Compared to other gym leaders in the Kanto region, he indeed possessed an advantage. Yet when facing a trainer of Luo Yuan's caliber, who had reached the level of a champion, he still fell short. "Here is the pink badge, a testament to your challenge of the light red gym." With a flick of his wrist, Aju tossed the badge to Luo Yuan. "I look forward to seeing you shine at the Indigo Conference." In Aju's view, Luo Yuan was undoubtedly a frontrunner for the championship title at this year's Indigo Conference. He had previously faced several trainers, none of whom could rival Luo Yuan's prowess. "Thank you for your well wishes," Luo Yuan replied with a smile, pocketing the badge. Counting his accolades, he realized he had now acquired 6 badges, needing only 2 more to qualify for the Indigo Conference. Just as Luo Yuan prepared to depart, a knock echoed at the door once more. "Is anyone there?" A familiar voice reached Luo Yuan's ears. He halted mid-stride and turned towards the door, where he saw Shigeru, adorned with sunglasses and a flamboyant expression, entering the gym. Since departing from the Saint Inn, Shigeru's journey had been remarkably smooth. He had left Ash, that fool, far behind in Goldenrod City and made substantial progress. Following a shopping spree in Rainbow City, he had crafted a persona he deemed exceptionally stylish. Now, he had successfully located the elusive light red gym. "I must be ahead of that Luo Yuan fellow," he mused. Throughout his travels, he had not encountered Luo Yuan, but he had heard of Luo Yuan's exploits in Goldenrod and Rainbow Cities, filling him with envy at Luo Yuan's prominence. That guy must have wasted so much time dealing with Team Rocket. He couldn't possibly be progressing faster than me, Shigeru thought gleefully. However, upon entering the gym, his initial joy was interrupted when he greeted Aju, only to hear a voice beside him. "Shigeru, long time no see." Upon hearing this voice, Shigeru shivered. "Luo Yuan, what are you doing at the light red gym?" He turned to see Luo Yuan standing beside him, his astonishment evident in both his expression and tone. Why wouldn't I be at the light red gym?" Luo Yuan countered. "But I heard you were busy solving a major case in Rainbow City, dismantling a Team Rocket base. How could you possibly have arrived here before me?" Shigeru exclaimed, confusion etched on his face. "When I left Rainbow City, that Team Rocket case was still unresolved." Shigeru was perplexed, having rushed directly to the light red gym without pausing. "Who says I have to wait for a case to be closed before leaving a Team Rocket base?" Luo Yuan replied with a slight smile, leaving Shigeru momentarily speechless. "Right. Who says one must wait for a case to conclude?" Shigeru's expression paled as he realized his earlier assumptions were unfounded. He had thought he was ahead of Luo Yuan, only to discover otherwise. The stark contrast in his expectations left him feeling quite disheartened. "All right, enough idle chatter. You should hurry up and challenge the gym," Luo Yuan advised. "As for your desire to surpass me, I could offer you a chance." "What opportunity?" Shigeru perked up at this. "I can wait here while you challenge the gym, then set off afterward, giving you a chance to surpass me," Luo Yuan offered. Since he had encountered Shigeru, he had no intention of leaving just yet. He was curious to see how Shigeru's skills had progressed. "Really? Would I have any reason to deceive you?" Luo Yuan retorted. "All right." Shigeru immediately regained his enthusiasm and approached the battlefield. "Hello, Mr. Aju, I am Shigeru from Pallet Town, here to challenge the light red gym. I recognize you." The grandson of Professor Oak, Aju responded to Shigeru. As a prominent figure in Kanto's academic community, anyone with even a passing acquaintance of Professor Oak would know of his grandson, Shigeru. Shigeru remained silent. As a wealthy heir aspiring to make a name for himself, he did not view being recognized for his grandfather's status as a point of pride. Aju, having heard the prior conversation between Luo Yuan and Shigeru, adopted a more relaxed demeanor. Since you've made a bet with Luo Yuan, I have a choice for you. You can opt for a 1v1 battle or a 3v3 match. Without hesitation, Shigeru understood the implications of Aju's words. A 1v1 battle posed greater risk with less margin for error and was quicker, whereas a 3v3 battle allowed for more error but took longer. I choose 1v1. Shigeru declared confidently, having trained diligently with his Pokémon and trusting in their abilities. To him, challenging a gym was not a daunting task. Oh, it seems you have a great deal of confidence in yourself. 1v1 it is? Aju smiled upon hearing this choice. Well then, I shall not hold back. Aju produced a Pokeball and tossed it into the arena, exclaiming, "Go Weezing!" Weezing appeared, looking rather disheartened. Yet its formidable size and the toxic mist enveloping its body commanded respect. "Bring it on," shouted Shigeru as he released his own Pokeball. "This battle is entrusted to you, Arcanine." As Shigeru's words resonated, a magnificent Arcanine materialized in the center of the battlefield. Oh, an Arcanine. Upon witnessing Shigeru's Pokémon, Luo Yuan's eyes sparkled with surprise. He had not anticipated that Shigeru had evolved his Mytina into an Arcanine. Compared to the diminutive Mytina, Arcanine's size was more than tenfold, towering impressively, exuding an aura of might and majesty. Chapter 152, Confidence. It was evident that Shigeru had not been idle during this time, as Luo Yuan assessed the Arcanine. With his discerning eye, he recognized that this Arcanine had been trained exceptionally well. Its lustrous coat and the fierce determination reflected in its gaze were nothing short of elite. Aside from its trainer's slight overconfidence, this Arcanine bore no discernible flaws. "This is my pride and joy, Arcanine," Shigeru declared, his eyes gleaming with confidence. After being spurred on by Luo Yuan aboard the Saint Anu, Shigeru had resolved to diligently train his Mytina. He spared no expense to provide Arcanine with the finest training equipment, even enlisting Pokémon breeders to concoct specialized food and devise a meticulously scientific training regimen. Months of unwavering dedication had culminated in the impressive Arcanine before them. In their previous battle against Elijah of the Rainbow Gym in Rainbow City, Arcanine had decisively vanquished her Pokémon, earning the coveted Rainbow Badge. "Let the battle commence." Shigeru waved his hand. Arcanine let out a fierce roar, signaling the start of the confrontation. The first to strike was Aju's Weezing. As a ninja, Aju was determined to seize the initiative, and as soon as Shigeru spoke, he issued a command to Weezing. Toxic Spikes. A flurry of poisonous needles shot toward Arcanine. Without waiting for Shigeru's command, Arcanine deftly evaded the oncoming spikes with agility. After dodging the toxic projectiles, Arcanine charged forward toward Weezing, mouth agape. "It's a bite," Luo Yuan noted, aware that if Arcanine's powerful jaws clamped down on Weezing, it would undoubtedly inflict significant damage. Luo Yuan understood this, and Aju, with his vast combat experience, was equally aware. Weezing used toxic gas. A cloud of poisonous mist erupted from Weezing, enveloping its surroundings, creating a formidable barrier. Employing toxic gas as a shield against Arcanine was undoubtedly a clever tactic. If Arcanine wished to engage Weezing up close, it would have to risk poisoning. Shigeru clearly had no intention of letting Arcanine succumb to poison. In response to the toxic cloud, he shouted, "Use Heat Wave." Upon hearing the command, Arcanine puffed up its cheeks and unleashed a searing gust of hot air. "This Arcanine has inherited Heat Wave," Luo Yuan mused, impressed that Shigeru had managed to capture such a powerful Pokémon. The scorching wind surged forth, rendering Weezing's toxic gas utterly ineffective, swiftly clearing the area around it and exposing Weezing. Furthermore, the intense heat inflicted damage upon Weezing. "Indeed, one should not underestimate it," Aju remarked, surprised by the turn of events. Although Weezing was not his strongest Pokémon, and Shigeru lacked Luo Yuan's strength, his ability to achieve this was certainly commendable. "Now, I shall reveal my true power," Aju declared, directing his command at Weezing. "Weezing, use Mud Bomb." Weezing opened its mouth, launching two massive mud bombs toward Arcanine. The mud bombs were renowned as one of the strongest poison-type moves, and Shigeru was not about to be careless. "Arcanine, use Flamethrower to intercept the mud bombs." Arcanine adjusted its stance, releasing a torrent of flames. The flames blazed fiercely in midair, creating a curtain of fire that intercepted the incoming mud bombs. The toxic projectiles, being highly flammable, ignited upon contact with the flamethrower, transforming into two fiery orbs before disintegrating into ash. "Arcanine, don't stop. Press on." Shigeru was poised to command Arcanine to finish off Weezing, but as he lifted his gaze, he was met with nothing but dissipating smoke. Just at that moment, a bolt of lightning struck from the sky, and Aju's voice echoed in Shigeru's ears. Weezing, use Thunderbolt. The Thunderbolt struck Arcanine, which was caught completely off guard, eliciting a pained howl as its fur stood on end as if electrified. Still a bit inexperienced, Shigeru, Luo Yuan thought to himself, having been keenly observing the battle. He had already noted Weezing's movements. The mud bombs, while seemingly formidable, were merely a feint. Weezing had taken advantage of the smoke screen to ascend into the air. Both Arcanine and Shigeru had failed to notice, and as a result, Aju seized the opportunity to unleash a Thunderbolt. Had Shigeru been more astute, he could have either dodged the attack or retaliated against the airborne Weezing, thus maintaining the upper hand. Now, the initiative lay entirely with Aju. Weezing, use Smog. Weezing inhaled deeply and expelled a thick, murky fog toward Arcanine. Smog, a poison-type move, sought to envelop the opponent in a noxious haze, inducing a poisoned state. Under normal circumstances, Arcanine would have no trouble avoiding such an attack given its speed, but after the previous Thunderbolt, Arcanine had succumbed to paralysis. Desiring to evade, it found itself unable to do so, and soon became ensnared within the toxic mist. Arcanine, hold your breath. Don't inhale the fog, Shigeru urged frantically, hoping to help Arcanine endure. However, with its body under the influence of paralysis, Arcanine lacked control and could not comply. Having inhaled the noxious fog, Arcanine succumbed to poisoning, its once lustrous coat becoming dull and ashen. Damn it, what should I do? Faced with the sudden reversal of fortune, Shigeru felt the weight of panic settle in. Chapter 153, The Call for Help. As Arcanine fell victim to the poison, Shigeru's inflated confidence began to deflate, and he found himself in a state of alarm. Where had the advantage gone? How had it transformed into a disadvantage so swiftly? Shigeru sensed the malice of the world bearing down upon him. Yet, he did not abandon hope entirely, for Arcanine had not yet lost its fighting spirit. There was still a chance to turn the tide. If he could defeat Weezing before Arcanine succumbed to the poison, victory would still be within reach. Arcanine, use Quick Attack, Shigeru commanded, as Arcanine unleashed its signature move. Under the aegis of extraordinary speed, the figure of the swift dog transformed into a streak of lightning, darting towards the double gas with an unparalleled swiftness. Bang! In its accelerated state, the swift dog's velocity was beyond the realm of human perception, leaving only Luo Yuan capable of vaguely locking onto its presence with psychic power. Both Aju and the double gas were utterly caught off guard. The double gas offered no resistance, colliding with the swift dog and spiraling away. As a move that embodied both speed and power, this extraordinary burst caused significant damage to the double gas. Yes, Little Meow exclaimed, clenching his fist in triumph. He had finally struck the double gas, igniting a flicker of hope for victory. Double gas, how are you faring? Aju inquired hastily upon witnessing the pain etched across the double gas's face from the assault. Gas, shaking its two heads, one large and one small. The double gas conveyed that it was largely unscathed. In that case, continue with the sludge bomb. Little Meow retorted, the same tactic won't work against me. With a wave of his hand, the swift dog unleashed a flamethrower, incinerating the sludge bomb into a cloud of black ash. When he raised his gaze once more, he found the double gas enveloped once again in a shroud of smoke. A look of confusion crossed Little Meow's face. Wasn't this scene reminiscent of a previous encounter? Were it not for the swift dog being in a poisoned state and appearing lethargic, he might have suspected he was caught in a time loop. Swift dog, unleash flamethrower into the sky. Instinctively, Little Meow commanded the swift dog to launch an attack skyward, recalling how the double gas had previously ambushed them from above. Clearly, the swift dog shared this thought, opening its mouth to release a burst of flames into the air. However, the flamethrower met with nothingness. The double gas was not aloft at all. Aju smirked slightly at the sight. He was not a novice trainer and would not fall for the same trick twice. Suddenly, the double gas sprang forth from the smoke, delivering a powerful blow to the swift dog that had its head tilted back in preparation for the flamethrower. It turned out the double gas had not shifted its position but had been cleverly concealed within the smoke, exploiting Little Meow's cognitive bias to deceive both him and the swift dog. A whoa! The swift dog emitted a cry of agony. Its massive form sent flying and rolling several times upon impact with the ground. Swift dog! Little Meow shouted in desperation. Yet, his calls were in vain, for the swift dog lay incapacitated on the ground. The combination of the poisoned state and the exertion of such powerful moves as the extraordinary burst and flamethrower had already left the swift dog on its last legs. The double gas's violent collision proved to be the final straw. With the swift dog unable to continue, Aju, the trainer from the shallow red gym, emerged victorious. Aju's daughter, beaming with pride, announced her father's triumph. Having watched Luo Yuan's battle with her father, she had nearly questioned her faith, almost shattering the powerful image she held of him. However, witnessing the clash between little Meow and her father restored that image in her eyes. So close. If only I hadn't been deceived. Little Meow lamented as he recalled the swift dog into its pokeball, his expression tinged with dissatisfaction. All is fair in war, although your strength is commendable. There remains much for you to learn in the realm of Pokémon battles, Aju remarked. I must apologize. But the shallow red badge cannot be awarded to you unless you best me once more. Little Meow nodded, though he bore a discontented expression. He refrained from displaying further emotions. Despite the regret of this defeat, he conducted himself with maturity. I shall return to challenge you again, he declared to Aju. You are always welcome, Aju replied with a smile. I see your aspirations to surpass me are destined to falter, Luo Yuan commented to Little Meow. This defeat may have occurred, but I will eventually catch up to you. Little Meow replied, brimming with determination. Haha, as long as you are content. Luo Yuan responded with a chuckle. Hey, Luo Yuan, what does your haha mean? Wait, clarify your words. Little Meow shouted as Luo Yuan departed the shallow red gym. Continuing on to the next one. Beep, beep, beep. Shortly after leaving the shallow red gym, Luo Yuan's communicator suddenly buzzed. He glanced at the device, noting an unfamiliar number. Hello, this is Luo Yuan. What can I do for you? Greetings, though I do not know your identity. I implore you to assist me. A voice on the other end, laced with urgency, piqued Luo Yuan's interest. Was this a call for help? It seemed to be a general distress signal aimed at nearby individuals. Before Luo Yuan could respond, the voice continued. This is Ranger Caesar from the Wild Wilderness area. I am using the emergency call feature to reach you. Regardless of who you are, upon receiving this call, I hope you can help me contact the police department in Shallow Red City and inform them that a group of highly dangerous poachers has infiltrated the Wild Wilderness area. The communication abruptly ceased. Luo Yuan's brow furrowed in contemplation. He recalled a vague memory of Caesar in the original storyline. When Ash and his companions traversed the Wild Wilderness area, they encountered this ranger who had gifted them the special capture balls for that region, enabling Ash to capture a total of 30 Kangaskhan. However, Luo Yuan could not recall any events in the original plot where Caesar had issued a distress call. Why was he suddenly receiving such a plea for help from Caesar? Luo Yuan felt that the events he was currently experiencing diverged from the storyline he once knew. Regardless, he decided to investigate the situation personally, as the Wild Wilderness area was not too far away. He had no intention of notifying Junsha. He believed he could single-handedly handle the situation, equating to the entire police force of Shallow Red City. If he could not resolve the threat, then the combined efforts of the entire police force would be futile as well. Chapter 154, Pokémon Hunter. Having resolved to head to the Wild Wilderness area to assess the situation, and uncertain of the enemy's identity, Luo Yuan knew he must prepare thoroughly. Kona, do you have a map of the Wild Wilderness area? Luo Yuan dialed Kona's number. Huh, why do you need a map of the wilderness? Are you planning to catch Pokémon there? Kona's voice brimmed with confusion. Nothing much, I just received a distress call from a ranger, and I intend to check it out. Luo Yuan explained. Oh, in that case, I believe I have a detailed map saved. I'll send it to you immediately. Stay safe. Luo Yuan chuckled, of course. With my abilities, do you doubt my competence? To be fair, while he had not utilized Mutuo and relied solely on Metagross and Dragonite, no one in Kanto could defeat him. Yet, with Mutuo at his disposal, Luo Yuan feared no challenge. Kona, realizing he had overthought the matter, laughed and ended the call. As Luo Yuan requested the map from Kona, a fierce battle was unfolding in the Pokémon Wilderness area. A group of Pokémon hunters, armed with high-tech weaponry, were aboard a flying vessel, capturing a herd of Kangaskhan. Haha, I've struck gold. I've heard tales of a rare group of Kangaskhan in the Kanto region's Wild Wilderness area. However, Team Rocket has long held dominion over Kanto. Now that they have fallen, these Kangaskhan shall finally be mine. A man clad in a trench coat and garb befitting a Pokémon hunter cackled gleefully. As he laughed, he pressed a launch button, and a large net descended upon a Kangaskhan below. Just as the Kangaskhan began to struggle, the spherical center of the net suddenly ruptured, releasing a cloud of white anesthetic smoke. Enveloped by a white mist, the bag dragon succumbed to the inhalation of this ethereal vapor with nary a hint of resistance. Swaying before collapsing to the ground, ultimately captured by the members of the poaching organization trailing behind and ensnared within a pokeball. Roar. The bag dragons racing ahead, upon witnessing their comrades' capture, unleashed furious roars of indignation. However, before they could turn back to render assistance, they beheld a multitude of bombs being cast down from the hovering aircraft. Though the force was not particularly overwhelming, it was sufficient to cause the unsuspecting bag dragons to scream in agony, coupled with the anesthetic gas. Soon over half of the bag dragon horde fell into the clutches of these Pokémon hunters. Ha! The man in the trench coat laughed heartily. What you are doing will not go unpunished by the Alliance. An elderly man, tightly bound by ropes in the seat behind him, exclaimed angrily. Hey, old man. You speak of the Alliance? The trench coat man replied with a peculiar smile. You actually expect those folks to bring me to justice? I have been a Pokémon hunter for nearly a decade, and the number of foes I have encountered is incalculable. Among all my adversaries, the Alliance poses the least threat. Furthermore, do you really think those who can merely maintain urban order can contend with me? I must say, old man, your imagination is rather vivid. The trench coat man roared with laughter. Just as he was reveling in his mirth, a voice crackled through the intercom. Boss, you must come to Dragon Valley. I have made a significant discovery. What discovery? The trench coat man raised an eyebrow, intrigued. It had been ages since he had heard such a phrase. The legends surrounding this Pokémon wilderness area are indeed true. There are many dragons in Dragon Valley. What? Is that true? The trench coat man's voice rose sharply, only to be followed by an overwhelming joy. Meanwhile, in the back seat, Caesar's expression changed dramatically as he began to struggle violently against his bindings. There's no mistake, boss. We have sonar-detected traces of many dragons' activities beneath the waters of Dragon Valley. Excellent. Wait for me. I shall arrive immediately. The trench coat man, disregarding the remaining bag dragons, summoned his subordinates and directed them toward Dragon Valley. Compared to mini dragons, what were bag dragons? Mini dragons, capable of evolving into quasi-deity dragon-type Pokémon, held a value in the black market far exceeding that of bag dragons, by 100-fold, at least. Capturing a single mini-dragon would ensure that their operation yielded an extraordinary profit. Damn it, don't touch the mini-dragons. Caesar writhed in a frenzy, desperately trying to break free, but his efforts were in vain. Witnessing Caesar's demeanor only solidified the trenchcoat Pokémon hunter's conviction that mini-dragons indeed existed within Dragon Valley. When Luo Yuan arrived at the Pokémon wilderness area, he was met with a scene of desolation. Trees lay uprooted, craters created by explosions marred the ground, and injured Pokémon scattered everywhere, akin to the aftermath of a devastating typhoon. What has transpired here? Luo Yuan's brow furrowed deeply. Without further ado, he released Mutuo, allowing it to communicate with an injured Nidoking. Mutuo, what have you discerned? A band of Pokémon hunters. They have infiltrated the wilderness area aboard their aircraft and are ruthlessly capturing wild Pokémon with their weaponry, Mutuo conveyed after conversing with Nidoking, its own brow furrowing in concern. Despite having assisted Team Rocket in capturing wild Pokémon in the past, Mutuo had employed far gentler methods, causing considerably less environmental damage. Yet, the current scene was unsettling to behold. Pokémon hunters, you say? I hadn't expected it to be this lot. Luo Yuan's expression darkened. In the Kanto region, the number of Pokémon hunters was quite limited, thanks in large part to the presence of Team Rocket, whose activities had significantly restricted the operational space for Pokémon hunters. Consequently, Pokémon hunters generally held a dismissive attitude toward Kanto, a place deemed unsafe and lacking in profit. This had led to the level of Pokémon hunter activity in Kanto being markedly lower than in other regions. However, it was surprising to discover that Pokémon hunters had now launched an assault on the wilderness area. It seemed that Team Rocket's downfall had provided these hunters with a false sense of security. A dangerous glint flickered in Luo Yuan's eyes. Having just vanquished Team Rocket, he was now confronted by these opportunistic Pokémon hunters, a situation that left him quite displeased, as it felt akin to being taken advantage of. After all, he had dealt with Team Rocket. Now, these Pokémon hunters were reaping the rewards without consulting him. Does Mutuo have any idea where they have gone? Luo Yuan inquired. They headed southwest. Mutuo pointed in that direction. Let us proceed. Chapter 155, Mini Dragon and Haxorus. Luo Yuan and Mutuo hastened toward the southwestern part of the wilderness area. Meanwhile, within Dragon Valley, the Pokémon hunters had already commenced their operation. Boss, a group of Pokémon hunters respectfully called out to the trenchcoat man. Where are the mini dragons? The trenchcoat man surveyed his subordinates. We detected signs of mini dragon activity at the bottom of this lake, but we are unsure how to extract them. The trenchcoat man glanced at the lake before him, which appeared quite deep. How many water-type Pokémon do we have? Only about a dozen, as this operation is primarily on land. We did not bring many water-type Pokémon, a subordinate replied. In that case, it is impossible to drain the lake. A mere dozen water-type Pokémon simply cannot accomplish that. The trenchcoat man pondered, continuing to inquire, what about electric-type Pokémon? How many do we have? Approximately 30 electric types. Excellent. Release all those electric-type Pokémon. Upon hearing this, the subordinate glanced from the lake to his boss. A thought dawning on him. Boss, you plan to electrocute the mini dragons out. Electric shocks are highly effective against Pokémon hiding beneath the water surface. Given the lake's conductivity, the effectiveness of the electric shocks would be extraordinary, and as long as the mini dragons remained in the lake, there would be no escape. Understanding dawned upon the subordinate, and he became exhilarated. Following the boss's plan, the mini dragon would undoubtedly fall into their grasp. Stop this at once, the bound Caesar shouted, his face flushed with agitation. Do not harm the mini dragons. If you have grievances, direct them at me. Huh, old man, you are of little value, merely a hostage. Your opinion holds no weight here, the trench coat man retorted, waving his hand to signal two subordinates to tape Caesar's mouth shut. He had no intention of harming Caesar, for the latter served as a safeguard. Should the alliance dispatch a large force to encircle them, Caesar could be used as leverage to negotiate their release. Then, at the trench coat man's command, a trio of Pokémon, Magneton, Electabuzz, and several Alolan Geodudes, all possessing electric rock attributes, simultaneously unleashed Thunderbolt upon the lake. ZZT. Sparks erupted as Thunderbolt struck the lake's surface, illuminating Dragon Valley with its blinding brilliance. Blub blub. Such a torrent of electricity not only shocked the area, but also caused a massive electrolysis of the water, producing a cacophony of bubbles. The hydrogen and oxygen generated through electrolysis coalesced in the air, culminating in a ferocious explosion when ignited by an electric arc boom. The violent explosion shattered the surface of the lake. The electric fish and explosive fish tactics combined left no water-type Pokémon able to withstand such onslaught. Instantly, a multitude of Pokémon, either rendered unconscious by the electric shock or stunned by the blast, floated to the surface. The leader of the Pokémon hunters, clad in a trench coat, paid no heed to the ordinary water-type Pokémon. His gaze flitted restlessly across the surface of the lake, in search of the elusive Dragonair. However, his expression grew increasingly grim. Could it be that there were none? How could that possibly be? He turned sharply to glare at his subordinate, who looked utterly innocent. Boss, we did indeed detect traces of Dragonair. Very well, I shall trust you once more. Combat team, intensify your efforts. Under the urging of the combat team, the electric-type Pokémon unleashed a more potent thunderbolt upon the lake's surface. Crackle. The water was electrified, sending steam rising into the air. Just as the trench-coated man was on the verge of losing patience, a powerful jet of water erupted from beneath the surface, propelling the electric-type Pokémon into the air. With a resounding splash, two figures, one large and one small, burst forth from the depths. Shoo! Woo! A mighty Haxorus and a diminutive Dragonair emitted furious cries towards the Pokémon hunters below. Both bore clear signs of electric shocks, evidently having endured enough of their torment before surfacing. If Haxorus and Dragonair were embodiments of wrath, the Pokémon hunters were filled with astonishment. Not only had they discovered a Dragonair, but also a Haxorus. The trench-coated man's face lit up with delight. This was truly a windfall. Initially, he had come solely to capture a Dragonair, yet now he had stumbled upon a Haxorus as well, two Pokémon capable of evolving into the formidable Dragonite. Such unexpected fortune was nothing short of exhilarating. Once the initial surprise had subsided, the trench-coated man quickly regained his composure. Quickly, seize them, he shouted to his subordinates. With the appearance of Dragonair and Haxorus, capturing them had become imperative. If they allowed them to escape, it would all be for naught. Electrode, use Thunderbolt. Magneton, try attack. Golem, rock slide. His subordinates commanded their Pokémon to launch an assault on Dragonair and Haxorus. Woo! The massive form of Haxorus twisted, shielding the smaller Dragonair behind it. Then swung its tail, sending torrents of lake water to intercept the incoming attacks mid-air. Splash! The water absorbed a considerable number of attacks, yet Haxorus, besieged by such a multitude of foes, struggled to hold its ground. Soon enough, the subsequent assaults broke through Haxorus's defenses, landing squarely upon it. Woo! Haxorus let out a mournful cry as its body crashed heavily against the surface of the lake. Shoo! Dragonair, witnessing its mother's injury, felt a surge of desperation, nudging Haxorus with its head in a frantic attempt to rouse it. Woo! However, Haxorus, gravely wounded, could only emit a faint sound, urging Dragonair to flee. Stubbornly, Dragonair shook its head, using its diminutive form to push against Haxorus, striving to lift its mother, but each attempt ended in failure. The Pokémon hunters, observing this scene, displayed no trace of compassion. As individuals who profited from capturing and selling Pokémon, they had long since shed any semblance of pity. It could be said that they would stop at nothing for the sake of profit. Fire the tranquilizer darts, the trench-coated man commanded. He had no intention of dragging this out any further. If Dragonair were to escape, it would be a complete waste. Seizing Dragonair now and selling it on the black market would surely yield a handsome profit. As the tranquilizer darts were launched, their effectiveness was remarkable. Both Dragonair and Haxorus were rendered utterly defenseless. Just as the capture net was about to be deployed, one of the Pokémon hunters suddenly shouted, "Boss, look over there." The trench-coated man furrowed his brow and followed his subordinate's pointing finger, noticing a small black in the distance that appeared to be growing larger, rapidly approaching. What is that? A look of confusion crossed his mind. He recalled that he had previously cleared most of the flying-type Pokémon from the Pokémon Wilderness area, dispersing the remaining ones as well. Logically, there shouldn't be any flying-type Pokémon in the vicinity for some time, so how could one be appearing now? Sensing something amiss, he quickly became alert and signaled to his subordinates. They all gripped their Pokeballs, adopting defensive postures. In a matter of moments, the shadow in the sky became clearly discernible. A trainer riding atop a Metagross soared towards them at high speed, then hovered above Dragon Valley, casting an inquisitive gaze in their direction. Metagross? The trench-coated man's heart raced as he beheld the Pokémon trainer atop the Metagross. A mix of apprehension and excitement swelling within him. Could it be that fortune was smiling upon him today? After recently acquiring a Haxorus and a Dragonair, now a Metagross was seemingly delivered to his doorstep. If he could snatch the Metagross from this trainer, he would truly strike it rich. As for whether the trainer riding the Metagross posed a threat, the trench-coated man dismissed this concern upon glimpsing the young trainer's face. Having been a Pokémon hunter for nearly a decade, he had never encountered a trainer of such youth who could possibly possess much strength. Even if the opponent had a Metagross, their numbers far outweighed the trainer's. If he couldn't overpower a mere boy with such a numerical advantage, he might as well return home to raise pigs instead of continuing as a Pokémon hunter. With this thought, he grew increasingly composed. While the trench-coated man sized up the trainer was also assessing the Pokémon hunters below. Over 40 of them, equipped with flying devices and tranquilizer darts. This was a professional Pokémon hunting squad. The trainer raised an eyebrow. He had initially assumed that only a ragtag group of Pokémon hunters was taking advantage of the lull following the battle between the League and Team Rocket. But to his surprise, he had encountered a professional team. The current League inspectors were truly lacking. How could they be so oblivious to the infiltration of such a large group of Pokémon hunters into Kanto? The trainer felt a deep sense of shame for this batch of League inspectors. These hunters clearly did not belong to Kanto. The fact that a fully armed squad of over 40 Pokémon hunters could infiltrate the League unnoticed was a testament to the incompetence of the current inspectors. It left the trainer feeling embarrassed to even refer to himself as a former Pokémon inspector in public. "Hey, was that commotion earlier caused by you?" The trainer called out to the man in the trench coat below. The inquiry was merely a formality. The trainer had already confirmed their identity as Pokémon hunters and was now focused on the tranquilized Haxorus and Dragonair. Seeing the trainer momentarily distracted, the trench-coated man shouted, "Attack." With that command, the Pokémon hunters behind him ordered their Pokémon to launch an assault. The trainer saw a wave of attacks surging towards him. He raised an eyebrow. An ambush? It had been ages since anyone had attempted to ambush him. As he pondered this question, he snapped his fingers, and he and Metagross vanished from their location, reappearing a short distance to the side. Instant transmission. Not too far, not too close. Just enough to evade the attacks from the Pokémon hunters below. Metagross, use Psychic with all your might. As soon as he evaded the ambush, the trainer shouted directly to Metagross. Buzz. Metagross executed Psychic with remarkable ease, launching a wave of psychic energy towards the Pokémon hunters and their Pokémon below. Ah, my head. The Pokémon hunters below suddenly appeared as though they had been struck by a hammer, their faces contorted in agony. Together with their Pokémon, they cried out in despair. There was no need to hold back against these individuals. It is essential to recognize that while there might be good people within Team Rocket, not a single innocent soul could be found among the Pokémon hunters. Every Pokémon hunter was steeped in crime. However, not every Pokémon hunter was rendered immobile by overwhelming mental force. Clawitzer crushed them. The man in the trench coat, gritting his teeth in pain, threw out a Pokeball, unleashing a menacing Clawitzer, its crimson body radiating malice, which lunged at the Metagross with its massive pincers. Upon seeing the Pokémon from the Hoenn region, Luo Yuan felt a flicker of surprise but did not falter in his actions. Fight back, Metagross. Use Bullet Punch. Bang! Metagross targeted the rushing Clawitzer and swung its arm like a hammer, colliding with the Pokémon's fist. The impact was deafening. Clawitzer, clearly weaker than Metagross, was sent flying, tumbling to the ground, sustaining considerable injuries. It appeared to be at a disadvantage. Yet, this provided an opportunity for the other Pokémon hunters below. As Metagross executed Bullet Punch, the mental force was interrupted, leading a multitude of Pokémon hunters to command their Pokémon to attack Luo Yuan once more. This time, they had evidently learned from their previous blunder, opting for a staggered assault rather than a reckless charge, allowing them to quickly respond should Luo Yuan evade their attacks. In response to their tactics, Luo Yuan merely chuckled. "Do you really think such a strategy can perplex me?" He reached for his waist and retrieved a second Pokeball. Bang! Roar! Dragonite made its entrance. "Since you are attacking in waves, I shall summon another Pokemon. Did you truly believe I possessed only this Metagross?" With both Dragonite and Metagross standing firm, the Pokemon hunters hesitated, daunted by their formidable presence. At that moment, the hunters sensed the gravity of their predicament. Their opponent could summon two quasi-legendary Pokemon. Was this truly an ordinary trainer? Chapter 157, Dragon Starfall. The Pokemon hunters realized that Luo Yuan was no ordinary trainer. However, it was already too late. As soon as Dragonite emerged, it spotted the battered Axew in the distance, surveyed the surrounding Pokemon hunters, and quickly deduced the situation. Its face contorting with fury. As a rare quasi-legendary Pokemon, Dragonite held its kin in high regard. Witnessing Axew's injuries was intolerable. Without hesitation, Dragonite charged forward. Roar! It bellowed at the Pokemon hunters, unleashing a wave of Dragon Pulse. Look out! The Pokemon hunters, sensing impending doom, scrambled to evade. Yet, Dragonite's attack was sudden, providing them with insufficient time to escape. Boom! A nearby aircraft was struck by the Dragon Pulse, erupting in a fiery explosion. The shockwave sent the surrounding Pokemon hunters sprawling to the ground, their faces contorted in agony. Seeing Dragonite take down an aircraft with a single strike, the man in the trench coat felt a surge of trepidation towards both Dragonite and Luo Yuan. He yearned to flee but was reluctant to abandon the organization he had painstakingly built over the past decade, investing a fortune in acquiring the most advanced aircraft. To forsake all of this and run now? He could not bear the thought. Moreover, the wild Pokemon they had captured in the wild area remained here. Fleeing now would mean losing everything. Combat team, attack that Dragonite. The man in the trench coat barked fiercely. Use the hunting darts. At this command, the bounty hunters recalled the existence of hunting darts, having been momentarily stunned by Dragonite's terrifying strength. They swiftly grabbed the rocket launcher-like devices from nearby. Boom. In an instant, over 10 black rockets were aimed at Dragonite, swiftly hurtling towards it. Though Dragonite was unaware of their nature, it instinctively took flight, flapping its wings vigorously to evade the incoming projectiles. Most of the rockets missed, crashing into the nearby mountainside. However, one struck Dragonite's tail. Upon impact, the warhead detached, revealing a device that unleashed a frigid burst of light, emitting an icy aura. A portion of Dragonite's tail was instantly encased in ice. With a cry of pain, Dragonite smashed the device to smithereens before it could inflict further damage. Luo Yuan furrowed his brow. The hunting darts gave him an ominous feeling. Even a single hit had caused significant harm to Dragonite. The consequences of being struck by over 10 of them were too dire to contemplate. Do you see? This is the power of technology. The man in the trench coat laughed heartily from a distance. The power of technology? Luo Yuan scoffed. What you possess is little more than a toy. The true power of technology resides within the Master Ball hanging at my chest. Of course, while he held his opponent in contempt strategically, he did not underestimate them tactically. Dragonite, use Draco Meteor. Luo Yuan decided it was time to unleash his ultimate move. Confronted with such a multitude of Pokemon hunters, it was too cumbersome to eliminate them one by one. He would first use Draco Meteor to dispatch the weaker ones, and then systematically deal with the more formidable foes. This was the correct approach. Stop him. The man in the trench coat, aware of Draco Meteor's devastating power, paled and hastily commanded his subordinates to thwart Dragonite. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The rockets loaded with hunting darts soared toward Dragonite, but before they could get close, they were intercepted by Metagross, rushing to provide assistance. With its powerful limbs swinging, Metagross created an impenetrable iron curtain, knocking down every rocket that sought to breach its defense. As for the Ice-type hunting darts, designed to counter Dragon-type Pokemon, their effectiveness waned against Metagross. By the time the man in the trench coat realized something was amiss and prepared for a second attempt to intercept, it was already too late. Roar! Dragonite howled, unleashing a brilliant golden light that shot into the sky. The golden light ascended hundreds of meters before exploding into numerous luminous points, followed by a deafening roar. Countless meteors, trailing golden tails, plummeted towards the Pokémon hunters. Run! Boom! The first golden meteor struck an aircraft that was preparing for takeoff, reducing it to a fiery inferno. The second meteor collided with a Nidoking used as a shield, sending it and the Pokémon hunters behind it flying. The third and fourth meteors rained down in succession. When the onslaught finally ceased, the area where the Pokémon hunters had stood lay in ruins. This outcome exceeds my expectations, Luo Yuan mused, stroking his chin, captivated by the devastation before him. Just as he pondered this, he spotted the man in the trench coat, disheveled and battered, emerging from behind a massive rock. His expression was one of utter frustration. Damn it! My organization has been destroyed by you, little brat. I will make you pay dearly. Oh, you wish to take revenge on me? Luo Yuan chuckled. Many wish to seek vengeance against me. Even Sakaki harbors such intentions. You'll have to wait in line. Did he fear retaliation from others? How could that be possible? With the protection of his Pokémon, he felt no fear. Although his Pokémon was not yet fully obedient, it could certainly ensure his safety. However, upon hearing the mention of Team Rocket, the man in the trench coat paused slightly, casting a wary glance at him. An ominous premonition creeping into his mind. Who are you? He demanded. Have you heard of me? I am Link, he replied. At the mention of this name, the man's legs weakened, and he collapsed to the ground. How could he not know the name of the trainer who had recently gained renown for forcing Team Rocket to retreat from the Kanto region? Yet he had not anticipated that he would be so unfortunate as to cross paths with Luo Yang here. Spare me. I promise never to be a Pokémon hunter again. Upon realizing Lung's identity, the man quickly surrendered, hoping for mercy. Do you think I'm a fool? Luo Yang retorted with a smirk. Of course, he was not naive enough to believe the words of a Pokémon hunter would hold any weight. Trusting a Pokémon hunter to reform? That would be as absurd as believing a Snorlax could slim down. The moment he saw Luo Yang dismiss his pleas, the man's expression turned fierce. Don't push me. Otherwise, we'll both perish. He brandished a remote control, resembling a detonator. I have planted numerous explosives throughout the wild area. If I press this button, every Pokémon in this region will be my collateral. This was the man's last resort. Think carefully. If you back down now, you might only face a decade or so of imprisonment. If you press that button, you'll never see the outside world again. A slight smile graced Lung's face as he remained composed, showing no signs of anxiety. He even took a couple of steps forward, exuding an air of nonchalance. Observing this, the man grew anxious. Don't come any closer. I really will press it. Do it. If you don't, you're just a coward. Luo Yang sneered. Did he truly think himself clever? The wild area was vast. To obliterate it would require an arsenal beyond what Team Rocket possessed, let alone a mere bounty hunter organization. Moreover, Lung had been scanning the area with telekinesis the entire time and had detected no signs of explosives. Thus, he concluded that the man was merely bluffing. As expected, the closer Lung approached, the more sweat beaded on the man's forehead, yet he still did not press the button. It wasn't until Lung used his telekinesis to knock him unconscious that the remote control slipped from his grasp. What a fool. If you're going to fabricate a story, at least make it believable, Luo Yang scoffed. This man had clearly underestimated him. Meanwhile, his Gyarados and Dragonites swiftly dispatched the remaining Pokémon hunters, leaving the Dragon Valley in tranquility. Had the man claimed that explosives were attached to Caesar, Luo Yang might have believed him to some extent. Speaking of Caesar, Luo Yang looked around, searching for his whereabouts, but found no trace of him. Could it be that the Dragon Star group inadvertently harmed Caesar? A wave of anxiety washed over Luo Yang. If Caesar had indeed perished, it would pose a significant problem. Fortunately, after a thorough search, Luo Yang discovered Caesar, dazed from the shockwave of the Dragon Star group, behind a boulder. He approached and untied Caesar's bindings. Hey, wake up, Caesar. Caesar groggily opened his eyes. You are Wait, the mini-dragon and its companions. The conversation swiftly shifted to the mini-dragon. Turning to look, he saw Dragonite carrying both mini-dragon and Haxorus, soaring towards them. How are the mini-dragon and Haxorus? Caesar asked anxiously. Luo Yang inspected the wounds on the mini-dragon and Haxorus, noting that they were not severe. They're fine. It seems those bounty hunters were careful. After all, mini-dragon and Haxorus are valuable assets to them, he remarked with a sardonic smile. However, it was imperative to contact Junsha and Joy in Shallow Red City quickly. There were still many injured Pokémon needing treatment, and the bounty hunters must be apprehended. Yes, we must contact Junsha and Joy promptly, Caesar exclaimed, scrambling to his feet, aware that it was his duty as a ranger to assist the injured Pokémon. But I must also thank you, Mr. Lung, for your assistance. Clearly, Caesar recognized Lung's identity. He understood that without Luang's intervention, Mini Dragon and Haxorus would have surely fallen into the clutches of those Pokemon hunters. And thus he felt immense gratitude. In his youth, he had forged a deep bond with Haxorus, and without Luang's presence today, their reunion decades later could have been their final encounter. It's nothing, really. Let us focus on dealing with these bounty hunters first. Luoyang securely bound the trench-coated man and confiscated his Pokeballs before waiting for Junsha and Joy to arrive. Junsha and Joy arrived swiftly. Given the urgency of the situation concerning the largest wild Pokemon protection zone in Kanto, within mere minutes, several helicopters descended upon Dragon Valley, and a multitude of police surrounded the area. However, upon witnessing the incapacitated Pokemon hunters, they were momentarily stunned. Weren't there reports of Pokemon hunters attacking? Why are they all lying down? They scanned the surroundings before their gazes fell upon Luang, instantly understanding that he was the one who had dealt with the Pokemon hunters. Since Junsha is here, I won't linger any longer, Luoyang stated. As for the Mini Dragon and Haxorus, please allow me to take them. Although Caesar felt reluctant to part with the unconscious Mini Dragon and Haxorus, he resolutely continued. The news of their presence in the Pokemon wilderness will spread throughout Kanto in no time. With my abilities, I cannot protect them adequately. It would be better to entrust them to you, Mr. Luang, where they can grow in a nurturing environment. After considering it, Luoyang did not refuse. It seemed he was indeed the only one capable of safeguarding Mini Dragon and Haxorus, and he wholeheartedly accepted the responsibility. Leave it to me. He captured Mini Dragon and Haxorus in his Pokeballs, and they offered no resistance. The subsequent matters were straightforward. Luoyang entrusted the aftermath to Junsha while he made his way directly to Shallow Red City. Upon arriving, he headed straight for the Pokemon Center. Although Mini Dragon and Haxorus were not severely injured, they required prompt treatment. Hello, Mini Dragon and Haxorus have been treated, Nurse Joy said as she returned the Pokeballs to Luoyang. Mr. Gung, I sincerely thank you for your efforts in protecting Pokemon in the wild area, Joy expressed earnestly. Your praise is unwarranted. Due to the time spent treating Mini Dragon and Haxorus, news of his deeds had spread throughout Shallow Red City, reaching a point where it was common knowledge. Though many might not recognize him as Ung, he anticipated that his photograph would soon grace the pages of various newspapers in Shallow Red City, and he foresaw being surrounded by the enthusiastic citizens if he remained there. By the way, how are those Pokemon hunters faring now? Although he entrusted the subsequent matters to Junsha, Luoyang remained attentive to the situation. The Pokemon hunters have been handed over to the Alliance by Miss Junsha, and they are likely already incarcerated, Joy remarked. As for the injured Pokemon, they have all been treated and subsequently released back into the wild. The Alliance has dispatched several additional forest rangers to oversee the Pokemon wilderness area alongside Mr. Caesar. The Alliance has acted with remarkable swiftness, implementing remedial measures immediately. It can be said that it was fortuitous for Luoyang to have passed by and saved these wild Pokemon. Had he not, they might have fallen into the clutches of the hunters, resulting in a significant scandal for the Alliance. Although the newly appointed rangers may not match the hunters in number, they will ensure that the Pokemon are not completely captured. Once the Alliance is informed, they can adeptly deploy prosecutor teams to apprehend the poachers or disperse them, thus avoiding the passive stance they exhibited today. In this regard, it can be considered a commendable arrangement. Luoyang harbored confidence in the Alliance. They were merely enduring a chaotic period following Team Rocket's retreat. He believed that once they navigated through this tumultuous phase, the infiltration of Pokemon hunters into Kanto would be thoroughly addressed. By the way, Mr. Luoyang, the elite 4-member Dado called earlier. It seems he wishes to speak with you. Oh, Luoyang raised an eyebrow, recalling that Dado should indeed have his contact information. So why was he contacting Joy from Shallow Pink City? In front of Joy, Luoyang took out his communicator only to discover that it had long since powered down due to a depleted battery. He felt rather embarrassed. Borrowing the phone from the Shallow Pink City Pokemon Center, Luoyang returned Dado's call. Dado, what do you need? Luoyang pondered. Could it be that the Alliance was so impressed with his recent performance that they intended to reward him? However, it was evident that he was overthinking. Thanks to you, the incident in the Shallow Pink City wilderness area was resolved. Dado first expressed his gratitude verbally before extending an invitation. Luoyang, have you ever considered becoming a Pokemon prosecutor? Luoyang's achievements since leaving the prosecutor team were well documented. Not only had he significantly diminished Team Rocket's presence in Kanto, but he had also acted swiftly during the recent incident with the Pokemon hunters, resolving the crisis in less than an hour, a feat that could only be described as remarkable. If the prosecutors under his command had been tasked with the same mission, merely assembling their team would have taken them half an hour, and they might not have successfully captured the hunters at all. The disparity was evident to anyone. Never mind. I already told Kina I have no interest. Luo Yuan reaffirmed his refusal. He still clung to the same rationale. Being a Pokémon trainer afforded him unparalleled freedom. Why would he willingly impose constraints upon himself? Well, Dato lamented, if you ever change your mind, please notify me immediately. Is that the sole reason you called me? Luo Yuan mused inwardly. What about the reward? Though he was not lacking in finances, one could never have too much money, and after all the contributions he had made to the Alliance, it seemed unlikely they would expect him to work for free. Indeed, there is another matter. Dato appeared to have heard Luo Yuan's unspoken thoughts. What is it? Luo Yuan felt a glimmer of anticipation, curious about the monetary reward the Alliance might bestow upon him. You should currently be in Shallow Pink City, preparing to head to Honglian City, correct? That's right, what's the issue? Luo Yuan sensed something was amiss. This didn't feel like the prelude to a reward. Well, on the route from Shallow Pink City to Honglian Island lies a city known as Dark City. The Alliance has received reports that this city is experiencing unusual disturbances. 2 unofficial gyms appear to be embroiled in a fierce competition for the title of official gym, severely impacting local public safety. I would like to request your assistance as an investigator to ascertain the situation. Luo Yuan felt a wave of discontent wash over him. I hope you aren't genuinely expecting me to work for free, he stated bluntly. Coughing violently, Dato seemed taken aback by Luo Yuan's words, clearly caught off guard. After regaining his composure, he inquired, why would you think that? I've helped the Alliance tackle the significant issue of Team Rocket. While my motivation for doing so was personal, surely you can't expect me to receive nothing in return. Didn't I mention it? Dato was visibly astonished, as if he could hardly believe it. What are you talking about? Luo Yuan wore a puzzled expression, recognizing the look on Luo Yuan's face. Dato realized he had indeed neglected to mention this detail. He hurriedly explained, just a week ago, the Alliance developed a commendation for your assistance in combating Team Rocket. To honor your contributions, the Alliance has allocated an entire building to you. A building? Which one? Luo Yuan raised an eyebrow. His encounters with buildings had been limited, and given their connection to Team Rocket, he had a bold hypothesis brewing in his mind. It's the building adjacent to the Shillif Company in Golden Yellow City. Chapter 160, Snorlax. A building, effortlessly granted to him. Luo Yuan was struck by the Alliance's financial largesse. Previously, he had thought the Shillif Company's offer of 200 million for an endorsement was extravagant. Yet now the Alliance had gifted him an entire building, located in a prime area of Golden Yellow City, its value far exceeding 200 million. Just a week ago, the building was assigned to your name. I assumed you were aware. It seems I misjudged, Dato admitted sheepishly. However, he also felt increasingly that Luo Yuan was a person of great responsibility. Faced with the prospect of receiving no reward for capturing Team Rocket, he still stepped forward during the wilderness assault. What commendable spirit! Dato felt it necessary to present Luo Yuan as a positive example to educate certain opportunistic individuals within the Alliance. Yet, Luo Yuan did not perceive himself as particularly noble. He simply acted according to his own inclinations. With the misunderstanding cleared, he no longer felt inclined to reject Dato's request. For one, Dark City was indeed on the essential route from Shallow Pink City to Honglian Island, and furthermore, he recalled that Dark City was also a plot location in the original storyline. It would be beneficial to investigate. All right, I'll take on this task, Luo Yuan agreed. Excellent. If any situations arise, feel free to handle them as you see fit. After their encounter with Team Rocket, Dato held complete faith in Luo Yuan's capabilities. The two engaged in further discussion regarding the current state of the Alliance and its future plans before concluding the call. After hanging up, Luo Yuan stretched with an air of contemplation. It seemed he had truly become affluent. The endorsement deal with Shillif Company in Golden Yellow City had promised a future free from financial woes, but now, the gift of an entire building from the Alliance would elevate him into the ranks of Kanto's wealthy elite. Simply renting out that building in the heart of Golden Yellow City would yield rental income far surpassing his endorsement fees. Was this the thrill of sudden wealth? Moreover, Luo Yuan had validated a principle. Good deeds indeed reap rewards. In high spirits, Luo Yuan bid farewell to Miss Joy and departed from Shallow Pink City. Having made a commitment, he was determined to investigate Dark City as soon as possible. He recalled that the plot of the Dark City revolved around 2 gyms fiercely competing for the title of official gym, oppressing the local residents and casting a dire shadow over the Dark City. Such matters are best resolved swiftly to prevent further detrimental repercussions. Just as Luo Yuan was making his way towards Dark City, he encountered a peculiar old man. Hey, young lad, would you care to listen to some flute music? The old man, seated on a stone by the roadside, smiled at Luo Yuan while holding a flute. A flute? Luo Yuan raised an eyebrow. He had encountered Team Rocket in the midst of a robbery and had come across pleas for help. But never had he faced someone blocking his path to offer him a flute performance. This is it. The old man produced a flute, which was adorned in red and white, featuring a protrusion resembling a pokeball, giving the impression of a flute piercing through a pokeball. Is this the Pokémon flute? Luo Yuan inquired, recognizing the instrument. He was well acquainted with it from the games and animations, where the Pokémon flute was specifically utilized to awaken Snorlax. I didn't expect you to be so knowledgeable. How about a tune for just a piece of bread? The old man proposed. Luo Yuan was momentarily speechless. However, upon seeing the old man, he felt a sense of déjà vu regarding this scenario. Is there a village up ahead? Luo Yuan asked. The old man was taken aback, but nodded. Indeed, there is a village, but how do you know? Are you from that village? Hearing this, Luo Yuan was certain his memory was intact. In the original plot, Ash and his companions had indeed passed through a village that was suffering from drought due to Snorlax blocking the river. If he recalled correctly, this old man was known for traveling to various locations to wake Snorlax with his flute. Is there a Snorlax nearby? Luo Yuan queried again. How do you know that? The old man was astonished, observing Luo Yuan's traveler attire. I heard that this area is experiencing drought due to Snorlax blocking the river, so I came here to capture it. Luo Yuan explained. Capture Snorlax? The old man looked incredulous. You can only awaken Snorlax with this flute in my hand. I've spent my life awakening various Snorlax that block roads and rivers and collecting fees, and I've never seen anyone able to awaken Snorlax without a flute. Don't you believe me? Luo Yuan challenged. I don't believe it. The old man shook his head, adding for emphasis, even if you manage to wake Snorlax, you won't be able to capture it. Snorlax are incredibly powerful. Although I've dedicated my life to awakening them, I've never captured one. As someone who understood Snorlax deeply, he was aware that if awakened improperly, Snorlax could be extremely irritable. This novice before him was certainly no match for Snorlax. Luo Yuan retorted, Isn't that Snorlax yours? What's it to you if it isn't? Although he had numbered the Snorlax and visited various locations yearly to awaken them, he was not their trainer. Then there's no problem. Luo Yuan had developed a keen interest in Snorlax and resolved to capture one. He had often fantasized, while watching the anime, about using a round, plump Snorlax as a giant mattress. Lying on its belly would surely feel wonderful. When he first traversed into this world, he had lacked the means to care for one. But now that he owned a house, keeping a Snorlax was merely trivial. Seeing Luo Yuan fall silent, the old man decided to head toward the village, pondering whether to follow him. He was curious to see how this trainer intended to defeat Snorlax, while also hoping to save himself when Snorlax became enraged, perhaps earning a tidy sum in the process. Luo Yuan noticed the old man, but chose to ignore him, continuing along the dried riverbed, navigating through thorns, until he discovered Snorlax blissfully snoozing nearby. There lay Snorlax at the river's mouth, sound asleep, with enormous bubbles of mucus forming on its nose. Chapter 161, Capturing Snorlax. This is Snorlax, the old man exclaimed, grinning broadly, confidence radiating from him. Convinced that Luo Yuan could not possibly awaken Snorlax, let alone capture it. Is this the Snorlax blocking the river? Luo Yuan observed the creature obstructing the river's path. Indeed, that's the very Snorlax I came to awaken, but since you wish to capture it, I'll grant you this opportunity. However, I doubt you can awaken it. The old man asserted, brandishing the Pokémon flute with an air of superiority that was utterly disdainful. Oh, is that so? Luo Yuan retorted, opting not to engage further with the old man. He approached Snorlax, casually patting its belly, which was surprisingly elastic and felt delightful to the touch. Let us try psychic power first. Placing one hand on Snorlax's belly, he unleashed a psychic shock directed at its brain. Snorlax shuddered, the mucus bubble on its nose bursting with a pop, its eyelids fluttering as if it might awaken. The old man grew tense, tightening his grip on the flute, genuinely fearing that Snorlax might awaken at Luo Yuan's behest. Thankfully, Snorlax did not awaken, instead rolling over to find a more comfortable position and resuming its slumber. Is it effective, but not powerful enough? Luo Yuan mused internally. Meanwhile, the relieved old man reiterated, Give up. You cannot awaken Snorlax. Only the Pokémon flute in my possession can do that. Heh. Luo Yuan responded with a dismissive chuckle, ignoring him as he tossed a Pokeball. With a thud, Metagross's massive form materialized in the woods, startling the old man. Before the old man could gather his wits, Luo Yuan issued a command. Metagross, use Psychic Headbutt. If simple Psychic Shock was insufficient to awaken Snorlax, then perhaps the dual attack of Psychic Headbutt would work. Under Luo Yuan's watchful gaze, Metagross seized Snorlax with its iron arms, its silver-gray head glowing with a blue aura as it crashed into Snorlax's head. With a chilling thud, the collision echoed ominously. Metagross was inherently powerful, and the force of the psychic headbutt was not to be underestimated. Even Snorlax, despite its thick skin and flesh, sustained significant damage from the blow. Wounded, Snorlax, regardless of its usual drowsiness, was compelled to open its eyes. Snorlax! It bellowed, its gaze ignited with fury, transforming its previously languid expression into one of intense seriousness. Oh no, Snorlax is enraged. The old man, witnessing this transformation, forgot his astonishment at Luo Yuan's ability to awaken Snorlax and shouted in alarm. They say that the more docile a creature appears, the more terrifying its anger. This applies to Pokémon as well. A seemingly amiable Snorlax might not react even if struck, but once truly provoked, an enraged Snorlax will obliterate everything in sight. The old man bolted, hesitating only for a moment to call out to Luo Yuan, "Run." An angry Snorlax is truly terrifying. Although there had been a minor conflict with Luo Yuan previously, it did not imply that he would stand idly by while Luo Yuan was assailed by Snorlax. Ultimately, he was not a villain. However, Luo Yuan did not heed the elder's advice to flee. After all, it was merely a Snorlax. A smile played upon Luo Yuan's lips. As the Snorlax charged towards him, he merely snapped his fingers. Metagross, intercept the Snorlax. With a resounding thud, the Snorlax's descending fist was blocked by Metagross's iron arm, which stood unwavering. The Snorlax, incensed by this, launched a rocket headbutt directly at Metagross. The collision echoed, causing Metagross to stagger slightly. Yet it was not Metagross that captured Luo Yuan's attention, but the Snorlax's reckless attack. Luo Yuan watched, astonished, as the Snorlax collided headlong into Metagross's metallic form. The force of the rocket headbutt was formidable, yet the Snorlax's head was no match for the hardness of Metagross's iron arm. The resultant recoil was so great that it knocked the Snorlax unconscious. What a peculiar turn of events. Had the Snorlax truly knocked itself out? Even Luo Yuan, who was confident in capturing the Snorlax, was taken aback by its self-destructive maneuver. It was nothing short of extraordinary. The elder beside him was equally dumbfounded. In his eyes, the once mighty Snorlax had just lost its combat ability. Faced with this bewildering scene, Luo Yuan, whose nerves were somewhat steeled and whose adaptability was commendable, was the first to react. Regardless, the priority was to capture the Snorlax. He then threw a heavy ball, specially designed for capturing heavyweight Pokémon. Perhaps feeling an overwhelming sense of humiliation, the Snorlax was captured without even a tremor from the heavy ball. Approaching, Luo Yuan picked up the heavy ball and waved it towards the elder in the distance. "Look, I've captured the Snorlax." The elder remained silent. A profound realization washed over him. He felt an acute awareness of his age, that he was indeed falling behind the times. In his day, trainers had to endure countless hardships to subdue Pokémon. Yet now, witnessing Luo Yuan, it seemed the younger trainers captured Pokémon with such ease. Defeated, the elder conceded without a fight, clutching his Pokémon flute, and slowly walked away, a picture of desolation. Though he felt out of step with the current era, life had to march on, for there were still Snorlax and other regions of Kanto awaiting his awakening. Luo Yuan had no intention of holding a grudge against the elderly man. He took it upon himself to clear the thorns along the river leading to the downstream village, alleviating the drought that plagued the community. With the newly captured Snorlax in tow, he proceeded towards the direction of Dark City. Chapter 162, Kaz Gym and Yas Gym. Dark City, located southeast of Shallow Red City, was not a bustling metropolis. It consistently ranked as one of the top 10 impoverished cities in the Kanto region, embodying a profound sense of desolation. While Luo Yuan had mentally prepared himself for the destitution of Dark City, it was not until he beheld its stark reality that he fully grasped the limitations of his imagination. Could this truly be called a city? Standing at the entrance of Dark City, Luo Yuan gazed at the sign bearing its name, his lips twitching involuntarily. Having traversed from Evergrande City through Nibi City and Hualan City, he had never encountered a place like Dark City, where the very signage appeared as if it might collapse at any moment, swaying precariously in the wind. As he walked along the streets, the buildings lining either side offered no semblance of the skyscrapers found in Rainbow City or Golden City. Instead, he was met with low wooden structures, predominantly 1 or 2 stories tall, with the tallest barely reaching 3 stories, their exteriors appearing worn and dilapidated. The roads were in a state of disrepair. Only a few sections were paved with stones, while the majority remained mere hardened earth paths. Who would have imagined such a place existed within the league? Luo Yuan had previously thought that Black Cloud City was sufficiently decrepit, Yet in comparison to Dark City, the former was a veritable paradise, lacking only in air quality. The pedestrians wore expressions of numbness, and Luo Yuan felt as if he had stepped into an entirely different world. In his eyes, aside from its ample land area, it would be more apt to refer to this place as a village rather than a city. After searching for some time without locating a Pokémon Center in Dark City, Luo Yuan settled at a nearby eatery. Ordering a serving of fried rice, he turned to the proprietor. "Excuse me, I am merely a passing trainer. I have just arrived in Dark City. Could you enlighten me about this place?" "A trainer?" The moment the words left Luo Yuan's lips, the restaurant owner regarded him with a wary gaze. "Are you affiliated with Kaz Gym or Yas Gym?" "What do you mean by that?" Luo Yuan inquired. His recollection of the events in Dark City hazy. He vaguely remembered that 2 unofficial gyms were vying for the title of an official gym, wreaking havoc in the city and causing distress to its residents. Thus, he sought to glean information about Dark City from the owner. Upon hearing Luo Yuan's question, the owner exhaled in relief and offered a word of caution. "Since you are not with Kaz Gym or Yas Gym, it would be wise to leave quickly. Otherwise, if they discover you here, it could spell trouble." The owner meant well, but Luo Yuan was not an ordinary Pokémon trainer. He had come to Dark City specifically to address the issues surrounding Kaz Gym and Yas Gym. How could he leave before resolving the matter? "You can't just tell me to leave without a reason," Luo Yuan pressed. Seeing Luo Yuan's insistence, the restaurant owner sighed in resignation. "Well, there aren't many customers. And since you're so curious, I suppose I could share some details." Just as he was about to pull out a chair to sit, a cacophony of shouts erupted from outside, accompanied by the terrified cries of ordinary citizens, throwing the street into chaos. "Not again." The owner's face contorted with anger. "These ruffians stage such disturbances daily. How are we supposed to conduct business?" "Are those the individuals you mentioned from Kaz Gym and Yas Gym?" Luo Yuan pondered. "Indeed. You were curious about the happenings in Dark City, weren't you? Everything here is the result of those 2 gyms clashing. They are at each other's throats, vying for the qualification of an official gym, and their skirmishes have escalated to this madness, leaving the streets in ruins. My restaurant used to thrive on the patronage of passing trainers, but now, not only have we lost our customers, but they also occasionally dine and dash. It is utterly infuriating." The owner spoke with palpable resentment towards the 2 gyms. Through the window, Luo Yuan could clearly see the 2 gyms engaged in a fierce battle on the street. Numerous Pokémon were summoned from both sides, including Electabuzz, Scyther, Rhydon, and others, creating utter pandemonium. "Is it truly this dire? It seems the time has come to rectify this situation," Luo Yuan murmured. Though his voice was low, the restaurant owner caught every word. "Rectify this situation? Who are you?" He regarded Luo Yuan with a perplexed expression. "Greetings, I apologize for concealing my identity earlier. I am a prosecutor from the Alliance, here specifically to address the disturbances caused by the trainers from the Dark Market," Luo Yuan stated with a smile. Upon hearing this, the restaurant owner nearly broke down in tears. Finally, assistance had arrived. The Alliance had sent someone. He was overwhelmingly excited, his joy evident as he flailed his arms in delight. It was no wonder he was so emotional. The past few days had been exceedingly arduous for him. His livelihood depended entirely on this restaurant, yet individuals from the Kaz Gym and Yas Gym frequently harassed him, leaving him with no avenue for survival. What measures would the Alliance take against the Kaz Gym and Yas Gym? The restaurant owner regarded Luo Yuan as an investigator sent by the Alliance to conduct a preliminary inquiry before further reinforcements were dispatched to handle the issues with the Yas and Kaz Gyms. "Measures? Naturally. I shall apprehend them all," Luo Yuan replied. This operation against the Dark Market granted him full authority. He harbored no fondness for trainers who disturbed the peace, and he had no intention of sparing the 2 gyms that tarnished the reputation of Pokémon trainers. "Apprehend them all. Are you undertaking this alone, without reinforcements from the Alliance?" The restaurant owner expressed a look of hesitation. He clearly doubted that Luo Yuan could single-handedly apprehend the trainers from the Kaz Gym and Yas Gym. Although he was not a Pokémon trainer, he had witnessed enough to understand that Kaz and Yas were formidable opponents not to be trifled with. Chapter 163. Though he had never experienced Luo Yuan's prowess, the restaurant owner perceived Kaz and Yas as exceptionally powerful trainers. Would this self-proclaimed Alliance prosecutor truly be their match? The restaurant owner evidently placed greater faith in the strength of Kaz and Yas, whom he was more familiar with. Just as he contemplated stopping Luo Yuan, he realized that Luo Yuan had already stepped outside. "Wait." Before the owner could voice his concerns, Luo Yuan spoke first. "You are from the Kaz Gym and Yas Gym, correct?" Although Luo Yuan phrased it as a question, his tone conveyed certainty. Both parties engaged in battle paused upon noticing Luo Yuan's interruption, turning their attention towards him. "Who are you?" What do you intend to do? Yas inquired first. Yas was a lanky individual with close-cropped hair, clad in a black shirt, green suspenders, and an orange scarf. From a distance, he resembled a monkey. Simultaneously, the scyther positioned before him assumed a threatening posture, seemingly trying to intimidate Luo Yuan. However, Luo Yuan was not one to be easily swayed by the paltry display of a scyther he deemed weak. On the opposite side of Yas, Kaz, a figure dressed in blue with a crimson cape, also suppressed his urge to fight, fixating his gaze on Luo Yuan. Kid, this is no place for you. Don't interfere with our battle. Compared to Yas, Kaz was evidently more arrogant, openly expressing his disdain for Luo Yuan. Neither of them regarded Luo Yuan with any seriousness, considering him merely a novice trainer unworthy even of becoming cannon fodder in their ranks. Luo Yuan raised an eyebrow, turning his attention to the brash Kaz. I recall there being no signs indicating that I am prohibited from traversing this path, Luo Yuan countered. Did you construct this road? You're asking for trouble, Kaz retorted furiously. Without further ado, he sent out his Electabuzz. Electabuzz, teach this kid a lesson. Resorting to Pokémon to oppress ordinary citizens and engaging in combat at the slightest provocation was merely standard procedure. With a crackle, arcs of electricity enveloped Electabuzz, which then unleashed a thunderbolt directed at Luo Yuan. Yet, Luo Yuan displayed no sign of anxiety. The Electabuzz that appeared formidable to the restaurant owner and passing trainers seemed utterly weak in Luo Yuan's eyes. It paled in comparison to the Electabuzz he had faced previously at the Leaf Gym. Consequently, Luo Yuan made no effort to summon a Pokémon. Instead, he concentrated his psychic energy, forming a barrier before him to confront the incoming thunderbolt. With a vigorous swirl, the blinding bolt of electricity dissipated into a myriad of tiny arcs, leaving no trace of its previous existence, save for Electabuzz's continued attempt to unleash the attack. Thunderbolt, thus thwarted. What just transpired? Was that blue glow truly the fabled manifestation of psychic ability? The trainers from both Kaz Gym and Yas Gym were left in disbelief as they witnessed Luo Yuan effortlessly neutralize the thunderbolt without summoning any Pokémon. However, Luo Yuan afforded them no time for contemplation. With a flick of his wrist, he tossed out a Pokeball containing Steelix. Boom! Steelix materialized on the street, silent and resolute, barreling towards Electabuzz. The latter was rendered speechless. When had it ever encountered such a scene? Electabuzz stood frozen, utterly stunned, as Steelix crushed it under its immense weight, leaving it with no opportunity to retaliate. Hiss! This Steelix is terrifying. It's astonishing, Mr. Kaz's Electabuzz couldn't withstand even a single round. Who on earth is this individual? Both the trainers from Kaz Gym and Yas Gym abandoned their animosity, expressing awe at Luo Yuan's capabilities. Kaz had not anticipated such an outcome. By the time he regained his composure, Electabuzz had been sent crashing to the other end of the street, unconscious and entirely incapacitated. Impressive, Steelix, Yas remarked, his brow furrowed. Though it was Kaz who had been defeated, he found no joy in the situation. He was uncertain of the intentions of this suddenly emerging trainer. He was deeply concerned that this unexpected individual had come to seize the official gym spot in the dark market. After all, considering the provocative tone with which the newcomer had appeared, along with their sudden aggression towards Kaz's Pokémon, such a possibility was highly plausible. In an era where Pokémon trainers dominated as the prevalent profession, each gym represented a veritable gold mine. Moreover, cities capable of establishing such mines were scarce, most already possessing their gyms. He and Kaz had exerted considerable effort to discover the impoverished dark market. He had no desire to engage in a prolonged struggle with Kaz, only to be usurped by a newcomer. With this thought in mind, Yas gestured to his scyther, which immediately took a defensive stance before him. Hey, what is your purpose? Are you here to seize the official gym spot in the dark market? As he spoke, Yas had already resolved that should the response be affirmative, he would act immediately. While he was not confident in defeating Steelix, he was certain he could strike first before Steelix could react, incapacitating the opposing trainer with his scyther, thus negating the advantage of their Pokémon. He believed that even if this newcomer possessed psychic abilities, they would undoubtedly be no match for his scyther. The official gym spot in the dark market? If you say I have come for that reason, it would not be entirely inaccurate, Luo Yuan contemplated aloud. He indeed came to resolve this matter, and there is nothing wrong with that assertion. Chapter 164, The Arrest. However, Yas was oblivious to the thoughts swirling in Luo Yuan's mind, so when he heard Luo Yuan mention that he had come for this very purpose, he acted without hesitation. In his perception, Luo Yuan was nothing less than his rival. The mantis darted forth like an arrow released from its bow, leaving behind only a fleeting green silhouette in its wake. In less than a second, the mantis had soared from in front of Yas to stand before Luo Yuan. The mantis executed a series of slashes. No sooner had Yas's words left his lips than a flash of cold light emerged. Swish, swish, swish. The mantis's dual-blade arms swung in rapid succession, effortlessly shattering the psychokinetic barrier before Luo Yuan. Luo Yuan was not at all surprised. His psychokinetic abilities were not primarily designed for defense. The previous feat of dismantling 100,000 volts had merely been achieved through a technique that disrupted the internal structure of the electrical current with high-frequency vibrations, causing it to dissipate. However, it was clear that he could not easily withstand the assault from the mantis. Well done, mantis. Execute the cross-cut. Seizing the momentum, Yas commanded the mantis to employ the cross-cut. The mantis crossed its blade arms to form a fork-like shape and then lunged violently at Luo Yuan's neck. Yas harbored no concern that the mantis would accidentally harm Luo Yuan. He had unwavering confidence in his mantis's abilities, which had mastered every skill at its disposal with exceptional proficiency. Its command over techniques had reached its zenith. As the mantis's blade arms were poised to strike Luo Yuan's neck, a smile crept upon Luo Yuan's lips. He merely lifted his head and snapped his fingers at the mantis. Suddenly, the mantis, rushing towards Luo Yuan, seemed to momentarily freeze in midair, and almost instantaneously, it was struck by an unseen force, sent hurtling backward, its body collapsing like a kite severed from its string. The mantis? Yas exclaimed in astonishment. When Kaz's electivire had been sent flying by Luo Yuan earlier, he had secretly reveled in the moment. Little did he expect that the tables would turn so swiftly. Without a moment to gloat, Yas hurried to the fallen mantis's side. At this point, the mantis had completely lost consciousness. Another instant kill, with a single strike. Luo Yuan had incapacitated Mr. Kaz's mantis, a feat that was nothing short of terrifying. If the first instance had been mere luck, what could be said of the second? All eyes turned to Luo Yuan. This individual was undoubtedly formidable. Who on earth are you? Kaz inquired. He believed that Luo Yuan must have utilized a Pokémon. Yet, even with a Pokémon, the ability to dispatch the mantis in a single blow without leaving a trace was indicative of a powerful Pokémon. Coupled with the presence of Steelix and his psychic abilities, it was evident that Luo Yuan was not to be underestimated. Who I am can wait. But I am rather curious to ask you, are you terrorists? Resorting to violence at the slightest provocation? Or do you have any ties to Team Rocket? Luo Yuan addressed the two individuals before him, each clutching their Pokémon. Their expressions varied. We have no connection to Team Rocket. Despite their desire to engage in a fierce battle with Luo Yuan, upon hearing his words, they promptly distanced themselves from Team Rocket. In these times, it was better to be associated with anyone than to be linked with Team Rocket. Anyone with even a modicum of insider knowledge understood that Team Rocket had been gravely weakened in Kanto, and it would take at least a decade to regain their former strength, not to mention the opportunities the League might afford them. Luo Yuan was well aware that they had no affiliation with Team Rocket. They would not be so audacious at this juncture. However, he felt a profound sense of exasperation. His intention in stepping forward was to incite conflict, to heighten the discord between these two gyms, and then document evidence to bring them to justice. Yet, these two were offering no cooperation whatsoever. While he had failed to capture evidence of their disturbances against the populace, he had undoubtedly secured the charge of assaulting a League official against them. With that thought in mind, Luo Yuan deliberately produced the identification prepared for him by Du. I am a League prosecutor, here to investigate the abuse of Pokémon by trainers in the Dark City and the oppression of both citizens and visiting Pokémon trainers. Upon hearing this declaration, Kaz and Yas, who had initially regarded Luo Yuan with hostility, suddenly stiffened, realizing they had encountered an immovable obstacle. A Pokémon prosecutor? Who was here to investigate the oppression of citizens by Pokémon trainers? Who else could that possibly implicate? In the entire Dark City, they were the only trainers present. The implication was clear. They were the targets of the investigation. The trainers standing behind Kaz and Yas exchanged glances, sensing the gravity of the situation. Then, someone shouted, "Run!" Instantly, the students of both Kaz's and Yas's gyms scattered in a panic. If there was a time to flee, it was now. They had no desire to remain and face imprisonment alongside Kaz and Yas. In an instant, they abandoned Kaz and Yas to their fate. Luo Yuan, Kaz, and Yas all fell into a profound silence. Ultimately, it was Luo Yuan who broke the stillness, his expression one of astonishment. This is quite the spectacle. Although he was aware that these individuals were opportunistic and fickle, he couldn't help but marvel at their swift reactions. He had barely uttered a word before they took flight. "Young prosecutor, I must sincerely apologize for my ignorance of your position," Yas responded, quick on the uptake. He was engulfed by a sense of despair. Had he known Luo Yuan was a Pokémon prosecutor from the outset, even 100 times the courage would not have persuaded them to strike at a Pokémon prosecutor. On the contrary, they would have sought to ingratiate themselves with him, hoping to become recognized gym leaders in the Dark City. But now, it was far too late. They had not only failed to win Luo Yuan's favor, but had also provoked his ire and assaulted him. What awaited them was the dire charge of assaulting a league official. The accusation of disturbing the peace would also be inescapable. Once Yas and Kaz were apprehended, the oppressed citizens would not hesitate to rain down retribution upon them. Then, in the name of the Pokémon prosecutor, I hereby arrest you both. Will you resist? Yas and Kaz exchanged glances and quickly shook their heads. They were utterly outmatched. What could they possibly use to resist? Chapter 165, Jigglypuff. I am immensely grateful. With Kaz and Yas apprehended, Luo Yuan found himself surrounded by the residents of the Dark City. These inhabitants, beleaguered by the strife between Kaz's and Yas's gyms, gazed at Luo Yuan with expressions of heartfelt gratitude. What may have seemed a trifling matter to Luo Yuan was poised to alter the course of these residents' lives. With Kaz and Yas captured, they would no longer have to live in constant fear. What do you know? We are doing this for the prosperity of Dark City. Yas, feeling the weight of the residents' accusatory gazes, exclaimed in exasperation. Once the Dark Gym is established, Dark City will attract a multitude of trainers, and it will no longer be in such a dilapidated state. Perhaps Yas had amassed too much ill will over time. His outburst silenced the residents, and the entire street fell into a hush. However, Luo Yuan was not easily intimidated. He merely chuckled coldly. This is the first time I have heard such a justification. Your incessant harassment of the common folk, in your words, transforms into a concern for Dark City. Are these citizens not part of Dark City? The likes of Yas, who masquerade their self-serving actions under the guise of altruism, have always irked Luo Yuan. Am I mistaken in my assertion? Yas, intent on defending his actions, believes that his endeavors are indeed for the betterment of the Dark City. While establishing a gym may benefit the locale, he has gravely misjudged a critical aspect. Luo Yuan addressed Yas, stating, without you, the Alliance will undoubtedly appoint a new Pokémon trainer to oversee the Dark City gym. You are not indispensable. Furthermore, a Pokémon trainer who oppresses the common folk will never be tolerated by the Alliance. Although the Alliance has its share of flaws, this particular principle is one that Luo Yuan holds in high regard. The Pokémon League maintains a strict zero-tolerance policy towards trainers infringing upon the rights of ordinary citizens. Upon hearing Luo Yuan's words, Yas's countenance paled. He glanced at the handcuffs binding him, suddenly realizing that his efforts had been misguided from the very start. Kaz, standing beside him, shared a similar sentiment. Luo Yuan chose to disregard the two, knowing that others would soon handle them. Once the Pokémon Prosecutor Association sent personnel to take over, Luo Yuan continued onward. Speaking of which, when did this fellow manage to catch up with me? Sitting beneath a tree while enjoying his lunch, Luo Yuan inquired of the Mutuo beside him, who was also partaking in a meal. As he journeyed towards the Red Lotus Island, he found himself amidst a forest. I have no idea, Mutuo replied, its demeanor aloof, fixated on the bowl of food before it, as if engaged in a life-or-death contest with the sustenance. Come on, could you at least cooperate a little? I know you're always operating at full psychic capacity. There's no way you wouldn't know when this fellow caught up to us, Luo Yuan remarked, exasperated. Previously, in the city of Qianhong, Mutuo had seemed cooperative, but this current version of Mutuo felt more authentic. Perhaps its demeanor in Qianhong was influenced by the injured wild Pokémon. Luo Yuan speculated. With the genes of the mythical Mew flowing within, it was no surprise that Mutuo inherited some of Mew's personality traits. As he pondered, Luo Yuan's gaze fell upon a nearby Pokémon. He spotted a Jigglypuff, its pink, round body adorned with bangs, its large, light green eyes fixated on a plate of Pokémon food, clearly relishing its meal. How on earth did this creature become fixated on me? Luo Yuan recognized this Jigglypuff. In the original narrative, Ash and his companions encountered this very Pokémon in the forest, renowned for its ability to lull all beings to sleep with its melodic voice, leading to a series of humorous events. The reason Luo Yuan's memories of those past events were so hazy, while his recollection of this Jigglypuff remained vivid, was primarily due to the Pokémon's peculiar habit of doodling on the faces of those who fell asleep before it finished singing. Moreover, its unwavering determination to follow Ash from Kanto to Alola left a lasting impression. Yet, how did this Jigglypuff set its sights on him? Luo Yuan observed the Jigglypuff, who showed no signs of considering him an outsider, and his expression became subtly complicated. He certainly did not wish to be lulled to sleep by it. Just as this thought crossed his mind, The Jigglypuff swallowed the last morsel of its Pokémon food, stood up, and bowed towards Luo Yuan in gratitude, looking adorably clumsy. "It's no trouble. I'm just glad you enjoyed it." Luo Yuan was taken aback by the unexpected politeness of the Jigglypuff. Could this really be the same pink menace from the original narrative? However, his confusion swiftly dissipated. "Jigglypuff." It gestured animatedly towards Luo Yuan. What does that mean?" Luo Yuan failed to decipher its intentions, as Jigglypuff's small limbs made it challenging to interpret its gestures. "It wishes to sing to express its gratitude," Mutuo translated, prompting Luo Yuan to feel astonished. "Since when did you become so enthusiastic? You've always been indifferent to such matters." Yet, Luo Yuan suddenly felt he might have overlooked something and turned to Mutuo. "What did you just say? How does it intend to thank me?" "By singing," Mutuo replied, wearing a puzzled expression. It didn't he perceive any issue with that. Luo Yuan's expression changed dramatically as he exclaimed, "Wait a moment." However, he was already a step too late. Jigglypuff had commenced its song. La 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 la, the melodious notes resonated through the forest, instantly captivating the attention of all Pokémon, including the Leafeon that was dining nearby. Luo Yuan, seated opposite the Jigglypuff, felt his expression shift as well. He sensed an enchanting quality to Jigglypuff's voice that seemed to drain the energy of anyone who heard it. A wave of drowsiness washed over him. Acting swiftly, he employed his psychic powers to envelop his mind, mitigating the overwhelming fatigue. Glancing back, he noticed that the Pokémon he had released, Leafeon and Bulbasaur, were sprawled asleep on the ground. Mutuo, however, appeared unaffected, exuding an air of vitality. Did Jigglypuff's singing truly have no effect on Mutuo? A thought crossed Luo Yuan's mind. It made sense. If even he could utilize psychic power to lessen the impact of Jigglypuff's song, there was no reason Mutuo could not. As Jigglypuff's song wafted through the air, the sensation of weariness intensified. Mutuo began to show signs of drowsiness, its gaze less sharp than before. "This is astonishing," Luo Yuan couldn't help but reflect. Jigglypuff was genuinely formidable. Despite its seemingly modest strength, its singing was enough to elevate it above countless Pokémon. Luo Yuan exerted all his willpower to stave off the encroaching fatigue, but just as he felt he might succumb, Jigglypuff's song finally ceased. With a sigh of relief, Luo Yuan thought, "Thank goodness that's over. That was terrifying." Upon this realization, he turned to Jigglypuff, only to find its face beaming with joy. It leapt from the ground, arms wide open, and lunged towards Luo Yuan. Pori. This was the first time Jigglypuff had encountered someone who could stay awake while it sang, and its elation knew no bounds. Jigglypuff's touch was gentle, its body slightly heavier than a balloon, yet the sensation was pleasantly solid, devoid of any emptiness. Ruffling Jigglypuff's head affectionately, Luo Yuan set it back on the ground. "That was lovely," he praised. This was no mere flattery. Despite its hypnotic effect, Jigglypuff's song was truly beautiful. Were it not for its soporific quality, it could very well have embarked on a career as a Pokémon star. "Pori, Pori," Jigglypuff called out as it settled back down. Luo Yuan turned to Mutuo, who was acting as the translator. Mutuo glanced at Luo Yuan before responding slowly. "It says it wishes to travel with you." "Travel with me?" Luo Yuan felt surprised, though it made a certain degree of sense. According to the original storyline, this Jigglypuff seemed to yearn for someone to listen to its entire song, a rarity indeed. Now, having found someone who could do just that, it was only natural that Jigglypuff would desire to accompany him, especially after he had treated it to a delightful lunch. "Pori," Jigglypuff nodded earnestly. For it. Encountering someone who could listen to its song in its entirety was exceedingly rare, and Luo Yuan had just provided a delicious meal. "In that case, welcome to my team," Luo Yuan declared to Jigglypuff, extending his hand in camaraderie. In terms of strength, inviting Jigglypuff to join the team has provided Luo Yuan with a formidable advantage. After all, it is certain that he cannot utilize Mutuo during the court's conference. Thus, he must prepare an array of strategies in advance to avoid being targeted. With Jigglypuff at his disposal, once the court's conference arrives and Jigglypuff takes the stage to sing a song, it is bound to astonish the entire audience. From another perspective, capturing Jigglypuff and the experience of cradling it like a plush pillow brings Luo Yuan a satisfaction that far exceeds the expense of nourishing such a Pokémon. Regardless of how one looks at it, Luo Yuan has certainly made a worthwhile investment. Jigglypuff joyfully extended its tiny hand, and the two hands clapped together, marking its official induction into the team. Luo Yuan produced a luxury ball to encapsulate Jigglypuff within the confines of its Pokeball, then turned his gaze to the side where Bulbasaur and Leafeon had just awakened, completely oblivious to the recent events. "All right, lunchtime is over. It's time for us to depart," he declared. Luo Yuan suddenly realized that sometimes taking a stroll is not such a bad idea. Had he not insisted on walking to the Red Lotus Gym instead of simply flying there on Dragonite, he would not have encountered such an intriguing Pokemon as Jigglypuff along the way. In the case of Big Fool Valley, it had been nearly a month since Luo Yuan's last visit. Ever since news spread regarding the discovery of ancient Pokemon in Big Fool Valley, the influx of visitors has been relentless. The crowd was overwhelming. Upon arriving at the Pokemon Center, located not far from Big Fool Valley, he was met with a sea of people. After a considerable effort, he finally squeezed his way to Nurse Joy, only to be greeted by her apologetic voice. "I'm sorry, sir, but if you are seeking accommodation, I fear I must disappoint you. The Pokemon Center is currently at full capacity and cannot provide lodging. If you have no urgent matters in Big Fool Valley, I recommend heading to Moss Town, located 30 kilometers away, where you should still find some available inns for rest." Nurse Joy expressed her sincere regret. Noticing her practiced demeanor, Luo Yuan could only wonder how many times she had repeated this today. "I can see there are a lot of people," he nodded, understanding her plight. The sheer number of visitors crowding such a large Pokemon Center spoke volumes about its bustling operations. "Have there been so many visitors to Big Fool Valley recently?" Luo Yuan inquired. "Not exactly. Previously, there were trainers seeking fossils who came here for lodging. However, since the recent announcement from the Sheriff Company regarding the discovery of living ancient Pokemon in Big Fool Valley, more and more trainers have flocked here, hoping to capture these ancient creatures," Nurse Joy explained, her tone revealing a hint of frustration towards the Sheriff Company. This sentiment was quite reasonable. Were it not for Sheriff Company, she would not have to bear such a heavy workload. A slight awkwardness crossed Luo Yuan's face, for in a strict sense, he too was among those who had discovered living wild Pokemon, having even captured a fossilized Aerodactyl. "So, have any trainers successfully captured ancient Pokemon?" he asked. "Are you also interested in ancient Pokemon, sir?" Nurse Joy inquired curiously before answering his question. "No, unfortunately, no one has managed to capture an ancient Pokemon yet." "How frightening," Luo Yuan mused. The sheer terror of the situation was palpable even without any captures having occurred. He could already foresee the fervor that would erupt among trainers once someone finally succeeded in capturing an ancient Pokemon. "Thank you very much for the information," he said gratefully. Nurse Joy looked perplexed. "Sir, don't you need to check on your Pokemon?" "No need. My Pokemon are in good condition. I merely came to gather information. Since you are so busy, I won't take up any more of your time," Luo Yuan replied, bidding farewell to Nurse Joy before making his way toward the Sheriff Company camp. The fervent enthusiasm of the trainers in Big Fool Valley left him feeling somewhat uneasy. He needed to assess the situation at the Sheriff Company and offer assistance if possible. Chapter 167, The Defensive Battle of Big Fool Valley, 1. At the Sheriff Company camp in Big Fool Valley, the base was heavily fortified, with patrolling security personnel exhibiting a vigilant demeanor, hands poised at their waists, ready to draw their pokeballs at a moment's notice. As Luo Yuan approached, he observed this scene with a furrowed brow. Why have so many personnel been deployed? He pondered, sensing an oddity. Upon recognizing Luo Yuan, the initially tense guards visibly relaxed, their expressions shifting to one of relief. "Mr. Luo Yuan, it's you," one guard exclaimed. "What has happened? Why the sudden increase in patrols?" Luo Yuan inquired, puzzled. He recalled that during his last visit, the camp had not been guarded by so many personnel. The guards exchanged glances, and one of them explained, "It's like this. Ever since the Sheriff Company announced the presence of Pokemon in Big Fool Valley, numerous trainers have come in search of ancient Pokemon. However, these trainers have been unable to locate any ancient Pokemon. Consequently, some dissatisfied trainers, along with those with ill intentions, have set their sights on the Sheriff Company's research camp. After all, the information originated from the Sheriff Company, implying that they must possess knowledge about the ancient Pokemon's whereabouts. Thus, on a moonless night, a group of trainers launched a surprise attack on the camp. Fortunately, the Sheriff Company, with its ample resources, had sufficient defensive personnel to thwart the Pokemon hunters' plans. Nevertheless, this incident served as a wake-up call for the Sheriff Company, leading to an influx of bounty hunters attempting to ambush the organization. Luo Yuan was taken aback by the unfolding events. It seemed that in the absence of the external threat posed by Team Rocket, these Pokemon hunters had grown increasingly audacious. Having previously targeted the wildlands and now setting their sights on Big Fool Valley. "What are your plans now?" Luo Yuan asked. The guards were likely unaware of the full implications, but Luo Yuan was acutely aware that Big Fool Valley was home to hundreds of ancient Pokemon. Should these hunters gain access to the underground, the consequences would be dire. In response to Luo Yuan's inquiry, the guard replied, "We have reported this situation to the higher-ups at the company, and they have already contacted the League. Personnel from the League will be dispatched shortly to take over this camp. We believe that with the League's strength, they should be able to fend off those Pokemon hunters. Is that so? Luo Yuan nodded, acknowledging that entrusting the matter to the League was indeed a prudent course of action. After all, the Sure Company was not a charitable organization, and continuously expending vast resources to maintain the camp was hardly a sustainable endeavor. Handing over responsibility to the League would not only relieve them of this burden, but also create a favorable impression with the League, aligning perfectly with a businessman's strategic approach. Naturally, Luo Yuan suspected that the Sure Company would likely reap considerable benefits from the League as well. With that thought, he chose to dwell no further on the matter, for it was not his concern. He had merely come seeking shelter. Are there any spare rooms available? The Pokemon Center is full, and I need a place to stay for the night. Yes, of course. The two guards responded eagerly. Although Luo Yuan held no official position within the Sure Company, his formidable strength, combined with his status as a representative of the company, granted him an aura of authority. Even the president of Sure had once instructed that if Luo Yuan had any needs, the various branches of the company should provide him with every convenience. With these considerations in mind, it was only natural that the two ordinary guards held him in high regard. Moreover, if Luo Yuan were at the base, their patrol pressure would significantly diminish. At the very least, with Luo Yuan overseeing the situation, there would be no need to worry about Pokemon hunters. All right, you may continue with your tasks. After exchanging pleasantries with the two guards, Luo Yuan made his way into the camp. Meanwhile, in another makeshift camp within the Great Fool Valley, a dozen fierce-looking Pokemon hunters had gathered. Are we ready? The leader, Dina, a renowned Pokemon hunter from the Sinnoh region, had once achieved the remarkable feat of snatching Pokemon in broad daylight in Greenleaf City and escaping from the local police's encirclement. Ready to go, Brother Dina. The remaining Pokemon hunters responded in unison, demonstrating their allegiance to Dina. Flames of fervor burned in the eyes of the Pokemon hunters. To be a Pokemon hunter was to possess an extraordinary thirst for wealth. The rarer the Pokemon in this world, the higher the price they could fetch. Conveniently, they had set their sights on a particularly rare breed of ancient Pokemon. Capturing just one ancient Pokemon and selling it in other regions, be it to certain research institutions or wealthy collectors with peculiar obsessions, would yield a handsome profit. Dina surveyed the eager bounty hunters with satisfaction, though this expression of contentment flickered away as he adopted a serious demeanor. While I know you all possess great confidence, we must proceed with caution. A previous group of fools acted rashly and alerted the camp's guards. Though we are powerful and outnumber them, we must exercise utmost caution during our actions. Tonight represents our last opportunity. According to intel from my informants in Kanto, the Alliance has mobilized personnel to take control of the Sure Company's camp in Great Fool Valley, and they will arrive tomorrow. The strength of the Alliance needs no elaboration. Moreover, it has come to my attention that Mori, the man in sunglasses, lost his entire team to that rising star from Kanto named Luo Yuan while attempting to prey on wild Pokemon. We must eliminate this threat while Luo Yuan is still in Qianhong City. Otherwise, the consequences of his arrival will be dire. If we wish to acquire the ancient Pokemon and depart Kanto safely, tonight is our final chance. Understood, Brother Dina. The Pokemon hunters chorused. They were the elite among Pokemon hunters, well aware of when to exercise caution. They then prepared themselves, awaiting the last rays of sunlight to vanish. As dusk settled, Pokemon trainers who had found accommodation drifted into peaceful slumber, while those without lodging either set up tents or crowded into the lobby of the Pokemon Center. Luo Yuan, however, enjoyed a warm shower and reclined comfortably in a room at the Sure Company camp, relishing the softness of the bed. It was a tremendous relief to escape the discomfort of the Pokemon Center's hard beds. Transitioning from frugality to luxury is easy, but the reverse can be quite challenging. Luo Yuan had never aspired to a life of asceticism. He had grown accustomed to the opulence of luxury hotels, making the prospect of staying at a Pokemon Center or camping in the wild utterly unappealing. Thus, he had felt quite uneasy during his journey regarding lodging arrangements. Now, being able to luxuriate in a plush bed brought him immense satisfaction. Indeed, collaborating with Sure Company proved to be an excellent decision. Previously, despite his prowess, he lacked avenues to capitalize on his abilities. But after becoming the spokesperson for Sure Company, his strengths had transformed into wealth and connections. Not only did he enjoy complimentary access to various Pokeballs, but he also relished the privilege of staying in a camp rather than roughing it outdoors. Had he been the same person he once was, even his unmatched strength would not have afforded him such treatment. As Luo Yuan lounged in bed, browsing recent happenings in the Alliance on his laptop, a sudden, urgent alarm blared from outside. An alarm? Surely my luck cannot be this fortuitous, he mused, raising an eyebrow. Encountering an attack from Pokémon hunters just after settling in seemed almost too serendipitous. Was he somehow fated to cross paths with them? However, regardless of his thoughts, he swiftly closed his laptop, retrieved a Pokeball from his backpack, and tucked it into his pajamas pocket. No matter what, he felt compelled to investigate. Outside the camp, a cadre of Pokémon hunters was engaged in an intense clash with the guards of Sheriff Company. Quickly, one of the hunters commanded his Houndoom, use flamethrower. With a menacing aura, the fully black Houndoom, adorned with horns upon its brow, unleashed a torrent of scorching flames towards the opposing Venusaur. The grass-type Venusaur, lacking Mega Evolution and its thick fat ability, was utterly defenseless against the fire-type onslaught. With a piercing cry, Venusaur was engulfed in flames, its body charred black. Though it did not lose its fighting capability immediately, it was thrown into disarray, causing the formation of Sheriff Company's guards to falter, given their already disadvantaged position. The sudden chaos instigated by the Venusaur, their main tank, provided a golden opportunity for the Pokémon hunters. Now's the time. Charge in with all your might, Dina shouted. Under his command, the Pokémon hunters urged their Pokémon into a frenzied assault. Flamethrower and Ice Beam were unleashed intermittently, while the devastating blasts of Hyper Beam echoed, pushing the Sheriff Company guards into a state of retreat. Curse it, how are these Pokémon hunters so formidable? This is an entirely different caliber from before. Is it over? Are we really going to be overwhelmed? The guards' morale plummeted. Observing their fearful expressions, Dina's face broke into a satisfied grin. This was precisely the effect he sought, to shatter the guards' confidence through frontal assaults before swiftly eliminating them. Honchkrow, use Dark Pulse. Dina commanded the Honchkrow soaring through the sky. With an appearance reminiscent of a large hat, the Honchkrow cawed in response and unleashed an invisible wave towards the Pokémon of Sheriff Company. The chilling blast was devastating. With a single Dark Pulse, several of the opposing Pokémon were grievously injured, collapsing to the ground. Beedrill, use Wing Attack and knock that Honchkrow down. A guard from Sheriff Company shouted. The Beedrill, soaring through the air, emitted a piercing cry as it swooped towards Honchkrow, its wings slicing through the air with lethal precision. However, the Beedrill was evidently no match for Honchkrow. In a swift maneuver, Honchkrow evaded the Beedrill's attack. Seizing the moment, Dina shouted, Honchkrow, use Night Slash. Take down that Beedrill. Night Slash, a dark-type move, exploits the opponent's momentary openings to strike, making it incredibly effective. In a flash, Honchkrow retracted its wings and dove towards Beedrill, spreading its wings just before impact, delivering a crushing blow to Beedrill's back. With a cry of agony, Beedrill spiraled downwards from the sky. At this point, Sheriff Company had already lost more than half of their Pokémon. As the guards began to lose hope, one of them shouted, Stay calm. We have reinforcements. Hearing this, a flicker of uncertainty crossed the faces of the majority of the guards. Reinforcements? Are there truly reinforcements? The members of the Alliance wouldn't arrive until tomorrow at the earliest. Where could these reinforcements possibly come from? The guards were filled with doubt. Yet the urgency of the situation rendered their questions unvoiced. However, given that the guards themselves harbored such skepticism, it was evident that Durna would not be swayed. He firmly trusted the intelligence provided by his informants, since they had asserted that the Alliance's reinforcements would not arrive until tomorrow. It was unequivocal that they could not possibly show up today. Thus, he raised his voice and called out to the gathered Pokémon hunters, do not believe their claims. They cannot have reinforcements. Charge in and locate the ancient Pokémon. Upon hearing Durna's words, the previously hesitant Pokémon hunters found their resolve and launched an assault on the guards. This time, the disparity in strength was overwhelmingly in their favor, causing the guards to falter almost immediately. Hold your ground. We must endure just a little longer. Just as one guard attempted to rally himself, Durna shouted, Did you not claim reinforcements? Then let them emerge and contest with us. He aimed to utterly shatter the guards' morale and surge through their defenses. Yet, no sooner had he spoken than a voice rang out from behind the guards. Are you looking for me? Durna turned to behold a young man clad in pajamas, casually holding a Pokeball, who spoke with an air of nonchalance. Chapter 169. You have become a mature Aerodactyl. Who is that? At the sight of Luo Yuan, confusion flickered through Durna's mind. Clad in pajamas and wielding a Pokeball, the young man's appearance was decidedly peculiar. Perhaps due to Luo Yuan's attire, Durna initially failed to recognize him. Nevertheless, even without identifying Luo Yuan, Durna remained cautious. Having navigated the realm of Pokémon hunting for over a decade, his repeated escapes from the Alliance's clutches were owed to his vigilance. Thus, despite the newcomer appearing to be merely 17 or 18 years old, Derna did not underestimate him. He understood that genius exists in various forms, and age is never a constraint for the truly gifted. Therefore, until he ascertained the other's capabilities, he would not lower his guard simply because his opponent was a youth. Honchkrow used Dark Pulse. With these thoughts racing through his mind, Derna resolved to initiate a test of strength. Caw! The fierce-eyed Honchkrow unleashed another Dark Pulse, sweeping across the battlefield and causing several Pokémon on the guard side to fall. Even the humans were affected, clutching their heads and emitting muffled groans of pain. Such courage! Luo Yuan observed the scene with displeasure, surprised that after he had dispatched that sunglasses-wearing Pokémon hunter, these hunters still dared to act against him. Go, Steelix! He threw forth the Pokeball containing Steelix to shield himself from the Dark Pulse. Steelix, use Rock Slide. Instantly, countless rocky spikes erupted from the ground, inflicting significant damage on the Pokémon of the hunters. Steelix? Derna paused at the sight of Lien's Steelix. While Steelix was indeed a formidable Pokémon, and this one appeared to be of considerable level, Derna felt a sense of relief wash over him. He suddenly recalled the training materials, which indicated that Luo Yuan had defeated the sunglasses-wearing Mori in the wilds using Metagross and Dragonite. The current trainer using Steelix was evidently not Luo Yuan. Thank goodness it is not Luo Yuan. Steelix is but a mere obstacle. Though powerful, Steelix was not a cause for concern in Derna's eyes. All Fire-type Pokémon attack. Steel-type Pokémon are doubly weak against fire, making Steelix's vulnerabilities glaringly apparent. Despite being caught off guard by Steelix's Rock Slide, the elite hunters swiftly regrouped under Derna's command. Charizard, Flamethrower. Houndoom, Overheat. Blaziken, Flame Burst. The Pokémon hunters unleashed their fire types, engulfing the battlefield in a vibrant display of crimson flames. Faced with this onslaught, Luo Yuan furrowed his brow. He realized that Steelix alone would not suffice. Steelix, use Protect. After issuing the command, Luo Yuan reached for another Pokeball at his waist. Come forth, Aerodactyl, and deal with these foes. He summoned his second Pokémon, Aerodactyl. Caw! The moment Aerodactyl emerged, it let out a piercing cry that resonated sharply, causing discomfort to the ears of those present. Aerodactyl? The Pokémon hunters momentarily froze at the sight of Aerodactyl, only to be overcome by unbridled excitement. Marvelous! There truly is an ancient Pokémon among us. Attack and eliminate him. He is but one person. Like a surge of adrenaline, the Pokémon hunters rallied, eagerly directing their Pokémon to assault Luo Yuan. Luo Yuan was taken aback by the unexpected turn of events. He suddenly questioned whether summoning Aerodactyl had been a mistake. However, with Aerodactyl already on the field, retracting it was no longer an option. He exchanged a glance with Aerodactyl, silently conveying, "You stirred this up. Now you must resolve it. You are a mature Aerodactyl. You should learn to confront your adversaries." The current predicament was a result of Aerodactyl's emergence, and in Li Yuan's view, it was only fitting that Aerodactyl handle the situation. Aerodactyl felt a pang of injustice. Had not Luo Yuan been the one to release it? Yet, upon seeing the increasingly perilous expression on Li Yuan's face, Aerodactyl recalled the times after it had been captured when it had been disciplined by Metagross and Dragonite. Instantly, it shivered and lunged toward the Pokémon hunters. In the face of overwhelming numbers, Aerodactyl preferred to confront its foes rather than Luo Yuan. As it gazed at the Pokémon hunters, its demeanor shifted to one of ferocity, though it appeared timid around Luo Yuan. Its essence remained unchanged as it embraced its identity as an ancient apex predator atop the Pokémon food chain. As Aerodactyl charged forward, the Pokémon hunters' formation wavered. Though they quickly regained their composure, this provided Steelix with an opportunity. Steelix, use Iron Tail. Now was the moment to strike, and Luo Yuan seized the chance. Steelix, having endured a beating, was consumed by fury. At Li Yuan's command, it swung its tail toward Honchkrow high in the sky. With a thundering crash, Honchkrow evaded Steelix's iron tail just in time, yet was inevitably swept off balance by the ensuing gust of wind. Seizing this moment, Steelix abandoned its attack and turned to bite down on Honchkrow's wing. Honchkrow let out a blood-curdling scream as Steelix, which feasted on rock and steel, unleashed a devastating force upon its foe. The wings shattered upon impact, and then the colossal Steelix hurled it to the ground, producing a dull thud that created a crater in the earth. Chapter 170. Therefore, one must learn to fight independently. In the distance, Dina, commanding his other Pokémon, the Slacking, to engage in battle against the airborne Aerodactyl, suddenly changed countenance, panic overtaking him. He had not anticipated that, in a mere moment of distraction, his Murkrow had suffered a severe blow at the hands of the Steelix. This completely caught him off guard. He had not expected the opposing trainer to be so formidable, able to direct the Steelix to inflict damage on his Murkrow in such a brief span of time. Slacking, go! Save Murkrow. Without further ado, he disregarded the battle involving Aerodactyl and immediately commanded Slacking to charge forth and attack the Steelix. The Murkrow was undoubtedly his most invaluable Pokémon. It had aided him in evading the League's encirclement on multiple occasions, thus he could not allow it to falter here. Hence, he resolved to send Slacking into battle to eliminate the Steelix. However, he overlooked one crucial detail, Slacking's own disposition. Upon hearing Denna, Slacking displayed a languid expression, yawned, and resumed lounging on the ground, idly observing the Aerodactyl above, utterly motionless, as if oblivious to the commands being issued. Slacking. Denna was taken aback by Slacking's refusal to comply at such a critical moment, his expression shifting to one of frustration as he barked an order. Yet, Slacking paid him no heed whatsoever. The laziest Pokémon in existence had earned its reputation. According to the Pokédex, Slacking is a notoriously indolent Pokémon, often found in droves beneath trees during fruit-bearing seasons, lying with mouths agape, awaiting the ripe fruits to fall into their mouths. On ordinary days, Slacking could scarcely muster the energy to roll over. Clearly, Denna's Slacking was still entrenched in its lethargic state. Just as Denna was about to utter another command, he witnessed Slacking yawn once more, its eyes fluttering shut, and it promptly fell into a deep slumber, snoring softly. Damn it! Denna was nearly driven to the brink of unconsciousness from indignation. With no other recourse, he had to abandon his Slacking. You, Bisharp, go! Denna dispatched his final Pokémon, Bisharp. As he released Bisharp, a wave of resignation washed over him. If circumstances permitted, he would have preferred not to utilize Bisharp. This particular Bisharp had been seized from another trainer, and his training was far from adequate. Given more time, he could guarantee this Bisharp's unwavering obedience. But presently he held only an 80 assurance. Moreover, that was only under favorable conditions. In the heat of battle, if Bisharp were to turn against him, it would not be entirely unexpected. Yet, he had no other Pokémon left. For this endeavor, he had meticulously prepared 5 Pokémon, aside from the earlier Murkrow and Slacking. The remaining 3, Snivy, Teddiursa, and Swellow, were engaged in combat with the Aerodactyl above, unable to assist him. His only remaining option was Bisharp. Bisharp, use Night Slash. Casting aside his reservations, Denna shouted directly at Bisharp. Bisharp let out a fierce roar, eyes narrowed as it charged towards the Steelix. Denna felt a sense of relief at Bisharp's compliance. As long as it followed orders, he could manage. Opposite him, Luo Yuan observed Bisharp's determined advance and scoffed slightly. This Bisharp paled in comparison to the one owned by his rival, Sceptile. Despite both being Bisharps, the one under Sceptile's command surpassed this one in strength, presence, and size. Steelix, handle it. He instructed Steelix to deal with Bisharp independently, then turned his attention back to the distant battlefield where Aerodactyl was engaged. At this moment, Aerodactyl was not faring well, embroiled in a fray. Confronted by a multitude of Pokémon, Aerodactyl had lost its stature as an ancient overlord, forced to circle in the sky, relying on its speed to evade the incessant onslaught. Luo Yuan pondered briefly before unleashing his trio of ghost-type Pokémon, Mismagius, Gengar, and Spiritomb. The 3 ghostly entities surged forth from 3 different directions. Before they even neared, 3 colossal shadow balls hurtled toward the ground, sending the gathered Pokémon tumbling in disarray. Seizing the opportunity, Aerodactyl opened its jaws wide and bit down on the Swellow that had been persistently harassing it. It had been irked by this nuisance for far too long, as it had relied on sheer numbers to persistently bother Aerodactyl. With a cry of distress, Swellow succumbed to Aerodactyl's crushing bite, desperately attempting to flee. However, it had scarcely made any distance when Aerodactyl unleashed a rock slide. A cascade of boulders rained down upon Swellow, a devastating blow for any flying-type Pokémon. In an instant, Swellow lost its ability to continue battling. After dispatching Swellow, Aerodactyl dove downward, plunging into the throng of Pokémon below. At that moment, these Pokémon were preoccupied with the assault from the Ghost-type trio, leaving them oblivious to Aerodactyl's descent. With a few deft maneuvers, Aerodactyl swiftly captured a white sea lion that had been firing ice beams at it from above and hoisted it into the air, before releasing it to plummet back down. Thud! The white sea lion crashed to the ground, rendered unconscious. Thus, the cycle continued, as the Pokémon Hunters teams were gradually diminished by Aerodactyl's relentless assault, leading to a rapid depletion of their numbers. Panic began to spread among some of the Pokémon Hunters. Run! One hunter, witnessing his Houndoom being seized and tossed into the air by Aerodactyl, then struck down by a swift aerial ace, found himself gripped by terror. He disregarded the ongoing battle and recalled all his Pokémon, extracting his last Pokeball. With a pop, a Fearow materialized before him, and with a command, it soared into the sky, carrying him away to safety. They're fleeing? The remaining Pokémon hunters exchanged glances, doubt etched upon their faces. They were merely a coalition of temporary allies, gathered solely through Dena's organization. Now, with one among them fleeing, the fragile trust binding them began to unravel. Chapter 171. The Bounty Hunters, harboring divergent thoughts, scattered in disarray, their bonds of trust irrevocably severed. The bounty hunters fled like birds startled from their roost. Yet Luo Yuan refrained from pursuing them as he usually would. Firstly, these hunters were inconsequential, unworthy of his personal pursuit. The Alliance could handle their apprehension. More importantly, the true prize remained within his sights. With a discerning eye, Luo Yuan easily identified Dena as the leader among the Pokémon hunters. And thus he remained steadfastly focused on Dena, determined to prevent his escape. Meanwhile, Dena, acutely aware of Luo Yuan's scrutiny, found himself in a lamentable predicament, overwhelmed with frustration. Internally, he raged against the fleeing bounty hunters, cursing their cowardice for abandoning him. Though he could rationally comprehend their motivations, emotionally, he found it intolerable. What course of action should he take next? As he struggled to direct his Pokémon to withstand Luo Yuan's relentless assault, he frantically racked his brain for a solution. In moments of solitude, ensnared amidst overwhelming odds, he had found himself in such predicaments countless times before. Yet, he had always managed to elude capture. And he firmly believed that this instance would not be an exception. As he pondered how to extricate himself from the clutches of Luo Yuan, he noticed that the formidable steel snake had ensnared Bashi Kadora tightly, its body emitting a series of creaking noises. A chill ran down Dena's spine. He realized he could no longer afford to delay. Prolonging the encounter would undoubtedly lead to his capture. It appeared that he had no choice but to abandon these Pokémon. With resolute determination, Dena opted for a drastic course of action. Although these Pokémon were his mainstays, cultivated over many years and infused with his countless efforts. For a competent Pokémon hunter, relinquishing his Pokémon in the face of life and death was not an inconceivable decision. "Bring me to safety, Spoon Snake." Dena shouted towards the Spoon Snake, which was darting to evade Shadow Balls. Upon hearing Dena's call, the Spoon Snake immediately responded to his command. Flipping over and opening its mouth, Dena grasped the creature's fangs and reclined within its maw, disregarding the fact that he would be drenched in its saliva. As the Spoon Snake hastily fled into the distance. "Thinking of escaping? You underestimate me." Luo Yuan chuckled, snapping his fingers. The fossil pterosaur let out a loud cry and swooped down from the sky, its claws reaching for the Spoon Snake. Sensing the imminent danger above, the Spoon Snake dared not retaliate and merely kept its head low, continuously evading. The fossil pterosaur, seemingly unperturbed, toyed with the Spoon Snake in the air like a cat with a mouse, occasionally launching attacks to force the Spoon Snake to alter its course. For a full 10 minutes, the Spoon Snake failed to cover even 100 meters, perpetually spinning in place to evade the fossil pterosaur. Enough of this game, fossil pterosaur. Finally, Luo Yuan could no longer bear to watch. If the fossil pterosaur continued this way, dawn would soon break, and would he not need to rest? Obedient to Luo Yuan's command, the fossil pterosaur dove down, its pincers ensnaring the Spoon Snake firmly, rendering it immobile. Hiss! The Spoon Snake emitted a pained cry, ejecting Dena from its mouth. Disoriented, Dena, now freed, wiped the saliva from his face. "Am I safe?" he murmured to himself, scanning his surroundings to ascertain his location. It was then that he encountered Luo Yuan's unwavering gaze fixed upon him. A jolt of alarm surged through Dena, prompting him to spring to his feet. What is happening? His expression was a clear reflection of his bewilderment. He had distinctly felt the Spoon Snake swimming for a good 10 minutes, at its pace. They should have been far from this place. Yet here he was. Dena had entirely relinquished hope. All around him, apart from the slumbering king of requests, his Pokémon had been defeated. "Who on earth are you?" he inquired. Before being captured, he wished to ascertain the identity of the individual who had single-handedly bested him. "Do you not recognize me?" Luo Yuan retorted, stroking his chin. "It seems my lessons in the wild wilderness were insufficient for you Pokémon hunters." The fact that the opponent had not recognized him was surprising. No wonder they had the audacity to continue fighting despite seeing him approach. Luo Yuan. Shock was etched across Dena's face. He had initially assumed this person merely bore a resemblance to Luo Yuan, never imagining that he was indeed the very same individual. It was all due to the dim lighting. He should never have chosen the dead of night to ambush the Shuruff Company's encampment. Nonetheless, Dena had one final question. Why did you not utilize Dragonite and Metagross? Had he employed those Pokémon, he would have long since vacated the area instead of seeking trouble. Why should I report to you regarding my choice of Pokémon? Luo Yuan replied with an odd look, before dismissing him entirely. After confiscating all of Denna's Pokémon, he entrusted him to a nearby guard and returned to his quarters, quickly succumbing to slumber. The Pokémon League personnel arrived early the next morning, having received reports of a Pokémon hunter assaulting the Sheriff Company's encampment. However, upon their arrival, they were met with the disarray of a battlefield. Observing the seemingly normal base, one of the inspectors was taken aback. How had the Sheriff Company's personnel endured such an intense clash? To him, it seemed utterly implausible. Even though the Sheriff Company's security forces were formidable, and they had enlisted skilled Pokémon trainers for the mission, the capability of these guards paled in comparison to that of the Pokémon inspectors. From the battle's traces, he could gauge the ferocity of the confrontation. As an experienced inspector, he was certain that even they would not have managed it so effortlessly. Yet, the Sheriff Company's security had succeeded in repelling the Pokémon hunters, leaving them astounded. Do we know who was responsible for this? A young Pokémon inspector inquired curiously. It was Mr. Luo Yuan, the guard replied without hesitation, recounting how Luo Yuan had come to the camp and, upon encountering the bounty hunters, effortlessly dealt with the adversaries. Upon hearing the guard's account, the League inspectors exchanged glances. Luo Yuan again. How many times had they heard that name this year? Since Nibi City, all the way to Dasha Valley. The Pokémon Inspector Association had received similar news almost every couple of weeks. If Luo Yuan were merely an ordinary trainer, they would likely have expressed envy and astonishment. However, Luo Yuan's background was far too intricate. He had once been a member of the League's Pokémon inspectors, later choosing to depart due to exclusion, only to soar to prominence after his departure, becoming renowned throughout Kanto. This realization left them with a peculiar feeling, complicating their sentiments towards Luo Yuan. May we have an audience with Mr. Luo Yuan? The leading inspector inquired, his mind remaining clear, unclouded by trivial emotions. He understood that, regardless of the circumstances, they needed to express gratitude to Luo Yuan for assisting in resolving the Pokémon hunter issue. After all, they were about to take charge of this encampment, and any misstep could result in losses for the League. Moreover, Luo Yuan's standing had significantly changed. It was said that he had close ties with the Elite Four's Kona and was acquainted with their direct superior, Dato. Such a prominent figure warranted their respect. Upon hearing the leading inspector's request, the guard appeared troubled. What is it? The inspector leader asked, noticing the guard's discomfort. I'm afraid you won't be able to visit Mr. Luo Yuan, the guard replied. He departed the camp early this morning to continue his journey. However, he did leave a message for you. What message? All the inspector's attention was instantly captured. Luo Yuan had even left them a message? Mr. Luo Yuan said to ensure that you deal with the fleeing Pokémon hunters, preventing them from causing harm to other areas of Kanto. At these words, the inspector's respect for Luo Yuan deepened. Though it may seem like a mere casual message, it embodies Luo Yuan's spirit of forgiveness and magnanimity, as well as his unwavering commitment to safeguarding the safety and stability of Kanto. Such a spirit is indeed worthy of emulation by all. It has evoked genuine regret among certain Pokémon prosecutors who previously dismissed Luo Yuan. Rest assured, we shall. The chief prosecutor adjusted his mood and nodded emphatically. Although Luo Yuan's words were simple, they sparked an undeniable sense of responsibility within him. While the prosecutors remained preoccupied with thoughts of Luo Yuan, he had already boarded a cruise bound for Red Lotus Island. The swiftness of his journey was primarily due to his reliance on a fossil pterodactyl for transportation. Initially, Luo Yuan had intended to experience life on foot, making his way to the port before embarking on a boat to Red Lotus City. However, plans often succumb to the whims of change. The terrain of Great Fool Valley, already significantly eroded, had been dramatically altered by the influx of tourists eager to unearth fossils and ancient Pokémon. What once resembled a Gobi landscape had gradually transformed into a desert-like terrain due to the unprocessed sand and soil unearthed by excavation efforts. Numerous wild rock-type Pokémon had been drawn to the area, faced with continuous obstacles posed by Pokémon and the stinging winds of sandstorms. Luo Yuan ultimately chose the most convenient option, flying to Red Lotus Island. Renowned for its hot springs, Red Lotus Island was bustling with activity during its peak tourism season, filled with throngs of ordinary residents intermingling with Pokémon trainers. The island exuded an atmosphere of joy and festivity. This scene reminded Luo Yuan of Ash and his friends arriving at the Red Lotus Gym only to find themselves without accommodations, prompting him to hastily book a room at a luxurious hot spring hotel. Ah, Red Lotus Island is indeed delightful. Skewering a piece of Odin with a bamboo stick, Luo Yuan savored its exquisite flavor, expressing sincere appreciation. For him, a Aside from Pokémon and his girlfriend, the third greatest pleasure in life was undoubtedly gourmet food. His arrival coincided perfectly with the local food festival on Red Lotus Island. It was a fortuitous timing. After finishing his last bite of Odin, Luo Yuan made his way to the Pokémon Center on the island. "Good afternoon, Nurse Joy," he greeted warmly. "Is that you, Mr. Luo Yuan?" Joy inquired, her voice laced with uncertainty upon recognizing his face. "Indeed, I am Luo Yuan. I'm surprised you recognized me," he replied, acutely aware of the privileges that fame bestowed upon him. Previously, after resolving an incident involving a mid-level officer from Team Rocket in Hualan City, only Jun Sha and the local police were aware of his exploits. In other regions, few would remember his name. However, following his climactic battle against Sakaki, his renown had steadily spread. Now, if one were to ask on the streets, more than 70% would surely raise their hands in acknowledgement of who Luo Yuan was. Such is the transformation that comes with increased visibility. "Could I trouble you for an autograph?" Joy requested, her demeanor reminiscent of an adoring fan. Luo Yuan. Though he understood that each Nurse Joy was unique, the one from Red Lotus Island exhibited peculiarities. Moreover, what was the deal with signing on an egg? Had anyone ever signed an autograph on an egg before? Nevertheless, he acquiesced to her simple request, taking the black pen Joy offered and inscribing his name upon the egg. Chapter 173, The Evolution of Magikarp. As Luo Yuan signed the egg, he observed Joy lifting it with the delight of a treasure hunter, stowing it away in the pocket of a nearby Chansey. Initially, he had assumed the egg contained a rare Pokémon, only to discover it was a Chansey egg. The Chansey beside them wore an expression of deep discontent at the sight of its egg being signed. "Is this truly acceptable? Look at Chansey. It seems on the verge of tears." Ultimately, Luo Yuan bid farewell to the starstruck Joy. As dusk approached, more trainers arrived at the Pokémon Center for lodging, making Joy's workload increasingly hectic. Thus, Luo Yuan refrained from lingering and proceeded directly to the hot springs. Reclining in the warm waters, he savored the fruit juice delivered by the attendant, letting out a long sigh of contentment. What pure bliss! The prolonged journey had left him fatigued, although he had not felt it due to his vigorous energy. However, now that he found himself relaxing in the hot spring, his body finally acknowledged its weariness. Nearby, his Leafeon, observing Luo Yuan's serene demeanor, tentatively dipped its front paws into the water, only to retract them swiftly with a yelp of surprise. For a grass-type Pokémon like Leafeon, the temperature of the hot spring was indeed quite scalding. While luxuriating in the hot spring, Luo Yuan took the opportunity to organize his Pokémon. Among his recent captures, the fossil pterodactyl had already seen battle, leaving him with only the recently acquired Bagon and the Magikarp he had received from Team Rocket. With that thought in mind, he released both Pokémon from their confines. Bouncing and flopping, the golden Magikarp opened its mouth wide as it leaped excitedly along the ground beside the hot spring, its scales shimmering like gold. Conversely, the Bagon, released only moments prior, wore a bewildered expression, but upon sensing the humid air and catching sight of the hot spring, its face transformed into one of sheer terror. Clearly, this rock-type Pokémon held a profound fear of water. "Bagon, Magikarp," Luo Yuan called out, waving his hand toward Bagon. Upon seeing this, Bagon hesitated, torn between recognizing Luo Yuan as its master and its innate fear of water. However, in the end, it triumphed over its trepidation and approached Luo Yuan's side. "Bagon." At this moment, Luo Yuan finally had the chance to observe Bagon closely. Though its size resembled that of a plush toy, it did not compare to the bulk of a Salamence. Its demeanor lacked the fierce majesty characteristic of its final evolution. Clearly, it required further training. While Bagon would eventually evolve into a Salamence, which, despite its significant weaknesses, remained a formidable Pokémon, a well-trained Salamence would undoubtedly bolster Luo Yuan's team. Meanwhile, the Magikarp, witnessing Bagon approach Luo Yuan, decided to join in, bouncing eagerly toward him. Just as it was about to leap right in front of Luo Yuan, it suddenly made a grand jump. With a splash, the Magikarp plunged into the hot spring, startling Luo Yuan. "Are you alright, Magikarp?" Luo Yuan quickly fished the flopping creature out of the water. Though the hot spring wasn't excessively hot, its temperature was still quite different from the environment in which Magikarp typically thrived. If he accidentally cooked the Magikarp, it would be a calamity. Fortunately, Magikarp, known for its resilience in any aquatic environment, showed no signs of distress, especially this particular shimmering specimen of exceptional quality. As Luo Yuan pulled it from the water, it continued to writhe energetically. "Phew, what a relief." Luo Yuan exhaled in relief. Thankfully, nothing unfortunate had occurred. Had Magikarp turned into boiled fish, he would have had nowhere to lament. Just as this thought crossed his mind, a sudden, blinding light enveloped the Magikarp in his arms, glowing with a faint red hue. What is happening? Is it evolving? Luo Yuan pondered, fully aware that Magikarp would eventually evolve one day. Yet this felt rather abrupt. Was it really evolving after merely enjoying a hot spring bath? Could this be a new method of evolution for Magikarp? The radiance of evolution was blindingly intense, causing Luo Yuan to squint his eyes. He felt the weight of the Magikarp in his hands increasing, its form expanding. Nevertheless, Luo Yuan did not relinquish his grip. He was acutely aware that if he were to let go, this serene hot spring would be utterly lost to him. He had no desire to bathe in a hot spring only to compensate the owner for damages. He was wealthy, but not in that manner. Fortunately, Luo Yuan possessed telekinesis, allowing him to drag the Magikarp with his arm. Given that it was an open-air hot spring, even the height posed no issue. Enveloped in a brilliant white light, the Magikarp continued to grow larger and longer until the radiance dissipated, revealing a fully crimson Gyarados hovering above the hot spring, cradled by his psychic powers. It was remarkably heavy. Luo Yuan's delight was momentarily overshadowed by his frustration at the Gyarados' weight. He gently placed the Gyarados on a nearby patch of ground using his telekinesis, finally allowing himself to breathe a sigh of relief. At last, the situation was resolved. Your timing for evolution is quite unfortunate, he remarked, gazing at the Gyarados. The Gyarados seemed to sense the trouble it had caused Luo Yuan, nudging him with its head in an apologetic gesture. Unlike the accounts of Magikarps attacking their trainers post-evolution, Luo Yuan's Gyarados, despite its fierce appearance, exhibited an unusually amiable temperament. This was fortunate, as it spared him the trouble of having to exert control. Although there were rumors that the angrier a Gyarados became, the greater its power, Luo Yuan remained unconvinced. He had unwavering faith in his own command skills. With the Gyarados' innate potential and his exceptional guidance, he was confident that his Gyarados would not be bested by anyone. Just as Luo Yuan was stroking the scales of his Gyarados, a waiter entered through the main door. Startled by the sight of the vividly red creature. Are you all right, sir? The waiter nearly swooned at the sight of the Gyarados. In the world of Pokémon, there was no one unfamiliar with Gyarados, a Pokémon capable of wreaking havoc when enraged. Yet, how had it ended up in their hot spring hotel? Fear not. This is my Gyarados. I apologize for startling you, Luo Yuan explained, observing the waiter's shock. Upon hearing Luo Yuan's words, the waiter nodded, visibly relieved, though still shaken. Encountering a Gyarados was genuinely terrifying, especially one with such a fearsome hue. It won't cause you any trouble, will it? Luo Yuan inquired. No, it won't. The waiter hastily replied. After all, the person in front of him was a wealthy patron who had reserved the entire hot spring hotel. He had merely come to check on the situation to prevent any mishaps, and as for which Pokémon a guest chose to bathe with, that was entirely up to them. Chapter 174, Xiaobo. After dismissing the waiter, Luo Yuan returned his Gyarados to its Pokeball and comfortably fell asleep. The next morning, refreshed and invigorated, Luo Yuan set out on the path to find the Crimson Lotus Gym, Xiaobo's hot spring inn. Strolling along the street, Luo Yuan indulged in shopping while observing the hot spring inns lining either side. He refrained from heading to the Crimson Lotus Gym, fully aware that it had been closed for some time. The gym leader, Xiaobo, had grown disheartened as most trainers visiting Crimson Lotus Island were more interested in soaking in the hot springs rather than challenging the gym. Consequently, he had opened a hot spring inn and was living in semi-seclusion. However, among the multitude of inns, which one belonged to Xiaobo? Although he had watched the anime and was familiar with the storyline, he remained perplexed about the location of Xiaobo's hot spring inn. This was quite vexing. If he intended to retreat, he should truly do so, allowing another gym leader to take over. Now, the situation had become unnecessarily complicated. Luo Yuan was feeling particularly disgruntled. If Xiaobo, the gym leader of the Crimson Lotus Gym, chose not to fulfill his role, there were plenty of others eager to take his place. Did he not witness the chaos in the black market when Yas and Kaz fought over the establishment of a dubious gym that might not even be sanctioned by the League? If they were aware of Xiaobo's current state, they would likely have an explosive reaction. Luo Yuan had no idea whether Yas and Kaz would indeed explode. But after searching for half an hour without finding any trace of Xiaobo, he was nearing his breaking point. He wondered if he had been too accommodating. Perhaps dismantling the Crimson Lotus Gym would compel Xiaobo to emerge. Just as he contemplated this drastic measure, an elderly man with golden hair and sunglasses came into view. Instantly, Luo Yuan's eyes lit up. Could this golden-haired figure be none other than Xiaobo? At that moment, Xiaobo was bargaining with a vendor, seemingly intent on making a purchase. Without further ado, Luo Yuan approached Xiaobo from behind and gave him a friendly pat on the shoulder. Xiaobo, I've been searching for you for quite some time. Unprepared for an unexpected visitor, Xiaobo jolted at the touch. Who? Instinctively. He placed a hand on the pokeball at his waist and turned, eyeing the intruder warily. Upon recognizing Luo Yuan, his expression froze, morphing into one of surprise. It's you? Inside Xiaobo's hot spring inn on Crimson Lotus Island, Luo Yuan sat at a table, holding a cup of tea and gazing across at Xiaobo. Xiaobo, I have been searching for you all morning, Luo Yuan remarked. You've truly managed to hide away quite well. Had you not guided me here, I might have spent the entire afternoon looking for this place. Reflecting on how Xiaobo had led him through a maze of streets to reach this obscure little shop, Luo Yuan felt a surge of frustration. What a stroke of luck it was to encounter Xiaobo. Had he not, he would have likely resorted to blowing up the Crimson Lotus Gym to coax Xiaobo out that evening. Hearing Luo Yuan's words, Xiaobo coughed awkwardly, feeling a bit embarrassed. Before I ask anything, may I inquire what brings you here, young man? Xiaobo shifted the conversation. Naturally, he recognized Luo Yuan. As a semi-reclusive gym leader, Xiaobo occasionally entertained trainers visiting Crimson Lotus Island, yet most of his days were spent following league news and current events. With his extensive network within the league, he had heard of the rising star Luo Yuan, whose strength was said to rival that of the Elite Four. Xiaobo was quite curious about this young man. However, he couldn't quite fathom Luo Yuan's intentions for visiting him. In truth, there was no grand purpose. I merely came to challenge the Crimson Lotus Gym, Luo Yuan replied, finishing the last of his tea. Challenge the gym? Xiaobo's expression turned peculiar. According to the information he had gathered, Luo Yuan already possessed strength comparable to that of the Elite Four. Why would someone of his caliber still seek to challenge a gym? Yet, there was no other option. He needed one final badge to complete his collection. Luo Yuan revealed his coat, showcasing the 6 pristine badges he had amassed. Xiaobo fell silent, realizing Luo Yuan's reasoning was irrefutable. Moreover, as a newcomer trainer, he was obligated to accept Luo Yuan's challenge. However, Xiaobo was reluctant. While he enjoyed mentoring new trainers, he did not relish the prospect of being soundly defeated. The older one became, the more one understood their limitations. Xiaobo was acutely aware that if Luo Yuan's strength was indeed as formidable as the rumors suggested, he would surely be outmatched, even if Luo Yuan displayed only half of that power. Thus, Xiaobo's expression morphed into one of discomfort. With so many gyms in the league, could you not challenge another? Why must it be the Crimson Lotus Gym? The number of gyms within the Alliance far exceeds a mere 8. Beyond the 8 that have appeared in the narrative, there exist several lesser-known establishments, bringing the total to approximately 16 or 17. Among them, the Hot Spring Gym on Red Lotus Island is the most distant from Kanto, leaving Xiaobo baffled as to why Luo Yuan would venture all the way here. Because there are hot springs, Luo Yuan replied nonchalantly. And besides, I've come all this way. Are you suggesting I turn back? I despise hot springs. Xiaobo's irritation with the tourism industry surrounding the hot springs on Red Lotus Island was growing increasingly palpable. Luo Yuan remained silent, quietly seated across from him, pouring himself a cup of tea as he awaited Xiaobo's response. Internally, Luo Yuan relished the conflicting emotions that played across Xiaobo's face. After all, he had made Luo Yuan search for him all morning on Red Lotus Island. Ultimately, seeing Luo Yuan's indifference, Xiaobo sighed, realizing he could not evade the inevitable. If he continued to refuse the challenge, Luo Yuan's current reputation could easily lead to him reporting Xiaobo to the Alliance, resulting in dire consequences for this somewhat negligent gym leader. Fine, follow me, Xiaobo conceded at last. Although he was reluctant to engage in a battle, it was undoubtedly preferable to losing his position as the gym leader of Red Lotus. After all, he had invested a lifetime of effort into the gym. He could not bear to see it fall into another's hands. Chapter 175, Ninetales. Luo Yuan continued to sit opposite Xiaobo, observing the tumultuous expressions that flitted across Xiaobo's face, conflicted, dejected, and eventually resigned as he agreed to the challenge. What thoughts could have conjured such a spectrum of emotions? Regardless, Xiaobo had accepted the challenge, which was indeed a positive development. His 7th badge was now within reach. Following Xiaobo to the inn's rear courtyard, Luo Yuan watched as Xiaobo activated a mechanism, revealing a dark passageway beneath their feet. Follow me, Xiaobo beckoned. However, Luo Yuan remained motionless, lost in contemplation of the tunnel. What is the matter? Is there an issue? Xiaobo inquired, puzzled. Not at all, Luo Yuan shook his head. I was merely contemplating the extent of funding you must have applied for in constructing this mechanism. Xiaobo's voice faltered, as if caught off guard, and he could only darken his expression, leading the way in silence. Meanwhile, he resolved that even if he couldn't defeat Luo Yuan, he would give it his all. He couldn't allow Luo Yuan to win too easily. Navigating through the inky tunnel, Luo Yuan and Xiaobo emerged into a vast underground cavern. The cave was immense, dominated by a gaping void at its center, where bubbling magma surged and waves of heat radiated outward. Based on Luo Yuan's estimation, the power of fire-type Pokemon's moves would be enhanced by at least 20% in this arena. Conversely, the combat prowess of grass and steel-type Pokemon, those vulnerable to fire, would diminish by at least 30%. What do you think of this venue? Xiaobo inquired, pride evident on his face. In the years he had closed the hot spring gym, he had not been idle. The volcanic battleground before them was one of his achievements. Luo Yuan nodded in approval. It is indeed impressive. I am just curious about the cost involved. Xiaobo's expression fell immediately. Can we refrain from discussing funding? Luo Yuan smiled gently, choosing not to dwell on the matter. He was here to challenge the gym, not to scrutinize the finances of the hot spring gym. Please explain the battle rules, he said to Xiaobo. The rules dictated a 1v1 challenge. The victor would be the one whose Pokemon caused the opponents to lose consciousness first. Xiaobo was not inclined to prolong the battle. One encounter would suffice, as he feared he might not withstand more. Very well. Though he lamented not being able to inflict more suffering upon Xiaobo, Luo Yuan was not one to harbor grudges. Let the match commence. Go, Ninetales. I choose you, Gyarados. After Xiaobo released his Pokeball, a Ninetales with lustrous cream-colored fur appeared before him, its Ninetales dancing gracefully behind it, its ruby-like eyes fixed intently on Luo Yuan. In contrast, Luo Yuan's Gyarados loomed majestically in the air, exuding an aura of formidable intimidation. It's a Gyarados. A shiny Gyarados. Xiaobo felt a jolt of astonishment upon seeing Luo Yuan's Gyarados. Although he had heard of and encountered various shiny Pokemon, this was his first sighting of a red, shiny Gyarados. He had only heard whispers of a legendary red Gyarados that once resided in the Lake of Wrath in the Chengdu region, but countless researchers had failed to verify its existence. Now, witnessing one in Luo Yuan's possession was astonishing. Nevertheless, as an experienced gym leader, Xiaobo quickly regained his composure and shifted his focus back to Ninetales. Ninetales, this battle rests upon your shoulders, he commanded. Ninetales was one of his prized Pokemon, and he intended to showcase its prowess in this encounter. Having seen Luo Yuan's Gyarados, Xiaobo felt a glimmer of hope for victory. Reports indicated that Luo Yuan's strongest Pokemon were Metagross and Dragonite, with a slightly weaker Steelix following closely behind. There was no mention of a Gyarados in his roster, leading Xiaobo to deduce that this Gyarados must be a recent acquisition for Luo Yuan. His well-trained Ninetales, cultivated over more than a decade, faced off against Luo Yuan's newly captured Gyarados. Despite the disadvantage of type matchups, the venue's enhancements for fire-type Pokemon and its suppression of water types instilled Xiaobo with a belief in his chances of triumph. Let the battle begin. Ninetales, unleash Fire Spin, Xiaobo commanded, and Ninetales opened its mouth, releasing a swirling vortex of flames directed at Gyarados. Fire Spin? A trivial technique. Gyarados, counter with Hydro Pump. In response to the encroaching vortex of flames, Gyarados retaliated with a powerful jet of water aimed straight at Ninetales. Ninetales swiftly dodged to the side, but the Hydro Pump followed closely, aiming directly at it. In a panic, Ninetales expelled another Fire Spin, attempting to compel Gyarados to cease its assault. Gyarados evaded. Luo Yuan instructed. In that instant, Gyarados lunged forward, narrowly avoiding the Fire Spin while locking eyes with Ninetales. A wave of dark energy rippled outward from Gyarados, impacting Ninetales and momentarily immobilizing it. Seizing the opportunity, Gyarados lunged forward and bit down hard on Ninetales. With a pained cry, Ninetales retaliated with Flame Charge, enveloping itself in roaring flames and charging toward Gyarados like a blazing fireball. Gyarados, feeling the sting of the flames, instinctively released its grip, and the two Pokemon created distance between them. In this exchange, both sides had suffered. Perhaps Gyarados held a slight advantage, having only sustained a burn from Ninetales' flames, while Ninetales had endured the effects of the dark energy and the bite. Ninetales, are you alright? Xiaobo called out, concern etched on his face. Ninetales turned its head to Xiaobo, shaking it subtly to indicate that it was unscathed. It radiated determination. After years of seclusion with Xiaobo, it had not faced such a challenging battle in quite some time. This time, it was prepared to give its all. Gyarados, unleash Hydro Pump once more. Water-type moves are perpetually the most effective means against Fire-type Pokemon. Chapter 176, Victory. The battle unfolding on the stage is exceedingly intense. Gyarados and Ninetales are fiercely contesting, with neither willing to yield. Although Gyarados possesses a type advantage, its lower level prevents it from fully capitalizing on this edge. Ninetales, on the other hand, finds itself in a rather frustrating predicament. Despite having the upper hand in both level and terrain, it is Gyarados that relentlessly pressures it in battle, a feeling that is undeniably disheartening. Gyarados unleashed Dragon Rage. Ninetales utilized Quick Attack. The two Pokémon collided with vigor, both retreating simultaneously, huffing and puffing. The once graceful Ninetales now appeared far from composed, panting heavily with weary eyes, a picture of disarray. Gyarados, however, seemed relatively unscathed. Though it had felt the sting of Ninetales' flame charge earlier, its naturally red coloration masked the minor burn, allowing it to maintain an imposing presence. This cannot continue. Ninetales is on the verge of defeat, thought Xiaobo. This battle transcended the mundane challenges of the gyms. He was unwilling to lose. Initially, he had contemplated a swift defeat as a means of relief, but now, with a glimmer of hope for victory, the prospect of losing felt unbearable. Ninetales, use Overheat. Unable to contain his urgency, Xiaobo commanded Ninetales. If conventional tactics would not secure victory, then he would resort to a desperate maneuver, giving it everything he had. A blazing inferno erupted from Ninetales' mouth. Almost simultaneously, Xiaobo issued another command. Ninetales, use Overheat and charge forward. Overheat, one of the Fire-type signature moves, raises the user's body temperature to enhance blood circulation, allowing for a powerful attack that inflicts substantial damage. However, the drawbacks are evident. Following the attack, it significantly reduces the user's special attack due to the recoil. Xiaobo's decision to have Ninetales employ this move clearly illustrated his resolve to fight desperately. Failure would mean resignation. With Overheat leading the charge, Ninetales surged forward, following closely behind. Gyarados, being a massive creature, found little room to evade the oncoming assault from both Ninetales and the fiery blast. Is this a final gambit? It appears there are no other options. Ro Yuan could discern that Xiaobo was making a last-ditch effort, indicating he was out of alternatives. Gyarados, use Protect. At Ro Yuan's command, a faint red glow enveloped Gyarados, successfully blocking the Overheat. Is there such an effect with shiny Pokémon? Ro Yuan pondered, momentarily taken aback by the color change during Gyarados' Protect. Normally blue, the Protect of his shiny Gyarados was unexpectedly red. Unable to comprehend this alteration, he quickly realized Ninetales was closing in and shouted, Gyarados, use Dragon Tail. If it's a desperate gamble, then we shall see who prevails. With Dragon Tail unleashed, Gyarados appeared even more vibrant red, its fury nearly spilling from its eyes. Ninetales, now utilizing Overheat, was momentarily intimidated by Gyarados' fierce demeanor, causing a brief hesitation in its charge. Seizing the opportunity, Gyarados lunged at Ninetales, sweeping its tail in a powerful arc. Ninetales reacted swiftly, charging toward Gyarados, and the two Pokémon became entangled in a fierce struggle, the scene utterly chaotic. Xiaobo frowned. This was not the battle he had envisioned. Gyarados and Ninetales exchanged blows, their bodies colliding repeatedly, but in this physical clash, the larger Gyarados held a clear advantage. This is bad, Xiaobo thought. Ninetales had already sustained injuries from previous encounters, and if this continued, it would surely be the first to succumb. Though aware of this grim reality, he found himself at a loss for solutions. The ferocity of the battle between Gyarados and Ninetales left him, an elder, struggling to keep pace with their rhythm. He attempted to call for Ninetales to retreat several times, but each time he missed the opportune moment. Forcing Ninetales to withdraw would only result in greater harm. As time slipped away, Ninetales' wounds worsened, its movements becoming increasingly sluggish. The effects of Overheat waned, diminishing its special attack, leaving it to merely evade Gyarados. This cannot go on, Xiaobo thought. If this continues, defeat is inevitable. Yet he clung to a flicker of hope, waiting for the effects of Gyarados' Dragon Tail to expire. While the duration of Dragon Tail surpassed that of Overheat, its side effects were also more severe. Overheat merely lowered a Pokémon's special attack, while the end of Dragon Tail could plunge a Pokémon into a state of confusion. At that moment, his chance would arise. Ninetales, use Quick Attack and create distance from Gyarados, Xiaobo urged, hoping to gain some space between Ninetales and Gyarados. However, achieving this was no simple feat. Ninetales' desire to flee depended entirely on Gyarados' allowance. Just as Ninetales attempted to escape Gyarados' range, Gyarados opened its jaws wide and bit down on Ninetales' tail. Ninetales let out a pained cry. Weakened from previous injuries, it collapsed to the ground. Gyarados, emboldened by its advantage, clamped down on Ninetales' tail and violently slammed it against the ground. That's the way, Gyarados, Ro Yuan exclaimed, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. The battle was nearing its conclusion. From afar, Xiaobo understood that with Gyarados' crushing strength, Ninetales had no hope of victory. Unable to bear witnessing further harm to Ninetales, he chose to concede, stating, "I forfeit this match. Return, Ninetales." With that, he withdrew Ninetales into its Pokeball, leaving only Gyarados, which roared in triumph. Truly, Ro Yuan was formidable, surpassing even the rumors that had circulated. While it was said that Ro Yuan rose to fame through his powerful Pokémon, Xiaobo recognized that his tactical prowess was equally extraordinary. Chapter 177, Articuno. After battling you, I feel as though I have aged considerably, Xiaobo sighed. In the heat of the contest, he had clearly lagged in reaction speed, a reflection of his own limitations rather than those of his Pokémon. Had his reflexes been sharper, perhaps Ninetales would not have endured so much damage, possibly altering the outcome of the match. Yet, Xiaobo was not one to seek excuses. Defeat was simply defeat. You have won. Although he had initially dreaded the thought of losing, upon actually experiencing it, Xiaobo found it surprisingly acceptable. Here is your badge, he declared, tossing the deep crimson badge of the Red Lotus Gym towards Ro Yuan. Ro Yuan caught it deftly, feeling the fiery-shaped emblem in his hand. Warmed by the heat of the arena. Thank you, Ro Yuan replied to Xiaobo, fastening the badge to his chest. With this, he had acquired his second badge, leaving only the final badge from the Evergreen Gym to be claimed. However, this badge proved to be somewhat troublesome. Ever since Sakaki and Team Rocket departed from Kanto, Luo Yuan was uncertain whether anyone remained at the Tokiwa Gym. Congratulations, host has acquired the Crimson Badge, granting 1 bronze lottery chance. The system's notification echoed softly. It seemed that with Liu Yuan's increasing prowess, the rewards from successfully challenging gyms were diminishing. One could foresee that if Luo Yuan were to challenge a gym again in the future, he might find himself unable to earn any rewards. After bidding farewell to Xiaobo, Luo Yuan departed from the warmth of the inn. He intended to return to the hot spring lodge he had previously reserved to gather his belongings before leaving Honglian Island. Regardless of whether the Tokiwa Gym was currently operational, he needed to obtain another gym badge to complete his collection of 8 badges, thus enabling him to challenge the Quartz Conference. As Luo Yuan walked along the road, the communicator at his waist suddenly buzzed to life. Who could be calling me? Liu Yuan's expression reflected his confusion. Upon answering, he heard the anxious voice of Kina on the other end. Luo Yuan, where are you? I'm on Honglian Island. Is something wrong? Luo Yuan furrowed his brow. Kina's tone suggested that the situation was far from simple. Great. Could you come to Twin Island? Kina implored. We've encountered a situation here that I cannot resolve. I fear I will need your assistance. As she spoke, the sounds of shrill bird calls and fierce explosions echoed in the background. Twin Island. Understood. Upon hearing Kina's urgency, Luo Yuan realized that something significant must be unfolding there. Otherwise, Kina would not be so frantic. Moreover, the bird calls reminded him of the presence of Articuno on Twin Island, leading him to believe that this incident was somehow connected to the legendary creature. Thus, he decided against retrieving his luggage from the Hot Spring Hotel, knowing that the funds he had paid would cover the month-long stay, leaving his belongings temporarily safe. Luo Yuan summoned his Dragonite. The colossal creature instantly drew the attention of numerous passers-by as it appeared on the street. Dragonite. It's truly a Dragonite. It looks incredibly powerful. The presence of Dragonite captivated onlookers throughout Kanto. With no time to spare, Luo Yuan leaped onto Dragonite's back and gently patted its head. Dragonite. Fly in this direction towards Twin Island. With a mighty roar, Dragonite took to the skies, soaring rapidly in the direction Luo Yuan pointed, amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd. Meanwhile, on Twin Island, Kina found herself embroiled in a fierce battle amidst chaos. Pokemon Hunter. She gritted her teeth, casting a glare at the silver-haired woman opposite her, her voice laced with deep animosity. The scene was a tumultuous clash involving Pokemon Hunters, League Inspectors, and the brilliant blue, long-tailed Articuno. The Pokemon Hunters targeted Articuno while incessantly assaulting the League Inspectors' Pokemon, thwarting their efforts to protect the legendary creature. The League Inspectors, in turn, launched full-scale attacks against the Pokemon Hunters to prevent harm to Articuno. Amidst the turmoil, Articuno was in a state of frenzy, indiscriminately attacking both hunters and inspectors alike, inflicting considerable damage. Kina was engaged in combat with the silver-haired bounty hunter known as Hunter J. She recognized this woman, notorious across the globe as a Pokemon hunter. Hunter J was infamous in the Sinnoh region, celebrated for her exceptional track record. She had repeatedly led assaults on wildlife reserves across various leagues, capturing numerous rare Pokemon, while trainers possessing such Pokemon often fell victim to her schemes. Ranked at the top of the league's bounty list for Pokemon hunters, Hunter J was known for her ruthless tactics, formidable strength, and decisive actions, resulting in no successful captures to date. Damn it, Kina thought darkly as she used her Gardevoir to shield herself from Hunter J's Salamence attack. Initially, she had responded to a report of disturbances on Twin Island, where Articuno was said to be in turmoil, leading her to investigate. However, upon arrival, she discovered that Hunter J had brought a poaching gang intent on seizing Articuno. Kina, typically capable of confronting Hunter J, had only brought her Gardevoir and Lapras with her, leaving her other Pokémon, such as Dugong and Cloyster, at home. With only 2 Pokémon at her disposal, Kina found herself at a numerical disadvantage against Hunter J, who commanded a formidable team of 4 Pokémon. Lapras, use Ice Beam. A blue beam shot towards Hunter J's Salamence. The dragon dodged swiftly, unleashing a torrent of flames in retaliation. Meanwhile, Hunter J's Ariados attempted to ensnare Lapras in a web. However, Lapras was not so easily captured, being one of Kina's main Pokémon. Though its speed on land was not as swift as in water, it had its defenses. Lapras, use Water Gun. The powerful jet of water sent the encroaching web flying back towards Salamence. The impact extinguished Salamance's flames, while the combined assault of the web and water struck Salamence, grounding it and creating a crater upon impact. Press the advantage, Lapras. Don't give it a moment's respite. Kina signaled to her Gardevoir. Just as Gardevoir prepared to unleash a psychic attack on the downed Salamence, Hunter J's Talonflame intervened, erecting a light wall that blocked Gardevoir's psychic assault. Gardevoir's move was rendered ineffective. From behind, Ariados launched a barrage of poison needles at Lapras. The battle raged on fiercely, with Kina holding an advantage. Yet Hunter J consistently utilized her numerical superiority to thwart Kina's attacks. Though Kina's assaults proved ineffective against Hunter J, the latter managed to exploit her Pokémon's numbers to suppress Kina, creating a precarious situation. After maintaining this stalemate for over 10 minutes, Kina, outnumbered, finally faltered, revealing an opening. Hunter J's eyes gleamed with cunning as she commanded Ariados to leap forward, unleashing a volley of poison needles, while her Drapion charged toward Lapras. Faced with the dual onslaught from Drapion and Ariados, Lapras found itself in dire straits. Gardevoir, Kina called out, hoping Gardevoir could intercept one of the attacks, buying Lapras some precious time. However, Kina's thoughts mirrored Hunter J's, and as Gardevoir made a move, Salamence and Talonflame lunged at Gardevoir, pinning it down and rendering it unable to assist Lapras. Without support, Lapras could only fend for itself against the incoming attacks, choosing to evade Drapion's strike and brace against Ariados' poison needles with its shell. Yet, the sheer volume of needles proved overwhelming, and despite Lapras's best efforts, it could not evade them entirely. Struck by a poison needle, the Dragonair succumbed to a state of intoxication, its skin shimmering with a purplish glow, resembling a radiant creature of light. Dragonair, Kina exclaimed. The Ice-type Master Kina is nothing to be trifled with. A cold smirk crept upon Hunter J's lips. She was finally poised to eliminate Kina. Once Kina was dealt with, the legendary Articuno would be as good as hers. She found herself grateful to that fellow named Luo Yuan. Had he not dispatched Team Rocket, it would have been exceedingly difficult for her to arrive in Kanto. Just as Hunter J reveled in her triumph and Kina was engulfed by despair, a thunderous roar echoed from the cave's ceiling. Boom! A massive opening suddenly erupted at the top of the Twin Islands cavern. Sunlight streamed through this aperture, illuminating the faces of the combatants within. A man riding a Dragonite, silhouetted against the sun, appeared in the sky, exuding an aura akin to that of a deity, the blinding light rendering him nearly unrecognizable. Hunter J gazed upward at the indistinct figure, her expression betraying a sense of unease. This unexpected arrival instilled a foreboding feeling within her. There were few trainers utilizing Dragonite in all of Kanto, and only 2 were renowned. At that moment, dark clouds drifted overhead, obscuring the blinding sunlight. The identities of all present became clear. Mr. Luo Yuan. Luo Yuan. The Alliance members and Pokémon hunters uttered cries of astonishment and dread, starkly contrasting in their reactions. For the Alliance, Luo Yuan's timely arrival was crucial. With his assistance, they believed they could easily dispatch these insufferable Pokémon hunters. Conversely, to the hunters, Luo Yuan appeared as a malevolent specter. They were well aware of his recent victories over 2 Pokémon hunter factions. To them, Luo Yuan was not only immensely powerful, but also their sworn enemy. His presence was nothing short of a nightmare. Luo Yuan's expression was equally grim. He was certain that Luo Yuan had not been on the Twin Islands previously, yet he had now arrived, clearly informed by someone. Turning to Kina, he noticed the relief etched on her face, and everything fell into place. It was Kina who had summoned Luo Yuan, but now was not the time for such realizations. The pressing issue was how to contend with Luo Yuan. She felt confident in her ability to handle Kina, who possessed only 2 Pokémon. Yet that did not equate to her having a chance against the reputedly superior Luo Yuan, who had bested Sakaki. As she pondered a solution, the Articuno, embroiled in chaos, sensed yet another intruder encroaching upon its territory, daring to soar above it. Enraged, the Articuno screeched, its tail feathers fluttering as it unleashed a barrage of ice crystals toward the sky, targeting Luo Yuan. This sudden turn of events brought a flicker of joy to Hunter Jay's face. The Articuno had always been a source of vexation for her. Initially, she had intended to use machinery to ensnare the Articuno, but now that it had fixated on Luo Yuan, she held out hope that the legendary bird could exhaust some of his Pokémon. If that were the case, her chances of victory would not be entirely lost. Everyone, swiftly eliminate these alliance trainers, she commanded. Before the Articuno could vanquish Luo Yuan, they needed to deal with the current alliance trainers to focus all their efforts against him. Chapter 179, Mutwo vs. Articuno. Luo Yuan was at a loss for words. After receiving Kina's distress signal, he had rushed over. All he did was make a dramatic entrance, breaking through the cavern's ceiling instead of entering through the passageway. Why then was Articuno charging directly at him? I came here to rescue you. Yet, the chaotic Articuno had no intention of heeding his explanation, launching an ice beam straight at him. Dragonite reacted swiftly, evading the attack, which struck the nearby rock wall, forming a large cluster of ice crystals. Do I have a grudge against you? Luo Yuan questioned, bewildered, as he observed the Articuno's fervent assault. He had witnessed its earlier battle with the trainers below, and its ice beam had not displayed such formidable power then. Why had it escalated now? Luo Yuan was thoroughly displeased. This is blatant discrimination. I come to save you, and you retaliate against me? Even the most placid temperament would find this intolerable. He was not the sort to endure such indignities. He resolved to retaliate. If you strike me, I shall strike back. Not awake yet? Then I shall awaken you. Recognizing the opponent's status as a legendary Pokémon, Luo Yuan decided against frivolous tactics and summoned forth his strongest Pokémon. Mutwo, it's your time to shine. The formidable opponent you have long desired has arrived. With a resounding click, the Pokeball burst open, revealing Mutwo's striking purple and white form within the cavern. Could it be the legendary Pokémon? The Alliance trainers below gasped, realization dawning upon them. No wonder Team Rocket had ceased its efforts. It had fallen into Luo Yuan's hands. The Pokémon hunters, however, were perplexed. What legendary Pokémon? How does this relate to Team Rocket? They pondered, confusion clouding their minds. Yet no answers were forthcoming, leaving them in a state of discomfort. Ignoring the trainer's bewilderment, Luo Yuan turned to Mutwo. Let us fight side by side. Mutwo let out a soft huff, offering no dissent, a glimmer of battle spirit igniting in its eyes. Then, let us proceed, Luo Yuan declared with a smile. Gesturing at the Articuno, Mutwo unleashed Shadow Ball. In perfect synchrony with Luo Yuan's command, Mutwo conjured a Shadow Ball, hurling it toward the Articuno. The sight of this enraged the Articuno. In its tumultuous state, its thought process was simplistic. Any attack was a provocation. With a powerful flap of its wings, a blizzard erupted within the cavern. Snowflakes, no larger than a palm, cascaded from above, blanketing the ground within moments. Mutwo's Shadow Ball, weakened by the relentless storm, slowed to a crawl, ultimately evaded by the Articuno with ease. Humph! Mutwo scoffed, its gaze fixed on the Articuno, cold fury radiating from its eyes. The failure of its attack had tarnished its pride. Although it had merely been a probing strike, the sensation of defeat was intolerable. Luo Yuan chimed in from behind. Mutwo, do not underestimate your opponent. While Articuno may be considered among the weaker legendary Pokémon, it is not to be taken lightly. Annoying, Mutwo retorted. Suddenly, a gigantic spoon of psychic energy materialized in its grasp as it levitated gracefully in the air, a protective purple energy sphere forming around it to shield against the blizzard. Charging toward the Articuno. Ah, the rebellious phase of Mutwo, Luo Yuan sighed, shaking his head like a concerned parent. This remark went unheard by Mutwo. Otherwise, it would have certainly retaliated. Encased within the energy sphere, Mutwo remained unscathed by the Articuno's blizzard, swinging the enormous spoon down at the Articuno's head, as if intent on delivering a decisive blow. Yet, being a legendary Pokémon, the Articuno was not to be underestimated, even with its lower base stats compared to Mutwo. In a crucial moment, the Articuno tilted its head and unleashed an ice beam toward Mutwo's spoon. Mutwo, unfazed, cast aside the frozen spoon that had become a solid lump in his grasp, directing a powerful psychic attack at Articuno. Mutwo's prowess lies in his ability to strike from both afar and up close, and indeed, Articuno was caught off guard by this formidable psychic force, resulting in a piercing cry of distress. Well done, Mutuo. Keep it up. Use Shadow Ball. Luo Yuan was determined not to grant Articuno a moment's respite. Mutuo unleashed a Shadow Ball that collided with Articuno, slamming it against the rocky wall, which erupted in a cloud of dust and debris. Had it been dispatched so swiftly? Such prowess. Both the trainers from the league and the Pokémon hunters below were left dumbfounded. Even the Pokémon hunters, who had no prior knowledge of Mutuo, were astonished by his overwhelming strength. While it was true that Mutuo had previously defeated one of the Elite Four with ease, that opponent was a fighting-type trainer, whose type was naturally countered by Mutuo. Yet now, faced with one of the legendary birds of Kanto, Articuno, and without any type advantage, Mutuo had effortlessly sent it flying with mere moves. This was nothing short of astonishing. Nearby, Hunter J was also taken aback. She felt she had made a grave miscalculation. Had she known that Luo Yuan possessed such a powerful Pokémon, she would have fled at his first appearance instead of foolishly waiting for both him and Articuno to exhaust themselves in battle before swooping in to claim the spoils. But now it was too late. With Articuno sent reeling, Luo Yuan's next target was undoubtedly her. Judging by his strength, she harbored no illusions of mounting any form of resistance. Chapter 180. The trapped Hunter J was consumed by regret, lamenting her decision to linger in this perilous situation. Now, she found herself ensnared. Standing opposite her, Kona bore a subtle smile, an expression of elegance gracing his features. The outcome appeared predetermined. Just as everyone assumed the battle had reached its conclusion, Articuno surged forth from the dissipating smoke, its eyes blazing with fury, as though it harbored a desire to incinerate everything in its path. Be careful, Kona shouted to Luo Yuan. Meanwhile, Hunter J, who was wrestling with her own frustrations, felt a rush of elation as she silently cheered for Articuno, turning on her heel and sprinting towards the cave's exit. In her mind, the distraction provided by Articuno was ample time for her to escape. Kona, having warned Luo Yuan, noticed Hunter J's retreat but was powerless to intervene. With Dragonair injured and only Ms. Mime remaining, she posed no threat to Hunter J. As Articuno charged forward, Hunter J was on the verge of fleeing the Twin Island Cave when Luo Yuan, riding on the back of Dragonite, flashed a knowing smile and snapped his fingers. Snap! The sharp sound echoed, accompanied by Luo Yuan's command. Mutuo, finish it! An invisible storm of psychic energy swept through the cave, emanating from Mutuo. The psychic tempest, seemingly tangible, radiated outward from Mutuo's position. Articuno, in its furious advance, was the first to suffer the brunt of the psychic wave, falling silent and collapsing to the ground, unconscious. The allies, Luo Yuan, Kona, and the prosecutor, were shielded from any adverse effects, but the remaining Pokémon hunters were not so fortunate. As the psychic energy surged, they were left clutching their heads in agony. For them, the sensation was akin to having their skulls pried open by a hammer, only to have their brains stirred with a stick. Within moments, both the hunters and their Pokémon succumbed to unconsciousness. The immense power of Mutuo's psychic abilities was beyond comprehension. At that moment, Hunter J reached the cave's entrance, turning just in time to witness the chaos unfold, causing her to shudder in fear. Though her character typically would not succumb to such terror, she was genuinely frightened. A creature as legendary as Articuno had been felled in a single blow. How terrifying was Luo Yuan's strength. Thank goodness I fled quickly. This was the first thought that crossed Hunter J's mind. Had she not escaped, she surely would have joined her fallen subordinates. Yet, amidst her relief, a new wave of confusion washed over her. What kind of Pokémon was that beside Luo Yuan? Was it a newly discovered species? Unfamiliar with Mutuo, she had no idea of its origins. While her mind raced with questions, her feet moved swiftly, propelling her from the cave into the tunnel. If she could traverse this passage, she would escape. Once outside, she could plunge into the vast sea, where, no matter how formidable Luo Yuan's powers, he would be unable to trace her. However, while Hunter J envisioned her escape, would Luo Yuan allow her such an opportunity? Block her. Mutuo, Luo Yuan commanded. Mutuo raised an arm, a flash of blue light igniting in its eyes, as a translucent wall of energy suddenly manifested at the cave's exit. Bang! Before she could react, Hunter J and her Salamence collided with the wall. The barrier remained unscathed, while Hunter J and Salamence were sent reeling backward. Damn it! Salamence, use Dragon Pulse. Frustration surged within her, just as she thought she had eluded capture. She found herself thwarted. Yet, before Salamence could unleash its attack, a ripple in the space beside them heralded Mutuo's instantaneous appearance. Clutching a Shadow Ball, Mutuo pressed it against Salamence's head. Boom! The Shadow Ball detonated, sending Hunter J sprawling. Meanwhile, the primary target, Salamence, was rendered unconscious by the explosion. Incapacitated in a single blow, Salamence, merely an almost legendary Pokémon, was not strong enough to withstand Mutwo's assault. But Mutwo was not finished. With another flick of its hand, a blade of psychic energy sliced through the luminous barrier that Hunter J had erected, pinning her other Pokémon, Natural Bird, to the ground, rendering it unable to continue fighting. Sizer, take me away. Hunter J, now gripped by terror, abandoned any thoughts of resistance and hastily mounted her Sizer, leaving Ariados behind. Ariados launched a web in an attempt to ensnare Mutwo. Yet, Mutwo paid it no heed. With a mere gesture, it seized both the web and Ariados midair, hurling them toward the fleeing Hunter J and Sizer. Bang! A resounding crash echoed as Sizer, Hunter J, and Ariados were tangled together in the sticky web, collapsing in a heap. It was unimaginable that the notorious Hunter J could find herself in such a disgraceful predicament. Just then, Kono arrived, glancing at the stoic Mutwo before turning to the ensnared Hunter J, smiling. Damn it! Hunter J seethed with rage. Under normal circumstances, she would have dispatched her Pokémon to retaliate by now. Yet, rendered immobile and defenseless, she could only submit to her fate. Well done, remarked Luo Yuan, who had dealt with Articuno and was now approaching. As Kinna beheld the smile gracing Luo's face, she felt an undeniable sense of reassurance. Indeed, Luo Yuan was a comforting presence. Had it not been for him, it was likely that the Articuno would have already fallen into the clutches of Hunter J. Yet, a question lingered in Kinna's mind. Where was the Articuno? She glanced toward Luo Yuan, who seemed to understand her unspoken inquiry. He raised his hand, gently shaking the Pokeball within it. To prevent the Articuno from launching any more erratic assaults, I have contained it in this Pokeball, Luo Yuan explained, tossing it directly to Kinna. Since you are an expert in Ice-type Pokemon, I entrust its handling to you. In relinquishing the responsibility of the Articuno, Luo Yuan effectively conferred upon Kinna the authority to either capture or manage the creature as she saw fit. Witnessing this exchange, Hunter J was consumed by envy and resentment. The very Articuno she had strived so fervently to capture was so easily handed over by Luo Yuan to Kinna, as if it were but a trinket of little value. Chapter 181. The Assault of the Pokemon Hunter. Kinna regarded the Pokeball in Luo's hand, contemplating before ultimately declining. Perhaps it is best if you manage the Articuno, she said. Although her expertise in Ice-type Pokemon made her desire the Articuno palpable, she recognized that it was Luo Yuan who had captured it, and thus, he should be the one to handle its fate. What do I need the Articuno for? Luo Yuan replied with a hint of exasperation. With Mutwo already at his disposal, acquiring the Articuno would merely be a superfluous embellishment, lacking substantial utility. Hence, he had intended to pass the Articuno to Kinna, believing that doing so would enhance her capabilities and ensure she would be better equipped to handle similar situations in the future without having to seek his aid. Here you go, Luo Yuan asserted, unceremoniously placing the Pokeball into Kinna's hands. Observing this, Hunter J felt as though she had been force-fed a mouthful of bitterness. The two were treating the coveted Articuno as if it were a mere commodity, casually exchanging it between themselves, a blatant affront to her dignity as a Pokemon hunter. As this thought crossed her mind, she could hardly contain her frustration. However, as she shifted her finger, a spoon enveloped in a blue psychic aura suddenly pressed against her throat. You might want to reconsider. Mutwo's icy voice resonated within Hunter J's mind. She trembled, the courage she had mustered dissipating in an instant. Paralyzed by fear, she found herself rendered immobile, realizing that her life hung precariously in the balance. Ultimately, Kinna could not prevail against Li Yuan's insistence and silently accepted the Pokeball containing the Articuno. I shall safeguard the Articuno for now, should you require it. Feel free to retrieve it at any time, Kinna stated, rationalizing her decision to keep the creature rather than releasing it back into the wild. There were no regulations from the League prohibiting the capture of legendary Pokémon, merely restrictions against malevolent organizations and Pokémon hunters employing nefarious methods to do so. Therefore, in consideration of Luo Yuan, she resolved to retain the Articuno. Very well, Luo Yuan nodded. He had no intentions of reclaiming the Articuno, effectively rendering it a permanent gift. Unbeknownst to the creature, it had undergone a change of ownership. What, then, was to become of Hunter J? Luo Yuan turned his gaze upon her, prompting an immediate surge of anxiety. The fate awaiting her was dire. According to League laws, she would likely face imprisonment for a decade or two. Kinna sighed. Hunter J was notoriously cautious in her criminal endeavors, resulting in the League possessing scant evidence against her. Thus, even a sentence of 10 to 20 years was the best they could hope for. Upon hearing this, Hunter J's expression betrayed no joy. 10 to 20 years. Given her current age, by the time she emerged from confinement, she would be a middle-aged woman. The prospect of spending the most vibrant years of her life behind bars was utterly intolerable. Release me, and I can provide you with critical intelligence, Hunter J declared after a lengthy contemplation. Both Luo Yuan and Kina paused, taken aback by her sudden offer. Kina inquired, "What information do you possess?" Hunter J remained silent, her eyes conveying a singular message. "Release me, and I shall divulge what I know." Luo's brow furrowed. He found the sensation of being coerced to be profoundly unpleasant. "I advise you to speak swiftly. If you are aware of who I am, you should understand that I do not capitulate to threats." This statement was a fabrication on Lu Yuan's part. He had never claimed to resist all threats. However, Hunter J was unaware of this. Her preconceptions of Lu Yuan's formidable reputation, combined with his emotionless gaze and Mutuo's spoon of psychic energy poised at her throat, led her to believe his words to be true. She shivered, recalling the memory of her 4 Pokémon being effortlessly defeated by Luo Yuan. Casting aside her pride as a renowned Pokémon hunter, she was consumed by terror, and she could no longer afford to withhold information. Thus, she divulged everything in a torrent of words. Upon processing Hunter J's revelations, Kina's demeanor shifted to one of grave seriousness, her expression tinged with anxiety. "Are you certain of what you say?" Luo Yuan inquired, his brow knitting with concern. If Hunter J's claims held any truth, Kanto would indeed face grave peril. According to her, due to Team Rocket's departure, over 50% of the Pokémon hunters across the globe were converging upon Kanto, seeking to exploit the vacuum left in the wake of Team Rocket's exit. This upheaval stemmed from the Pokémon hunters standing within the world. The Pokémon realm was divided into various regions: Kanto, Johto, Hoenn, Sinnoh, and beyond, each under the sway of different nefarious organizations, such as Team Rocket, which spanned Kanto and Johto, and the Aqua and Magma teams in Hoenn. These organizations formed a vast web of influence, entangling the entire world. The League managed the visible aspects of society while the dark organizations controlled the underground enterprises, maintaining a fragile balance despite their conflicts. Pokémon hunters, as loosely organized individuals, existed in the crevices between the League and these dark organizations, receiving scant favor from either side. However, this status quo shifted following Team Rocket's expulsion from Kanto. With their departure, a power vacuum emerged, prompting Pokémon hunters to seize the opportunity to establish control over a region, mirroring the operations of the dark organizations. Consequently, under the auspices of several major poaching factions within the Pokémon hunter community, hunters from around the world flocked to Kanto, vying for dominance over this territory. This influx explained Li Yuan's encounters with 3 waves of Pokémon hunters in such a short span. It was not due to any peculiarity on his part, but rather an inevitable consequence of the Pokémon hunters' invasion of Kanto. Kina's brow furrowed with concern. Should Hunter J's assertions prove accurate, the Elite Four tasked with defending Kanto would be at the forefront of the impending conflict. Nevertheless, Kina questioned, could it truly be the case? "I believe it to be genuine," Luo Yuan replied. His psychic abilities indicated that Hunter J was not fabricating her claims, even without resorting to psychic insight, Li Yuan's own judgment, informed by recent events and the context of Team Rocket's withdrawal, strongly suggested the veracity of Hunter J's words. Things were about to become complicated. Chapter 182. Return to the Evergrande. The Kanto League was facing turmoil. If Hunter J's assertions were indeed accurate, with more than 50% of the Pokémon hunters converging upon the Kanto region, the League would face an unprecedented trial. Should they endure this challenge, Kanto would emerge as the safest haven within the realm governed by the League. Should we fail to withstand this calamity, then Kanto shall descend into a haven for Pokémon hunters. Such unforeseen circumstances are my utmost disdain. To Luo Yuan, this is nothing short of a catastrophe. What was once a delightful journey has been abruptly interrupted by the sudden emergence of these Pokémon hunters, leaving one to ponder whether a peaceful journey is still feasible. What now? Kona gazed at Luo Yuan, uncertain in the face of such adversity. Luo Yuan shrugged in response. "I find myself equally at a loss. As far as I know, these Pokémon hunters are exceedingly cautious, never engaging in battles they do not believe they can win. Their interest in Kanto suggests they possess a significant chance of success. Pokémon hunters are driven solely by profit, exhibiting a remarkable degree of vigilance. Their prolonged existence amidst the Alliance and various dark organizations has heightened their sense of crisis and alertness. The fact that this group of even timid Pokémon hunters dares to act in unison indicates they possess a considerable advantage. Otherwise, even if summoned, few would respond." Concerning this matter, Luo Yuan and Kona once again inquired of Hunter J, but she steadfastly refused to divulge any information. Even under the threat of Mutuo, Hunter J remained resolute in her silence, embodying the stance of one who would say nothing if not released. But would Luo Yuan ever release Hunter J? Naturally not. Releasing Hunter J was out of the question, for he had caught her himself, and there was no notion of letting her go. Realizing that no further information could be gleaned, Luo Yuan resigned himself. Kona, take Hunter J back to the Alliance for interrogation and inform Dato of the situation, he instructed. Such an important matter should be communicated to Dato, who, as the leader of the Kanto Elite Four, ought to take up the mantle against the Pokémon hunters. It was unreasonable to expect Luo Yuan, a mere external member of the Alliance, to lead the charge. Understood, Kona nodded, already inclined to act in this manner without further prompting from Luo Yuan. After this exchange, Luo Yuan pondered. I recall that the Alliance should still have some channels to Team Rocket. Although Team Rocket has seemingly vanished from Kanto, I have never naively believed they have completely withdrawn. Rather, I am inclined to think they are lurking in some shadowy corner, seeking an opportunity for resurgence. And as the Alliance, their old adversary, it is hard to believe there are no infiltrators within Team Rocket. Indeed, there must be. Excellent. Let us make use of the infiltrators, Luo Yuan declared. Relay the information regarding the Pokémon hunters' intentions to invade Kanto to Sakaki. I trust Sakaki will not idly watch as his territory is encroached upon by Pokémon hunters. Based on Luo Yuan's understanding of Sakaki, even if he were to withdraw most of his forces from the Kanto region due to pressure, it would merely be a facade. In Sakaki's eyes, Kanto undoubtedly remains the domain of Team Rocket, impervious to external interference. Should the Pokémon hunters dare to enter Kanto, they face adversaries beyond the Kanto Alliance. They must contend with the lurking danger of Team Rocket, akin to a venomous serpent. Is that even possible? Kona had not anticipated such a strategic utilization of Team Rocket. Luo Yuan smiled slightly. Why not? After all, those Team Rocket members are idly waiting. Why not give them something to do? They are Kanto residents too and ought to contribute to the region. Hearing this, Hunter J was left dumbfounded, unable to fathom such an approach. It seemed that, in Luo Yuan's hands, Team Rocket was akin to pliable clay, shaped at his will. Hunter J wished to accuse Luo Yuan of boasting, yet knowing his true identity rendered her speechless. For indeed, Luo Yuan held the credentials. He was the very force that had driven Team Rocket from Kanto. After deliberating on how to address the impending invasion of Pokémon hunters, Luo Yuan watched as Kona escorted the bound Hunter J back to the Alliance to report. Oh, what a tumultuous time, Luo Yuan mused, reflecting on his own idleness. Why had he so relentlessly pursued Team Rocket? Now, having driven them away, he found himself confronted by a Pokémon hunter organization. Fortunately, he held no official position within the Alliance. Otherwise, he would surely face repercussions. Nevertheless, even without a formal role, Luo Yuan was certain he could not remain idle. Given the current capabilities of the Kanto Alliance, it would be arduous to contend with the surge of Pokémon hunters. Should the situation escalate, he would inevitably be summoned to assist. Before Dato could locate him, he resolved to obtain the final badge. With less than 3 months remaining until the Quartz Conference, if he aimed to confront the Pokémon hunters while also challenging the last gym, he would surely find himself overwhelmed. It was best to resolve some minor matters now, allowing him to focus entirely on preparation later. With this thought, Luo Yuan mounted his Dragonite, setting forth towards the Tokiwa Gym. He had seen online that the Alliance had recently reopened the Tokiwa Gym, making it an opportune time for him to return and challenge it. Upon arriving in the long-absent Tokiwa City, he noted that while the city appeared unchanged, his perception had shifted dramatically after traveling across various regions of Kanto. Previously, Tokiwa City had seemed like an ordinary city to Luo Yuan. However, after his travels, he had come to appreciate the tranquil and harmonious atmosphere of Tokiwa City. Welcome back, Mr. Luo Yuan. Upon entering the Pokemon Center, Joy recognized him immediately. This recognition stemmed not only from his previous assistance in fending off Team Rocket, but also because Luo Yuan had become a notable figure in Kanto, even if not universally known. Thank you. Please restore my Pokemon, Luo Yuan requested, handing Joy 6 Pokeballs. Of course, Joy replied eagerly, her face aglow with warmth. Chapter 183, Dato's Arrangements. Joy took the Pokeballs from Luo Yuan and placed them on the nearby machine. Since the Pokemon had suffered no serious injuries, a simple restoration of their energy sufficed. What brings you back to Tokiwa City, Mr. Luo Yuan? Have you perhaps completed your collection of 8 badges? Joy inquired with a smile. As a witness to Luo Yuan's departure, she naturally understood that he was a novice trainer on a quest to gather 8 badges in preparation for the Quartz Conference. Seeing Luo Yuan return to Tokiwa City inevitably led her to such thoughts. Luo Yuan shook his head slowly. Not yet. I have collected 7 badges so far. But I still need the last one, which I intend to obtain from the Tokiwa gym. With that, he revealed the badge he had secured from his clothing. You are indeed strict with yourself, Mr. Luo Yuan. Except for the Hualan badge, all the others are from exceptionally challenging gyms, Joy remarked, her gaze filled with admiration. Truly, you only seek the most formidable challenges. No wonder you are capable of defeating both Team Rocket and the Pokémon hunters. Noticing the familiar gleam in Joy's eyes, Luo Yuan felt a twinge of amusement. He vaguely recalled how the Joy from the Honglian gym had exhibited a similar starstruck demeanor. Even requesting his signature on a Chansey egg, he wondered how that Chansey was faring now and if it had recovered from its ordeal. However, Luo Yuan sensed that his timing for returning was somewhat unfortunate. Unfortunate? Luo Yuan's brow furrowed at Joy's words, an uneasy premonition washing over him. What could be unfortunate? Well, it is as follows. Just yesterday, the gym leader of the Changpan Daogon was summoned by the League to attend an urgent meeting, and as a result, the Changpan Daogon is currently closed. Joy remarked, what could this possibly mean? Why is the Changpan Daogon closed upon his arrival? Could it be that they hold Weiyar in disdain? Frowning, Luoyan opened his computer and accessed the Kanto forum, specifically the Changpan trainer section. Indeed, numerous trainers were engaged in discussions regarding this matter. Among them was a pinned post from the official Changpan Daogon account, which stated that the gym leader had received an urgent call from the League and had already departed for the Indigo Plateau. Scrolling through the subsequent replies, most were complaints from trainers who had traveled a long distance to challenge the gym only to find it closed, demanding compensation from the Changpan Daogon, a rather unproductive request. Nevertheless, there was also valuable information. One comment questioned, what is happening in Kanto? First, the Kuur Daogon closed, and now the Changpan Daogon, which had only recently reopened, is also shut. Even the Jinhuang Shi S Jinhuang Daogon, Thilingthir S Thong Daogon, and Qinglong Shi S Thong Daogon have all temporarily closed. With only 3 months until the Indigo Conference, what is the Kanto League attempting to accomplish with all these developments? Luoyan furrowed his brow. Upon checking the pages for other cities, he confirmed that all the gyms mentioned had indeed released statements announcing their temporary closure. This was decidedly unusual. The sudden emergence of such circumstances inevitably drew a connection to the large-scale attacks by the Pokémon hunters in Kanto. Had Do already begun to deploy their plans? Luoyang speculated. Just as he completed his thoughts, he felt a vibration at his waist. Pulling out his communicator, he noticed Do's avatar flashing. Connecting, he said, Do, what do you need from me? Luoyang, I am very grateful for your intelligence, was the first thing he heard from Do. The next sentence, however, was likely a request for assistance. Luoyan internally groaned. The fleeting thought was confirmed when Du continued, I need your help. Luoyan felt as though his intuition had never been more accurate, though he wished it weren't so. Du indeed sought his assistance. Having anticipated this, Luoyan replied, I assume this pertains to the Pokémon hunters, but I am currently engaged in a gym challenge. The implication was clear. He was willing to help, but he also needed to address his gym badge issue. As long as you assist, you may choose any badge you desire, Du stated directly, exuding the commanding presence befitting the champion of the Kanto Elite Four. Very well, what shall I do? Luoyan acquiesced, having no grounds for dissent. He had recently acquired a building from the League. Thus, contributing his efforts seemed appropriate. According to our covert investigations, there are 3 factions of Pokémon hunters preparing to assault Kanto. The first faction comprises poaching groups from the Hoenn region, numerous in number but lacking in quality, adept at utilizing high-tech weaponry and equipment. They should be manageable, and I will leave this to Gunna and my subordinates. The second faction is an alliance of Pokémon hunters from the Sinnoh region. Although fewer in numbers, they are formidable, as indicated by Hunter J's reports. This group will be under my and Popuk Aju's supervision. The third faction is of utmost importance. What do you mean by utmost importance? The third faction consists of Pokémon hunters from the Unova region, rumored to have ties to the nefarious organization, Team Plasma. The League assesses this group as critical and has assigned you, along with some gym trainers who have been summoned, to confront them. Zhuba will remain stationed at the Indigo Plateau to prevent Team Rocket from seizing the opportunity and to provide mobile support in various aspects. In a remarkably short period, Du had formulated a battle plan that sounded entirely plausible. This efficiency exceeded S expectations. He had always perceived the League as rather sluggish, yet in times of crisis, they exhibited an impressive responsiveness. Indeed, necessity is the mother of invention, Luoyang sighed inwardly. Only during such pivotal moments could the League manifest this level of efficacy. Chapter 184. Return to Jin Xinjun. Understood, Luoyan nodded. not refusing Du's request. As a member of the Kanto region, it was his duty to contribute to its stability. Moreover, he had expelled Team Rocket from Kanto. The invasion of Pokemon hunters felt akin to watching one's own crops being ravaged by intruders, which was deeply unsettling. Thus, for both emotional and logical reasons, he felt compelled to act. Do you know when the Unova Pokemon hunters will arrive? Luoyun inquired, as it was imperative to devise a plan based on their timing. Unlike Team Rocket, who had extensive resources allowing for a gradual dismantling of their operations, dealing with Pokemon hunters required a more decisive approach. One must deliver a resounding blow that would leave an indelible mark, ensuring they would not contemplate an incursion into Kanto again. According to reports, the Unova Pokemon hunters are expected to arrive in about a week. It would be prudent for you to come to the Indigo Plateau 2 days prior to strategize with the gym trainers. Honestly, I can manage on my own, Luoyun replied. A mere band of Pokemon hunters posed no challenge. He was more than capable of handling them alone. Even if there were traces of Team Plasma behind this group, he doubted they would mobilize their entire force to Kanto, as long as they did not deploy their full strength. With the likes of Mewtwo and Mega Metagross at his side, he could overcome any obstacle. While confident in his abilities, Du remained unconvinced. No, this is not a trivial matter. We must adhere to the plan. Du was unwilling to allow On to confront a group of Pokemon hunters, especially those connected to Team Plasma. By himself, any misstep could result in dire consequences. It was far more prudent to have the gym trainers assist him. Very well. In light of Du's insistence, Luoyun did not dwell on his reservations. His earlier assertion of being sufficient on his own stemmed from concerns about manpower on other fronts. However, having additional support would not hinder him, so he acquiesced to Du's arrangements. Then, I shall see you in 5 days. 5 days later at the Indigo Plateau. After exchanging a few more words, Luoyun hung up. Sighing, he lamented, "It appears I shall miss out on the reward for acquiring the final badge. How lonely this feels." After bidding farewell to Joy and receiving his restored Pokemon, he made his way towards the Bell in Junshinjun. Having embarked on his journey as a Pokemon trainer from Professor Oak's laboratory, it was only fitting that he returned to pay his respects, especially now that he was nearing the completion of his badge collection. Junshinjun, as tranquil and serene as ever, seemed untouched by the passage of time. It felt even more peaceful than Tonpanshi, a quality that could be seen as both a blessing and a curse. The town's merits lay in its idyllic environment, ideal for retirement. Owen believed that living in Junshinjun could extend one's lifespan by at least a decade. Yet, while this was undoubtedly an advantage, it also served as a drawback. Residing in Pallet Town undoubtedly offers a pleasant environment. However, its tranquility can verge on excessive, lacking a certain intensity. While it is an idyllic place for retirement, young individuals may find their ambition waning in such a serene locale. Consequently, Luoyun increasingly perceives Ash and Gary as peculiarities. How did Pallet Town produce such unique individuals? Perhaps their mutual competition and progress play a role, he speculated. Lost in these thoughts, he found himself standing before Professor Oak's laboratory. Pushing open the grand door, he discovered Professor Oak, as usual, indulging in instant noodles. Luoyun gazed at him in disbelief. "Professor Oak, can't you indulge in something other than instant noodles?" Their conversations during lunch or dinner typically revealed that 7 or 8 times out of 10, Professor Oak was consuming instant noodles, with the remaining occasions involving instant hot pot. Clearing his throat awkwardly, Professor Oak coughed twice and, swallowing the last bite of noodles, shifted the topic. "Luoyun, what brings you back?" Luoyun understood that no amount of persuasion would alter Professor Oak's culinary habits. Throughout the original storyline, Ash traveled from the Kanto region to Alola, and Professor Oak's penchant for instant noodles remained unchanged. This indicated a peculiar attachment he harbored toward them. Shaking his head, Luoyun replied, "I've nearly collected all the badges, so I returned." "Oh, have you gathered all the badges already?" Professor Oak expressed surprise. "As trainers typically amassed only 5 badges at this stage. You seem to be ahead of the curve." "Not quite. I currently possess 7 badges. I was about to challenge the Tokiwa gym, but the gym leader was called to the Indigo Plateau. So I will have to wait a bit longer for that last badge," Luoyun explained. Could it be related to that incident? Being a highly regarded scholar in both Kanto and the broader world, Professor Oak was privy to certain insider information. "Indeed," Luoyun nodded. "But I've already negotiated with Dato, and he will hand me the badge in a couple of days." "That makes sense. Your prowess hardly necessitates a battle," Professor Oak remarked, having gleaned some understanding of Luoyun's skills from various reports. After all, someone capable of defeating Sakaki would undoubtedly not find trouble with mere gym trainers. If anyone dared suggest otherwise, Sakaki would likely be the first to confront them. "What brings you back, then?" Professor Oak inquired. I'm primarily here to leave some Pokémon for care. I have far too many with me, Luo Yuan responded, having disabled the automatic transfer feature of his Pokédex. All the Pokémon he had captured since his departure were with him. The reason for entrusting them to Professor Oak stemmed from his inability to manage them all. With such a multitude of Pokémon, simply feeding them daily consumed a significant amount of time. Moreover, maintaining so many Pokémon proved unproductive, as he could only effectively utilize 1 or 2 in battle. Oh, are you finally considering leaving some Pokémon for care? Professor Oak's face lit up with anticipation. Since Luo Yuan's departure, he had not stored any Pokémon with him, yet Luo Yuan had made quite a name for himself in the outside world, piquing Professor Oak's curiosity about the Pokémon he possessed. Which Pokémon do you intend to leave? Professor Oak asked. Luo Yuan retrieved a collection of Pokeballs from his pocket. The League stipulated that a trainer could carry a maximum of 6 Pokémon, a regulation established through extensive scientific research to determine the optimal number for effective training and care. Exceeding this limit could lead to a trainer being overwhelmed or fatigued, resulting in inefficient training. Luo Yuan currently felt somewhat overwhelmed. While he had enhanced stamina from a lucky draw, it was unnecessary to exert himself in feeding Pokémon when he could focus on their training. Thus, aside from Mewtwo, he intended to keep only 6 Pokémon, Metagross, Steelix, and Dragonite, as these 3 were essential for an upcoming tough battle. In his mind, he thought, among the remaining Pokémon, Gengar, Mismagius, and Spiritomb could be entrusted to Professor Oak, while Bulbasaur was also an option since Gloom seemed on the verge of evolution. Leafeon had no further potential for growth at the moment, so it could be left behind as well. Snorlax had to remain by his side, otherwise, Professor Oak would likely be bankrupted by its voracious appetite. As for Gyarados, ultimately, apart from Metagross, Steelix, and Dragonite, he decided to retain Gloom, Gyarados, and Snorlax, leaving the rest in Professor Oak's care. Professor Oak, I entrust them to you, Luo Yuan said, releasing his Pokémon and instructing them when I am not around. Listen to Professor Oak's guidance. Gengar nodded in agreement, leading the others to follow suit. Professor Oak marveled at how well Luo Yuan managed his Pokémon. It was no wonder he was so formidable. In contrast, Ash frequently returned with troublesome Pokémon, either erratic Krabby or clingy Grimer, none of which were easy to handle. Please take good care of them, Luo Yuan said to Professor Oak. Rest assured, Professor Oak replied with a smile. Luo Yuan felt confident in leaving his Pokémon with him. Together, Professor Oak and Luo Yuan guided the Pokémon to the backyard. By the way, Luo Yuan, have you seen Gary recently? Professor Oak asked. That lad has been acting rather mysteriously and hasn't called in days. When I tried reaching him, he didn't answer. Luo Yuan found it odd. I saw Gary at the Vermilion Gym not long ago. He seemed quite lively. Could it be that he's withdrawn after losing to Aoki too many times? The last time Luo Yuan saw Gary, he was full of energy. Could it genuinely be that Aoki had defeated him at the Vermilion Gym to the point of depression? Not at the Vermilion Gym. The last time he contacted me was from the rock tunnel, where he found a fossil for me to identify, which turned out to be a pile of dung. Since then, he hasn't reached out, Professor Oak said, his brow furrowing with concern. I doubt anything serious has happened, but... Initially, he believed Gary would be fine, as while he may not possess Luo Yuan's exceptional abilities, he was still one of the top young trainers in Kanto. Logically, he should be safe. However, after discussing it with Luo Yuan, Professor Oak's worry began to mount. Should we ask Ash? Professor Oak suggested. Ash and Gary's progress should be similar. He might know something about Gary. Professor Oak shook his head. Ash doesn't have a phone. The atmosphere grew awkward. I'll ask the Pokemon inspector from the rock tunnel to help search for Gary. Luo Yuan recalled the inspector he had met previously. It would be straightforward to request their assistance in locating Gary. Then I'll leave it to you, Luo Yuan, Professor Oak said. Not a problem. It's a small task, Luo Yuan assured him. Luo Yuan speculated that Xiao Mao might simply be experiencing issues with his communicator or perhaps had momentarily lost contact. As a trainer who had reached an admirable level of proficiency, it seemed improbable that Xiao Mao could easily find himself in distress. Unconsciously, Luo Yuan had already provided Xiao Mao with several doses of encouragement. After speaking, he chose not to linger at Professor Okito's research facility, instead deciding to head to the Quartz Plateau to assist Kona in her preparations. Although he had previously entrusted her with a freezing bird, the limited time frame might not suffice for her to tame it effectively. Thus, he resolved to offer his support to Kona at the Quartz Plateau, lest unforeseen complications arise. At the training grounds of the Quartz Plateau, Kona stood at the edge of the field while the freezing bird glided leisurely through the air, embodying an image of carefree tranquility. Despite the bird's apparent ease, Kona was plagued with frustration as it stubbornly resisted her commands. Nearly a week had passed since she received the freezing bird from Luo Yuan, and she had devoted a day to training it. However, perhaps due to the fact that the bird was not captured by her own hand, it remained obstinate, disregarding her instructions as if they were mere whispers in the wind. Were she not one of the Elite Four, she might have unleashed her own Pokémon upon the freezing bird, administering a thorough reprimand to establish her authority. Yet, as a member of the Elite Four, she was bound to uphold the League's image. Coercing a legendary Pokémon into submission would not align with the values of the Kanto League. Furthermore, the freezing bird was a gift from Luo Yuan. Despite his encouragement to handle it as she pleased, she could not bring herself to act against the first Pokémon bestowed upon her by him. Thus, for the past few days, she had resorted to gentle persuasion, attempting to win over the freezing bird with kind words. Yet, the bird remained impervious to her efforts, exhibiting an air of disdain, as if to say, "I am untouchable, and you are powerless against me." Chapter 186, Emergency Meeting in Truth. Kona found herself at a loss with the freezing bird, merely able to watch its defiant demeanor. Frustration simmered within her. Just as the freezing bird issued yet another mocking cry, and Kona was on the verge of losing her composure, the doors of the training field swung open. "Who is it? Did I not say I did not wish to be disturbed?" Kona turned to the entrance, her expression transforming into one of joy as she recognized the figure stepping through the door. Luo Yuan. Luo Yuan. Kona exclaimed. Luo Yuan offered a slight smile. "I heard from Grandma Kikuko that you are training the freezing bird. How is it going? Have you succeeded?" As he spoke, his gaze shifted toward the freezing bird. The once arrogant creature, upon seeing Luo Yuan, became a quivering mass, silenced and lowering its head, daring not to exhibit an ounce of hostility. The reason for its sudden change lay in the harsh treatment it had received at the hands of Luo Yuan, who had commanded its defeat at the hands of Mutwo on Twin Island. The memory of that overwhelming defeat lingered in the bird's mind, refusing to fade. Kona could not help but feel a mix of amusement and exasperation at the sight. The bird's behavior was unmistakably that of a bully who feared the strong. She had encountered many trainers like this before, but she had always played the role of the dominant force. This was her first experience being regarded as a soft target. While Kona remained silent, Luo Yuan had already surmised what transpired. "The freezing bird is being uncooperative, is it?" he inquired. At this, the freezing bird lifted its gaze toward Kona, a flicker of anthropomorphic apprehension glinting in its eyes. As a legendary Pokémon, the freezing bird possessed an intelligence comparable to that of humans and could certainly comprehend the implications of Luo Yuan's words. Should Kona affirm his statement, it would find itself in a precarious position. However, Kona shook her head. "It's all right. It has nothing to do with the freezing bird." Upon hearing this, surprise flickered in the bird's eyes. It had not anticipated that the trainer it had bullied would utter such words, completely defying its expectations. The immediate effect was a noticeable reduction in the bird's hostility toward Kona, and its gaze softened with a hint of familiarity. Kona, however, did not dwell on this development. Her desire to tame the freezing bird was not particularly fervent. Had she wished to force its submission, she would have acted long ago. Since she had refrained from taking action previously, she certainly would not allow Luo Yuan to intervene now. "Very well," Luo Yuan replied nonchalantly. He had already gifted the freezing bird to Kona. Its fate was her concern. As she preferred not to involve him, he relished the prospect of leisure. "By the way, has the League approved my earlier proposal regarding Team Rocket?" Luo Yuan inquired. Kona shook her head. There are still many within the League who harbor doubts. They believe that while there are advantages to utilizing Team Rocket, it also poses the risk of reviving their influence. "How foolish of them," Luo Yuan remarked. "If we were to leverage Team Rocket, their operations would inevitably be exposed, making it exceedingly difficult for them to engage in any covert activities. This would greatly benefit the League in maintaining stability in Kanto. Conversely, if we allow Team Rocket to continue operating in the shadows, any misstep in our conflict with the Pokemon Hunter organization could offer them an opportunity to strike. A concealed Team Rocket is a nuisance. Who knows what schemes they might concoct? Even if we wish to take action against them, we would be left with no means to do so." Thus, Luo Yuan expressed his disdain for the League's decision-makers. "Why not speak to them yourself? I believe that if you were to propose this plan, it would pass without opposition," Kona suggested. Given Luo Yuan's current reputation, if he were to personally advocate for the proposal, the League would undoubtedly refrain from dissenting. "Forget it," Luo Yuan shook his head. "In a few days, the League will be engaged in battle with the Pokemon Hunters. Initiating this plan now would only serve to complicate matters. As for Team Rocket, let them be. After all, since my confrontation with them, they won't be able to regain their footing for at least a couple of years." Even if they engage in some minor schemes behind the scenes, it would be of little consequence. Luo Yuan then shared amusing anecdotes from his travels with Kona. Just as their conversation was flowing smoothly, both Luo Yuan's and Kona's communicators suddenly chimed in unison. Lance has summoned all personnel involved in the upcoming battle for an emergency meeting at the Quartz Plateau, within a spacious conference room of the Indigo League building. The Elite Four, various officials from the prosecutor's office, invited gym trainers, and Luo Yuan gathered together. Lance rose and addressed the assembled attendees. Ladies and gentlemen, the situation has changed. The previous intelligence and specifics have proven to be inaccurate. The Pokemon Hunter organization, originally expected to arrive in 3 days, will now reach us tomorrow. Thus, I am convening this emergency meeting. Upon hearing Lance's announcement, the conference room erupted into chaos, with attendees buzzing in disbelief. Clearly, this turn of events had caught everyone by surprise. The only individuals maintaining their composure amidst the uproar were Aki, the gym trainer of the Shallow Red Gym, the Elite Four, and Luo Yuan. Observing the raucous crowd, Lance furrowed his brow. Silence. His command proved effective. The room fell silent in an instant, all eyes turning toward him. I understand that this news has taken everyone by surprise, myself included. I did not anticipate such a rapid shift in circumstances. The Pokemon hunters have seized the opportunity and caught us off guard. Could there be a traitor within our league? No need for a traitor. Our transparent mobilization of personnel serves as a signal in itself. The Pokemon hunters likely discerned our awareness of their plans and thus decided to act sooner, Kikuko interjected. Casting a glance at the prosecutor who had spoken, the chastened prosecutor, unable to counter her assertion, sheepishly took his seat. The colleagues seated nearby subtly distanced themselves from him. This individual was evidently one who spoke without engaging his intellect. Those participating in this operation, privy to its details, were all elite members of the Alliance, each occupying a significant position within its ranks. At their level, it was improbable that they would jeopardize their futures by leaking intelligence to Pokemon hunters. Perhaps, if the adversary were Team Rocket, there might be a modicum of possibility, as Team Rocket had deeply entrenched roots in Kanto and maintained a certain level of prestige. However, what did Pokemon hunters amount to? Chapter 187. The Situation of Shigeru. Pokemon hunters might sound lofty, but they were merely a group of unscrupulous individuals driven solely by monetary gain. Beneath their facade lay a sordid reality. At least organizations like Team Rocket, Aqua, Magma, and Plasma harbored dreams. But what of these hunters? From start to finish, their motives were purely financial. In the face of his colleagues' disdain, the prosecutor who had spoken earlier felt his face flush, wishing he could bury his head in the ground. However, soon enough, everyone's attention was once again captivated by Dato. King Qcon was correct. Based on my discussions with President Damalanche, it appears quite likely that our actions have provoked them, prompting these Pokemon hunters to act ahead of schedule. Thus, the first matter I wish to convey in this meeting is that there is no cause for panic. Although we are ill-prepared, it stands to reason that these Pokemon hunters are also acting hastily and may not be as well prepared as we might fear. Dato surveyed the room and spoke. Upon hearing this, the group collectively exhaled in relief. Dato's analysis had evidently eased their tension considerably. While some anxiety lingered, it was within a manageable range, devoid of the prior sense of alarm. Now, let the leaders of each group delineate their respective responsibilities for this operation. Dato continued. The 4 leaders took turns stepping forward. In alignment with what Dato had previously discussed with Royuan, the first group would be led by Kona, accompanied by the prosecutor, with their battleground set in Kure City, where intelligence suggested that Pokemon hunters from the Fanyuan region would approach via the sea. The second group consisted of Dato himself and King Qcon, tasked with confronting the Pokemon hunters from the Sinnoh region near the port close to Akahoshi City. The third group was entrusted to Royuan, alongside Aju, Naji, and several gym trainers, who would engage in battle at Giran Island. This contingent of Pokemon hunters, backed by Team Plasma, seemed intent on establishing a foothold on Giran Island before advancing to the mainland. Nevertheless, Royuan sensed that the situation was not as straightforward as it appeared. If their sole objective was to find a safe haven, Kanto offered countless more accessible vacation islands such as Lamper, boasting far superior geographical advantages than Giran Island. Let us depart. Since we are heading to Giran Island, we might as well seek Shaber's assistance. Upon hearing Dato's remarks, Royuan called to Aju and the others. Although aging, Shaber still possessed formidable strength, particularly since Giran Island was Shaber's domain. How could they proceed without enlisting his help? Royuan resolved to set out immediately. Time was of the essence, and he intended to take his team to Giran Island to remain on high alert. This operation was exceedingly crucial and could not afford any missteps. Aju, Naji, and the others nodded in agreement with Royuan's plan, following him as they made their way out of the conference room. Just as Royuan advanced, the communicator at his waist suddenly buzzed to life once more. "Hello. This is Royuan." He answered the call. "Mr. Royuan? I am the prosecutor you previously asked to assist in locating your friend." A gruff voice resonated from the other end. "I remember you. What is the matter? Have you found Shigeru?" "Not yet. But I have uncovered some leads regarding your friend's whereabouts. It seems he is currently in a rather precarious situation." A hesitant voice replied. "It's difficult to explain over the phone. It would be best if you came in person." Royuan fell silent for a moment before ultimately hanging up. What on earth had Shigeru done to land himself in such dire straits? Royuan furrowed his brow. He then turned to Aju, Naji, and the others behind him and said, "You all head to Giran Island to find Shaber. He operates a small hot spring inn. The specific address is. Once I resolve matters here, I will join you." Aju and the others nodded silently, having gleaned the gist of the situation from Royuan's conversation. Essentially, something had gone awry with Professor Okito's grandson, Shigeru, prompting Royuan to address the issue at hand. Given Professor Okito's esteemed reputation in the Kanto region, the others understood the gravity of the matter and expressed their support. Then, "See you at Giran Island. See you at Giran Island." With a deep breath, Royuan leaped onto the back of his Dragonite, which flapped its wings and transformed into a yellow whirlwind, soaring into the sky towards their destination. In a small town near Dark City, Royuan encountered the Pokémon prosecutor who had previously relayed information to him. However, Royuan sensed that something was amiss. Despite the individual wearing the garb of a Pokémon prosecutor, an unsettling aura surrounded him. Royuan frowned, instinctively heightening his vigilance. "Where is Shigeru? What has happened to him?" "Mr. Royuan, please follow me." The trainer disguised as a Pokémon prosecutor whispered. This demeanor bore more resemblance to that of a Team Rocket criminal than a legitimate prosecutor. At this moment, Royuan had firmly concluded that this individual posed a threat. Under normal circumstances, one might feign ignorance and follow the individual to unearth the truth, ultimately exposing the conspiracy and vanquishing the foe. However, Royuan had never been one to tread the conventional path. The pretentious behavior of this individual irked him greatly. Thus, he swiftly unleashed a hypnosis attack, his eyes flashing with azure light, targeting the individual before him. The trainer masquerading as a prosecutor was caught completely off guard. Succumbing almost instantaneously to the spell, his gaze becoming dazed. At that very moment, his visage underwent a dramatic transformation, as his entire face seemed to meld away, morphing into a pink ditto. The ditto subsequently detached from the trainer's face, plummeting to the ground, where it too succumbed to the effects of hypnosis. Ditto? The familiar Pokémon prosecutor had now become a stranger. Royuan's brow furrowed. What kind of trouble had Shigeru gotten himself into? He had merely asked the prosecutor to investigate Shigeru's whereabouts. Yet this affair had ensnared even a prominent Alliance prosecutor, who had been impersonated. Moreover, this individual had the audacity to masquerade as a prosecutor and call him, attempting to lead him astray. Royuan's mood soured considerably. "Mutuo, take control of this individual. I demand answers." Royuan summoned Mutuo. Chapter 188, Shigeru on the Run. Since his rise to fame, Royuan could scarcely recall the last time anyone dared to provoke him so brazenly. Thus, he was exceedingly displeased. Mutuo put him to sleep, with a wave of his hand. Mutuo promptly unleashed a hypnosis attack upon the individual disguised as a prosecutor. Unlike Royuan's hypnotic techniques, which relied on human physicality and mental prowess to exert control, Mutuo's hypnosis was genuine. Under Mutuo's influence, the impersonator fell into a deep stupor. "Who are you?" Royuan demanded straightforwardly. "I am a trainer from the Unova region, and I am also a Pokémon hunter." The hypnotized youth gazed vacantly, uttering a peculiar string of phrases. "Pokémon hunter? Unova?" Upon hearing these two keywords, Luo Yuan furrowed his brow, sensing an unsettling dissonance. Had he encountered this news before learning of the impending invasion of Kanto by the Pokémon hunters, he would have simply dismissed the individual before him as a Pokémon hunter from Unova, wandering into Kanto in search of fortune. However, at this pivotal moment, an Unova trainer who also identified as a Pokémon hunter stood before him, and Luo Yuan felt the situation had taken a more intricate turn. He continued to inquire, "What is your objective?" Leading Luo Yuan to a forest 5 kilometers away, Luo Yuan confirmed his suspicion that this individual was indeed targeting him, and then asked, "Where's Green now?" If there was anything Luo Yuan could not let go of, it was Green. Although he believed in Green's abilities, facing an Unova Pokémon hunter posed a significant threat that Green might not withstand. Moreover, he had promised Professor Oak to retrieve Green, making the search for him a matter of utmost urgency. Green? At this question, the hypnotized Pokemon hunter seemed to falter momentarily. Then a grimace of rage spread across his face. Green escaped and is still fleeing in the forest, but my companions will capture him soon. Observing the expression of the individual, curiosity piqued within Luo Yuan. What had Green done to incite such fury? However, this was not the moment for probing. The priority was to locate Green before the Pokemon hunters did. Take me to your camp. Luo Yuan commanded the Pokemon hunter directly. He then utilized telekinesis to control the hunter, swiftly propelling forward in the indicated direction. Meanwhile, in a forest approximately 5 to 6 kilometers away, Green, covered in dirt and leaves, found himself in a precarious position, hiding behind a large tree. Damn, have these people lost their minds? I merely overheard their conversation. Crouched atop the tree, Green held his breath as he observed the Pokemon hunters passing below, feeling utterly awkward. He had been traveling, feeling particularly unfortunate after encountering a Pokemon dung fossil in the Great Fool Valley, which had compelled him to head towards Red Lotus Island. However, en route, he had crossed paths with a group of individuals whose attire did not resemble that of Kanto residents, and whose actions appeared highly suspicious, prompting him to remain vigilant. His previous encounter aboard the Saint Inn, where he had thwarted Team Rocket's conspiracy, had excited him, even if he later learned that Team Rocket had already been on Luo Yuan's radar. Nonetheless, Green had grown fond of such thrilling experiences. Thus, he had trailed this dubious group, only to discover through their conversation that they were, in fact, Pokemon hunters from Unova, plotting an invasion of Kanto, and seemingly linked to the nefarious organization, Team Plasma. At that moment, Green realized the gravity of the situation. It had escalated beyond his capacity to manage. His first thought was to contact Luo Yuan, for he believed only Luo Yuan could handle such a matter, considering Luo Yuan had previously defeated Team Rocket. Green had everything planned. As long as he could reach out to Luo Yuan, the situation would culminate satisfactorily. But just as he prepared to retreat, he inadvertently snapped a twig beneath him, leading to his discovery. And thus, he had been pursued relentlessly ever since. Damn it, if only my communicator hadn't broken, Green lamented, gazing at the cracked device in his hand. In a prior battle, the communicator had shielded him from a brutal blow, saving his life. Had it not been damaged, he would have contacted Luo Yuan by now. Lost in thought, he suddenly heard the Pokemon hunters below shout, "We've found him, over here." Startled, Green cast aside his contemplations, swiftly tossing a Pokeball and mounting the battered Arcanine, fleeing into the distance. With a swoosh, just as Green leaped away, a barrage of razor-sharp leaves sliced through the branch he had been hiding on. Air slash. Green's pupils constricted as anxiety surged within him. Although they had been in pursuit, the hunters had primarily aimed to capture him alive, but it now appeared they intended to take his life. Damn it! Green narrowly evaded several flying blades, pressing himself against the back of Arcanine. "Run," he urged, slapping Arcanine's flank as they sped away, pursued by a throng of relentless Pokemon hunters, igniting a fierce chase through the forest. At that moment, Luo Yuan stood at the forest's edge, observing the chaos unfolding within. The commotion in the center of the forest stirred up a frenzy of Pokemon, and Luo Yuan shaded his eyes against the sun, gazing into the distance. It seems rather intense. Trees toppled in the distance, explosive sounds echoed, and flames erupted skyward, attesting to the ferocity of the battle. It appears your usefulness ends here. Luo Yuan turned to the Pokemon hunter he held in his grasp, who had now regained consciousness. And no, the Pokemon hunter trembled, acutely aware of the events that had transpired. Having divulged their plans and personnel to Luo Yuan, fear gripped him. He dreaded Luo Yuan's potential actions against him, as well as the consequences he would face from his comrades for leaking such sensitive information. Chapter 189, Champion. Luo Yuan did not harm the Pokemon hunter. Instead, he commanded Mewtwo to implant a mental suggestion, instructing him to turn himself in at the nearest police station before releasing him. Upon reaching the forest's heart, Luo Yuan spotted Green encircled by a group of Pokemon hunters. Luo Yuan. Green's face lit up with surprise at the sight of him. Luo Yuan offered no reply, his gaze fixed on the wary and perplexed expressions of the Pokemon hunters. Mewtwo, deal with them. As soon as the words left his lips, a wave of psychic energy radiated outward from Mewtwo, toppling all the Pokemon hunters to the ground without exception. The sudden onslaught, combined with Mewtwo's formidable telekinesis, rendered the assembled Pokemon utterly defenseless. "All right, let us go," Luo Yuan said to Green, who stood beside him. The Pokemon hunter's large-scale offensive proved far less formidable than Luo Yuan and his companions had anticipated. They were, after all, mere vermin lurking in the shadows. In their dark corners, they went unnoticed, but when brought to light, it marked their demise. Though they appeared powerful, employing various devices to capture wild Pokémon and evading the League's pursuit with agility. Their resolve crumbled upon confronting the Pokémon League head-on. Disorganized and fighting individually, the Pokémon hunters stood no chance against the structured might of the Pokémon League. It's over. Luo Yuan stood before the last of the Pokémon hunters, gazing down upon him with an expression of indifference. Team Rocket had failed to provoke him. How could a mere Pokémon hunter? Damn it! The defeated Pokémon hunter groaned, his face contorted in bitterness. They had been so close to infiltrating Kanto and establishing their first foothold. Yet, their actions had proven to be nothing but a futile endeavor. Luo Yuan felt no inclination to understand the thoughts of these Pokémon hunters. With a swift motion, Luo Yuan rendered the Pokémon hunter unconscious and turned to the bewildered Shigeru beside him, saying, "The remaining matters are entrusted to you." Having spoken, he mounted his Dragonite and vanished from sight, leaving Shigeru in a state of utter confusion. Meow, meow, meow. Shigeru's face was a canvas of question marks, while Luo Yuan had long since disappeared. With the affair concerning the Pokémon hunter settled, the court's conference commenced in earnest. Undoubtedly, Luo Yuan ascended to the pinnacle of victory with a dominating performance. Not to mention Mutuo, even his Dragonite was unmatched throughout the entirety of the court's conference. He raised the trophy of the Quartz League high above his head, while below stood the envious figures of Satoshi and Shigeru. Though both had benefited from Luo Yuan's guidance, mastery is not achieved in a single leap. Thus, Shigeru ultimately reached the semifinals, while Satoshi fared even worse, being eliminated in the quarterfinals. It is believed that should they participate in the next tournament, they will exhibit even greater prowess. Let us give a round of applause to the champion of this year's Quartz Conference, Luo Yuan, proclaimed the league president, Damarich. Amidst a tidal wave of applause, Luo Yuan held the trophy aloft, and the scene was immortalized in that moment. The end. Thank you for listening. If you enjoyed it, please consider subscribing and liking to show your support. Until we meet again in the next story.